After an intense auction, the black-haired girl announced that the peacock plume was sold to Ji Ning for 5 million caddies of primordial liquid. Although Xiao Yanshou felt reluctant, he still gave up the bidding rationally. Dong Chou Immortal, a cultivator of the heavenly treasures mountain nearby, couldn't help but sigh at Ji Ning's madness. Ji Ning was thrilled, as the peacock plume was a valuable treasure for his second primordial god to cultivate supernatural abilities. The auction continued, and the appearance of the immortal-grade magic treasure Azure Hair Shenhuo lamp caused a sensation, and was eventually auctioned for 4.9 million caddies of primordial liquid. Ji Ning left after the auction had been going on for more than 3 hours. And Immortal Fuyun followed closely behind, intending to assassinate Ji Ning when he left the Heavenly Treasures Mountain. Princess Shi Yu was anxious after learning that Ji Ning had dropped out and asked Fairy Qingliu to arrange a private meeting. Ji Ning then purchased 720 high-grade immortal-grade flying swords from the Heavenly Treasures Mountain, spending 376,000 caddies of primordial liquid, which exhausted his previous savings. He sold the Black Dragon Chariot to the Heavenly Treasures Mountain in exchange for 120,000 caddies of primordial liquid. Just as Ji Ning was about to leave, Yu Qi of the Heavenly Treasures Mountain informed him that Princess Shi Yu wished to see him, which surprised Ji Ning. At a prestigious treasure hunting convention, Ji Ning's bid with an enormous amount of elemental liquid for the peacock feather caught the attention of the celestial immortal patriarch Yan Wang. Yan Wang's only living relative, Princess Shi Yu, personally requested a meeting with Ji Ning. Within the Water Palace, Ji Ning rapidly advanced to the pinnacle of nascent divinity and mastered an array of over 400 heaven-grade flying swords, forming the formidable Lesser Thousand Sword formation, greatly increasing his strength. Yu Qi accompanied Ji Ning to Princess Shi Yu's secluded pavilion. Ji Ning stepped foot into the inner chamber with a hint of curiosity. Seated there, waiting for his arrival, was a woman clothed in emerald green. As their gazes met, a wave of doubt and nervousness washed over Ji Ning. Princess Shi Yu, Yan Wang's only living relative, was said to be deeply adored by him. Her appearance indicated Ji Ning's connection to the pinnacle of power within the Dashia dynasty. Ji Ning was unsure as to why she requested this meeting, but he had a premonition that it would alter the trajectory of his fate. Ji Ning first meets a woman in green, Princess Shi Yu. He feels an inexplicable familiarity. Princess Shi Yu activates a magic treasure, isolating them from outside observation. She tells Ji Ning with a solemn expression that she suspects he is a descendant of the Yukai clan. Ji Ning denies it, but Princess Shi Yu has already obtained relevant intelligence and confirms through a bloodline test that Ji Ning is her younger brother, the son of Yukai Mountain. Ji Ning is shocked and learns that Princess Shi Yu has gone to great lengths to find him. Princess Shi Yu explains that King Yan is ruthless and cold-hearted. Back then, her father, Yukai Mountain, died to protect her sister, and her mother and aunt also died young due to grief. Later, after King Yan became a celestial immortal, he finally found her, but her parents were no longer alive. Princess Shi Yu is determined to avenge her clan and destroy the Xiao Yan clan to rebuild the Yukai clan. After learning the truth, Ji Ning is filled with righteous indignation and decides to help his cousin fulfill her wish. After learning that the destruction of the Xiao Yan clan was their common enemy, Ji Ning formed an alliance with his cousin, Princess Shi Yu. The Xiao Yan clan had wiped out Ji Ning's grandmother's Wei Kai clan, and Princess Shi Yu, inheriting her father's will, vowed revenge. She planned to use the power of the great Xia imperial clan, waiting for the right opportunity to deal a heavy blow or destroy the Xiao Yan clan. Princess Shi Yu was deep-minded. She publicly changed her surname to Kai, laying the foundation for the prosperity and growth of her descendants after taking revenge. She recruited a son-in-law to marry into her family. Her descendants would continue this mission of revenge until the Xiao Yan clan was overthrown. The great Xia imperial clan's celestial immortal grand ancestor was her maternal grandfather, who would provide shelter for the Kai clan's descendants, ensuring the smooth execution of the revenge plan. Ji Ning realized that his mother also harbored hatred, but she had never shown it. Worried that Ji Ning would put himself in danger, although it was extraordinarily difficult to destroy the Xiao Yan clan, Ji Ning was confident, relying on the inheritance and formidable divine abilities he had acquired from Taoist 3 lives. The chaotic godfiend, the brother and sister joined hands, determined to fight against the Xiao Yan clan together. They boarded Princess Shi Yu's immortal sedan, escorted by 100 golden armor imperial guards, and headed to Princess Shi Yu's residence in the Great Sha imperial clan's Yan Palace. Princess Shi Yu sent out a small team of golden armor imperial guards, ordered to destroy Snowdragon Mountain and capture or kill Wei Kaishan. Ji Ning and Immortal Floater's assassination plan changed unexpectedly. The presence of Princess Shi Yu in the protection of the golden armor imperial guards made it impossible for him to take action. Immortal Floater felt helpless, realizing that assassinating Ji Ning had become a pipe dream. Two azure phoenixes comparable to peak loose immortals pull the immortal carriage, escorting Grand Sha's Princess Weiqi Shi Yu and loose immortal Ji Ning toward Yanshan Manor. The lesser Yanshan spies follow closely, intending to assassinate Ji Ning. However, Yanshan Manor is heavily guarded by a team of golden-armored imperial guards, leaving the lesser Yanshan unable to strike. Princess Shi Yu and Ji Ning enter the manor together, received by Yan Wang. As a celestial immortal, Yan Wang emits a murderous aura that initially makes Ji Ning's heart shudder. But Ji Ning utilizes his powerful divine soul and sword soul to resist the effects, earning Yan Wang's admiration. Understanding the animosity between Ji Ning and the lesser Yanshan, Yan Wang cautions Ji Ning to be prudent. Princess Shi Yu implores Yan Wang to assign a team of golden-armored imperial guards to protect Ji Ning. Despite being constrained by royal regulations, Yan Wang grants his granddaughter's request due to his affection for her. Ji Ning selects his residence within Yanshan Manor and sets up an immortal estate on a barren wasteland, worth 1,000,000 kilograms of primal liquid. Within the estate lies a heavily fortified water manor, ensuring complete safety. Princess Shi Yu prepares a banquet for Ji Ning and invites him to attend. Concurrently, the lesser Yanshan's mysterious Grand Master is devastated by the death of Shoyan Nong and vows revenge. Meanwhile, Ji Ning finds temporary refuge within Yanshan Manor under the protection of Yan Wang and the golden-armored imperial guards. The situation in the Grand Sha imperial capital remains volatile, with a storm of bloodshed on the horizon. After entering the immortal mansion, Ji Ning learns that his cousin, Wei Kai Shi Yu, has feelings for him and brings him back to reside in her ducal mansion. Within the immortal mansion, Ji Ning cultivates the 6 revolution plucking stars Dharma, absorbing the essence of the peacock feather of the 5 elements, and cultivates the plucking star's hand to the 2nd turn, greatly enhancing the power of his divine demon body refining. At this time, Ji Ning's master's store, the 5 Lunatic Immortal, arrives and brings the secret records of the Black-White Academy, including the subsequent volume of the Qi Refining Dharma, Water Source Instructions, as well as the 3rd volume of Crimson Illumination 9 Heavens Diagram. The 5 Lunatic Immortal explains that the Black-White Academy intends to help Ji Ning oppose the powerful Shaoyan clan, but cannot directly intervene, and can only send secret records to assist him. Ji Ning is extremely grateful and begins reading and destroying all the secret records brought by the 5 Lunatic Immortal. One by one, the 5 Lunatic Immortal also brought 36 formation flags that shield him from the observation of heavenly immortals, ensuring the safety of Ji Ning's cultivation environment. Ji Ning understands the intention of the Black-White Academy and decides to cultivate diligently and shine brilliantly at the upcoming Immortal Gathering. Meanwhile, the Floating Cloud Immortal continues to seek an opportunity to assassinate Ji Ning. But Ji Ning, in hiding inside the Yan Mansion of Prolongation, gives him no opening. The Floating Cloud Immortal is bound by a heavenly Dao vow that forces him to kill Ji Ning within 3 days, otherwise his soul will disperse. After Ji Ning killed Young Flame Nong, the Black-White Academy and the Young Flame clan severed ties, and Ji Ning understood that the Academy could no longer protect him. The 5 Mad Immortal imparted all of the Black-White Academy's most precious secret arts and divine abilities to Ji Ning, including the Spring Source Tome, Scarlet Heaven 9 Heavens Chart, and Heaven and Earth Law Manifestation. Ji Ning committed them to memory and then burned all the secret arts, except for Venomous Mantis Sting, which he gave up cultivating after Wang Mao Great Bear's warning. With Yuchi Zaya's help, Ji Ning received an invitation from the Zushan clan, mortal enemies with the Young Flame clan. Yuchi Shui told Ji Ning that the Zushan clan had controlled an empire in the Godfiend era and was now the Xia dynasty's 3rd most powerful clan after the Xiaomeng clan. Ji Ning decided to attend the banquet, bringing a squad of golden armor guards for protection. Meanwhile, Floating Cloud Immortal, who'd been lurking in the Xia kingdom, learned that Ji Ning had emerged. but was chagrined by the Golden Armor Guard's presence. He couldn't assassinate Ji Ning and anxiously awaited an opportunity. Water Cloud Pavilion. A celestial pavilion built upon the vast Nine Suns Lake. Ji Ning was warmly received by Zhuan Shui Xiaolu, the son of Zhuan Shui. Xiaolu introduced Ji Ning to Ku Zhe, the genius of the Tian Nong family, Xiao Lang, the dashing prince, and Bo Yan, the renowned beauty from the North Sea. Xiaolu held a banquet to entertain Ji Ning, and he presented two exotic beings from a different world, a 10-foot tall, golden-haired giant and a lion-headed humanoid. In a sealed formation, the two beings engaged in a fierce battle for the guests' entertainment. Xiao Lang displayed contempt for Ji Ning, considering him merely a man made famous by luck and women. However, the others enjoyed Ji Ning's company. Ji Ning expressed his admiration for Water Cloud Pavilion's grandeur, and Xiaolu subtly expressed his intention to recruit him. However, Ji Ning politely declined, stating his indebtedness to King Yan. Amidst melodious music, the guests enjoyed wine and the spectacle of the exotic beasts' battle, creating a harmonious atmosphere. In the sealed formation of Water Cloud Pavilion, a blonde giant and a lionman engaged in a brutal battle. They were both slaves conquered from the inferior godfiend body refining world and sought freedom. To achieve this, they had to win 9 consecutive battles in Water Cloud Pavilion and become soldiers of the Zhuanshui race. The lionman and the blonde giant fought fiercely, but the latter, with his agile movement and incredible regenerative abilities, eventually drove his razor-sharp right hand into the lionman's chest. Slaying it, the blonde giant had achieved 9 consecutive victories, thus successfully becoming a soldier of the Zhuanshui race. At this moment, Xiao Lang suddenly proposed to spar with Ji Ning, attempting to humiliate him. However, Ji Ning, considering his precarious situation as a newcomer to the royal capital, politely declined. Xiao Lang refused to let it go and continued to provoke Ji Ning, but he was stopped by Zhuanshui Pavilion. Subsequently, Xiao Lang and Fairy Poyan sparred in the central arena. Ji Ning observed them in secret, speculating that Xiao Lang might be sent by the Shoyan race and could be in possession of dreadful treasures. He decided to play it safe, first observing the situation, and wait until the Immortal Fate Convention to engage with Xiao Lang, avoiding the risk of falling prey to his schemes. This spar in Water Cloud Pavilion gradually evolved into a political game, with various factions secretly competing. Ji Ning, caught in the middle, sought his path to survival, advancing towards the Immortal Fate Convention with caution and determination. In the central arena of the Immortal Realm, the purple-clothed Xiao Lang and the red-clothed Fairy Waveface stand facing each other. Xiao Lang unleashes the first-grade Blood Flame Earth Fire, forming a gigantic Blood Flame Millstone to crush his opponent, while Fairy Waveface defends with the Heavenly Water Net Array. The two sides are evenly matched. Xiao Lang activates his 3 heads and 6 arms divine ability, carrying the Blood Flame Earth Fire and launching a frenzied attack. But Fairy Waveface's Divine Thought's secret technique is also extremely powerful, and she holds her ground. However, with the continuous pressure from the Blood Flame Millstone, Fairy Waveface's Heavenly Water Net Array is finally breached. Just when Xiao Lang is overwhelmed with joy, an aged figure enters from the suspended corridor, revealing himself as the disguised immortal floating cloud. He thrusts out a bone-white soul-destroying needle from his hand, targeting Ji Ning, Chuanshui Xiaolo, Tianong Huge, Fairy Waveface, Xiao Lang, and others are all horrified. The bone-white soul-destroying needle is incredibly powerful, and in the face of this fatal blow, everyone believes that Ji Ning will undoubtedly die. However, Ji Ning remains calm in the face of danger. He instantly activates his 3 heads and 6 arms divine ability, wielding 6 immortal swords, executing the Water and Fire Lotus and Star-plucking hand, and simultaneously opening up the domain of the Great Tao, surrounding himself with crisscrossing sword energy. The 6 immortal swords collide with the bone-white soul-destroying needle with a deafening roar. Ji Ning, relying on his extraordinary divine ability and magic treasures, manages to resist this fatal blow, leaving everyone present stunned. As the deadly white bone extermination needles strike, Ji Ning resists solely with his own power. With his 3 heads and 6 arms divine ability, wielding 6 immortal swords, he utilizes the power of the second transformation of the 6 revolutions starry pluck and the boost from the Great Tao domain to barely fend off this fatal attack. However, the impact sends Ji Ning flying, his divine body covered in countless fractures, and he coughs up blood. Surprisingly though, Ji Ning remains alive. His powerful divine devil body refinement, coupled with the starry pluck and the boost from 3 heads and 6 arms, grant him the ability to challenge perfected immortals of the return to emptiness realm. Just as a mortal floating cloud prepares to activate the blood basin heavenly ceiling formation to finish off Ji Ning, Ji Ning's second primordial spirit suddenly appears, wielding over 200 celestial tier flying swords, filling the formation with sword chi. This force far surpasses Ji Ning's main body, astounding everyone present. The 36 loose immortals of Watercloud Pavilion form a giant black serpent and charge into the formation in an attempt to rescue Ji Ning. But they're blocked by the blood basin heavenly ceiling formation. The golden armored Imperial Guards are also unable to break through, and time becomes critical for Ji Ning. At this point, Ji Ning's main body has entered his underwater residence to heal, while his second primordial spirit takes control. The second primordial spirit wields a flying sword formation centered around 9 water-severing divine shark swords, matching the 3 celestial tier flying swords of immortal floating cloud. Sword chi rages, and the situation within the formation becomes increasingly chaotic. Within the blood disk ceiling heaven formation, Ji Ning's black-robed second soul appeared, intimidating the entire assembly with over 200 innumerable swords. Everyone present was shocked, realizing that Ji Ning's second soul had already attained the peak nascent divinity realm. Facing floating cloud immortal's strongest ultimate move, the heaven, earth, and man tritalisman flying sword formation, Ji Ning remained dauntless. He summoned the combined power of over 200 innumerable swords with his lesser thousand sword formation and faced his opponent's formation head-on. The two formations collided, with floating cloud immortal's formation being repelled dozens of feet away, while Ji Ning's sword formation dispersed into nothingness. Floating cloud immortal then unleashed his secret technique. Cloud fog obscures the heavens, which filled the formation with dense white fog, blocking divine senses. However, Ji Ning employed his Lotus Sword World, a protective spell he had created based on the Tao domain, water and fire lotuses, and self-establishing heaven and earth, to defend himself against floating cloud immortal's subsequent attacks. Meanwhile, the 36 Zhurongshu immortal unorthodox cultivation outside continued to assail the blood disk ceiling heaven formation. The cracks on the surface of the golden heart within the formation became increasingly evident, and its ability to resist was waning. Confronted with both the fog and floating cloud immortal's fierce onslaught, Ji Ning's second soul showed no signs of faltering. With his superb swordsmanship and formidable magical treasures, he engaged floating cloud immortal in an intense duel. A huge lotus bloomed around Ji Ning, its stamen fiery red and its petals verdant, layer by layer. This was Ji Ning's self-created Lotus World Sword Realm, which combines the elements of water and fire, swordsmanship, rain, space, and flames. As the petals grew, the blood plate ceiling heaven formation was suppressed and began to crumble. Immortal Fuyun wielded his flying swords to break through the Lotus realm, only to find the petals as tenacious as a mire, rendering the swords immobile. Ji Ning's sword formation unleashed lightning-fast sword beams, effortlessly breaking Immortal Fuyun's flying sword array. Despairing, Immortal Fuyun surrendered and telepathically inquired about the secrets of the Lotus World Sword Realm. Ji Ning, unable to bring himself to kill him, revealed that the Lotus Realm was formed from his nascent essence sword beams and was under his control wherever it reached. Immortal Fuyun, impressed by Ji Ning's talent and sensing his imminent death, requested Ji Ning to kill him. With a sword strike, Ji Ning pierced Immortal Fuyun's nascent divinity, causing him to vanish. In his final moments, Immortal Fuyun foresaw a future catastrophe and warned that the lesser Yans would face disaster. The blood plate ceiling heaven formation shattered, revealing a black serpent composed of 36 loose immortals in the sky. Ji Ning deployed his Lotus World Sword Realm, repelling the serpent's attacks, and collected Immortal Fuyun's belongings. The witnesses stood awestruck, having witnessed the incredible feat of a true man of the eternal stratum slaying a loose immortal with his second nascent divinity. Amidst the revelry in the Watercloud Pavilion, 36 dispersed immortals formed the Zhuanshui Flood Serpent Formation to besiege Zhuanshui Tower and its occupants. Under the lockdown of the Blood Disk Ceiling Heaven Formation by the assassin Fu Yun, the immortals of the Zhuanshui clan were unable to provide timely rescue. In the face of danger, Ji Ning used his perfected nascent divinity second nascent divinity to confront Fu Yun. Under the combined deterrence of the Zhuanshui immortals, Fu Yun realized his predicament and, in despair, voluntarily gave up resistance, allowing Ji Ning to kill him. Upon hearing the news, Sha Mang Hong, the deputy commander of the Great Summer Imperial Guard, was astounded to learn that the assassinated individual was Ji Ning. Sha Mang Hong praised Ji Ning's abilities and invited him to attend a banquet. Chuanshui Tower presented Ji Ning with a treasure, the Lotus Dharma flask, as compensation for the assassination attempt. Ji Ning sensed the mysteries contained within the Lotus talisman on the flask and happily accepted it. After Ji Ning left Watercloud Pavilion, Chuanshui Tower and his companions marveled at his talent and abilities. They predicted that as news of the assassination spread, Ji Ning would rise to fame in the Great Summer capital and become a formidable rival to the Shoyan clan. Late at night, in the mansion of the Celestial Sword Sovereign, the Peacock Divine Sovereign anxiously awaited news of the assassination of Ji Ning by the Floating Cloud Immortal. Suddenly, the life tablet of the Floating Cloud Immortal on the table shattered. The Peacock Divine Sovereign knew what this meant, but he was still uneasy, not knowing if the assassination had been successful. Not long after, a servant in green reported that Ji Ning's second primordial spirit had appeared and slain the Floating Cloud Immortal. Shocked, the Peacock Divine Sovereign learned that Ji Ning's second primordial spirit had reached the primordial spirit level, which made him very uneasy. He immediately declared that the Floating Cloud Immortal was to be expelled from the Celestial Sword Sovereign and condemned him for violating clan rules. The Peacock Divine Sovereign realized that killing Ji Ning would be very difficult and could only hope that other peerless geniuses would kill him at the Fate Conference. In the meantime, he would visit the Profound Secrets ancestor in hopes of gaining his support. News of this spread throughout the Great Xia dynasty. All the major clans now recognized Ji Ning's power and saw him in a new light. When word reached the Black-White Academy, everyone was shocked. The five-mad immortal was overjoyed and demanded that the news be spread far and wide. Far away in the Eastmont Mountains, Zhu Lian also received news of Ji Ning's killing of the Floating Cloud Immortal. She was both shocked and relieved. Although she and Ji Ning were no longer together, she still hoped that he could be well. Although Ji Ning's second primordial spirit was stronger than his own, the Peacock Divine Sovereign believed that his own potential was greater. He looked forward to Ji Ning being killed at the Fate Conference, which would reduce the threat he posed to the Celestial Sword Sovereign. In the depths of the cold winter night, in the mansion of the Great Xia Duchy, Princess Shi Yu was furious. She had just learned that the Xia Yan clan had sent an immortal assassin to kill Ji Ning. Ji Ning calmly comforted his cousin and showed her the treasure pouch he had obtained from the slain immortal Fluttering Cloud. While Ji Ning's second soul refined the treasure pouch, he discovered a golden scroll. The scroll contained only one line of text and a signature that read, "Where did I come from? Where will I go?" Sha Mang Shuan. Yu Kai Shi Yu guessed that Sha Mang Shuan might be an ancient member of the Imperial Xia family and asked her heavenly immortal ancestor, her maternal grandfather, for confirmation. Yu Kai Shi Yu learned that Sha Mang Shuan was the name of the current Great Xia Emperor. As the emperor of a major world, the Great Xia Emperor was incredibly powerful and rarely appeared in public. The text on the scroll was a reincarnation decree, which could allow a deceased person to reincarnate back into their original clan in their home world. Ji Ning marveled at the Great Xia Emperor's power and realized that news of his killing of immortal Fluttering Cloud had spread widely. He was now recognized as someone with exceptional talent in the way. Meanwhile, the unkempt immortal of the Black and White Academy in Anjay Duchy, while cultivating the profound turtle divine ability, felt drawn to the Immortal Destiny Assembly. He saw it as a major opportunity and decided to attend. On Golden Crow Island in the northern underworld sea, Immortal Golden Crow was teaching his disciples. His eldest disciple requested permission to participate in the Immortal Destiny Assembly, but Immortal Golden Crow refused, believing him to be lacking in strength. At that moment, Immortal Golden Crow's expression suddenly changed as if he had sensed something. On an immortal island, the Celestial Gold Crow detects an irresistible allure. Learning that the Immortal Fate Convention is paramount for him, after much deliberation, he sends his eldest disciple to attend it. Meanwhile, from the North Sea, Puwing, a human cultivator who has seized a gold crow egg, also feels the enigmatic summons. Though he has reached the level where he can manifest as a spirit, he has repeatedly failed to ascend to immortality. This premonition leads him to believe that the Immortal Fate Convention may be his chance. Thousands of miles away, Ji Ning, a handsome young man clad in animal skins, also senses the compulsion. A disciple of the Monochrome Academy, he has gained a reputation through his exceptional talent. With the support of his elder sister, Yu Wei, and his senior brother, Kang Zhong, he resolves to attend the convention. Furthermore, a ragged, intoxicated girl seems to connect with this cosmic phenomenon, experiencing the pull of the Immortal Fate Convention for the first time. Though she is not of the cultivation world, she trusts her instincts. All over the great Xia dynasty, countless hidden geniuses and prodigies answer the mysterious call. They alter their courses and converge towards the great Xia capital. A storm is brewing as various factions prepare to face off in an epic battle at the Immortal Fate Convention. While Wei Kai Shi Yu prepared a banquet for Ji Ning's fellow disciples. An ornate, large ship carrying imperial guards clad in gold armor sped across Zhejiang in the sky. 9 leaders in black armor and immeasurable auras led the imperial guards. The imperial guards were ordered to annihilate the Snow Dragon Mountain because Dong Qi, a disciple of Snow Dragon Mountain, was accused of murdering Wei Kai Shui and Wei Kai Shan. Enraged by this news, Emperor Yan of Dasha dispatched 9 squads of gold-armored imperial guards to seek retribution. Upon arriving at Snow Dragon Mountain, the imperial guards parked their warship directly above the sect. An AWE-inspiring sight. The 3 nascent divinity Taoists of Snow Dragon Mountain ascended and were shocked to find the gold-armored imperial guards. The leader of the imperial guards arrested Dong Qi without hesitation, causing panic among the disciples of Snow Dragon Mountain. Snow Dragon Mountain activated the Great Sect Protecting Formation, but it was no match for the 8 myriad-Li Divine Dragon of the gold-armored imperial guards. The imperial guards crushed Snow Dragon Mountain like dry wood, slaughtering living beings, reducing the entire sect to ruins. In the end, the 3 nascent divinity Taoists of Snow Dragon Mountain were killed. The sect was annihilated, and only Dong Qi was taken prisoner. The imperial guards returned to the capital of Dasha after completing their mission. Reporting to Emperor Yan, when Ji Ning and Wei Kai Shi Yu learned of the destruction of Snow Dragon Mountain, their hearts were filled with grief and indignation. In a gloomy dungeon, a disheveled young man in a white robe, Dong Qi, is tied to a rack. Terrified, a military guard stands silently in a corner of the dungeon. The stone door opens, and Yuqi Shuyue and her brother Ji Ning walk in, their eyes icy as they look at Dong Qi. Yuqi Shuyue pours a silver-hot liquid over Dong Qi, causing him to scream as his skin smokes. Ji Ning then burns Dong Qi with a soldering iron-shaped magic weapon, leaving behind a flame pattern that draws upon the power of heaven and earth, chilling Dong Qi to the bone. Yuqi Shuyue then announces that Dong Qi will be subjected to more than 10,000 tortures of the Great Xia dynasty, driving him to despair. The whitewater dog, Bai Shuizi, also walks in, and Dong Qi remembers that he ordered Yu Tong and Shui Yi to kill Bai Shuizi's parents. Realizing that Ji Ning and Yuqi Shuyue are their children, Dong Qi is tortured for more than 3 months before dying a horrible death, his soul being cast into the heart-stirring furnace to continue being tortured. Finally, with the help of the King of Yan, Dong Qi's soul is finally destroyed. In late autumn, the great Xia Emperor sets out on a tour, escorted by 9,999 soldiers. The Emperor sits high on his throne, looking down on the royal city and gazing into the 3 realms. He worries about the great upheaval that will be caused by the destruction of the 6 paths of reincarnation, and prophesies that this session of the immortal gathering will give birth to an extraordinary hero. The Imperial Xia, tracing its lineage back to the ancient Pangu bloodline, has ruled the vast world for hundreds of millions of years. The imperial monarchs are trained by peerless masters, holding supreme power and influence over hundreds of major worlds. Recently, the monarch's master, a great sage, foresaw turmoil in the 3 realms. Sensing the impending crisis, the imperial monarch decides to forge connections with the powerful beings of the 3 realms, particularly at the upcoming Celestial Fate Assembly, a gathering brimming with fortune and potential for the emergence of extraordinary heroes. The imperial monarch observes a remarkable number of prodigies attending this Celestial Fate Assembly, including some initially uninterested and haughty individuals. Recognizing this as a manifestation of converging fortune, he personally presides over the event, enhancing the rewards to entice the participation of the most exceptional disciples. The monarch commands all fiefdoms, sects, and churches to select their finest disciples for the assembly. This announcement electrifies the Xia dynasty, prompting factions to dispatch their most valued pupils. In an instant, The Sha capital teems with elites and prodigious talents. Upon learning of the significance of the Celestial Fate Assembly, Ji Ning, Yu Qi Shui, and others eagerly await its commencement. They anticipate an extraordinary event that may introduce the future titans of the three realms. As the day of the assembly, the 16th day of the first month, approaches, the number of geniuses attending continues to rise. The entire Sha dynasty is abuzz with anticipation and excitement as the world prepares to witness an unprecedented gathering of brilliance. At dawn, myriad phenomena true man and vassals from 3,600 counties of the great Sha dynasty gathered in the imperial city. Ji Ning, Yu Wei, and sloppy true man flew on clouds to the city gate, where they learned that only myriad phenomena true men, vassal teams, and heavenly immortal ancestors were allowed to enter the immortal assembly. They arrived outside the imperial city and waited for the city gate to open. After 9 bell chimes, the city gate swung open, and 4 divine demon guards announced that myriad phenomena true men could enter the city to attend the assembly. Over 100,000 geniuses poured in. They came to a spacious square where the ruins contained a formidable formation. Rumored to be a realm-suppressing formation composed of 3 Purion magic treasures and 1,000 immortal-grade magic treasures. Its might astounding. Teams from various counties arrived one after another. The team from Anjay County was led by Marquis Anjay, including the Bay Mountain Clan, Black and White Academy, and Hunting Dragon Clan where Yu Wei was from. Zhu Lian followed a heavenly immortal ancestor to the sky and entered the main hall of the Heavenly Radiance Palace to pay homage to the great Sha Emperor. In the square, the 100,000 geniuses and 1 million civilians participating in the immortal assembly knelt and shouted, "Greetings to your majesty." In the imperial hall of heavenly radiance of the great Sha dynasty, the black-robed emperor summons 109,000 Taoists to enter the bright moon, mountain and river painting to fight for the talisman. To survive, they can choose to give up and surrender the talisman, but that is considered losing the trial. The competition consists of 2 rounds. The first round is the battle in the bright moon, mountain and river painting, which lasts for a year. At least 80 survivors must be decided. The second round is a duel among the remaining survivors, ultimately selecting 16 victors. Talents such as Ji Ning, Yu Wei, and the sloppy Taoist participate in the event. They know the cruelty of the competition, aware that even staying alive is very difficult. The black-robed emperor personally presides over the trial. Through the bright moon, mountain and river painting, he observes the performance of each participant, seeking to select the strongest for the coming chaos in the 3 realms. He believes that those with high virtue have high fortune. But fortune is elusive and hard to determine. More than 100,000 participants are drawn into the vast bright moon, mountain and river painting, including Ji Ning and Yu Wei. Their figures appear in the endless scroll, becoming the focus of the immortals' attention. Ancestors Dong Yan and Liang Zhong cautiously observe the looming chaos, while 9 Lotus searches for Ji Ning's silhouette. After entering the bright moon, mountain and river painting, Ji Ning instantly heightens his vigilance. A northern dark sea sword in hand, he quickly notices a blue-green talisman suspended before him, representing his qualification for the competition. Ji Ning received the token inside the bright moon diagram, finding himself alone in a valley. After learning that the trial would involve killing, he grew vigilant. Soon, Ji Ning sensed numerous universe rulers lurking around and learned that he had acquired a large number of tokens, making him a target. Over 100 universe rulers came together, eager to eliminate Ji Ning. Ji Ning saw that things were not looking good, so he immediately boarded his treasure ship and fled. During his escape, Ji Ning realized that strength alone was not enough to pass the trial. Willpower, wisdom, and decisiveness were also key. At the same time, disciples from various factions fixed their attention on the fights inside the bright moon diagram. Some previously unknown disciples displayed formidable abilities, while several renowned prodigies found themselves struggling. Suddenly, 8 powerful cultivators from the 3 realms, including Lu Dongbin, the leader of the 8 immortals of the upper caves, and Bodhisattva Mahasthamaprapta, arrived at the great Sha dynasty uninvited. These great beings had come with the intention of recruiting disciples but promised to select from the remaining candidates once the Sha clan's choices had been made. Following the Tianbaoshan Grand Assembly, 8 pure young true immortals from factions across the 3 realms gathered in the world of the bright moon and landscape painting, intent on discovering and supporting destined individuals during the assembly. Among them, Only Bodhisattva Mahasthamaprapta and the Sha Emperor's master, Taoist Patriarch Crimson Radiance, remain distant. To avoid Buddhist attention, the Sha Emperor secretly monitors the assembly's movements. From within the bright moon and landscape painting, Ji Ning's achievement in killing Ascendant Cloud Immortal earns him a place among Tianbaoshan's top 100 potential recruits. This status makes him a target, and he faces attacks from numerous cultivators. To deal with the attacks, Ji Ning disguises his appearance, appearing in a black robe. However, during a mental scan, he discovers a white-robed maiden. The white-robed maiden possesses great strength, but Ji Ning imprisons her using the water and fire lotus technique. Subsequently, Ji Ning deploys his flying sword formation, suppressing the white-robed maiden and forcing her to concede and hand over her talisman. Ji Ning continues to proceed cautiously, carefully avoiding confrontations. His prowess gains Tianbaoshan's recognition, establishing him as a top performer in the bright moon and landscape painting. As time passes, competition within the bright moon and landscape painting intensifies. The Sha Emperor takes note of a dirty maiden, recognizing her extraordinary fortune. However, Lu Dongbin declines to share his insights, claiming that fortune is elusive. Over the next 5 days, Ji Ning acquires over 50 talismans. He realizes that while he encounters fewer cultivators as time goes on, they become increasingly powerful. In the ethereal moonlight-drenched realm of bright moon and landscape, Ji Ning stealthily approaches a mountain peak, witnessing an intense battle near a distant lake. 3 formidable warriors besiege a stunning black-clad maiden. The long-haired man in black robes commands a colossal black dragon. The silver-haired woman unleashes deadly windstorms, while the silver-robed youth wields an enormous sword, striking at the maiden. The maiden, Yu Wei, is in peril, valiantly defending herself with her Ice Phoenix and Fire Phoenix. As she nears despair, Ji Ning's roar echoes like a rock-swooping approach. Ji Ning uses the Water and Fire Lotus to counter the silver-haired woman's windstorms and employs the Lightning Divine Eye, wounding her. He then executes the Thought Becomes Weapon Psychic Secret technique, unleashing countless ethereal swords, battle blades, and spears that relentlessly assault the trio. Confronted with Ji Ning's formidable assault, the black-robed man swiftly divides his double-headed black dragon, and the silver-robed youth goes all out with his sword. The fierce battle rages on, psychic secret techniques colliding, every moment fraught with change. Ji Ning's powerful soul force stunned the black-robed man and silver-haired woman, with only the silver-robed youth barely awake. Seeing his fellow disciples in a crisis, the silver-robed youth unleashed his most powerful sword. However, Ji Ning used his star-plucking divine ability and cut through his sword, crushing it. The silver-robed youth, who couldn't escape in time, was instantly slain by Ji Ning's swordlight. At the same time, Yu Wei also killed the unconscious duo. Ji Ning and Yu Wei recognized each other, and together they used the bright moon waterland painting to teleport away. The 3 celestial immortals who witnessed the battle were shocked by Ji Ning's strength. Lu Dongbin noticed Yu Wei's complicated gaze towards Ji Ning and presumed that she was moved. He was curious about her future. Sha Huang and the others admired Ji Ning, considering him to be one of the top geniuses who had appeared at the Immortal Ascension Assembly. Zhu Lian worried about Ji Ning's safety. After learning that Yu Wei would travel with Ji Ning for a year, she felt complicated emotions. She realized her feelings were inappropriate and sighed, determined that she didn't deserve to think about that. In the world of the bright moon and landscape painting, Yu Wei and Ji Ning teamed up to defeat the silver-haired woman and the black-robed man. Ji Ning and Yu Wei quickly escaped because there were many pursuers lurking around them. They hid in a cave where Ji Ning refined a storage magic tool which contained a talisman. Yu Wei refused to accept the talisman that Ji Ning gave her, saying that Ji Ning had saved her life and so it should belong to him. As time passed, Ji Ning and Yu Wei's strength grew greatly. Yu Wei mastered 2 complete ways, her Ice Phoenix and Fire Phoenix being incredibly powerful. Ji Ning also mastered the Fire Way and was close to breaking through. Just then, the sloppy immortal was resting in the cave while the 8 talented disciples from the Myriad Beast sect suddenly barged in. They were incredibly strong, with both Divine Demon Body Refiner and Chi Refiners and one with a secret technique comparable to Ji Ning's Myriad Swords array. The sloppy immortal was forced to use the Black Tortoise Great Divine ability, conjuring a giant turtle snake phantom that killed 6 of the Myriad Beast sect disciples. Only 2 managed to escape in a panic. Inside the main hall of the Heaven Light Palace, the Sha Emperor and the 8 Pyongyang true immortals such as Lu Dongbin watched this scene through bright moon and landscape painting. They recognized that the divine ability the sloppy immortal had used was one of the greatest in the 3 realms. The Black Tortoise Great Divine Ability. They guessed that the sloppy immortal could be a descendant of the Black Tortoise Great Emperor, leaving them deeply shocked. At the Shenyuan Convention, the gaze of 9 Pyongyang true immortals, including the Sha Emperor, fixated on Zhongqi, a sloppy, overweight teenager in the bright moon and landscape painting. The profound tortoise divine ability exhibited by the teenager astounded onlookers, indicating that he was a personal disciple of the profound tortoise emperor. Even as a probationary disciple, he was destined to become a personal disciple in the future. Zhongqi, who hails from the Black and White Academy and has the Taoist name Sanpang, attracted the attention of the heavenly immortals with his profound tortoise divine ability, much to the delight of the 5 mad immortals from the Black and White Academy. As time passed, the battles within the bright moon and landscape painting grew fiercer. In a moment of realization, Zhongqi grasped a third complete Dao and prepared to integrate it into his Taiji Dao. Meanwhile, in another barren wilderness, Ji Ning, a teenager clad in black, also achieved a breakthrough in his comprehension. Guarded by his senior sister Yu Wei, he closed his eyes in contemplation. Determination etched in his gaze. 6 months of life and death battles honed these geniuses, allowing them to break through their bottlenecks. As a result, the competition within the bright moon and landscape painting intensified. As Ji Ning was comprehending the Dao, he was in the bright moon artwork. Senior apprentice sister Yu Wei was gazing at him with deep affection. This scene was witnessed by the audience outside, sparking speculations. At this moment, Sha Mang Zishan and Kang Wu Ju, 2 formidable geniuses listed as peerless geniuses of the Immortal Fate Convention in the Sky Treasure Mountains Intelligence, appeared. Kang Wu Ju recognized Ji Ning at a glance. He spoke confidently, demanding that Ji Ning hand over the talisman to spare their lives. Ji Ning and Yu Wei knew they were no match for them, so they devised a countermeasure. Yu Wei would use the Phoenix Arts to intercept the enemy, while Ji Ning would hold them back, allowing Yu Wei to escape first. As Ji Ning and Yu Wei communicated with each other, Kang Wu Ju made his move, transforming into a colossal, black vulture that was hundreds of meters tall and pouncing towards them. A tense atmosphere filled the air as Ji Ning and Yu Wei faced a formidable challenge. Cao Wuyu activates the hidden black vulture technique, hiding himself inside the giant black vulture. Yu Wei fights head-on with an ice phoenix and a fire phoenix materialized from the Rahu God needle, but is soon defeated. Ji Ning's water-fire lotus secret technique traps the black vulture, but Cao Wuyu uses his powerful physical skills to break through the black vulture and chase after Yu Wei. Ji Ning uses his flying sword to engage Cao Wuyu in a fight, but the difference in their strength is too great, and Cao Wuyu easily evades Ji Ning's attacks. Sha Mang Zishan comes to Cao Wu's aid, trapping Ji Ning and Yu Wei with a tornado of strong winds and engaging Ji Ning in a fierce battle. Sha Mang Zishan's Heaven and Earth Great Strength Cudgel is extremely powerful, with a single strike causing mountains to collapse. Although Ji Ning uses his star-plucking hand and 3 heads and 6 arms divine abilities, he is still at a disadvantage. Sha Mang Zishan's cudgel and physical skills far surpass Ji Ning's, forcing Ji Ning to rely on the small thousand sword formation to hold back Cao Wuyu. In the face of a desperate situation, Ji Ning disregards his own safety and controls the small thousand sword formation to save Yu Wei. This act angers Sha Mang Zishan, who strikes Ji Ning with a cudgel, severely injuring him and sending him flying. Everyone present is deeply moved by Ji Ning's willingness to risk his life to save his companion. In the bright moon mountain and river painting, Ji Ning and Yu Wei face life-threatening dangers and confront Sha Mang Zishan and Kang Wu Vulture head-on. Despite the vast difference in strength, Ji Ning uses his agile movements to defeat his opponents. But Yu Wei feels like she is holding him back. Just when Yu Wei is about to retreat, a powerful pressure descends. Faced with Kang Wu Vulture's fierce attacks, Yu Wei suddenly bursts forth, summoning a black phoenix and a white phoenix to fight back. Using her memories awakened from a previous life and her profound understanding of the 4 great paths, the exquisite escape technique centered around the supreme Taiji principle, Yu Wei and Ji Ning effortlessly evade the pursuit of Sha Mang Zishan and Kang Wu Vulture. Relieved of the heavy burden, Ji Ning and Yu Wei catch a break. Yu Wei takes out her jade flute and plays a melodious tune. The sound of the flute pierces the heart, triggering Ji Ning's memories from his previous life. He finds himself in a peaceful village, witnessing the fate of a young girl. The flute music carries an indescribable range of emotions, causing Ji Ning to shed tears. The flute music stops, and Yu Wei's face is streaked with tears. She confesses that recalling her past life has evoked many emotions, but she also expresses her preference for living in the present. Ji Ning can't help but wonder if Yu Wei had a partner in her previous life. But Yu Wei vaguely denies it. Ji Ning and Yu Wei spent half a year in the Bright Moon Mountain and river painting, and their time spent together developed into subtle feelings. Although Ji Ning denied his feelings for Yu Wei on the surface, deep within he harbored questions. At the same time, Yu Wei also realized that Ji Ning had feelings for her, which led her into a dilemma. During a crisis, Ji Ning and Yu Wei fought side by side, and Ji Ning sensed Yu Wei's inner vulnerability and helplessness. He couldn't help but want to protect her, but at the same time he realized that a Dao companion relationship could not be ignored. Ji Ning and Yu Wei returned to the cave, each falling into deep thought. Ji Ning looked back over their time together and admitted that his feelings for Yu Wei exceeded normal goodwill but was still not ready to settle into a Dao companion relationship. Yu Wei sensed Ji Ning's intentions and felt both joy and hesitation. Because of her special experiences she could not ask for Dao companion feelings. Meanwhile, the 5 mad immortals of the Black and White Academy were astonished by Ji Ning's amazing performance. But it was the Slob immortal who received more attention. This aroused Lu Dongbin's speculation, who believed that Ji Ning and Yu Wei had the potential to become Dao companions and that this marriage should be settled as soon as possible. In a remote valley, Ji Ning broke through the 12th level of the illumination of the 9 heavens and united his divine body and soul, resulting in an astonishing effect on the nurturing of his soul. Yu Wei explained the levels of the immortal cultivation world and the 10 heavenly laws, giving Ji Ning a deeper understanding of the path of immortal cultivation. She also introduced the path of the gods and demons. The powerful strength of the heavenly gods and true gods made Ji Ning's heart yearn. Learning that the heavenly Tao requires mastering the heavenly laws, Ji Ning sighed at the difficulty of mastering the great Tao, while also marveling at the power of true gods, the highest realm of gods and demons. Amidst the majestic expanse of the 3 realms, the cultivators of Qi refinement revere the Tao patriarchs of great Luo golden immortals, while the divine and demonic cultivators of body forging venerate the true gods of chaos. These apex powerhouses hold sway over the fate of the realms, even the succession of the heavenly emperor subject to their deliberation. 3 Lives Taoist, born of the chaos, is a true god of chaos who once mastered an entire Tao, but lost his arm in a cataclysmic catastrophe. As a means to comprehend divine powers, he devised the formidable star-plucking hand. After a conversation with his senior sister Yu Wei, Ji Ning gained deeper insights into the 3 realms. They learned that the 6 paths of reincarnation are the core of its operation, untouchable by any supreme beings. However, Ji Ning's experience of witnessing the assault on the 6 paths left him with lingering doubts. At the trial of the Bright Moon watery landscape painting, Ji Ning encountered the 9 Lives True Man. True Man's formidable prowess dealt Sha Momchi a setback. Meanwhile, Chuan Shui Qi, True Man Donju, True Man Fei Shui, and True Man Blackstone formed an alliance. True Man Blackstone, adept at the Fuxi pole formation, exhibits formidable close combat capabilities, a contender for the Immortal Fate Convention. When 9 Lives True Man joined their group, his gaze met True Man Blackstone's, each recognizing the formidable power of the other. The 6 formed a formidable team, while Ji Ning and Yu Wei sought opportunities of their own. As Ji Ning and Yu Wei crossed paths with Sha Momchi's team, they found themselves facing insurmountable odds. 9 Lives True Man, True Man Blackstone, and True Man Donju were all powerhouses of exceptional strength. The fate of Ji Ning and Yu Wei hung in the balance. Surrounded by 6 geniuses, Ji Ning and Yu Wei are in a critical situation. The Blackstone Adept and the 90th Adept are particularly formidable, while the Donju Adept suggests Ji Ning should surrender his token for safety. Ji Ning, however, refuses to submit and unleashes a shocking amount of mental energy. The six geniuses attack simultaneously. Sha Momchi transforms into a giant 18-zhong golden statue. Xuan Shuiqi summons a massive black serpent. Fei Shui Adept becomes a white-haired beast. 90th Adept releases an intangible mental energy, and a grimy girl duels Ji Ning with elaborate palm maneuvers. Ji Ning relies on his 3 heads and 6 arms and powerful swordsmanship to resist the attacks from 5. But cannot shake off the grimy girl. Meanwhile, Yu Wei uses 2 phoenixes to protect herself, fending off the attacks from the Fei Shui Adept and the others, but is eventually heavily wounded by Sha Momchi's venomous stings. Seeing this, Ji Ning unleashes his myriad swords formation to attack Sha Momchi, but to no avail. With Yu Wei seriously injured, Ji Ning's situation becomes even more perilous. In a life-or-death moment, Yu Wei activates a secret technique, forming a bloody Tai Chi, but Sha Momchi pierces her abdomen, causing her to vomit blood and collapse. Ji Ning witnesses the event, his anger flaring, igniting an unprecedented killing intent. He unleashes the 7th style of 3-foot sword, one character sword slash, emitting a razor-sharp sword light that severs the grimy girl's palm, forcing her to retreat. Sha Momchi attacks again but is repelled by the sword beams of the 1,000 sword formation. Ji Ning seizes the opportunity to charge forward, slashing Sha Momchi 6 times with sword light like strands of silk. Upon seeing this, True Monarch Donju and others flee. Ji Ning breaks through the ceiling formation and then kills Flying Snow True Monarch. Chuanshui Qi and True Monarch Donju escape to distant lands. True Monarch Blackstone and 9 Deaths True Monarch also sense the unfavorable situation and retreat decisively. Ji Ning rushes to Yu Wei's side and finds that she has been afflicted by Sha Momchi's poisonous insect stings. Yu Wei comforts Ji Ning and takes a pill from a jade bottle. Horrified and anguished, Ji Ning holds Yu Wei in his arms, expressing his feelings for her. Yu Wei reciprocates his love, tears of happiness streaming down her face. Inside the main hall of Heavenly Mang Mountain, immortal Lu Dongbin smiles, relieved that Ji Ning and Yu Wei have finally recognized their feelings for each other. But they have missed the only opportunity presented by the bright moon and watery landscape. During the Clear Lake Moon Map trial of the Immortal Fate Gathering, Ji Ning and Yu Wei of the Black-White Academy engage in an intense battle. The crowd is astonished, especially when Ji Ning and Yu Wei end up in an embrace. Yu Wei is poisoned by the myriad venom sting and forced to withdraw from the trial. But Ji Ning rushes out after her. Inside the Heavenly Brilliance Hall, the 9 young immortals are shocked by Yu Wei's presence. Yu Wei displays extraordinary power, impressing them. Lu Dongbin grants her an elixir that cures her affliction. Simultaneously, Yu Wei comprehends Ji Ning's feelings for her, and she is moved to tears. She vows to never harm him. Ji Ning recognizes Yu Wei's sentiments, and they exchange smiles, mutually affirming their enduring bond. Yu Wei entrusts Ji Ning with her communication token so he can continue the trial. But after being poisoned for too long, Ji Ning is unable to persevere and reluctantly withdraws. The immortals speculate about the relationship between Yu Wei and Lu Dongbin. Ji Ning's cousin, Princess Shi Yu, is overjoyed upon learning about his and Yu Wei's commitment. She advises Yu Wei to treat Ji Ning well and urges them to have children as soon as possible. In the moonlight-drenched world of the bright moon and rivers painting, Ji Ning is alone in his comprehension of sword arts. He realizes that a strong obsession is the key to reaching new heights. And his obsession is to attain the great freedom and great liberty. As his enlightenment deepens, Ji Ning's sword radiance becomes as sharp as silk, reaching the single-stroke sword-cut realm of the 7 stances of the 3-foot sword. Just as he savors the beauty of man and sword becoming one, 3 figures come rushing in, their presence heralded by a swarm of ravens. Unfazed, Ji Ning unleashes his 5 thunders diamond and flowing wind evasion techniques. Moving with ghostly speed, his sword light dances through the air, transforming the ravens into sharp-pointed magic treasures that he uses to ambush his attackers. Despite their spells, Ji Ning's superior speed and power prove overwhelming, and he pursues them relentlessly until they are forced to flee. As the bright moon and rivers painting nears its closure, Ji Ning continues to seek opponents to hone his swordsmanship. Facing diverse adversaries, he employs the law body of heaven and earth and star-plucking hand, developing his abilities in all aspects. In the Imperial City Square, Ji Ning's display of brilliance astounds the crowd. His swordsmanship has progressed phenomenally, earning him recognition as one of the strongest participants in the Bright Moon and Rivers painting. Ji Ning seamlessly integrates the waterway and fairy into his sword arts, creating versatile, dynamic attacks that combine hardness with softness. In the main hall of the Heaven's Mandate Palace, Patriarch Profound Mysteries seethes with envy, witnessing the young Yan clan genius, Yan Zan, being overshadowed by Ji Ning. He vows to eliminate this threat. On the final day, the Bright Moon and Rivers painting enters its final battle. 159 participants are confined to a narrow plain, where a fierce melee ensues. Ji Ning and 79 others are escorted outside the main hall of the Heaven's Mandate Palace, awaiting the emergence of the 16 victors. Heeding the advice of an attendant, Ji Ning and the other 80 eagerly anticipate an audience with the pure young true immortal, keen to witness the legendary figure. In the grand hall shrouded in mist, the 96 cultivators had completed their trials in the world of the Bright Moon and landscape painting. A high-crowned attendant announced that they would engage in one-on-one battles, with the 48 victors receiving immortal artifacts, the 12 victors receiving millions of caddies of primordial liquid, and the 6 victors able to choose from cultivation techniques or secret arts in the treasure house of the Great Xia dynasty. Even more shockingly, one of the 3 final victors would be chosen by the Great Xia Emperor's master, the esteemed Taoist Qiming, as his formal disciple, with the potential to become his personal disciple in the future. The hall erupted in excitement, with nearly 1,000 immortals and the 96 cultivators alike filled with anticipation. As the Great Xia Emperor gave the order, the first battle commenced. Kang Wuju faced off against Qi Long, and a ceiling formation enveloped them as a bloody and intense battle unfolded. The other cultivators observed from the sidelines, awaiting their turns. Ji Ning and the disheveled elder were summoned by King Yan, with Ji Ning's cousin Yu Wei and cousin-in-law Wei Qishenyue also following. The other cultivators with connections sought out their backers, while those without could only wait patiently. Ancestor Xuanji secretly transmitted a message to his reincarnated self, Xiao Yanquan, urging him to seize this opportunity, give it his utmost, fight his way into the top 3, become Taoist Qiming's disciple, and make himself the greatest contributor to the Yan clan. It was only then that Xiao Yanquan realized the identity of Taoist Qiming, and his heart surged with excitement as he resolved to give it his all. The Immortal Fate Convention of the Great Xia dynasty has drawn participants from all sides, and the news that the ancestral Taoist of Kai Ming is taking on disciples has caused a stir. Inspired by their respective sects, prodigies like Xiao Yanquan and Kang Wujiao are determined to become the disciples of the ancestral Taoist of Kai Ming. Meanwhile, Ji Ning and Yu Wei have also been preparing diligently. They fight side by side in the Immortal Fate Convention and have developed deep affection for each other. Sloppy Immortal, Wei Kai Shi Yu, and others have witnessed their tacit cooperation and have high hopes for their potential. The trials of the convention are extremely intense. The battle between Kang Wujiao and Qi Long is particularly bloody, with Qi Long ultimately defeated due to the exhaustion of his divine power. Chuan Shuiqi fights a desperate battle against Mu Chenzhen, but Mu Chenzhen shows mercy, only seriously injuring him. Sloppy Immortal, on the other hand, easily defeats Yun Yu Immortal. The atmosphere reaches its peak during Ji Ning's battle against Zhu Shang of the Red Lotus sect. Zhu Shang is confident and claims to be using his ultimate move, while Ji Ning responds calmly, treating Zhu Shang as nothing more than a celestial treasure. As Ji Ning manifests 3 heads, 6 arms, and 6 celestial swords, a powerful aura sweeps across the venue, sending shivers down everyone's spines and hinting at the start of an earth-shattering duel. 9 young true immortals observed the sealed grand formation outside the hall, witnessing the duels of the first 48 participants. Emperor Xia paired participants based on their strength differences, with easy battles in the first round and immortal-grade magic treasures as rewards for the victors. In the first match, Ji Ning easily defeated Bamboo Incense from the Red Lotus sect with 6 immortal swords, earning a low-grade immortal sword. The second round began with Shang Tianxiao of Shang Tian clan defeating Xuanshui Gan of Xuanshui clan, demonstrating his powerful saber technique. Alchemist Donju fought against rogue cultivator Blackstone, who made Donju surrender with just the Fuxi rod formation. As the competition progressed, strong opponents emerged. Golden Crow, Gaiyuan, and Xianyuan showed off their strength. In the final match, rogue cultivator Knife Slave defeated Blood Demon with 2 slashes, shocking the spectators. Lu Dongbin pointed out that Knife Slave was proficient in sabers, while Ji Ning was a sword immortal, suggesting a duel between the two. Emperor Sha agreed, arranging Ji Ning and Knife Slave as opponents for the third round. Anticipating a thrilling battle, in the third round of one-on-one duels at the Sha Mang Immortal Gathering, Ji Ning was arranged to fight the mysterious Knife Slave True Man. Knife Slave True Man was cloaked in black robes, carried 6 sabers, and exuded a breathtaking aura. Ji Ning rose to the challenge with the imposing power of 3 heads and 6 arms. Wielding 6 immortal swords, the two exchanged blows instantly, fully displaying their divine powers. Knife Slave True Man wielded his sabers with uncanny speed and agility, while Ji Ning's swordsmanship was characterized by its ethereal elegance. Their moves intersected, the blades of their weapons flashing through the air. Despite Knife Slave True Man's formidable power, Ji Ning gained the upper hand with the flexibility of his star-plucking hand technique and swordsmanship. Seeing that he was outmatched, Knife Slave True Man activated the Knife World, dramatically increasing the speed of his saber technique and forming an impenetrable shield of blades. Ji Ning countered with the Waterfire Lotus and countered with his versatile swordsmanship. In the midst of the fierce battle, Knife Slave True Man gradually lost his sabers to Ji Ning, until he was left with only 5. Recognizing his inferiority, Knife Slave True Man forfeited the duel, while Ji Ning emerged victorious from the sealed array. After the battle, Ji Ning's strength was once again recognized, solidifying his position as one of the most dazzling myriad phenomena true men at the Immortal Gathering. Knife Slave True Man, despite his defeat, earned respect for his superb and ruthless knife techniques, leaving an unforgettable mark on the gathering. Amidst the clamor of Imperial Plaza, Ji Ning of Black and White Academy in Anzhou County stood out in a fierce duel with Saber Slave, displaying extraordinary swordsmanship prowess. After careful observation, the Pure Yang Celestials speculated that Ji Ning possessed a formidable auxiliary supernatural power, giving him an edge in head-on confrontations. After the announcement of the end of the third round of the Immortal Fate Assembly by the Emperor of Great Sha, Ji Ning and 11 others advanced to the final 12, earning a reward of 10 million pounds of primordial liquid. The Emperor transported them into the Bright Moon and Watery Mountains painting, manipulating the flow of time to allow them to cultivate in seclusion for 3 days, refining their hearts and seeking breakthroughs. The 12 sat cross-legged, their minds ablaze with inspiration, eager to make further progress in their final moments. Ji Ning, with his ardent aspiration to become a disciple of the Vermilion Bird Dao ancestor, resolved to give his all and excel in the remaining competition. Ji Ning and the 12 others who secluded themselves in the world of the Bright Moon diagram returned to the Imperial City Plaza, their names once more celebrated by the world. At the Imperial City Plaza, it is announced that the first battle of the 4th round of trials will be Sloppy Taoist battling 9 Deaths Taoist. This battle is one that garners much attention. As the disciple of Emperor Xuanwu, Sloppy Taoist's power is unfathomable. 9 Deaths Taoist is a formidable being that has mastered 5 complete Taos and possesses a body that is like a magic treasure. 9 Deaths Taoist launches a ferocious attack first. Her Tao of life and death is unpredictable, sometimes fierce and sometimes gentle. Sloppy Taoist is briefly put on the defensive. However, with his Xuanwu great divine ability and Tao of Taiji, Sloppy Taoist's defense is impenetrable, as firm as a tortoise shell. Just as 9 Deaths Taoist breaks through Sloppy Taoist's defense, Sloppy Taoist counterattacks in an instant. His 6 arms transform into vipers, their fangs venomous and deadly. Not showing fear, 9 Deaths Taoist engages him in combat. Her severed limbs regenerate swiftly. This intense battle fully demonstrates the formidable strength of both Sloppy Taoist and 9 Deaths Taoist. Both have the reputation to contend for first place. In the end, Sloppy Taoist, with his profound cultivation and exquisite techniques, defeats 9 Deaths Taoist and advances to the next round. Liutai Zhenren and Jusi Zhenren were in the heat of a fierce battle. Liutai Zhenren unleashed his 6 claws in a swift assault, while Jusi Zhenren defended with the Tao of life and death. The two were at a standstill. But Liutai Zhenren realized the situation was unfavorable when Jusi Zhenren's severed arm regenerated. At this point, Liutai Zhenren employed his profound stack wave technique, his attacks surging like overlapping waves. Jusi Zhenren, though struggled to resist, gradually struggled to withstand and was eventually knocked away by Liutai Zhenren's 6 fists. Unwilling to concede defeat, The many celestial immortals within the Sky Radiance Hall were astonished. They could not unravel the mystery of the stacked wave technique, but they all speculated that it was related to the Black Tortoise Great Divine ability of the Black Tortoise Great Emperor. During the battle, Azure Vulture also had an epiphany of a complete Tao, greatly enhancing his strength and becoming a formidable opponent for Liu Tai Zhenren. Based on Azure Vulture's breakthrough, the Jade Emperor adjusted the pairings, arranging for White Dragon Zhenren to face Azure Vulture. All present eagerly awaited this duel, believing Azure Vulture had the potential to secure a place among the top 3. In the second round of the Immortal Fate Assembly, Pangu Vulture engaged in a fierce melee combat with White Dragon Immortal. With his fearsome speed and techniques, Pangu Vulture overwhelmed White Dragon Immortal, eventually emerging victorious. Subsequently, Ji Ning faced off against Xiao Yanquan in the battle arena. Both were experts in cultivating the divine and demonic body, possessing unique divine abilities. Xiao Yanquan excelled in whip techniques, while Ji Ning was renowned for his swordsmanship, utilizing the long reach of his whips. Xiao Yanquan wielded 6 black whips at Ji Ning, but Ji Ning deftly countered with water and fire lotuses, as well as his sword's gossamer-like movements. Guiding the whips aside, Ji Ning's superior strength allowed him to repeatedly shake off Xiao Yanquan's whips, causing his opponent's hands to go numb. However, Xiao Yanquan then deployed his divine ability, transforming his arms into scale-covered serpents. His whips became more sinuous and swift, relentlessly entangling and restricting Ji Ning. Recognizing that Xiao Yanquan's whips were closing in and cutting off all escape routes, Ji Ning had to execute more agile and versatile swordsmanship within the confined space. Only by breaking through Xiao Yanquan's aggressive tactics could he secure victory in this crucial battle. In the intense battle of the Immortal Fate Assembly, Xiao Yanquan clashed with Ji Ning. Xiao Yanquan initially held a clear advantage, but his eagerness to succeed led him to perform a divine ability that compromised his strength, giving Ji Ning an opening. Ji Ning, already formidable, seized upon his opponent's lapse and unleashed his full power. Several sword beams pierced the air, instantly disarming Xiao Yanquan's whip and leaving him vulnerable. Despite Xiao Yanquan's attempts to parry with his whip, he fell to Ji Ning's sword energy. Defeated, Xiao Yanquan realized he had lost a crucial opportunity due to his recklessness. Disappointed beyond measure, the profound mystery ancestor denounced him as a failure. Filled with regret, Xiao Yanquan resolved to leave his tribe and discipline his mind. Meanwhile, the Immortal Fate Assembly continued. Venerable Wood, Venerable Blackstone, and Shaman Zishan, among others, defeated their opponents, claiming their places among the final 6. Notably, the unkempt Venerable and Ji Ning from the Black and White Academy became the only disciples from sects to make the final 6. With the top 6 selected, the decisive battle for the top 3 commenced. Intense pressure fell upon the 6 warriors, as they recognized that only victory would grant them the chance to become disciples of the Taoist ancestor. Hosted by the Sha Emperor, the Immortal Ascension Assembly has narrowed down the candidates to 6, including Ji Ning, who will compete for the qualification to become the disciple of Patriarch Kai Ming. As the assembly enters its crucial stage, the Sha Emperor announces the next round of duels, dividing the 6 candidates into 3 groups: Sloppy Taoist vs. Woodcutter Taoist, Blackstone Taoist vs. Pangu Vulture, and Ji Ning vs. Sha Mang Zishan. Sloppy Taoist and Woodcutter Taoist take to the stage first. Both are unrivaled masters, one being the inheritor of the Black Tortoise divine ability, while the other is a genius who has mastered both the Azure Wood Great Tao and the Source Water Great Tao. The battle begins fiercely, as Sloppy Taoist uses his formidable defense and the layered wave secret art to attack Woodcutter Taoist relentlessly. However, Woodcutter Taoist, with the support of the Source Water Great Tao, moves flexibly, neutralizing Sloppy Taoist's offensive. The battle between Sha Mang Zishan and Ji Ning is equally intense. Sha Mang Zishan's dominance is unmatched, while Ji Ning's swordsmanship is unparalleled. The two are evenly matched, with the outcome uncertain. In the other battle, Blackstone Taoist and Pangu Vulture engage in a fierce contest. Blackstone Taoist is bald and barefoot, wielding a staff, while Pangu Vulture resembles an eagle with piercing eyes. The Immortal Ascension Assembly has reached its peak, as the fates of 6 exceptional geniuses are being decided, captivating every spectator present. In the fierce Immortal Assembly, Sloppy Immortal and Mu Zhuan Immortal engaged in a climactic duel. Sloppy Immortal's tidal secret technique surged forward like fierce ocean waves, while Mu Xuan Immortal's unyielding defense and 6 hammers clashed head-on. As the battle persisted, Sloppy Immortal's tidal secret technique reached its limit and could no longer stack. Mu Xuan Immortal seized this flaw, striking Sloppy Immortal's chest with a mighty blow, forcing him to surrender. Despite his defeat, Sloppy Immortal displayed a magnanimous spirit, acknowledging his loss and praising Mu Xuan Immortal's prowess. Mu Xuan Immortal, impressed by Sloppy Immortal's Dao heart and similar path, felt a kinship with him. Meanwhile, outside the palace in the sealed formation, Blackstone Immortal, wielding the Fuxi staff array, dominated the battle, restricting Kangwu Falcon's speed and agility. Ultimately, Blackstone Immortal severely injured Kangwu Falcon, forcing its surrender. Thus, 2 of the top 3 positions were decided Mu Xuan Immortal and Blackstone Immortal. Although Sloppy Immortal suffered a setback, his performance earned him widespread acclaim. Within the swarming Heavens Mandate Hall, Ji Ning and Sha Mang Zishan engaged in a world-shaking battle for the remaining spot among the top 3. Both were of similar strength, excelling in close combat. However, Ji Ning had cultivated for only 3 decades, relying on his exceptional enlightenment capacity and diligent cultivation to reach his current realm. Sha Mang Zishan, on the other hand, had honed his skills for centuries, mastering the art of gunfu. Initially, wielding 6 arms and wielding cudgels, they transformed into colossal figures using the Dharma heaven and earth mystique. The clash of their cudgels shook the heavens, leaving them evenly matched. Recognizing the futility of brute force, Ji Ning altered his swordsmanship, turning it into a fluid, relentless torrent that ceaselessly attacked Sha Mang Zishan. Yet, Sha Mang Zishan's expansive gunfu countered these attacks effortlessly. In desperation, Ji Ning unleashed a novel technique, merging the elements of water, fire, wind, and space into his swordsmanship, creating a beautiful yet formidable assault. The ethereal, painting like sword light astonished the gathered immortals. Lu Dongbin hailed him as a genius, while great strength Bodhisattva expressed a desire to accept him as a Buddhist disciple. However, the Sha Emperor reminded them that the top 6 would be chosen first by disciples of the primordial Tao ancestor. Only if they declined would the option of external disciples be considered. Lu Dongbin, deeply impressed by Ji Ning's talent, harbored a begrudging regret but held out hope that Ji Ning would remain unchosen, granting him the opportunity to take him as his pupil. The final of the Great Sha Immortal Fate Convention commenced. The Sha Emperor announced that the top 3 would compete for a place as the disciple of Taoist Patriarch Qiming. Ji Ning, True Immortal Muyuan, and True Immortal Blackstone emerged as the top 3. In a fierce battle, Ji Ning defeated Sha Mang Zishan with his agile swordsmanship. The Sha Emperor announced that the top 3 would engage in 3 more duels, with Taoist Patriarch Qiming determining the final outcome. The one with the most victories would become the disciple of the Taoist Patriarch, while the other 2 would join the school of True Immortal Chunyang. As night fell, Ji Ning, True Immortal Muyuan, and True Immortal Blackstone entered the moonlight and mountainous river painting for seclusion. They would use this 1-month period to comprehend the insights gained from the Immortal Fate Convention and prepare for the final duels. Within the moonlight and mountainous river painting, on a mountain peak, Ji Ning sat cross-legged, recalling his duel with Sha Mang Zishan. During that battle, he had entered a state of no mind and no thought, and his swordsmanship had reached an unprecedented level. The comprehension of this state had benefited him greatly. However, Ji Ning also understood that there was only one place for the disciple of the Taoist Patriarch. He had to give it his all and display his full strength to have a chance of victory. A month later, the trio emerged from the moonlight and mountainous river painting and faced the final duels. These 3 competitions would determine their destinies and futures. Ji Ning comprehends the way of the gale in the bright moon landscape painting, greatly enhancing his strength and becoming the #1 attacker in the Immortal Fate Convention. Blackstone True Immortal's formations are excellent, but he is at a disadvantage due to only being able to fight one-on-one. Mu Chuan True Immortal stands undefeated with his immovable demon god body refining technique and dual great Tao, becoming the #1 defender. In the 3 battles, Ji Ning faces Blackstone True Immortal, winning with his advantage in close combat. Mu Chuan True Immortal fiercely battles Blackstone True Immortal, winning by exhausting Blackstone True Immortal's divine power with his absolute defense. Finally, Ji Ning battles Mu Chuan True Immortal, breaking through Mu Chuan True Immortal's defense with his flexible swordsmanship and powerful star-plucking hand. Ultimately winning the Immortal Fate Convention. The Anjie County team in the Imperial City Square cheers jubilantly, immensely proud of Ji Ning's victory. Mu Zi Suo, Kang Zhong True Immortal, 5 Mad Immortal, Bei Shan 100 microseconds, Xiao Qing, and Whitewater Marsh are all moved and delighted by Ji Ning's achievement. Whitewater Marsh recalls the scene of Ji Yichuan and Yu Kai Shui teaching Ji Ning swordsmanship. Deeply touched by Ji Ning's growth, in the depths of the vast Three Realms void, there lies a world born from chaos, known as the Xuanwu Realm. Xuanwu Realm is immense, with countless islands and immortal cultivators. On the central island of Xuanwu Realm stands the magnificent Changhua Immortal Palace. Above the palace, a gigantic Taiji diagram floats, radiating boundless brilliance. Within the Changhua Immortal Palace, the black-haired Xuanwu Great Emperor sits on a celestial throne. His eyes suddenly opening, he summons his golden-clad attendant, ordering him to call upon the sea god, Fu Hai. Fu Hai is indulging in a banquet with the white-robed scholar in the sparkling Azure Sea Palace. Upon learning of Xuanwu Great Emperor's summons, he immediately rushes to the Changhua Immortal Palace. Xuanwu Great Emperor informs Fu Hai that a century ago, he took a young disciple named Zhang Qi in the mortal realm of Great Sha, known as Sloppy True Man, who has now triumphed in the Immortal Fate Assembly. He orders Fu Hai to journey to Great Sha and retrieve his junior disciple to Xuanwu Realm. Fu Hai reverently accepts his orders and sets off for Great Sha. At that moment, within the heavenly radiance hall of Great Sha's imperial capital, Ji Ning, True Man Mu Chuan, and True Man Blackstone anxiously await the decision of Taoist origin. The Great Sha Emperor has sent the recorded images of the Immortal Fate Assembly battles to the Taoist, and the trio of Ji Ning are filled with anticipation and uncertainty. Fu Hai suddenly descends, his gaze sweeping the hall as he proclaims the names of Zhang Qi and Sloppy True Man. Sloppy True Man, who is none other than Zhang Qi, is alarmed, sensing that this matter is no ordinary affair. Fu Hai, with his domineering presence, bellows, who answers to the name of Zhang Qi, and who is Sloppy True Man? Fu Hai, the renowned demon god of the Three Realms, arrives at the Celestial Radiance Hall and specifically requests a meeting with Zhang Qi. The unkempt immortal, startled by Fu Hai's formidable aura, Zhang wonders why he is being sought. Fu Hai reveals himself as Zhang's senior and claims to be acting on the command of Emperor Xuanwu to retrieve him. It turns out that Zhang's display of the Xuanwu divine ability has caught the attention of Emperor Xuanwu, who has long regarded him as a disciple. Fu Hai informs Zhang that the top 3 participants in the upcoming Immortal Gathering will become disciples of Taoist Patriarch Kai Ming, who is currently in the process of selecting his pupils. After Fu Hai, Lu Dongbin, and others celebrate at the Celestial Radiance Hall, they learn about the matter and express curiosity. The Sha Emperor discloses that the top 3 candidates being considered by Patriarch Kai Ming are Ji Ning, Blackstone, and Mu Chuan. Meanwhile, Ji Ning, Blackstone, and Mu Chuan visit the imperial treasury of the Sha dynasty, where King Qi demonstrates countless divine abilities and secret techniques. After some deliberation, they unanimously choose the Candle Dragon's Eye ability. As they delve into its intricacies, King Qi receives word that Patriarch Kai Ming has made his choice and summons them to the main hall for an audience with the Sha Emperor. Prince Qi returned to the main hall of the Heavenly Radiance Hall, bringing with him Ji Ning, Taoist Mu Chuan, and Taoist Blackrock. Emperor Sha announced that the disciple chosen by Tao ancestor Crimsonbright was Taoist Mu Chuan. Mu Chuan's fate changed drastically as he became a disciple of the Tao ancestor, gaining a prestigious status. Despite not being chosen, Ji Ning and Taoist Blackrock received Emperor Sha's assurance that they would become disciples of the immortal True Yang. The Emperor prophesied that the Immortal Fate Assembly would produce 3 extraordinary individuals from the Three Realms, and both Ji Ning and Taoist Blackrock demonstrated such potential. Ji Ning felt a hint of dissatisfaction, but he understood that the Tao ancestor's choice was beyond his control. He resolved to join Immortal True Yang's sect, investigate the fate of Taoist 3 lives, and seek refuge with the Shaoyan clan. To their astonishment, Ji Ning discovered that Sloppy Taoist had also been selected by Emperor Xuanwu and would soon become his disciple. The entire hall buzzed with discussion, revealing that Sloppy Taoist had been chosen by Emperor Xuanwu beforehand and that the Immortal Fate Assembly was merely a formal test. with both Taoist Mu Chuan and sloppy Taoist joining the ranks of powerful masters. The Immortal Fate Assembly concluded. Ji Ning and Taoist Blackrock, though slightly regretful, remained ambitious and determined to continue their cultivation journey. At the Immortal Fate Convention, Ji Ning, the youngest competitor, won the first prize, impressing everyone. However, Taoist Patriarch Kai Ming unexpectedly chose Mu Chuan, a cultivator with higher cultivation, as his disciple due to Mu Chuan's steady Tao heart and solid foundation. Mu Chuan's excellence inspired immortal Lu Dongbin to appreciate his talents, and he repeatedly asked Emperor Sha, a disciple of Taoist Patriarch Kai Ming, to take Ji Ning as a disciple. However, Emperor Sha declined due to Kai Ming's high regard for Ji Ning. Seeing this, immortal Lu Dongbin shifted his attention to Ji Ning's Taoist partner, Yu Wei, hoping to take her as a disciple. Taoist Patriarch Kai Ming once pointed out that the path of cultivation is long and one should not evaluate a hero solely based on their temporary achievements. Mu Chuan and disheveled immortals down to earth and steady nature gained Kai Ming's favor. Kai Ming believed that their mentality was the best foundation for cultivators. Moreover, Kai Ming also recognized the potential of Ji Ning and Blackstone Immortal and entrusted them to his own disciples. He hoped that these young talents could cultivate diligently in his sect and contribute to the future stability of the three realms. During the Great Sha Immortal Gathering, the legendary swordsman Lu Dongbin publicly announced that he would take a young girl named Yu Wei as his disciple. Shocking the nearly 1,000 celestial immortals and numerous 10,000 phenomena true immortals present. Lu Dongbin was renowned as a top true immortal and god among the three realms. So to become his disciple was second only to becoming a disciple of the Patriarch of the Tao. As a result, the celestial immortals present were envious and jealous. After Yu Wei and her Tao companion Ji Ning formed their partnership, she had asked Lu Dongbin if they could both become his disciples. However, Lu Dongbin informed them that the Great Sha Emperor had refused Ji Ning's request. Seizing the opportunity, Yu Wei immediately became Lu Dongbin's disciple. As they parted, Lu Dongbin informed Yu Wei that he would be taking her away from the Great Sha world for some time. But once Ji Ning returned to the Great Sha world, he would release her. Upon receiving this news, Ji Ning realized that he also needed to become a disciple of a true immortal or god to pursue his cultivation. He ultimately decided to follow his master and leave the Great Sha world. They agreed to work together to transcend tribulations and become celestial immortals, living together forever. Meanwhile, the white-robed Sha Emperor, under the orders of the Patriarch of the Tao, visited the secluded Evergreen Temple in a remote minor world to convey the Patriarch's will to the legendary swordsman Evergreen Immortal. The Patriarch requested that Evergreen Immortal take Ji Ning as his disciple in preparation for the approaching chaos in the three realms. Initially, Evergreen Immortal was indifferent, believing that becoming powerful during the chaos of the three realms depended more on oneself than on a master-disciple relationship. However, persuaded by the white-robed Sha Emperor, he agreed to take Ji Ning as his disciple. Evergreen Immortal gave the white-robed Sha Emperor a small cyan sword, instructing him to pass it on to Ji Ning. If Ji Ning wished to become his disciple, he had to crush the small sword within 10 days as a token of his acceptance. After the Immortal Fate Convention, the immortals and gods on the Tianmeng Temple left one after another. Sea Covering God took Trashed like Adept, and Lu Dongbin took Yu Wei away first. Ji Ning watched Yu Wei leave with reluctance in his heart, promising that he would wait for their reunion. Nine Lotus sighed that the bond between Ji Ning and Yu Wei was deep, far surpassing her own with him. Great Strength Bodhisattva, Northland Immortal Elder, and other celestials also left one after another, while Wood Pass Adept followed Summer Emperor to visit his master. Thousands of celestials present and their followers dispersed. Ji Ning, Wei Qi Shui, and King Yan returned to the Anzhou County team and were warmly welcomed. Zhao King and Bai Shuizi returned to Ji Ning, bringing him comfort. Fiveswell Immortal was delighted with the outstanding achievements of the Black-White Academy in the Immortal Fate Convention and announced that he would forever record the accomplishments of Ji Ning and Trashed like Adept. The crowd asked about the whereabouts of Yu Wei and Trashed like Adept, and Ji Ning revealed that they had become disciples of Patriarch Black Turtle Emperor and Pure Yang Adept Lu Dongbin, leaving them astonished, just as the aftermath of the Immortal Fate Convention was still lingering. A void passage tore apart, and a young man with long white hair strolled out and reached the great summer capital. He walked leisurely, as if he was a part of the void. Upon entering the Yanwang Palace, he effortlessly penetrated the layers of formation prohibitions and arrived at the gate of Ji Ning's immortal manor. Ji Ning had just returned to the palace and was still feeling the melancholy of his temporary separation from Yu Wei when Yellow Fur Bear reminded him that someone had entered the immortal manor and was extremely powerful. The white-robed, long-haired youth walked straight into Ji Ning's courtyard, introducing himself as coming from afar and requesting Ji Ning's hospitality. Ji Ning felt uneasy, not knowing the motive of this mysterious strongman. A youth with long white hair arrives in the Great Sha Kingdom. Claiming to be Zhang Jun, he asserts that he has been sent by his master to accept Ji Ning as his disciple. Ji Ning is astounded and inquires about Zhang Jun's master's identity. Zhang Jun reveals that his master is Bodhi Daozu, one of the most powerful beings in the three realms. Alongside Pangu and Nuwa, Zhang Jun informs Ji Ning that Bodhi Daozu has slain several demon and divine Daozu, mastered both Buddhism and Taoism, and possesses the ability to perceive all events in the three realms through his dreams. His secluded abode is shrouded in mystery, making it impossible for outsiders to locate. Ji Ning's heart races as he listens, becoming even more excited when he learns that Bodhi Daozu is a close friend of Three Lives Taoist. Bodhi Daozu, having witnessed Ji Ning's actions at the Immortal Ascension Assembly through his dreams, has specifically chosen him as his apprentice. Zhang Jun conveys a cryptic message to Ji Ning, referring to a yellow bear, a clue that points to the Water Palace Jin. Ji Ning realizes that Bodhi Daozu is aware of his true identity and yearns to join the Taoist tutelage in order to discover the whereabouts of Three Lives Taoist. Meanwhile, Prince Qi arrives at the Yan princely mansion on behalf of the king, informing Yan Wang that Longevity Sword Immortal has been sent by Bodhi Daozu to accept Ji Ning as his disciple. Yan Wang is torn between joy and concern, fearing the reclusive nature of Longevity Sword Immortal but nevertheless eager for Ji Ning to study under such a renowned master. With the arrival of Prince Qi and Yan Wang, Ji Ning's destiny takes a fateful turn. He is to become a disciple of the enigmatic Bodhi Daozu, the most powerful Daozu in the three realms, embarking on a new path of cultivation and swordsmanship. Outside of Ji Ning's immortal abode, King Yan and King Qi brought news that the mighty Puryong True Immortal, Everlasting Sword Immortal, had the intention of taking Ji Ning as a disciple, and gave him a token. He would have 10 days time to crush the token and become a disciple. Ji Ning had other plans, but accepted the token out of politeness. King Yan reminded Ji Ning that Everlasting Sword Immortal was someone with an eccentric personality, so he needed to be careful and cautious. King Qi told him to crush the token within 10 days. Otherwise the token would expire, and Everlasting Sword Immortal would not take any more disciples. Ji Ning said goodbye to his cousin, Yu Kai Shi Yu, and before leaving, asked Zhang Jun to look after the token. Zhang Jun explained to Ji Ning that the Slanted Moon Tri-Star Cave, Bodhi Ancestor's immortal abode, could only be found through divine sense, and its specific location was unknown to the world. Ji Ning took the two spirit beasts and, together with Zhang Jun, stepped into the void and headed towards the mysterious Slanted Moon Tri-Star Cave. Meanwhile, the Sha Emperor was shocked and puzzled when he learned that Ji Ning had not crushed the token. Led by the white-clothed Zhang Jun, Ji Ning, Bai Shuizi, and Shao Qing traversed the warped void passage to the mysterious cave abode of the old ancestor Bodhi, the Sloping Moon Three-Star Cave. En route, they encountered a seemingly ordinary woodcutter, but Zhang Jun revealed that this woodcutter was the most powerful disciple of Bodhi's, the Big Brother, who had remained hidden in the cave since ancient times, never venturing out into the world. Upon reaching the Sloping Moon Three-Star Cave, Ji Ning was astounded to discover a vast world comparable to the Great Sha world, unbound by the three realms and with its own cycle of reincarnation. Zhang Jun led them to Mount Thankan, encountering numerous mythical beasts with formidable auras along the way. Zhang Jun explained that the Sloping Moon Three-Star Cave adhered to a strict code of conduct, forbidding disciples from fighting each other. Violators would face soul annihilation by Bodhi. Ji Ning finally understood why the atmosphere within the cave was so peaceful. They eventually arrived in front of an ordinary Taoist temple, where a young Taoist informed them that they could enter without announcement to meet Bodhi, the old ancestor. Ji Ning follows the white-clothed Lord Zhang into Bodhi Patriarch's monastery to pay a visit to this most mysterious Taoist patriarch in the three realms. Bodhi Patriarch praised Ji Ning's aptitude and pointed out that he had more potential than woodcutter or daffodil. However, such a disciple would be harder to train. Bodhi Patriarch gave Ji Ning 4 basic principles for cultivating his immortal mindset: aiming high while keeping your feet on the ground, being cautious while harboring lofty ambitions, balancing yin and yang to stabilize yourself, and displaying your sharpness without losing your foundation. He stressed that one's goals must be ambitious but not unrealistic. One must act cautiously but not timidly. One must display one's sharpness but not stray from one's foundation. Bodhi Patriarch also revealed the secret of Starplucking Palace. It was originally the grotto of Taoist free lives. But before the Great Cataclysm, he remodeled the grotto into Starplucking Palace and asked the Yellowford Bear to find a successor. Upon learning that the Patriarch's fate remained unknown, the Yellowford Bear was deeply saddened. Bodhi Patriarch recalled Taoist free lives, praising the mightiness of his magical ability called Starplucking Hand, while also revealing the fate of free lives in the Great Cataclysm, the most devastating disaster ever in the history of the Three Realms. Many formidable beings had perished then, and Taoist free lives had slain many divine and magical Taoist patriarchs with his Starplucking Hand. But his life or death remained unknown. Upon hearing this, Ji Ning was deeply impressed and grew even more eager to learn the secret of the Starplucking Hand. In the immortal palace of Fangkan Mountain, Ji Ning met Huang Mao Da Shang, the spirit of the water mansion. Huang Mao Da Shang was heartbroken to learn that his old friend, Taoist Sancho, had already died in the catastrophe. Although the spirit of the water mansion had been in the mansion for hundreds of millions of years, his ancestor told him that he could not yet leave the mansion. Later, the ancestor accepted Ji Ning as his registered disciple. Ji Ning cultivated under the ancestor and learned that his eldest senior brother had extraordinary strength, and his own swordsmanship realm had also improved. The ancestor performed the 1,000-year spell for Ji Ning, allowing him to experience the complete insights of swordsmanship, which laid a solid foundation for his future swordsmanship cultivation. The ancestor taught Ji Ning the Biming scripture and the chiming 9 heavens diagram, which were the top cultivation methods for chi refinement and body refinement, respectively. The ancestor encouraged Ji Ning to study diligently in Fangkan Mountain and said that when his strength was sufficient, he would go down the mountain to return to the Great Sha world, and would then give him 2 great benefits. After Ji Ning left, the ancestor was filled with emotions. He recalled his friendship with Taoist Sancho in the catastrophe of the past, and his heart was still filled with sorrow. After Ji Ning entered Mount Wujuang for training, he followed his fellow disciple Zhang Jun, a white-clad, handsome man, to take a tour of the surroundings of the Taoist temple and found his own living quarters. Zhang Jun also introduced the 2 Taoist palaces on Mount Fangkan: the Divine Immortal Palace and the Three Realms Palace. The Divine Immortal Palace is open to all the living creatures on Mount Fangkan. It contains various secret arts of laws from the myriad worlds. Only after reaching the 9th level can one enter the Three Realms Palace. The Three Realms Palace holds even more advanced divine powers and secret arts. Only those who are personally taught by Bodhi Ancestor or those who are permitted can enter. When Ji Ning arrived at the Divine Immortal Palace, he was welcomed by a handsome man in white robes. He was called Senior Silvermoon. Upon knowing that Ji Ning was Bodhi Ancestor's new disciple, all the humans, grand demons, and fiend gods present greeted him respectfully. Senior Silvermoon introduced the first level of the Divine Immortal Palace to Ji Ning. Here, one can obtain a book by just completing the task of cleaning the pathways of Mount Fangkan. Ji Ning, Xiaobai, and Baishuiza are all filled with expectations for the Divine Immortal Palace and the Three Realms Palace. They are determined to study hard and strive to understand the more profound secret arts. Ji Ning initially finds the Immortal Palace's requirement of cleaning the mountain roads to learn magic techniques surprising. However, as he enters deeper levels, the difficulty of the tests increases, requiring increasingly long periods of menial labor, up to 100 years for the highest level. Upon reaching the 8th level, Ji Ning finds a bookshelf that requires one to become the gatekeeper of Slanty Moon 3-star cave for 1,000 years in order to learn the magic techniques. Elder brother Yin Yu explains that there are 2 types of tests in the Immortal Palace: performing menial tasks or defeating puppets in an open area. Defeating higher-level puppets grants access to higher-level magic techniques. Ji Ning notices that performing menial tasks only allows him to learn techniques up to the 8th level, while defeating the 9th level puppet would grant access to the highest level technique of the 9th level. Elder brother Yin Yu advises him to start with the 6th level puppet, as the puppet adjusts its strength based on the opponent's, ensuring that the test is a measurement of one's understanding of the Tao. Ji Ning accepts the advice and prepares to battle the 6th level puppet. Despite being only at the manifestation realm, he believes his understanding of the Tao will compensate for the difference in cultivation level. Ji Ning and elder brother Yin Yu then leave the Immortal Palace for the open area where the battles will take place and prepare to face the puppet. On the empty ground outside the Immortal Palace, Ji Ning accepted the challenge of senior apprentice brother Yin Yu and prepared to fight a rank 6 puppet. Yin Yu waved his hand to summon a steel-forged rank 6 puppet, and the other disciples retreated from the battle area. Ji Ning held his dual swords, facing the puppet from afar. Encouraged by Shao Qing, he used his advantage of the Way of Gale to charge at the puppet with his swords. However, the puppet's sword was incredibly powerful, and the profundities of its way overwhelmed Ji Ning. In an instant, his sword beams turned into threads. The puppet's sword momentum surged forth like a mountain. Ji Ning crossed his dual swords to resist, but an irresistible force knocked him flying. The two beaming swords flew out of his hands, and Ji Ning admitted defeat. The disciples of the Fangken Mountain lineage were astonished. As a disciple of Patriarch Bodhi, they had originally expected Ji Ning to perform a miracle, but they had not expected him to be defeated with a single strike. Senior apprentice brother Yin Yu felt ashamed and chose a rank 4 puppet to continue fighting Ji Ning. Using his firm foundation in sword techniques, Ji Ning was able to stab the rank 4 puppet, securing a victory. Senior apprentice brother Yin Yu told him that ordinary disciples had a power level similar to Ji Ning's when they entered the mountains. However, after many years of training, their power levels had surpassed Ji Ning's. Despite his low power level, Ji Ning was confident. He believed that with his efforts and the divine ability Star-Plucking Hand, he could quickly improve his power level in the Fangken Mountain lineage. In the Fairy Palace on Fangken Mountain, Ji Ning and his junior brother Yin Yu enter the 4th level, where countless sword techniques from sword immortals across the 3 realms are stored. Ji Ning is deeply aware that his training time is still short. In over 30 years, he was able to defeat a 4th-order puppet, so his progress must be remarkable. Ji Ning diligently cultivates with everyone on Fangken Mountain, vowing to defeat a 9th-order puppet and enter the 3 Realms Palace in order to leave his apprenticeship early to reunite with his distant relatives. To this end, he specializes in swordsmanship, not distracting himself with other methods. As time passed, Bai Shuizi and Shao Qing also followed Ji Ning to Fangken Mountain, but their cultivation progress was slightly inferior. Bai Shuizi and Yin Yu are extremely talented. They have made considerable progress in the great Tao of the universe and formations, respectively, and they have improved rapidly under the guidance of Ancestor Bodhi and disciples. In the blink of an eye, Ji Ning, Bai Shuizi, and Shao Qing had cultivated on Fangken Mountain for a full 26 years. Shao Qing, with his talent in the great Tao of the universe, actually comprehended the great teleportation method. He is filled with endless excitement every time he thinks about it. Meanwhile, Ji Ning has refined over 100 secret sword manuals by repeatedly defeating puppets. By constantly absorbing the insights of sword immortals, he has perfected the 3-foot sword into his own unique sword technique. In the green grass and filled immortal mansion of Fangken Mountain's sloped moon and 3 stars cave, Ji Ning comprehended the true meaning of the sword Tao as he had an epiphany in his courtyard. Suddenly, sword energy surrounded his body and condensed into a dazzling white immortal sword. Ji Ning had comprehended the strongest sword technique of Immortal Sword Northwalker sword roaming the 3 realms. But he discovered that the move was too showy and unrestrained. With the teachings of the myriad sword scriptures of the 3 realms palace, his solid foundation in sword Tao had already surpassed that of mortals. Thus, Ji Ning went into closed-door cultivation and revised 3 inches of sword, integrating sword roaming the 3 realms with his own insights, making it more restrained and profound while increasing its power. He fully comprehended all 9 forms of 3 inches of sword and revised them to better suit his own style. The next day, Ji Ning emerged from seclusion. His strength greatly increased. He entered the water mansion and inquired with Yellowfur Big Bear, learning that he was now confident in breaking through the 8th level of the War God Palace. Yellowfur Big Bear was delighted and praised Ji Ning for his exceptional talent. his swordsmanship cultivation reaching the celestial immortal level. Ji Ning modestly expressed that he still needed to remain low profile and aspired to enter the mysterious Three Realms Palace, seeking even more powerful techniques to enhance his strength. Encouraged by the encouragement of the Big Yellow Bear, Ji Ning entered the Hall of War Gods and fought with a godfiend of the hollow form for 300 rounds, finally winning with his incredible strength. This left him sighing that the gap between him and the godfiend of the hollow form was now vastly different from before. Returning to the Hall of Treasures, Ji Ning chose the immortal grade flying sword set Plowing Heaven sword formation and retrieved the records of the Plowing Heaven sword technique from the 9th level of the Immortal Palace. This sword technique was created by the Triloka mighty figure Plowing Heaven Dao Ancestor and required 9 immortal swords to perform. It meshed perfectly with Ji Ning's expertise in water style, heaven and earth and the mysteries of the sword path. Ji Ning went into closed-door cultivation for over a month, undertaking some refinements to the 9th stance of his own 3-foot sword, making it quicker and more restrained. Afterwards, he announced to the disciples of Mount Fingertip that he would be challenging the NINTH grade puppet. By the rail of the 9th level of the Immortal Palace, Ji Ning woke the sleeping senior apprentice brother Silvermoon and told him that he was going to challenge the NINTH grade puppet. Senior apprentice brother Silvermoon was surprised, and then he sent Ji Ning off with encouragement. Ji Ning perused the records of the Plowing Heaven sword technique and found that this sword technique meshed incredibly well with his own abilities. Making him delighted, he decided to temporarily use the Plowing Heaven sword technique as his method of defense against enemies and intended to create the 10th and 11th stances of the 3-foot sword in the future, thereby forging a set of sword techniques unique to himself. 30 years after becoming Bodhi Ancestor's disciple in the Immortal Palace of Mount Fankan, Ji Ning boldly challenged the NINTH grade puppet. The puppet, made entirely of white jade, possessed 9 halos and emanated a potent aura. Ji Ning wielded a pair of swords, surrounded by swirling shadows of waves, demonstrating his exquisite swordsmanship. The NINTH grade puppet's heavy swords were ferocious and domineering, each strike resembling a crashing wave, pressuring Ji Ning. However, Ji Ning's swordsmanship was resilient and relentless. When the NINTH grade puppet summoned 2 heavy swords, forming a powerful swirling shadow that threatened to strangle Ji Ning, he employed the divine ability Sword Soaring in the 3 realms. Under the dazzling light of 2 sword beams, 2 black dragons entwined and charged at the puppet. After the 3 swords clashed, a jagged wound appeared on the NINTH grade puppet's chest, signaling Ji Ning's victory. Having defeated the NINTH grade puppet, Ji Ning qualified to enter the 9th level of the Immortal Palace. Ascending the 9th level steps alongside Elder Silvermoon, he inquired about his fellow disciples' experiences with the NINTH grade puppet. Silvermoon revealed that 12 of the master's disciples were relatively weak, with the shortest time taken being a year and the longest being 13,000 years. Among them, the 9th disciple possessed exceptional aptitude, achieving enlightenment overnight in his youth and defeating the NINTH grade puppet in over a year. The 3rd and 6th disciples, hailing from extraordinary backgrounds, also surpassed the NINTH grade puppet within a few years. Ji Ning marveled at the strength of his fellow disciples and the superior aptitude of humans and those born into privilege. He realized that he was merely an average disciple in the master's lineage, but with the legacy passed down from Taoist 3 purities, he had the unique divine ability Star-Plucking Hand. In the end, Ji Ning selected a path of Dharma on the 9th level, preparing to journey to the 3 Realms Palace to acquire arcane knowledge and embark on a path to becoming an unrivaled powerhouse traversing the 3 realms. Ji Ning chose the sword arts book Plowing the Heavens written by the Patriarch. After 1 year of training, Ji Ning reached a realm of enlightenment in Plowing the Heavens. Feeling that he has hit a plateau, he decided to set off for the 3 Realms Palace to seek a breakthrough. The 3 Realms Palace is the most mysterious place on Fangkun Mountain and can only be entered by a handful of disciples with exceptional abilities. There, Ji Ning met with his second senior brother Ji Dian, who was famous in the 3 realms for his boundless merit. Ji Dian introduced Ji Ning to the ways of obtaining divine secret techniques in the 3 Realms Palace. Ji Ning browsed through numerous Dharma doors and was drawn to a book called Candle Dragon's Eye, which had very easy prerequisite conditions. Ji Dian explained that this divine ability was extremely difficult to train. Even many of the patriarchs had mastered it, and that's why the prerequisites were easy. However, Ji Ning then discovered another Dharma door called Hu Yi Archery, which was ranked among the top 10 divine abilities, and the prerequisites were extremely difficult to fulfill. Ji Ning discovered that Hu Yi Archery required comprehension of its essence. Unlike the explosive power of hand that grasped stars, it followed a path of technical expertise. Ji Dian suggested that Ji Ning should learn other Dharma doors first and delve into Hu Yi Archery in the future. Finally, Ji Ning noticed a book called 8 or 9 Profound Arts, which also caught his attention. Ji Ning discovers a tome named the 8-9 Arcane Art in the Three Realms Palace, said to be the #1 divine ability under true gods in the three realms. It perfects the bodies of deities and demons, allowing them to control it perfectly and become indestructible, rivaling innate spiritual treasures. Ji Ning is awed by this divine ability's might. It has 9 cycles, with the first 3 cultivable by nascent soul deities and demons, the 4th to 6th cycles by void-returning deities and demons, and the 7th to 9th by celestial immortals. Its description claims that cultivating to the 3rd cycle makes the body comparable to immortal tier magical treasures, to the 6th cycle comparable to pure yang treasures, and to the 9th cycle comparable to innate medium-grade spiritual treasures, achieving a truly indestructible body. Ji Ning realizes that this divine ability has an extraordinary origin, created jointly by the leaders of Buddhism and Taoism with the intent to create divine bodies that could reach the level of the mighty Pangu. However, they could only create 9 cycles in the end, unable to reach a higher realm. Despite this, the 8-9 Arcane Art is still known as the #1 divine ability under true gods in the three realms. Living up to its name, Ji Ning compares it to his own star-plucking hand and finds that the star-plucking hand only cultivates one pair of hands, while the 8-9 Arcane Art cultivates every part of the body. Ji Ning is deeply intrigued by the 8-9 Arcane Art, deciding to make it his first choice in the Three Realms Palace. He knows that the Three Realms Palace's sacred arts are limited, with each person only able to choose a few. After careful consideration, he believes the 8-9 Arcane Art is an essential ability, its power sufficient for him to establish himself and thrive in the three realms. Patriarch Bodhi sets a test for Ji Ning, requiring him to take on a disciple with great merit in the mortal realm, whose merit lights up with golden light that reaches 100 feet. At the same time, he must kill 10 earth immortals and loose immortals with great sins, whose sins manifest as blood-colored light that reaches 100 feet. Ji Ning recognizes the difficulty of the task. Taking on a disciple requires taking the good fortune of others, while killing great sinners will bring about the 3 disasters and 9 calamities. His elder brother, Ji Dian, reminds him that the task is meant to accumulate merit, which will benefit his cultivation, and that he will be given time to find suitable targets. Ji Ning returns to his immortal abode to consider a plan and to select divine abilities from the Three Realms Palace. He realizes the need to focus on improving his strength and ultimately chooses the mystical 8-9 technique for its defense without consuming divine power, Hu Yi's archery for its long-range power, and star-plucking hand for its close-range prowess. He would also like to select the supplementary ability Candle Dragon's Eye. But with caution, he decides to consult with Patriarch Bodhi first. Ji Ning cultivates the Northern Darkness scripture with his second soul core, and after expending 10 million kilograms of primordial liquid, finally breaks through from a complete nascent divinity to the early stage of the void level. He decides to continue cultivating to the late stage of the void level to prepare for the task in the mortal realm. With all the preparations complete, Ji Ning enters the mortal realm and begins searching for targets. He realizes the difficulty of taking disciples and robbing them of their good fortune, so he concentrates on killing great sinners, hoping to complete the test through accumulating merit. Ji Ning was ordered to go to the lower realm cave world to perform the test of accepting disciples and killing targets. Before leaving Fangkin Mountain, he gave 2 bottles of Yuan liquid to Bai Shuizi and Zhao Qing to help them break through to the void return realm. At the same time, he was also preparing to improve his and his true body's strength to cope with the future heavenly tribulation. Ji Ning flew to Star Continent, where the order was chaotic, and there were both great sinners and escaped meritorious people. He chose the Evil Dragon River as his resting place because one could not fly or cast escape techniques within the Evil Dragon River, which could avoid pursuit. When Ji Ning arrived at the bank of the Evil Dragon River, he found that a group of royal family members were planning to sail into the Evil Dragon River to seek refuge. One of the girls in purple radiated an astonishing golden light, indicating great merit. Ji Ning covered her with his divine sense. And after confirming her identity, he couldn't help but feel overjoyed, feeling that he was very lucky to find his target as soon as he arrived at Star Continent. After arriving at the Star Continent, Ji Ning floated downstream along the Dragon King River. During his peaceful journey, he unexpectedly discovered a person of great virtue, a beast-skin-clad indigenous girl, Qi Xiaoyu, whose golden light of virtue was as vast as the sea, measuring 1,000 feet wide. Ji Ning invited Qi Xiaoyu aboard and learned her story. She was born in the Qingye tribe and lived a carefree life until a great demon attacked her tribe, leaving her displaced and eventually adopted by the royal family of Prince Shifeng. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, on a large black ship, stood 12 fire wing guards. They were tasked with hunting down the remnants of the Qi royal family. After pursuing for some time, the fire wing guards finally found the traces of the Qi royals. They included Grand Prince Shifeng, 2 princesses, Shi Ruyu and Shi Rushou, a group of servants, and guards. Although the Qi royal family was weak, with only Shifeng being a myriad form true immortal, they possessed many treasures and resources. The fire wing guards were thrilled and planned to attack, seize the treasures, and establish great merit. When Ji Ning discovered the fire wing guards approaching the Qi royal family, he released his aura, intimidating them. He invited the royals to board his ship and expressed his intention to take Qi Xiaoyu as his disciple. Qi Xiaoyu had a kind heart and a strong Taoist mind, and Ji Ning had approved of her for the moment. The fire wing guards immediately launched an attack after learning the whereabouts of the remaining Qi royal members. They were unaware of Ji Ning, whose presence would become their nightmare. A fierce clash was about to erupt, and Qi Xiaoyu's fate was about to change dramatically. On the vast and mighty Dragon River, Ji Ning first encounters the princes and princesses of the Qi royalty. Through their conversation, Ji Ning learns that the young female cultivator Qi Xiaoyu is a great virtuous soul with exceptional aptitude. She is extremely respectful towards the royals, especially Prince Qi Rufeng. Ji Ning develops the idea of taking Qi Xiaoyu as his disciple. However, the royals firmly object upon learning of Ji Ning's intentions. They state that Qi Xiaoyu has taken a heavenly Tao oath pledging her loyalty to the imperial family. Unless the patriarch of the royal family agrees, it is impossible to grant her to someone else. Ji Ning doubts Qi Rufeng's claims and asks him to swear a heavenly Tao oath to prove he is not lying. At this moment, the notorious fire wing guards suddenly appear, launching an assault on the royal fleet with their fire wing insect army formation. The princes and princesses fall into despair. Seeing this, Ji Ning shows no fear and releases a formidable aura. Time and space instantly come to a standstill, immobilizing everything, including the fire wing insects and the royal family members. Ji Ning shakes his head in disapproval, stating that the fire wing guards are overestimating themselves and will pay the price for their recklessness. The Qi royal family is awestruck by Ji Ning's display of overwhelming power and their hearts are filled with terror. Aboard the tempestuous ship, Ji Ning encountered a formidable band of firewing fiend bugs. A group of 11 myriad-form fiend bugs led by a nascent soul fiend bug. Despite their collective strength, Ji Ning astonishingly subdued them effortlessly with his Tao domain. Tao domain is a field formed by comprehending the Tao and harnessing cosmic energy. It wields immense power, capable of restricting an opponent's movement. Ji Ning's profound comprehension of the Tao of Swords had elevated him to the level of a Northwalker immortal, granting his Tao domain a potency that surpassed even the ancient gods and demons that had once stumped him. The firewing fiend bugs proved helpless under the coercion of his Tao domain and were swiftly vanquished. Witnessing this spectacle, the princes and princesses of the Qi nation were seized by terror, their identities having been divulged by the firewing guards. Left with no other option, Prince Qi Rufeng admitted to Ji Ning their true lineage, in a desperate bid to safeguard the last remnants of the royal bloodline. Qi Rufeng proposed a request Ji Ning's protection for the Qi nation's royalty for a century in exchange for Qi Xiaoyu becoming Ji Ning's disciple. Ji Ning hesitated, having initially only intended to take Qi Xiaoyu as his pupil without becoming entangled in royal affairs. However, the despair and determination in Qi Rufeng's eyes forced him to reconsider. Ultimately, Ji Ning acquiesced to the terms of sheltering the Qi nation's royalty for a century and accepted Qi Xiaoyu as his apprentice. Thus, a subtle connection developed between Ji Ning and the Qi nation's royalty. Over the ensuing century, Ji Ning shielded Qi Xiaoyu and her siblings, safeguarding them from the relentless pursuit of the Firewing Fiend King. After learning that the Qi state royal family had tied Qi Xiaoyu's life to the survival of the royal family, Ji Ning felt disgust at Qi Rushui. In order to ensure Qi Xiaoyu's safety, Ji Ning agreed to protect the Qi state royal family for a year or behead the Firewing Demon King in return. The Qi state had to arrange for Qi Xiaoyu to become Ji Ning's disciple. Qi Rufeng, the prince of Qi state, agreed to Ji Ning's conditions, and Qi Xiaoyu willingly became Ji Ning's disciple. His first disciple. After accepting Qi Xiaoyu as his disciple, Ji Ning made only one request of her: to not disobey him. At the same time, the Firewing Demon King summoned 11 other Demon Kings and revealed that he had discovered that the Qi state royal family possessed a treasure that contained a great opportunity. He believed that he could not explore the treasure alone and needed the cooperation of the 12 Demon Kings. However, at this time, an unknown force was targeting the remnants of the Qi state royal family. A team of Firewing guards was wiped out during a pursuit. The Firewing Demon King ordered 3 teams of Firewing guards to investigate the matter, determined to uncover the secret behind the remnants of the Qi state and seize the treasure. On the Evil Dragon River, a grand ship carries 3 members of the Qi imperial family: Prince Qi Rufeng, a girl in black clothes, and the young purple-clothed Princess Qi Rui. They are on their way to visit the legendary Senior Baiming, hoping to find a solution to their predicament of being hunted by the Firewing Demon King. As the prince and his sisters are discussing, footsteps are heard from within the ship. They look out the window in surprise to find that Qi Xiaoyu, who was originally just a maid, has been transformed. She is now wearing an exquisite magic robe, a silver bracelet, and a jade hairpin. The prince and his party learn that Qi Xiaoyu has become Senior Baiming's disciple, and they cannot help but marvel at Baiming's generosity. Qi Rui is filled with jealousy, but she also covets Xiaoyu's life-saving jade hairpin. Prince Qi Rufeng immediately pays a visit to Senior Baiming and asks him about the reason why the Firewing Demon King is hunting them down. Baiming explains that the fire-winged poison released by the Firewing Demon King is a potent poison that affects one's soul. No matter where one flees, the fire-winged insects will sense it. Qi Rufeng sorrowfully recounts the tragedy of the imperial family's destruction and their desperate attempts to escape. Baiming is delighted to learn about the Firewing Demon King's heinous crimes and their bloody aura. He believes that the 12 Eastern River Demon Kings might be the great sinners he is tasked to kill in the trial of his 8 or 9 profound techniques. Qi Rufeng describes the formidable reputation of the 12 Demon Kings to Baiming, with the golden-haired bear Demon King being the most powerful of them all. The king once fought with an immortal patriarch and remained undefeated. Baiming's eyes flash with fighting spirit, seeing the 12 Eastern River Demon Kings as his ideal opponents. Aboard the evil dragon vessel, Ji Ning gazed into the distance with a sense of fulfillment. He had gained a worthy disciple. But the 10 sins, part of the 12 monster kings of Eaststream, remained an issue. At this moment, he detected a large group of figures approaching on land, hundreds of Firewing guards closing in swiftly. Horrified, the Qi royalty grasped the consequences of their previous treatment of the 12 Firewing guards they had captured. They fled in disarray, using the purple-clad maiden's treasure to set up a formation, trapping Ji Ning amidst the Firewing guards. However, their plan went awry. Ji Ning's strength surpassed their expectations, as he brandished the Northbow sword, unleashing 3 radiant sword beams that transformed into black dragons. They decimated 3,000 fathom Firewing worms along with hundreds of Firewing guards. Breaking the formation, Ji Ning pursued the fleeing Qi royalty. Enraged by the purple-clad maiden's delirious words, he struck with his sword energy, causing her soul to scatter instantly. Ji Ning's power filled the Qi royalty with horror and despair. They were astounded that a nascent divinity cultivator could effortlessly slay hundreds of Firewing guards and elude a mortal fiend. They realized the gravity of their unpardonable mistake in betraying their benefactor for their own preservation. Inside the brilliant shuttle, the faces of the princes, princesses, and their entourage turned pale as the wrath of Venerable Baiming sent shivers down their spines. They had just learned that the youngest princess had schemed against Venerable Baiming, nearly resulting in his demise. Though innocent, the princes and princesses were filled with fear and anxiety, worried that they would face his wrath. Venerable Baiming cast the bewitching soul technique, revealing the truth about how the royal family of the Qi kingdom had murdered Qi Xiaoyu's tribe in the past. Leaving Xiaoyu heartbroken, she lost all trust in the royal family. renaming herself Qingye Xiaoyu and severing all ties with them. Venerable Baiming then took Qi Xiaoyu and the royal family into his immortal abode, leading them away from the pursuit of the Firewing guards. He informed the royal family that the Firewing Demon King himself would be hunting them and that they must prepare themselves. Panic and dread washed over the princes and princesses as they realized that Venerable Baiming's power far exceeded anything they had ever imagined. They also understood that slaughtering hundreds of Firewing guards would incur the wrath of the Firewing Demon King, and that Venerable Baiming seemed intent on facing the Demon King himself. Venerable Baiming returned to his underwater palace to cultivate, preparing to elevate his cultivation. He knew that he must break through to the early stage of returning to emptiness in order to fully unleash the power of his immortal-grade magical treasure and face the impending battle with the Firewing Demon King. In the imperial palace of the distant Yuanqi kingdom's capital, 1,000 miles away from Jining, the 12 demons of Donglio gathered in the grand and magnificent hall, where music and dance filled the air. Maidens served them cautiously, not daring to show any slack. They all knew that these demons were infamous and formidable, and angering them would bring about disastrous consequences. With a joyful expression, the Firewing Demon King pulled out a scroll made of animal skin and said, "My brethren, I have invited you here for a momentous occasion." Confusion spread among the demons, and the Firewing Demon King went on to explain. "This is a treasure map. The location marked on it conceals a vast treasure." The demons were astonished and curious. The Firewing Demon King confessed that he had obtained the treasure map by searching the souls of the royalty of the Yuanqi kingdom. He had ventured out twice to search for it, returning empty-handed once and nearly losing his life the other time, before finally escaping with his life recently. Only then did the demons realize the perilous nature of the treasure's location. However, as renowned and powerful figures, they were filled with excitement and couldn't wait to give it a try. The Golden Fur Demon King solemnly said, "This treasure is no ordinary matter. We must plan carefully." As the demons discussed the plan, an old man with a long neck suddenly barged into the hall, reporting that 3 Firewing guard units had been wiped out. The Firewing Demon King's expression changed drastically. These 3 units were led by 3 loose immortals, and their total annihilation indicated that the enemy was not one to be underestimated. The demons offered words of comfort to the Firewing Demon King and suggested that they join him in the investigation. "Let's not delay. We shall descend upon them in force and see what tricks the Yuanqi royalty has up their sleeves," the Golden Fur Demon King proposed. The 12 demons agreed and left the capital with tens of thousands of demon soldiers. Meanwhile, Jining sat atop a mountain peak, drinking wine, having raised his primordial spirit's qi refining realm to the early void returning stage, greatly increasing his strength. He speculated that the Firewing Demon King might come personally to investigate the remnants of the Yuanqi royalty and waited patiently. Suddenly, he sensed a large gathering of demons in the distance, led by 12 powerful auras. It was the 12 demons of Donglio. Jining was surprised to see that all 12 of them had come together on an isolated mountain peak. Jining and the Firewing Demon King face off from afar, their voices shaking the heavens. Jining has been ordered to protect the imperial family of Qi, while the Firewing Demon King leads the 12 Eastern Stream Demon Kings in a menacing advance. The imperial family of Qi and Jining's disciple, Qingye Xiaoyu, are horrified, for they know the terrifying power of the 12 Eastern Stream Demon Kings. The Firewing Demon King demands that Jining relay a message to his master to appear immediately or he will unleash a bloodbath. Jining scans the area with his divine consciousness and discovers that among the 12 demon kings, only the Golden Fur Bear Demon King is unburdened by sin. He surmises that this individual may pose a hidden threat among the 12 demon kings and must be handled with caution. The Firewing Demon King scoffs at Jining's defiance and launches a magical attack on the immortal abode. Jining deploys his supernatural powers, shrinking the immortal abode and manifesting his Hundrejung form with 3 heads, 6 arms, and 6 flying swords. He confronts the Firewing Demon King's colossal flaming palm. After a fierce battle, Jining feigns weakness and uses a divine technique to draw near to the Firewing Demon King. Suddenly, Jining's aura surges and his swordsmanship becomes unmatched. 6 beams of sword light transform into black dragons that annihilate the unsuspecting Firewing Demon King. The 11 remaining demon kings are astounded, never having imagined that Jining concealed such power. Ji Ning reveals that his primary objective in slaying the fiery winged demon king was to disrupt the combined attack formation of the 12 Eastern Stream demon kings. Recognizing Ji Ning's formidable strength, the 12 demon kings dare not act rashly and confer via divine communication to discuss their next strategy. Meanwhile, Ji Ning gleefully scavenges the spoils of war from the fiery winged demon king. 11 demon kings united to cast the Flying Bear Grand Formation. Its power formidable enough to repel celestial immortal patriarchs. However, their core member, Fire Wing Demon King, was executed by Ji Ning, rendering the Grand Formation impossible to execute. The Demon Kings, angered and embarrassed, employed a combined formation through shared force, using various methods to encircle Ji Ning. Ji Ning withstood them with his divine and demonic body refining but fell into a hard-fought battle. At a pivotal moment, Ji Ning's second soul manifestation appeared, casting the Lishan sword art founded by Archean Grandmaster Daozu. 9 illusory black immortal swords tore across the sky, forming the Lishan sword formation, instantly slaying 3 demon kings in one strike. Ji Ning's original self unleashed the might of the Thousand Bull Sword, heavily injuring Jade Toad Demon King before swiftly executing him. Seeing this, the demon kings panicked and attempted to retreat. But the barriers of the Lishan sword formation held them in, leaving them with nowhere to escape. Under the concerted attacks of Ji Ning's original self and his second soul manifestation, the remaining demon kings were successively killed. The once imposing demon king army instantly collapsed. Ji Ning successfully protected the Qiguo royal family, his reputation soaring through the realm of Yan. Amidst the formidable peaks of the eastern tributary, a fierce battle raged. Bei Ming, a sword cultivator wielding the Heaven Plow sword formation, a peak-grade immortal artifact, stormed the den of the demonic kings. With unrivaled sword chi and ferocious close-quarters combat, he instilled terror in the hearts of the mighty 12 demonic kings of the eastern tributary. Though the demonic kings fought valiantly, outnumbered by Bei Ming, he deliberately concealed his true strength. After gauging their abilities, he unleashed his full power, slaying 3 demonic kings instantly. Panic gripped the remaining foes. Overwhelmed by Bei Ming's dual onslaught, the demonic kings failed to form their grand formation. One by one, they fell or fled. The golden-haired bear demonic king, the least culpable of the 12, attempted negotiation, but Bei Ming revealed his mission to slay 10 grave sinners to complete his trial. Enlightened, the golden-haired bear demonic king believed Bei Ming sought merit. However, Bei Ming corrected him, stating it was his master's trial. Through their exchange, the golden-haired bear demonic king assessed Bei Ming's strength comparable to a celestial immortal. Despite his tempered mortal physique, it proved sufficient to contend with the remaining demonic kings. The golden-haired bear demonic king retreated, and the others followed suit. Regretting his inability to slay more grave sinners, Bei Ming returned to the cliff's edge and presented the 8 demonic kings' immortal artifacts to the sheltered Qi dynasty imperial clan. The Qi dynasty imperial clan was astounded, unable to comprehend Bei Ming's overwhelming power in repelling the entire demonic kingdom of the eastern tributary with ease. Bei Ming, having fulfilled his promise and completed his protective duty, returned to his immortal abode with Xiaoyu, leaving the stunned imperial clan members behind. Prince Qi Rufeng and his sister Qi Rushui were stunned after witnessing Ji Ning kill hundreds of Firewing guards and 8 Eastern Flow 12 demon kings. Upon learning that immortal-grade magic treasures were not lightly bestowed, they recognized Ji Ning as a being more powerful than even the demon kings and decided to become his apprentices. Upon entering the immortal abode, the prince and princess found Ji Ning studying 8 treasure maps, all of which led to the treasure site compiled by the Qi Kingdom royal family, the Fuxi mountain range. Ji Ning realized this was the reason why 12 demon kings gathered after he killed hundreds of Firewing guards. They were all after this treasure. Ji Ning also found an ancient book within the storage magic treasure of the Firewing Demon King, which recorded the secret of the Qi Kingdom royal family's discovery of the treasure site. According to the book, this treasure site might contain relics left behind from the ancient Pangu world, potentially including the remains or weapons of a great power. The prince and princess longed to become Ji Ning's apprentices, but he had no intention of taking on disciples and sent them out of the immortal abode. The prince regretted his decision, realizing he had missed the opportunity to become an apprentice. Ji Ning first eliminated the great sinner, the Venom Sting Demon King, then spent over half a month tracking down a rogue immortal ancestor of an evil sect. After causing widespread destruction within the sect, he killed the immortal ancestor. This ancestor possessed strength comparable to the Golden Fur Bear Demon King, and Ji Ning acquired an immortal-grade magic treasure from him, enhancing the power of his Northbow sword. After eliminating 10 great sinners, Ji Ning led his apprentice Qingyan Xiaoyu to the Fuxi mountain range to explore the legendary treasure site from antiquity. As Ji Ning gazes upon the Kaya Mountains, an ominous feeling washes over him. A formidable warrior in the vast universe of the slanted moon, he rarely encounters anything that poses a threat. However, this expedition proves to be different. Guided by a treasure map crafted by the Qi Kingdom, Ji Ning ventures into the mountains. Navigating treacherous mountain paths, the surrounding soil feels exceptionally heavy, permeated by an ancient aura of bloodshed. Ji Ning speculates that this might be a fragment of the primeval Pangu world. As he ventures deeper, he encounters an invisible, repulsive force, compelling him to wield his thousand-bull sword to forge ahead. Yet, the pressure intensifies, forcing him to assume his 3 heads, 6-arm state, wielding 6 plow heaven swords. Just then, he encounters the Golden Bristle Bear Demon King, one of the 12 Demon Kings of the East. Both realize they possess fragments of the treasure map, surmising that it was the cause behind the death of the Firewing Demon King. Continuing onward, Ji Ning faces an even greater challenge. His star-plucking hand technique is repeatedly required to counteract the invisible, repulsive force. Finally, he breaks free from the repulsive zone, only to be met with countless bolts of lightning. Faced with the irresistible lightning, Ji Ning finds himself in a dire state. Unwilling to concede, he remains determined to press forward. At that moment, a shrill voice echoes in his ear, warning him to leave or face certain death. In the deep ravine of the Kunya mountain range, Ji Ning encountered a mysterious youth dressed in black. While facing the many obstacles of the lightning restriction, Ji Ning broke through the second level with astonishing perseverance. However, upon the persuasion of the black-clad youth, he learned of the existence of a third and more powerful level of restriction. The black-clad youth claimed to be a celestial immortal who had been cultivating here for a long time. But he still could not retrieve the treasure. Ji Ning became troubled and decided to return after cultivating his mysterious technique. On his way back, Ji Ning met the Golden-Furred Demon King, who expressed confusion over Ji Ning's decision to return. Upon arriving at Fangkan Mountain, Ji Ning brought his disciple, Qingya Xiaoyu, into the sect and was surprised to find that the powerful figures within the sect treated him with respect. After meeting his senior brother, Yinyu, Ji Ning received a jade pendant and a great teleportation talisman, which could withstand a strike from a celestial immortal. Later, his second senior brother, Jidian, entrusted Ji Ning with the complete version of the 8-9 mystic technique, which greatly delighted Ji Ning. Realizing that his strength was still insufficient, Ji Ning decided to focus on cultivating the 8-9 mystic technique and enhancing his physical strength in preparation for breaking through the third level of the lightning restriction and retrieving the treasure. Ji Ning wakes up from a deep slumber after receiving the divine ability legacy of star-plucking hands and finds himself standing outside the Three Realms Palace for several hours. In his mind, he has memorized all of the contents of the 8-9 profound arts. Excited, he informs his fellow brother, Ji Dian, of his intent to learn Hu Yi archery and begins to cultivate the 8-9 profound arts. The key to cultivating the 8-9 profound arts lies in its 72 transformations. Ji Ning practices diligently, blending into his surroundings with different appearances, and gradually masters this shapeshifting divine ability. After a year and 3 months of meticulous effort, he finally achieves perfection in all 72 transformations. To test his ability to change his appearance, Ji Ning transforms into the appearance of the Silver Moon God in the Crescent Moon 3-star cave and shows off his presence. However, no one recognizes him. He also visits the Immortal Palace and stands beside the real Silver Moon God, who immediately discerns Ji Ning's true identity. From that moment on, Ji Ning not only masters the shapeshifting abilities of the 8-9 profound arts but also establishes his own path of cultivation, basing it on the divine abilities of star-plucking hands and Hu Yi archery. Ji Ning, a disciple of Mount Fangkan, disguises his identity with the ability of 72 transformations. He seeks help from his senior brother Yin Yu, offering immortal-grade treasures in exchange for immortal elixirs. Ji Ning hopes to cultivate the 8-9 arcane art to its third revolution, thus enhancing his strength. Yin Yu agrees to Ji Ning's request, but a considerable number of elixirs are needed. Ji Ning surrenders all his immortal grade treasures, but they still fall short of the required quality. In desperation, he borrows 40 supreme immortal grade spirit elixirs from Yin Yu, signing a promissory note promising to return 100 within 10,000 years. Ji Ning immediately consumes the first supreme immortal grade spirit elixir and begins cultivating the 8-9 arcane art. The elixir's energy is astounding, causing his muscles and bones to transform rapidly. Reaching the realm of the first revolution, he finds that the intensity of his body now rivals that of immortal grade treasures. Ji Ning successively consumes 11 spirit elixirs, cultivating the 8-9 arcane art to its second revolution. His body is further strengthened, each part becoming incredibly resilient. With the refining of the last spirit elixir, the third revolution of the 8-9 arcane art is also successfully cultivated. Ji Ning's body now rivals immortal grade treasures, rendering him immune to any injuries even when attacked with full force. After testing the power of his star-plucking hand and plow heaven sword formation, Ji Ning discovers that even celestial immortals can hardly harm him. He is impressed by the might of the 8-9 arcane art and resolves to accumulate immortal elixirs over 10,000 years to repay his debt to Yin Yu. Ji Ning, a boy covered in beast hide, leaves the immortal abode to seek the treasure in the Kaya mountain range. Along the way, he wields the plow the heavens divine ability, the 9 immortal swords combining their attacks, which could not even phase his formidable 8 or 9 arts divine body. Outside the Kaya mountain range, the golden-furred bear demon king and boundless heavenly immortal are waiting to seize the chance to trespass into the thunderbolt forbidden territory. When Ji Ning shows up, he goes directly into the forbidden territory, letting countless thunderbolts strike him. To their astonishment, Ji Ning endures the pain with his physical body alone and walks towards the end step by step, revealing a destructive power that is comparable to the heavenly immortals' physical bodies. Boundless heavenly immortal suspects that Ji Ning is cultivating the 3 realms #1 divine ability, the 8 or 9 arts, and asks whether he knows Silvermoon heavenly god of Mount Thankan. After Ji Ning confirms, they agree to meet on Mount Thankan. Then, Ji Ning steps into the mist-filled canyon, from which emanates a powerful fluctuation. Meanwhile, the young man in black who had previously talked with Ji Ning has already entered the canyon. Ji Ning continues to go deeper, his heart filled with anticipation for the treasure's unveiling. In the mysterious gorge, Ji Ning stumbles upon the corpse of an immense deity and demon, whose lingering murderous intent relentlessly assaults his mind. Utilizing the contemplation of the Nuwa painting, Ji Ning steadies his shaken spirit and ventures further into the gorge. Along his path, he encounters a black-robed youth who claims ignorance of the deities Ji Ning mentions. Ji Ning infers that the youth is not affiliated with his sect. The youth warns Ji Ning that the deity and demon's treasures are not easily obtained, and that the final restriction is unrelated to physical strength. As Ji Ning approaches within 10 jong of the deity and demon's corpse, a surge of cosmic power erupts from the black greatbow, materializing a bowstring and arrow that target Ji Ning. Ji Ning deploys the myriad waters of heaven sword technique to deflect the arrow. However, the greatbow unleashes a barrage of arrows, each imbued with cosmic power. Relying on his formidable physique forged by the deity and demon refining technique, Ji Ning withstands the onslaught of arrows and finally breaches the final restriction. Reaching the deity and demon's corpse, he discovers the black greatbow, armor, and other treasures, but the great bow's bowstring is severed, and the armor bears cracks, indicating that the deity and demon engaged in a cataclysmic battle before their demise. The black-robed youth informs Ji Ning that the deity and demon's treasures, despite lacking their master's control, still possess the might of celestial immortals, a testament to their former power. Ji Ning speculates that the deity and demon likely perished in an epic conflict, with their divine soul utterly annihilated by a supreme power, leaving behind only their corpse. Overwhelmed by excitement at the prospect of acquiring the deity and demon's treasures, Ji Ning acknowledges that the true trial has only just begun. To claim the treasures, he must conquer the third restriction. Ji Ning enters the third forbidden zone. Facing a trial of his deepest heart, he experiences the familiar warmth of his family and relives the happiness of his childhood. However, a sudden separation and pain in the illusion awaken Ji Ning's memory, making him realize he's in an illusion. With bitter memories of his parents and a sense of unwillingness, Ji Ning breaks out of the illusion with a roar. The black-clothed youngster looks in amazement as Ji Ning passes through the illusion step by step. Marveling at his unwavering Dao heart, Ji Ning reaches the body of a god and demon, finding the broken string Luo Hubo and the treasures left by the god and demon. The spirit of the Luo Hubo reveals its identity and power, agreeing to be refined by Ji Ning. After refining, Ji Ning takes the body of the god and demon, and the restrictions of the entire Kaya mountain range disappear. Ji Ning explores with his divine sense, discovering the demon kings and celestials outside the valley, and then uses spatial teleportation to leave. Returning to Fangken Mountain, Ji Ning begins to practice the Hui archery art, knowing it will be an arduous trial. At this moment, his lumberjack elder martial brother appears, encouraging Ji Ning to train hard. Ji Ning's longing transforms into motivation, making him resolve to overcome difficulties and take on the challenge of the Hui archery art. In the Mount Fangken, Ji Ning is armed with a bow and arrow, preparing to take on the test of the Hui archer. The test requires hitting an inch-wide target from a distance of 10,000 miles with brute force. With 10 successful shots, Ji Ning uses the divine ability, Torch Dragon Eye, to observe the distant target and executes his archery. However, he fails several times, his shots landing far from the mark. The tool spirit of the Rahubo reminds him that accuracy is paramount. Ji Ning trains diligently for almost 3 years, making some progress under the guidance of the Rahubo. But he still can't meet the requirements. A woodcutter happens by and observes Ji Ning's archery, pointing out that he lacks the heart in flight realm. Ji Ning takes this to heart and continues to practice, attempting to merge his mind with the flight of the arrows. Finally, Ji Ning grasps the truth of arrow in flight. Heart in flight, the arrow becomes one with his spirit, precisely hitting the 1-inch target from 10,000 miles away, successfully passing the test. Guided by his elder apprentice, Ji Ning pondered the meaning of the arrow flies. My heart flies. A young man in black reminded Ji Ning to focus his mind on the arrow, to let his heart follow the arrow, and that when your heart flies, your heart and the arrow fly together. Ji Ning practiced repeatedly, integrating his thoughts with the arrow, feeling the profoundness of when the arrow pierces the tree. It is as if I myself pierce the tree. Through continuous practice, Ji Ning's ability to project his thoughts grew farther and farther, reaching a distance of thousands of miles. As his sincerity towards the path of archery deepened, Ji Ning's heart of Taoism became increasingly firm. His gaze was sharp, like the stare of a reaper, bringing an invisible threat to his enemies. The longer Ji Ning practiced when the arrow flies, my heart flies, the greater the consumption of his mental energy. But the power and accuracy of his arrows also increased. With the guidance of the Bo Rahu, Ji Ning gradually mastered the essence of when the arrow flies. My heart flies. He shot 100 arrows in succession, each of which hit the bullseye of the target. Thus, Ji Ning became a true master archer. Ji Ning was grateful for Rahu's help and promised to replace his bowstring with a better one. Afterwards, he took the complete version of Hu-Yi archery from the Three Realms Palace on Mount Fangken. After studying it, Ji Ning was amazed by its powerful might. He learned that if he cultivated it to the extreme, he could even rival the star-plucking hand. However, this archery technique placed extremely high demands on mental power in bows and arrows, and could only unleash a limited number of arrows. Ji Ning admired Hu Yi, the first archer of the Three Realms, and also admired the power of top-notch archery. He took the abridged version of Candle Dragon Eye and continued to explore the path of archery. At dawn, outside the three-star cave on Mount Fangken, Ji Ning was quietly sweeping the mountain path, clearing away all the fallen leaves. The Taoist boy guarding the cave entrance was astonished to find that his highly respected ancestor was personally sweeping the mountain path. And he guessed that the ancestor must have had a profound intention. After Ji Ning had swept all the steps on the mountain path, he understood the intention behind his master's assignment. Suddenly, his master sent him a message, asking him to come and meet him. Ji Ning went to the Three Realms Palace, where he learned the Candle Dragon's Eye. Then, he immediately went to the Bodhi ancestor's Taoist temple. The ancestor asked Ji Ning about his progress in cultivation on Mount Fangken, and informed him that the time had come for him to leave the mountain. The escape technique, 9 Heavens Annihilation Wind, and the sword formation, Grand Thousand Sword Formation, that were customized for Ji Ning were not only suitable for the characteristics of the human race, but also extremely powerful, which was amazing. The ancestor reminded Ji Ning that the three realms were full of turmoil and that the heavenly tribulation was approaching. So he needed to undergo trials and tribulations in the mortal world in order to prepare for the heavenly tribulation. He also gave Ji Ning the secret techniques of the Nine Heavens Annihilation Wind and the Grand Thousand Sword Formation, as well as a set of the Lotus Dharma. Ji Ning left Mount Fankan, entrusted his disciple Qingye Xiaoyu to the ancestor's care, and embarked on a new journey with Zhao King and Uncle Bai. Before he left, the ancestor warned Ji Ning that the catastrophe of the three realms was approaching, and told him to take care of himself. Ji Ning, Zhao King, and Uncle Bai left Mount Fankan through the void channel opened by the ancestor and entered the mortal world. In the boundless Great Sha world, ripples surged across the sky above Serpent Wing Lake in Anzhou, dressed in simple robes and with a green snake coiled around his arm. The young man Ji Ning appeared on the lake with a large white dog. Ji Ning gazed at the familiar Serpent Wings Lake below, his heart filled with emotion. He had once fled this place under pressure from the Young Flame clan, but now he had returned in triumph, determined to reclaim his former glory. He stepped onto the Mind-Heart Isle in the center of the lake. The island was adorned with pavilions and guarded by numerous servants, but none could see Ji Ning. Ji Ning's divine sense covered the entire island, discovering that it had undergone a transformation, almost identical to when he had left. Ji Ning resolved to defend Mind-Heart Isle, and consulted with Baishui Marsh to devise a powerful array formation, turning the entire Yanshan into an impregnable iron fortress. They planned to purchase treasures and construct a supreme grand array based on the secret array techniques of the Fankan mountain lineage. Next, Ji Ning traveled to Myriad Sword City, his divine sense sweeping across the city. Myriad Sword City had undergone a remarkable transformation, with residences demolished and mansions erected, and a large military force present. Ji Ning's divine sense was strong enough to deter the two immortal sages of the demon race. He sent a message to Duohe Immortal Sage and Wusui Immortal Sage, summoning them to meet at the Northern Dark Pavilion. The Northern Dark Pavilion was the grandest palace of the Ji clan, named after Ji Ning's Taoist name. Ji Ning's return brought great joy to the clan leader Ji Lujun, Shadow Granny, and the others. Ji Ning revealed that he had spent years studying outside, and had now reached the Void Return Earth Immortal Realm, with his two spirit beasts also advancing to the same level. Shadow Granny disclosed that Ji Ning's father and old servant had passed away. But the news of Ji Ning winning the Immortal Fate Convention had filled the clan with excitement. Ji Ning learned that Anzhou had undergone earth-shattering changes, with Baishan Yin now serving as the Anzhou Marquis. Ji Ning resolved to consolidate Yanshan, defend the Ji clan, and safeguard this land from any who would covet it. He intended to make Mind-Heart Isle his eternal home. 30 years after winning the Immortal Fate Convention, true immortal Ji Ning of the Baiming lineage returns to Anzhou City. He and his spirit beasts, the Azure Serpent and the Whitewater Serpent, have all reached the initial Void Realm. Ji Ning asks his clansman Ji Lujun about his old enemy, Baishan Yin, and learns that Baishan Yin has become the Marquis of Anzhou. His father, Baishan Heihu, and his older brother, Baishan Baimei, still live in Anzhou City. Anzhou County has been troubled for the last 20 to 30 years. Many sects and tribes have been destroyed, and even forces as powerful as Mount Snowdragon have not been spared. Ji Ning realizes that there must be a great secret behind this. Ji Ning visits the Black and White Academy, but he learns that his master, Immortal Dankai, is in seclusion and is about to pass through tribulation. The Baishan Marquis estate has been closely monitoring the situation in the city and quickly reports Ji Ning's return. Immortal Tuo Shan personally comes to pay a visit. Ji Ning conceals his teacher's identity, saying only that he has found a new master. This arouses Immortal Tuo Shan's suspicions. Immortal Tuo Shan warns Ji Ning to be careful of the chaotic situation in Anzhou County and hints that the Black and White Academy will not sacrifice itself for the Baishan Marquis. Ji Ning understands and prepares to visit the Baishan Marquis estate. Ji Ning returned to the Grand Sha world and visited his master, Immortal Dankai. Immortal Dankai told Ji Ning that he had sensed the arrival of a great catastrophe. In order to survive, it was necessary to transcend and become an immortal. Ji Ning was worried about his master's safety. He gifted him with many Taoist scriptures that he had obtained from other worlds. 3 of the scriptures were on swordsmanship, and they greatly surprised Immortal Dankai. He believed that they would be a great help in his transcendence. After the unaffiliated Transcendents and Earthly Immortals of the Black-White Academy obtained these scriptures, their abilities improved tremendously, and Ji Ning's contribution was greatly praised. Immortal Denkai warned Ji Ning that the Anzhou County was in a state of turmoil. The Blood God sect had suddenly become extremely powerful, and they were evenly matched with the Anzhou Baishan clan. It appeared that there was a great mystery behind this. Ji Ning learned that his junior disciple, Mu Zishuo, had gone missing more than 20 years ago under unknown circumstances. Immortal Denkai cautioned Ji Ning to be cautious in the face of the great catastrophe and not to act impulsively. Ji Ning's heart sank when he learned that Mu Zishuo, his sworn brother from life and death, had disappeared over 2 decades ago with his Daya companion, Realman Yu Sha. The palace elder, Dian Kai, reported that their life tablets showed no abnormalities, suggesting that they were possibly in a special place. Ji Ning was anxious since Realman Yu Sha's life tablet had shattered, indicating that they were in danger. Dian Kai speculated that Mu Zishuo might be trapped somewhere and unable to escape. And despite the passing decades, there was a high probability that he was still alive. Ji Ning, driven by his conviction, resolved to do everything he could to find him. Upon parting with his master, Ji Ning returned to Mount Beiming, where he reunited with his former servants. Ming Yan had shown remarkable talent in the divine devil body tempering technique and had become an official disciple. Yun Zhou dedicated himself to the art of puppets. Yun Lu had returned to Mount Beiming after having a falling out with her Daya companion, and she brought along her young son. The deaths of Wei Fang and Wang Wei saddened Ji Ning deeply. Meanwhile, news of Ji Ning's return to the Black-White Academy spread throughout the Dasha world. Mount Tianbao immediately dispatched over 1,000 cultivators to disseminate intelligence. Drawing the attention of various factions, Ji Ning's disappearance and reappearance captivated countless individuals, hinting at a deeper mystery behind him. On an ancient tower perched atop a towering peak, a figure in a gray robe swiftly approaches. The tower's guards, black-armored warriors, halt their advance, but the gray-robed figure reverently presents a scroll of animal hide, bearing the decree of the clan elder. The information contained within the scroll shocks the immortal ancestor Xuanji, who is seated in meditation within the tower. It reveals that Ji Ning has returned and brought with him 2 void-returning spirit beasts. Ancestral immortal Xuanji summons his 4 immortal colleagues, and they gather to deliberate. They surmise that Ji Ning must have encountered some extraordinary fortune in his 3-decade absence. They speculate that he may have joined one of the 3 realms' great sects, potentially not of the lineage of Patriarch Red Radiance. Given that Ji Ning is a descendant of the Weiyu clan, who have a blood feud with the Shaoyan clan, Xuanji proposes that they seize this opportunity to eliminate him while he is still weakened. The other immortals agree, but express concern over the mysterious master who may be backing Ji Ning. Ultimately, they decide to commission the Blood Cloud Tower, the Sha Kingdom's premier assassination organization. Ancestral immortal Xuanji secretly travels to the Blood Cloud Tower and strikes a pact with a silver-robed maiden, promising a vast sum in exchange for their services to assassinate Ji Ning. The silver-robed maiden accepts, assuring him that the Blood Cloud Tower will eliminate any immortal or demon in the Sha Kingdom, save for the Sha Emperor, provided the price is sufficient. In the imperious capital of Great Sha, Ji Ning is invited by his cousin to visit the Yan Royal Manor. Within the manor, he encounters the Wind Cloud 4th Young Master Ji Yu from the Heavenly Wind Forbidden Island and learns that his cousin is engaged to the Young Master Ji Yu. Ji Ning also encounters the Wind Cloud Elder Young Master Peng, also from the Wind Forbidden Island, who displays disdain and hostility towards Ji Ning, as the son of the island master of the Wind Forbidden Island and a man of high status. Wind Cloud Peng comes to pursue Lady Shi Yu, the princess of the Yan Royal Manor. Wind Cloud Peng lords his status over others, belittling young Master Ji Yu and expressing his affections for Shi Yu. Drawing Ji Ning's ire, Ji Ning changes the subject, inquiring about the heavenly realms from Wind Cloud Peng. But the latter, with his haughty demeanor, refuses to engage. Upon learning about Wind Cloud Peng's intent to close down the Moon Reversion Wind Forbidden Island, Ji Ning grows displeased. After a brief conversation with Wind Cloud Ji Yu, he forms a positive impression of the latter's humility and protectiveness towards Shi Yu. Provoked by Wind Cloud Peng, Ji Ning subtly reveals his strength as an inverse primal immortal, surprising Wind Cloud Peng. Before departing from the manor, Ji Ning discovers an alliance between the Great Sha imperial family and the Wind Forbiddance Island, involving unions between imperial descendants and the Wind Forbiddance disciples. He advises Shi Yu to be wary of Wind Cloud Peng as another suitor and discloses his own apprenticeship with a master but declines Wind Cloud Peng's inquiries, citing his master's prohibition against disclosing their association. Princess Shi Yu realized that young master Yun Peng was up to no good. In order to prevent Ji Ning from having conflict with him, she agreed to go to Heavenly Treasures Mountain to buy materials for him. Young master Yun Peng and Feng Yun Ji Yu excitedly tagged along. On the way to Heavenly Treasures Mountain, Ji Ning learned that Princess Shi Yu had to endure young master Yun Peng's advances for the sake of her family's interests, and his heart filled with a mixture of surprise and worry. Upon arriving at Heavenly Treasures Mountain, Ji Ning showed the Heavenly Treasures Mountain Immortal Qingliu, a list of rare materials. The materials listed were extremely valuable, and were worth over 8 million caddies of primordial liquid. Young master Yun Peng scoffed at his request, believing that Ji Ning wouldn't have access to such a large amount of wealth. However, when the silver-haired Heavenly Immortal appeared to examine the second list, the situation took a dramatic turn. The materials listed on the second list were even more valuable, requiring 10 immortal-ranked supreme-grade magic treasures or 1 Yang pure lower-grade magic treasure. The entire hall was shocked. Young master Yun Peng, who had boasted about his wealth, was aghast at the price. Ji Ning, however, remained calm and composed, and presented an arrow of fire as the payment. After examination, the Heavenly Immortal confirmed that the arrow was comparable to 10 immortal-ranked supreme-grade magic treasures and agreed to trade with Ji Ning, providing an additional 3 million caddies of primordial liquid. Young master Yun Peng was stunned by Ji Ning's incredible wealth, and his arrogance vanished. Ji Ning, seeing this, was once again reminded of the strength and resilience of his cousin, Princess Shi Yu, and resolved to fully support her aspirations. Princess Shi Yu, Fairy Qinglu, and concubine Feng Yun were left in gaping awe as they beheld the arrow in Ji Ning's hand. Its value estimated at a staggering 30,000 caddies of primal liquid. However, this incredibly precious object held little significance for Ji Ning, having purchased the valuable peacock plume and emerged victorious in the Immortal Fateful Conference. His strength had grown exponentially, allowing him to afford such an expensive arrow. At this juncture, the silver-haired man from Mount Tianbao prepared to engage in a trade with Ji Ning. Ji Ning confided in Princess Shi Yu, revealing that she had assisted him in the past and, as a gesture of gratitude, he intended to bestow upon her a portable fairy palace worth 8,000 caddies of primal liquid. Young master Yun Peng was utterly dumbfounded, his pride wounded by the realization that his financial means fell short of Ji Ning's. Infuriated, he took his leave, leaving Princess Shi Yu to contend with the aftermath. Ji Ning conveyed to Princess Shi Yu through divine sense that he had intentionally outshone young master Yun Peng in every aspect, compelling him to depart. He urged her not to settle for less than she deserved and to choose a partner who truly made her heart leap. Fairy Qinglu also expressed her admiration for the portable fairy palace. Ji Ning reiterated that he was already in a committed relationship and confirmed the accuracy of the treasure list to the silver-haired man. Upon receiving 30,000 caddies of primal liquid from Mount Tianbao, the arrow passed into their possession. The silver-haired man disclosed that Emperor Sha stood behind Mount Tianbao's operations. In the shadowy depths of the void, Emperor Sha learned of the arrow's origins and surmised that Ji Ning might have ties to an esteemed cultivator. He instructed the silver-haired man to monitor Ji Ning's every move with meticulous vigilance. After years of cultivation in Mount Fangkan, Ji Ning has mastered several supreme techniques and has now reached the celestial immortal patriarch realm. He returns to the Great Sha dynasty's capital, bids farewell to his cousin Princess Shui, and then uses spatial translocation to return to Mount Yanshan. Upon his arrival, Ji Ning immediately gathers his clansmen and announces his intention to establish a powerful formation surrounding Mount Yanshan. The clansmen readily agree, as it will significantly enhance the safety of Mount Yanshan. Ji Ning spends 49 days setting up the 18 Phantom Illusions of Bewilderment, one of the 3 most formidable formations in the world. Meanwhile, a mysterious organization named the Blood Cloud Tower learns of Ji Ning's return to Mount Yanshan and plans to assassinate him. However, Due to the strength of the 18 phantom illusions of bewilderment, the Blood Cloud Tower cannot locate Ji Ning's exact position, foiling their assassination plot. A few days later, Ji Ning receives news that his master, Patriarch Bodhi, is about to undergo a tribulation. Ji Ning is filled with anxiety, knowing that his master's tribulation is of great importance and that he must assist him. He decides to leave Mount Yanshan as soon as possible and rush to Mount Fankan. Just before Ji Ning's departure from Mount Yanshan, the 5 Mad Immortals from the Black and White Academy pay him a visit. The 5 Mad Immortals bring startling news: Ji Ning's master will undergo the tribulation in 9 days. Ji Ning is horrified, realizing that his master's tribulation is imminent and that he must return to Mount Fankan with all haste. Ji Ning received news from Immortal Dankai that he would attempt his tribulation. The success rate of tribulations is extremely low, and a Dharma protector is required. After consulting with Immortal 5 Mad, Immortal Dankai decided that Ji Ning and Immortal 5 Mad would serve as Dharma protectors. Upon hearing the news, Ji Ning learned that his strength had reached the same level as the Buying Immortal back in the day and that he had mastered all 9 forms of the 3-foot sword art. Immortal 5 Mad was greatly impressed by this and believed that Ji Ning was a natural-born sword immortal embryo. Ji Ning returned to Snakewing Lake and entrusted the defense of Yanshan to Little Qing. He also provided primordial fluid to help Whitewater Marsh and Little Qing advance to the late void refinement stage. At the same time, Ji Ning also used a large amount of primordial fluid to advance his own nascent divinity to the late void refinement stage, reaching the peak of his strength. The next day, Ji Ning and Whitewater Marsh went to the Black and White Academy in Anji City. Immortal Dankai praised Ji Ning's accomplishments in revising and perfecting the 3-foot sword art and expressed that even if he failed his tribulation, he would be satisfied. Ji Ning was reassured to learn that Whitewater Marsh would also be assisting as a Dharma protector. Immortal Dankai revealed that the location of the tribulation was a secret known only to him. The 3 agreed to depart from the Black and White Academy 3 days later and head to the tribulation site. That night, Ji Ning, the Immortal 5 Lunatics, Whitewater Marsh, and Immortal Dankai embarked on their journey to the tribulation location. They discreetly employed spatial teleportation. Arriving at the boundless North Sea, Immortal Dankai selected an island formed by a fiery volcano, which concealed a small world suitable for tribulation. They flew into the crater, deep into the earth, where they found a black hole. Passing through the hole, they entered a desolated world, where charred vegetation and withered earth bore witness to a past catastrophe. Immortal Dankai explained that this world had been destroyed by a flame demon, hence its abundance of lava. They landed on a scorched ground, where Immortal Dankai sat cross-legged, patiently awaiting. Ji Ning and Immortal 5 Lunatics guarded him. Immortal Dankai clarified that no external aid was permitted during the tribulation, everything depended on oneself. Ji Ning retrieved 5 Immortal-grade heaven-cleaving swords and presented them to Immortal Dankai. Immortal Dankai happily accepted, greatly increasing his chances of surviving the tribulation. While treasures played a role, the tribulation tested a cultivator's aptitude and strength. Time ticked by, winds rose, and clouds gathered. Immortal Dankai opened his eyes, announcing the onset of the tribulation. Ji Ning and company's hearts tightened as they anxiously observed. In a desolate world, raging winds converge into piercing cyan wind blades, bombarding Immortal Dankai with the 5-colored radiance formed by his 5 celestial plow swords. Immortal Dankai resists the assault of the wind blades. As the raging winds subside, a myriad of winds appear in turn, testing Immortal Dianse Dao heart. Eventually, the most formidable celestial wind emerges, permeating Immortal Dianse body invisibly, challenging the firmness of his Dao heart. Yet, with his potent Dao heart, Immortal Dankai successfully withstands the celestial wind, completing the wind tribulation. Next, the might of flames descends, marking the beginning of the fire tribulation. Immortal Dankai invokes a crimson serpent-like black immortal sword, stirring the fiery cloud mass. It envelops him, releasing various celestial flames for an excruciating inferno. Ultimately, the celestial fire enters his body, transforming Immortal Dankai into a human torch. But as the flames gradually subside, he regains normalcy, having successfully traversed the fire tribulation. However, the most perilous thunder tribulation approaches. A massive whirlpool of thunderclouds manifests, exuding a formidable presence. Immortal Wufeng is filled with unease. as the thunderclouds of his own tribulation had been far less imposing. Lightning bolts ripped through the void, striking Immortal Dankai, testing both his physical body and his willpower. Immortal Dankai fought the celestial tribulation with his sword, and with his 5 high-grade celestial swords, he easily defended against the first 18. As the tribulation intensified, his 3 talents sword array defended valiantly, withstanding the 25th thunderbolt. However, the 28th thunderbolt unleashed a dramatic increase in power, and the 3 talents sword array struggled. When the 27th one was about to strike Immortal Dankai, he summoned his 5 plowing heaven immortal swords and united them to fight. The thunderbolt was deflected, but as the tribulation intensified, the 5 swords depleted their powers. Dankai used a forbidden technique to increase the power of his swords and forced them to withstand the next bolts. After the 44th strike, the 5 great mountain shadows dissipated and the swords fell. Just when hope was lost, he offered his life-bound sword, blocking the remaining strikes. However, the tribulation continued, gathering momentum for a 69-bolt tribulation. Immortal Dankai was overwhelmed, unable to fight anymore, and was struck by the 45th thunderbolt. His life-bound sword pierced through his chest. Ji Ning and Mad Immortal Wu were devastated and roared their grief. Another, greater thunderbolt descended, signaling the failure of Immortal Dansei tribulation and his death. Ji Ning witnessed how his master, Hall Master Dankai, was heavily injured and had to bear the endless pressure of the heavenly tribulation. He felt despair and helplessness. Ji Ning yearned to become powerful and take control of his own destiny. Hall Master Dankai used his most powerful sword technique, the 5 Elements Sword Technique. 18th form 5 Elements Extinction, and completely neutralized the heavenly tribulation. Hall Master Dankai, who was originally in despair, gained enlightenment of the true essence of the sword technique under the pressure of the heavenly tribulation and broke through at the crucial moment. He merged the projections of the 5 mountains into a 5 fingers mountain and blocked the thunder with unimaginable power. After 54 heavenly tribulations, Hall Master Dankai successfully became a celestial immortal. However, he did not relax because he still had to face the more dangerous inner demon tribulation. 5 lunatic immortal warned Ji Ning that no one should disturb Hall Master Dankai during his tribulation. At this moment, a haughty woman in white appeared near Anzhou County. Her powerful aura and disdainful demeanor indicated that Hall Master Dansei tribulation was about to be attacked by external enemies. Ji Ning and 5 lunatic immortal prepared themselves and swore to protect Hall Master Dankai from any interference during his inner demon tribulation. High above the Blood Lake Mountains, a cloaked emissary from heaven relayed vital intelligence to Bloodfiend sect's leader. Bloodfiend Sun, a transcendent earth immortal from Anzhou Prefecture, was undergoing a tribulation. This time, it was Palace Sage from the Black and White Academy. Upon receiving the news, Bloodfiend Sun recognized an opportunity to cripple Anzhou's North Mountain Alliance by eliminating the Black and White Academy. Meanwhile, amidst the chaotic realms of the 3 realms, the Bloodcloud Tower's Grand Emissary had also tracked down Palace Sage's location. However, aware of Sage's protectors, Ji Ning and 5 lunatic Sage, they opted for caution, fearing interference from Ji Ning's formidable allies. As a result, both the Bloodfiend sect and the Bloodcloud Tower decided to intervene in Palace Sage's tribulation. Seeking to eliminate him, leading 7 Grand Guardians, Bloodfiend Sun boarded a shadowy vessel and infiltrated the entrance to the microcosm where Palace Sage was undergoing his tribulation. Tailing them closely were 12 Bloodcloud Tower assassins, tasked with carrying out the assassination. Palace Sage approached the final stage of his tribulation of inner demons. For his protection, Ji Ning and 5 lunatic Sage had erected a sealing array. However, a profound sense of danger suddenly washed over Ji Ning. Through his candle dragon's eye, he detected the infiltrating assassins from the Bloodfiend sect and Bloodcloud Tower. Faced with formidable foes from both sides, Palace Sage's tribulation faced a formidable challenge. In the forest, Ji Ning, the 5 Mad Immortals, and Baishuiza are protecting Dankai Immortal as he undergoes tribulation. But they sense an imminent danger. The 5 Mad Immortals tremble with fear, while Ji Ning's eyes burn like candles. Observing the distance, in the distant sky, a large black ship races towards them, and 8 figures stand on the deck, led by the monstrous Blood God Cult Master. Ji Ning realizes that they know of Dankai Immortal's tribulation location. This hidden force possesses extraordinary abilities that fill him with dread. Ji Ning decides to confront the enemy alone, entrusting the 5 mad immortals with protecting Denkai Immortal. While Baishuizo intercepts any who may escape, the black ship approaches, and the Blood God Cult Master leads the 7 Dharma Kings in an attack. The 7 Dharma Kings combine to form a blood dragon with the power of a million-year-old scattered immortal. However, Ji Ning is prepared. His second primordial spirit appears, releasing 9 ethereal immortal swords that form a sword net to intercept the blood dragon. Under the combined might of the 9 swords, the dragon's tail is shattered. Its artifact is sent flying, and the dragon itself disintegrates. 9 sword marks quickly follow, slaying the 7 Dharma Kings. Faced with the Blood God Cult Master, Ji Ning shows no fear, but his eyes are icy. He understands that the mysterious force is invincible, but forces like the Blood God Cult are within his reach. An intense confrontation is about to unfold, and it remains uncertain whether the Blood God Cult's threat can be permanently neutralized. Ji Ning's black-robed avatar executed the Plowheaven sword art, wielding 9 immortal swords, instantly breaking the combined formation of the 7 Dharmarajas. The 7 Dharmarajas fled in panic, but Ji Ning's Plowheaven immortal sword pursued and killed them all. Meanwhile, Ji Ning's true body fought with the Blood God Sect Lord, Bloodjade. Bloodjade controlled a blood-colored shuttle and a black arc to attack Ji Ning. But Ji Ning defended with the Lotus Swordworld and the Thousand Bull Sword, blocking all the attacks. Just then, 12 men in white robes suddenly appeared, aided by a grand teleportation Daoseal, and formed the shape of the ancient divine beast, the Bashi. The Bashi possessed a powerful suction force, and although Ji Ning tried desperately to resist, he was swallowed in one gulp. Bloodjade was shocked when he saw this, not expecting Ji Ning's avatar and true body to be so powerful. He hid in the black arc, preparing to take revenge when the opportunity arose. However, Whitewater immediately cast a formation that put an end to Bloodjade's plan. Although Ji Ning had been swallowed by the Bashi, he didn't panic. He had sensed a hidden danger and had been concealing part of his strength all along. Now, he discovered that the Bashi formation was incomplete and had flaws. The space around him was sealed, preventing spatial teleportation. Ji Ning guessed that the men in white robes were likely using an ancient divine beast formation, which required 12 people to work together, and the leader's strength far surpassed that of Bloodjade. Ji Ning knew that this battle was dangerous, but he was prepared. He believed that as long as he could find the flaws in the Bashi formation, he could turn the tables. In a fierce battle, the peerless genius Ji Ning is defeated by the heaven-swallowing giant snake Bashi and swallowed into its belly. Inside the serpent's belly, Ji Ning is besieged by 12 men in white robes using the Bashi formation. Despite his defense using water myriad heavens, he struggles to withstand their attacks. At a critical moment, Ji Ning activates a hidden formation chart within the Thousand Bull Sword, releasing the 10th and mile-long Su River. The Su River engulfs Bashi's entire body, greatly suppressing and restraining it. Seeing this, the men in white robes cast the forbidden technique Bashi's prison, summoning a blood-colored lake within the snake's belly imbued with potent corrosive power. Ji Ning falls into the blood-colored lake, facing a life-threatening attack from the corrosive energy. Meanwhile, the Blood God cult leader is trapped outside by the formation, unable to approach. From within Bashi's belly, intense rumbling sounds can be heard as the 1,000-foot-long serpent is continuously constricted by the Su River while the corrosive power of the blood-colored lake intensifies. The captain of the men in white robes, filled with anxiety, urges the team to take desperate measures, using even more potent forbidden techniques to kill Ji Ning and plunder his treasures. Trapped in a desperate situation, Ji Ning desperately searches for a way to escape. Ji Ning, a perfected immortal in the 8th or 9th cycle of the 8-9 mysteries and with a body comparable to an immortal treasure, was ambushed by 12 men in white robes and trapped in the corrosive prison of the Coiling Serpent Jail. However, Ji Ning's body proved immune to the Coiling Serpent Jail's corrosive power. Ji Ning activated his heaven and earth transformation ability, transforming into a giant with 3 heads and 6 arms, and wielding 6 divine swords to pierce open the walls of the Coiling Serpent. The torrential eternal river coiled around the Coiling Serpent, strangling it relentlessly. The men in white robes were terrified, speculating that Ji Ning must possess some protective treasure that shielded him from the Coiling Serpent Jail's corrosive power. They desperately maintained the formation, depleting their vital essence. After a fierce battle, The coiling serpent was overwhelmed and ripped through the void, escaping the pocket world. Ji Ning's true body was taken by the coiling serpent into the Grand Sha world. But Ji Ning had been prepared, carrying his water palace with him for protection. Bai Shuibo, Wu Feng, and others waited anxiously outside the formation, concerned for Ji Ning's safety. Meanwhile, the coiling serpent appeared over the Donglan mountain range and was trapped by a formation. The Donglan sect master, under the orders of the silver-armored general, joined forces with the Blood Cloud Pavilion to control the formation and try to eliminate Ji Ning. The silver-armored general went to the Forbidden Grounds to investigate and, after witnessing Ji Ning's formidable power, acknowledged that his victory in the Immortal Destiny Convention had been well-earned. Bearded Han Da and the leader of the Eastern Forest sect rushed to the area where Baxi is located. The river is rushing for thousands of miles, and the mountain peaks and canyons are destroyed. But Baxi is still acting recklessly. Han Da asks the leader of the Eastern Forest sect if he can cast an array to trap Ji Ning. And the leader confidently agrees. Ji Ning emerges from Bax's body, mocking his enemies for their inadequate tactics. He finds himself trapped in an array, but is unable to see far. Baxi threatens that Ji Ning's great teleportation amulet will not be able to escape and joins forces with him to attack. Ji Ning decides that it is too risky to use the great teleportation amulet, and plans to use his personal immortal mansion to resist for a while before escaping. The leader of the Eastern Forest sect uses the sect's secret technique, Ash's divine fire, and hundreds of feet of dark red flame phoenix fly towards Ji Ning. Baxi also launches an attack, but Ji Ning demonstrates his powerful divine and devil body, and withstands all attacks. Han Da senses something unusual and orders the leader of the Eastern Forest sect to cast the 7 Absolute Thunder Array. Lightning strikes within the array, but Ji Ning remains unscathed. Han Da sees that something is wrong and drives the 3-tailed thunder god puppet towards Ji Ning, but is easily repelled by Ji Ning's divine sword. The leader of Baxi sends a voice transmission to Han Da, asking him to contact his master for help. Otherwise Blood Cloud Pavilion will use its ultimate move. Han Da agrees immediately, while Ji Ning is still waiting in the array, hiding his true strength, waiting for the right moment to fight back. Under the protection of the Su River Loop, Ji Ning endured an ambush, only for an unforeseen incident to occur as the 3-tailed thunder god puppet suddenly fled. Ji Ning used his 9 Heavens Oblivion Wind divine ability to pursue the puppet, successfully repelling it. The puppet's master, Han Da, realized the situation was dire and fled to seek help. The 9th group hindered Ji Ning, but his speed and defense were both too formidable, making it impossible to defeat him. Han Da escaped to the Dark Hall, pleading for assistance from the silver-armored general. After learning of the assassination attempt's failure, the silver-armored general reluctantly agreed to deploy 9 demon guards to execute the 9 Divine 9 Transformations Toxic Fire Furnace killing formation. Han Da led the demon guards to the battlefield, with the assistance of the Eastern Forest sect master in dispelling the fog. The silver-armored general and the black-clad youth looked into the distance, watching the fierce battle as Ji Ning fought alone against a 3-headed, 6-armed boss serpent and countless immortal-grade magic treasures. 9 suspended mountains suddenly emerged, encircling the battlefield from all sides, releasing a formidable pressure. Ji Ning's location was also within their range. The black-clad youth sensed the power of the killing formation, filling him with terror. The silver-armored general calmly informed him that this formation was designed specifically for Ji Ning, its power capable of annihilating all. Ji Ning hovered midair, riding his azure ox of the great firmament, only to discover that 9 peaks had risen in the air from all 4 directions. Those peaks were covered with fiery red runes, clearly part of a powerful formation. Ji Ning realized that this was a terrifying formation that threatened celestial immortals, and he wondered who would want him dead. With a flash of light, the 9 peaks connected into a single giant flame-shrouded peak formation. The formation emanated a fearsome aura. Ji Ning decisively cast his divine ability, the 9 Heavens Annihilating Wind, to chase after the fleeing heaven-devouring serpent. Baxi. He sat atop Baxi, allowing it to twist and struggle as he declared that he would let Baxi experience the formation's might. Meanwhile, the assassins of the Blood Cloud Hall were filled with terror when they realized there was no way to resist the formation. However, they believed that their general would control the formation to avoid harming them. As the flame-shrouded peak formation descended from the heavens, Ji Ning actually didn't dodge. Instead, He endured it head-on. The flames only covered the upper half of his body, while Baxi remained almost entirely unharmed. Ji Ning laughed amidst the flames, looking like a demonic god. The silver-armored general and the others were stunned. They guessed that Ji Ning either possessed a powerful protective treasure or had cultivated the legendary 8-9 mysteries. Finally, under the silver-armored general's orders, the formation was withdrawn. Ji Ning rode on Baxi to give chase. However, he suddenly saw that Baxi had vanished, replaced by 12 assassins of the Blood Cloud Hall. They quickly escaped towards a dark, misty cave entrance. When Ji Ning pursued them, he discovered that he couldn't sense any aura within. The silver-armored general and the others watched as the Blood Cloud Hall assassins used their final technique. They believed that Ji Ning would die if he entered that cave. That mysterious cave was connected to a place that was countless times more dangerous than the East Forest. Ji Ning was drawn to a mysterious dark abyss. But sensing danger, he cautiously kept his distance. Meanwhile, on the other side of the abyss, a black-clothed youth and a silver-armored youth debated the danger of the abyss, surmising that it led to their true lair and that even the strongest cultivators could only escape it. The following day, Yinji Old Ancestor arrived at Bloodcloud Mansion, demanding that they murder Ji Ning as per their agreement. The silver-robed maiden denied the agreement, stating that they couldn't complete the task unless the Shoyan clan paid an additional 20 supreme immortal treasures. Yinji Old Ancestor deemed the price too high and stormed off. Within the worldlet where his master underwent tribulation, Ji Ning stood guard, concerned that enemies might attack in such a time. However, the silver-armored youth, out of caution in his deductions regarding Ji Ning's background, decided to observe rather than act, leaving Bloodcloud Mansion to continue their assassination attempt. Ji Ning's clone was trapped within Bloodcloud Mansion's formation, unable to escape. The 5 lunatics immortal and others worried for Ji Ning's clone. But Ji Ning reassured them that he was unharmed and that his purpose in remaining in the Donglan Mountains was to distract the enemy. Suddenly, Ji Ning's master's tribulation ended, and he opened his eyes, his gaze filled with sorrow and tears. Ji Ning and the others were overjoyed, finally able to rest assured. Under the excited gaze of the 5 lunatics, Immortal Palace gently opened his eyes, sitting cross-legged. In an instant, the world was filled with strange phenomena. Colorful clouds enveloped Immortal Palace. Golden lotuses bloomed at his feet. Celestial music played, and the pressure of heaven and earth descended. During Immortal Palace's closed-door training, he finally broke through to the celestial immortal realm. His strength had undergone a qualitative leap, his divine soul and primordial energy merging to form a golden elixir, commonly known as mana or celestial power. Ji Ning in his black Taoist robe stepped forward to congratulate his master. The 5 lunatics were overjoyed, their excitement overflowing. He exclaimed that after eons of history, the Black-White College finally welcomed its second celestial immortal disciple. Just then, the Blood God Sect Master, Blood God Sun, appeared in a small black boat, revealing that Immortal Palace had slaughtered his 7 great Dharma kings and trapped him. However, in order to witness whether Immortal Palace could become a celestial immortal, he chose to wait patiently. Blood God Sun retracted the boat and vanished into thin air. Only then did Immortal Palace realize that someone had attacked him during his tribulation. Ji Ning explained that while his master was overcoming the tribulation of the Heart Demon, Blood God Sect Master led the 7 great Dharma kings to attack, and he had slain them. Later, a second group of assassins specifically targeted him, but they posed no threat to Immortal Palace. Immortal Palace was filled with both gratitude and guilt, believing that Ji Ning had been distracted by his tribulation. However, Ji Ning emphasized that the second group of assassins were after him. The 5 lunatics asserted that Blood God Sect Master's appearance meant that this matter would soon be made known. So they decided to return to the Black-White College to inform their fellow disciples and the Anshan Bay Mountain clan. Subsequently, Ji Ning, Immortal Palace, and the others tore through space, returning to the Da Sha world and heading toward Anshan City. Ji Ning was secretly delighted, as his master becoming a celestial immortal was a joyous event. However, he also realized that the Anshan Bay Mountain clan and the Black-White College were inseparable. In order to help his master obtain a more powerful immortal sword, he needed to seek treasures from the Anshan Bay Mountain clan. Ji Ning left the group on his own, heading toward the Donglan mountain range where he had been imprisoned. He speculated that a powerful force was hidden there and wanted to investigate. Relying on the 72 transformations, Ji Ning was confident that he would not be discovered. When he confirmed that the place where he had been imprisoned was the Donglin sect, the doubts in his heart were finally resolved. Ji Ning returns to Anjie City to attend Taoist Denkai, his master's celestial immortal celebration. The Black-White Collegium is overjoyed, and Taoist Denkai unleashes his aura, proclaiming his celestial immortal strength. 5 Mad Taoist reports the news to the Baishan clan of Anjie. Exalted Mountain Celestial Immortal is overjoyed upon learning of Taoist Dianse Immortal Ascension, recognizing his importance to Anjie County. To win him over, Exalted Mountain Immortal bestows 5 immortal-grade celestial immortal swords, worth a fortune. Exalted Mountain Immortal invites Taoist Denkai, Ji Ning, and Patriarch Tong to meet. Patriarch Tong is the Baishan clan's enigmatic ancestor, existing since the age of gods and demons. He fought for the Sha Emperor, becoming a marquis, then vanished. The swords he gifted were taken from the 5 ghost ancestor in the age of gods and demons. Taoist Denkai is amazed by Patriarch Tong's legendary past and the Baishan clan's profound heritage. Ji Ning is curious about Patriarch Tong's ability to endure hardship, harboring respect for the mighty being from the age of gods and demons. Patriarch Tong meets with Taoist Denkai and Ji Ning to recruit them for the Baishan clan. In preparation for the looming catastrophe, pushing open the courtyard gate, Ji Ning steps into a spacious garden with grapevines, peach and apple trees, but the desolation of winter conceals the past prosperity. In the courtyard, a gray-robed youth stands with his hands behind his back, his gaze deep as a cold pool, his aura unfathomable. He is Tong He, the pinnacle expert among the celestial immortals. Tong He invites Ji Ning and Dian Kai Immortal to sit down and personally brews tea, calling it a common beverage in the great world but rare in Da Sha. Ji Ning tastes it and praises it, and upon learning that Tong He grows and picks the tea leaves himself, he is amazed at his understanding of mortal life. Tong He reveals that to avoid karma, he has lived in seclusion for many years in the mortal microcosm. But now that the storm is coming, he has no choice but to break his peace. He points out that dark forces are stirring in the Da Sha world, and the feudal lords may have already joined them. And he believes that this catastrophe will spare no one, including celestial immortals, true immortals, and gods. He hopes that Ji Ning, Dian Kai Immortal, and Tuo Shan Immortal will join hands with him to protect the Black and White Academy, Yan Mountain, and the Anzai Bay Mountain clan. Ji Ning and Dian Kai Immortal agree to unite, believing that chopsticks gathered together are difficult to break. Ji Ning asks about the Ba Snake joint formation, but Tong He and Tuo Shan Immortal know nothing about it. However, the next day, Ji Ning obtains a valuable piece of intelligence at Tianbao Mountain, learning that the only force in the Da Sha world that possesses the Ba Snake joint formation technique is Blood Cloud Tower, a mysterious assassin organization. This intelligence reveals Blood Cloud Tower's connection to the mastermind behind the scenes, and it also makes Ji Ning realize the grave challenges facing the Da Sha world. Approximately 30 years ago, mysterious forces appeared in the Da Sha world, with 2 forces being particularly prominent. The Blood Cloud Pavilion is an assassin organization that exchanges treasures for assassination services, regardless of the target, except for members of the Da Sha imperial family. The Interspace sect appears more mysterious, constantly provoking conflicts and offering rewards in exchange for loyalty. The Interspace sect is formidable, with a plethora of skilled members, including over 300 confirmed celestial immortals. Although the Da Sha dynasty is powerful, it does not dare to act rashly. After learning about this, Ji Ning was shocked, but he realized that the strength of the imperial family was deeply rooted, and these hidden forces posed no significant threat. Concurrent with the Blood Cloud Pavilion and the Interspace sect, many other covert forces emerged. These forces operated discreetly, remaining largely unknown. However, all of these forces converged in their appearance, occurring 30 years ago. Returning to Yanshan, Ji Ning devoted himself to cultivation, comprehending the Tao of swordsmanship and honing his archery skills. Meanwhile, the Da Sha world was far from peaceful. Incited by the Interspace sect, conflicts erupted everywhere. The Lesser Yan clan also investigated Ji Ning, regarding him as a threat and seeking to eliminate him. However, Yanshan was protected by a formidable formation, preventing the Lesser Yan clan from carrying out any assassination attempts. Meanwhile, Ji Ning bided his time, continuing his cultivation and steadily enhancing his strength. He sensed that he was on the cusp of breaking through the Crimson Bright Nine Heavens chart and set his sights on the enigmatic Donglan mountain range, preparing to delve into its secrets. One day, while cultivating on a lake, Ji Ning felt the opportunity for a breakthrough. The power of two supreme stellar stars poured into his body, and amidst the lake, he ascended to a new level. Ji Ning secludes himself within the water manor, where the sun and moon essences of water and fire encase his divine body in an energy sac, triggering a fundamental transformation and elevating him beyond the 16th level of the Vermilion Bird Nine Heavens chart. Upon breaking through, Ji Ning's physical refinement rivals that of late-stage void-traversing fiend gods, surpassing the strengths of chi refiners in close combat. He then rests at the Winged Serpent Lake, savoring his newly acquired power and contemplating how to locate his reincarnated parents. Upon returning to Mindheart Island, Ji Ning learns about his breakthrough and prepares to select an immortal-grade Dharma treasure from the treasure trove hall. The Yellowford Bear informs him of his own chance of passing the 9th level of the God of War Hall, requiring the strength of a peak celestial immortal to succeed. Within the treasure trove hall, Ji Ning examines various top-tier immortal-grade Dharma treasures, including the 5 Thunder Universe Lightboat which grants speeds rivaling true immortals and divine deities, the mighty Heaven and Earth Fiendish Net Array, and the myriad annihilation needles consisting of countless flying needles. Confronted with these dazzling treasures, Ji Ning ultimately chooses the Starry Sky Universe Sword Array. This Dharma treasure consists of 360 immortal-grade flying swords that, powered by the might of the Starry Sky Universe Array, can transform each sword into a star to hurl at his opponents. Ji Ning meticulously selected a set of 700 immortal swords from the treasury of the Water Mansion, forming the Yin-Yang 2 symbols Thousand Annihilation Formation, and imprinted the Great Thousand Sword Formation rune on each sword. This sword formation was incredibly powerful, allowing Ji Ning's chi refinement energy to surpass his avatar's close-quarters combat abilities. In order to infiltrate the Donglan sect in the Donglan Mountains, Ji Ning spent days in the vicinity until he spotted 2 Yuan Shen Taoists from the sect. The two were disgruntled by the disrespect they received from a general in the sect and harbored resentment. Ji Ning realized he could use them to gain entry into the Donglan sect and stealthily followed them. Using the 72 transformations, Ji Ning disguised himself as a mosquito and attached himself to one of the Yuan Shen Taoists. Successfully infiltrating the Donglan Mountains, he cautiously explored the sect, seeking clues about his missing brother. Within the Donglan sect, Ji Ning learned that the general was a powerful demon god from the dark abyss called Wuchang. Wuchang commanded an army of demons stationed in the Donglan Mountains, intent on controlling the entire Donglan prefecture. Ji Ning suspected his brother had been captured by Wuchang and resolved to stay undercover, seeking an opportunity to rescue his brother and thwart Wuchang's plans. Utilizing his divine abilities and formation skills, Ji Ning established an intelligence network within the Donglan sect, discreetly investigating Wuchang's operations and the sect's weaknesses. He patiently bided his time, preparing to strike when the moment was right. Amidst the verdant Donglan Mountains, 2 divinity transformation Taoists unexpectedly encounter a mysterious youth named Ji Ning. His formidable Tao domain renders them powerless, forcing their submission to his portable immortal abode. Through soul searching, Ji Ning uncovers the presence of an enigmatic force controlling Donglan Mountains. They have established a heavily guarded forbidden land, disguised as one of the divinity transformation Taoists. Ji Ning infiltrates the forbidden land and stumbles upon an ancient castle swarming with earthly immortals and freely soaring immortals. At dusk, a group of grey-robed individuals emerge from the castle, and to Ji Ning's astonishment, one of them is his long-lost junior apprentice, Mu Zizio. Mu Zizio's pallid complexion and weary demeanor reflect a stark departure from his former vitality. Ji Ning breaks into Mu Zizio's quarters and finds him obsessively carving a wooden statue of a woman. As Ji Ning calls out his junior apprentice's name, Mu Zizio looks up, his eyes welling with shock and agony. He bursts into tears, learning of the unspeakable torment his apprentice has endured. Ji Ning's heart fills with righteous fury. He vows to eradicate the shadowy forces responsible for this cruelty. Regaining his composure after the outpouring of pent-up emotions and despair, Muzzy Shuo was questioned with concern by Jining about what had transpired. Muzzy Shuo was initially reluctant to reveal, but Jining pressed, stating that as brothers, he would never abandon Muzzy Shuo's well-being. Muzzy Shuo disclosed that he had been captured and brought to this forbidden realm by an enigmatic force, one capable of rivaling even the Baishan clan. They coerced Muzzy Shuo and countless puppet masters into creating formidable puppets and held his wife, Yu Sha's soul captive. Driven to protect Yu Sha, Muzzy Shuo succumbed to the mysterious force's demands. Upon hearing this, Jining demonstrated his might, revealing his apprenticeship under the Taoist patriarch, his effortless entry into the forbidden realm, and the possession of an exceptional immortal-grade flying sword. Jining further convinced Muzzy Shuo of his abilities by altering his appearance, instilling trust in his prowess. Muzzy Shuo finally relented, narrating his ordeal. Years ago, he and Yu Sha became Taoist companions, enjoying a peaceful and serene existence. However, a group of enigmatic black-robed figures emerged. Seizing them both, Yu Sha was ruthlessly murdered, her soul taken. Muzzy Shuo was transported to the Forbidden Realm. Forced into puppet creation, Muzzy Shuo divulged that within the Forbidden Realm, hundreds of puppet masters from various counties toiled under the oppressive rule of the mysterious force, relentlessly producing potent puppets. From his observations, Muzzy Shuo ascertained that 12 celestial immortal-level generals led this stronghold, and he speculated that it was merely one of many such outposts under the force's control. The puppets Muzzy Shuo crafted possessed astonishing power, allowing even celestial immortal wielders to rival the combined might of 10 or even 100 celestial immortals. He emphasized the enigmatic force's unparalleled expertise in puppetry, evidenced by their mastery of countless ingenious puppet formations. Muzzy Shuo confided that all the puppet masters endured unimaginable torment, their voices silenced by the threat posed to Yu Sha's soul. They clung to the hope of the mysterious force's promise of freedom in 1,000 years' time. Upon learning of earthly immortal Mu Zishuo's plight, Jining resolves to rescue the soul of his Tao companion Yu Sha and lead Mu Zishuo out of the Forbidden Land. However, they face numerous difficulties. The Forbidden Land is bound by the heavenly oath, and escape will lead to their souls dissipating. The ancient castle is heavily guarded, preventing any life form from infiltrating. Nonetheless, Jining discovers the Forbidden Land's paramount task: forging a formidable godfiend puppet that, when controlled by a celestial immortal, grants near invincible power akin to a true immortal or a heavenly god. Thus, he devises a plan to infiltrate the castle, seize the godfiend puppet, and use it to coerce the enigmatic force into releasing Mu Zishuo and Yu Sha. Mu Zishuo expresses concern that Jining's immortal sword and 8-9 profound arts may reveal his identity. But Jining assures him that by returning the godfiend puppet, the enigmatic force will refrain from antagonizing a disciple of the Tao ancestor. Jining proposes retrieving Yu Sha's soul first, then utilizing the Great Shift Tao talisman to swiftly reach the godfiend puppet's location and seize it, thus evading the castle's pursuit. Mu Zishuo approves of the plan but harbors apprehensions regarding the enigmatic force's power and audacity. Jining assures Mu Zishuo that even if his identity is revealed, he merely intends to rescue Mu Zishuo and will not inflict any substantial harm upon the enigmatic force. Ultimately, Mu Zishuo agrees to collaborate with Jining, on the condition that Jining guarantees his safety. Mu Zishuo and Jining team up to infiltrate a mysterious stronghold, entering an ancient castle where puppets are being refined. The castle is full of traps, and Jining uses his hair transformation technique to disguise himself and sneak inside. Deep within the castle, there is a vast space where hundreds of puppet masters are gathered, working together to refine a 1,000-foot-tall giant puppet called Demon God. Jining is amazed by the power of the puppet. Mu Zishuo asks to meet his partner and is granted permission by the stronghold's overseer, the old man in red robes, Ku Huan. Mu Zishuo and Ku Huan go to a secret chamber where there is a jade sphere containing the soul of Mu Zishuo's partner, Yu Sha. Yu Sha worries about Mu Zishuo's well-being and tells him not to worry about her. Ku Huan mocks them, and Mu Zishuo vows to rescue Yu Sha. Mu Zishuo secretly sends a message to Jining, asking him to kill Ku Huan and retrieve the soul. Jining reveals himself and uses his star-plucking hand technique to instantly crush Ku Huan into ashes, obtaining the jade sphere, storage ring, and other items. Mu Zishuo and Jining stay in the secret chamber for a stick of incense, then return to the puppet refining space to continue investigating the mysterious organization. Jining infiltrates an ancient castle, Utilizing the Great Teleportation Talisman to enter a restricted area, he effortlessly eliminates the black-robed guards protecting the teleportation portal and retrieves his junior apprentice, Mu Zishu. Subsequently, he breaches the secluded domain of the puppet Grandmaster, seizing the enigmatic divine demonic puppet and slaying 2 black-robed figures along with a nascent soul divine demonic bronze guard. Alerted by the spatial fluctuations within the castle, black-robed figures and bronze guards swiftly gather, and the silver-armored youth arrives at the restricted area. However, Ji Ning had already escaped the secluded domain. The silver-armored youth, consumed by rage, commands his black-robed servants to withdraw and personally unleashes a fiery divine dragon from his crimson divine bow, targeting Ji Ning. However, Ji Ning deflects the attack with a black divine dragon formed from the nearly 200 top-grade immortal swords hovering around him. The aftershock of the battle spreads, prompting the black-robed loose immortals to flee in panic. Seizing the opportunity, Ji Ning dispatches his swords to pursue and eliminate the black-robed loose immortals. The silver-armored youth summons dark clouds to envelop Ji Ning, setting the stage for an intense confrontation. Beneath a dark cloudy sky, Ji Ning wielded his immortal rank ultimate flying sword and killed dozens of loose immortals cloaked in black robes. However, the youth in silver armor intercepted with a dark cloud and dispatched 36 bronze magic guards to besiege Ji Ning. These bronze magic guards combined into 3 legendary Qilin beasts and teamed up with the 4th Qilin beast that charged out of an ancient castle to attack Ji Ning. Ji Ning did not wield the immortal sword. Instead, he transformed into a 3-headed 6-armed figure and used his giant palms to ward off the attacks from the Qilin beasts. His palms were like pure yang magic weapons, and their power was astonishing. They knocked away the Qilin beasts one by one. The youth in silver armor summoned the Qilin beasts back. Desperate, he revealed his true form as a gigantic serpent that was dozens of miles long. The serpent transformed into a rope and attempted to bind Ji Ning. Ji Ning's true self and second spiritual soul joined forces and controlled more than 300 immortal rank ultimate flying swords to form the 4th major myriad sword formation and released a golden immortal sword. Seeing how strong Ji Ning was, the youth in silver armor realized that he would not be able to defeat him. He revealed Ji Ning's identity and the fact that he had discovered the secret of the Forbidden Land. He indicated that he could only escape blame if he killed Ji Ning. Despite Ji Ning's willingness to make a heavenly oath of secrecy, the youth in silver armor still refused to let him go. Cornered, Ji Ning roared, and the golden immortal sword appeared, accompanied by the aura of the 4th major myriad sword formation. In the mystical canyon, Ji Ning and his second divine self executed the ingenious united formation, merging over 300 supreme immortal swords to create a black divine dragon that rivaled the might of a divine demon body refiner. Faced with the silver armor general's secret techniques and magical treasures like the Asura warriors, guardian heavenly dragons, and twin-headed azure serpent, Ji Ning controlled the 2 black divine dragons to confront him. During a fierce clash, Ji Ning employed his divine abilities to transform into a 100-foot giant, blocking the silver armor general's 7-sided pure yang elementary magical treasure Great Seal. Ultimately, Ji Ning's superior skills bested the silver armor general, who was forced to release Mu Zizio. However, the silver armor general revealed a shocking truth: Mu Zizio's loved one's divine soul had been implanted into the dragon soul jade. Forever trapped, Ji Ning and Mu Zizio were shaken. The dragon soul jade's chains meant Yu Sha's divine soul could never reincarnate. Enduring endless suffering, the silver armor general's revelation plunged Mu Zizio into pain and guilt. Though unable to free Yu Sha's divine soul, Ji Ning led Mu Zizio away from the canyon, disappearing through spatial teleportation. The silver armor general could only lament Ji Ning's escape, aware of the inevitable consequences. Fuxi, a youth in silver armor, led his bronze guards at the Donglin mountain range in the Great Sha world, overseeing the refinement of puppets. However, Ji Ning, a mysterious immortal cultivator proficient in the 8-9 profound arts, infiltrated his stronghold and disrupted his plans. In response, Fuxi returned to his organization's headquarters and reported the incident to the Cave Lord. The Cave Lord blamed Fuxi for dereliction of duty and punished him by sending him to establish a stronghold in the chaotic Steel Mountain Grand World and to kill at least 5 heavenly immortals within a century, to stage a show of force to the disciples of the Donglin mountain range. Fuxi ruthlessly slaughtered the disciples who refused to submit. leaving only a few survivors. He then gathered important items like the Puppet Grandmaster and the ancient castle and returned to the organization's headquarters in the Fifth World along with his bronze guards. At the headquarters, the Cave Lord reprimanded Fuxi for his failures, stating that his actions had set back their plans to conquer the Great Sha world. However, the Cave Lord also acknowledged that Ji Ning's mastery of the 8-9 profound arts was not Fuxi's fault. Ultimately, the Cave Lord decided to send Fuxi to the Steel Mountain Grand World, hoping that the crucible of the battlefield would hone him and atone for his past mistakes. Fuxi was filled with anger and sorrow, but he dared not defy the organization's command and silently accepted his fate. Meanwhile, the Cave Lord explained to his disciples the special relationship between the Sha Emperor and the Ancestral Dragon Taoist, noting that the Sha Emperor's alliance with the Ancestral Dragon Taoist made the conquest of the Great Sha world considerably more difficult. In the vast realm of the three worlds, the Great Sha world and the Monument Mountain world stand as the pinnacle. However, the Great Sha world harbors a hidden crisis, with the enigmatic organizations of the Myriad Devil Cavern and the Nether Gate lurking. The leader of the Myriad Devil Cavern believes that the Great Sha world possesses potent fortune, implying a profound background behind its unification. He resolves to eliminate Ji Ning, an emerging genius in the Great Sha world, to prevent him from becoming a future obstacle. The leader of the Myriad Devil Cavern dispatches his disciple, the womanly caterpillar, to seek aid from the Nether Gate. The master of the Nether Gate grants her request but warns the leader of the Myriad Devil Cavern that she will find alternate collaborators if the matter is not handled prudently. The master of the Nether Gate sends Violet Grass to the Great Sha world to deal with Ji Ning. Violet Grass possesses extensive knowledge of Ji Ning and believes she can outmaneuver him. Meanwhile, Ji Ning rescues his fellow disciple, Mu Zishuo, and bestows upon him a formidable puppet, the Winged Immortal. Mu Zishuo is eternally grateful for Ji Ning's assistance and vows to repay him in the future. Ji Ning recognizes the inevitability of his conflict with the enigmatic forces. To bolster his strength, he sets out for the imperial city of the Great Sha to explore ways to acquire the Five Elements treasures. A sense of impending danger propels Ji Ning to enhance his abilities and prepare for the challenges that lie ahead. Under the cover of night, Ji Ning arrives at the royal capital of the Great Sha Kingdom after traversing the void. In his residence on Mount Tianbao, Ji Ning drinks alone. At this moment, a white-clothed man with silver hair enters the room. It is the spiritual beast of the Emperor of Sha. Ji Ning states his purpose, expressing his desire to purchase celestial gold crystals and other rare treasures of the Five Elements. The silver-haired man shows difficulty, indicating that these treasures are rare and valuable. Ji Ning offers replacements, but the Emperor of Sha is still unable to gather all the treasures. The silver-haired man informs Ji Ning that he needs to exchange them for treasures. With a pure Yang top-grade magic treasure in exchange for the required rare treasures. Due to the urgent sense of crisis in his strength, Ji Ning agrees to exchange treasures. The silver-haired man promises to gather the treasures as soon as possible and asks Ji Ning to come to the royal capital as soon as he receives the news. Meanwhile, the celestial emperors are worried about not being able to kill Ji Ning. Patriarch Xuanji believes that if Ji Ning's strength increases, it will pose a great threat to the celestial emperors. At this time, an emissary from the Gate of Infernal appears with 9 golden-clothed celestial immortals. Patriarch Xuanji is ordered to meet the emissary. Xuanji, an immortal of the Shaoyan clan, meets with Zikao, an envoy of the Boundless Sect. The Boundless Sect makes overtures of goodwill, expressing that they have aided the Shaoyan clan repeatedly and wish to become enemies of the Sha dynasty Imperials. Zikao proposes an alliance with the Shaoyan clan, on the condition that they prove their strength by killing Ji Ning. Despite Zikao's confidence in her ability to eliminate Ji Ning, Xuanji is hesitant to submit, as opposing the Sha dynasty Imperials by allying with the Boundless Sect would invite threats of annihilation. Zikao senses Xuanji's concerns and reveals the location of Ji Ning's sworn brother, Mu Zishuo. She asserts that Ji Ning and Mu Zishuo share an unbreakable bond. Xuanji is overjoyed, believing that capturing Mu Zishuo could force Ji Ning to show himself. Zikao warns that if the Shaoyan clan does not align with the Boundless Sect when confronting the Sha dynasty Imperials, they may bear the brunt of the attack. Xuanji reassures Zikao that the Shaoyan clan is not blindly loyal to the Imperials. After internal deliberations, The Shaoyan clan decides to send 4 immortal ancestors Xuanji, Kumu, Jinzong, and Qishintou the Anji County to assassinate Ji Ning. They conceal themselves near Mu Zishuo's residence and prepare an array to attack when Ji Ning arrives. However, Ji Ning is currently at the Yan princely mansion, chatting with his cousin Wei Kai Shi Yu and the Yan king. Ji Ning inquires about the minor samsara, and the Yan king reveals that he is one of the 10 Yama kings of the minor samsara. Corroborating the information provided by the Boundless sect, Ji Ning visits his maternal grandfather and learns that he is one of the 10 Yama kings who control the minor cycle of reincarnation within Dao ancestor Kai Ming's realm. Ji Ning asks his grandfather to search for the reincarnation of his deceased parents, and Yama King Yan promises to give him an answer in a few months. Ji Ning travels to his junior brother Mu Zishuo's abode and discovers that Mu Zishuo has become obsessed with communicating with the soul of his late Dao companion Yu Sha, worrying Ji Ning about his junior brother's Dao heart. At this time, the 4 celestial immortals Kai Xin, Zan Ji, Jin Zhang, Ku Mu of the Shaoyan clan had already laid in ambush nearby. When Ji Ning met with Mu Zishuo, they took advantage of the opportunity and launched a surprise attack on Mu Zishuo using Ancestor Kai Xin's mind attack. The mind attack causes Yu Sha's soul to dissipate, and Mu Zishuo is driven mad, controlling the winged immortal puppet to launch a fierce attack on the 4 celestial immortals. Gale winds rise and lightning flashes. A fierce battle is about to unfold. The lofty Xuanji forefather unleashes his 7 revolutions of wind and thunder in an intense battle against Ji Ning and the winged immortal puppet. Employing 360 starry rock mountains, Xuanji forefather forms a grand heavenly formation to withstand the wind and thunder. Simultaneously, withered wood forefather intervenes, summoning 9 colossal vines to attack Ji Ning's group. Ji Ning executes his 4th level of the Grand Chiliocosm sword formation, transforming into 2 black divine dragons that charge towards the vines. Despite severing 1 vine and rescuing Mu Zishuo, he remains suppressed by the relentless vines and Xuanji forefather's grand heavenly formation. In a moment of crisis, Ji Ning crushes a token to beseech the aid of Adept Dankai. Adept Dankai and Adept Duoshan promptly rush to his rescue. Meanwhile, Young Flame informs the young maiden on an island in the Western Sea, who witnesses the battle with 10 golden-garbed immortal celestials through the earth-penetrating divine mirror. As the battle rages on, Young Flame's 4 immortal celestials combine their powers to trap Ji Ning and Mu Zishuo with countless vines summoned by withered wood forefather. Ji Ning finds himself on the brink of despair, awaiting the arrival of Adept Dankai and others. In the battle against Patriarch Deadwood and Patriarch Profound Enigma, Ji Ning found himself outmatched, unable to withstand them with the 4th cycle of the Grand Chiliocosm sword formation as a nascent divinity Earth immortal. In a critical moment, he sought help from the celestial immortals of the Yan clan. Golden Bell Patriarch, one of the 4 celestial immortals of the Yan clan, arrived on the battlefield and unleashed his pure yang supreme grade Dharma treasure, the Golden Bell. The Golden Bell emitted a melodious toll and released visible golden ripples that struck Ji Ning directly. Ji Ning executed the 3 heads, 6 arms divine ability, using his 6 palms to resist the golden ripples. He was also able to cast the 9 heavens annihilation wind, dodging and weaving through the vine forest. Seeing that his powerful attack had failed to harm Ji Ning, Golden Bell Patriarch inferred that Ji Ning must possess a protective treasure. Patriarch Infatuation also joined the fight, unleashing the Frostcut Saber. The giant Frostcut Saber slashed towards Ji Ning, who countered with the 8-9 mysteries, but was knocked away and fell. However, he then executed the Avatar technique, splitting his body in 2. One of the avatars self-detonated, transferring its divine power to the other avatar, boosting its strength. Patriarch Infatuation unleashed the Frostcut Saber again, but Ji Ning hesitated, considering using his mobile immortal estate as an escape method. However, he worried that the immortal estate would not withstand the combined attacks of the 4 celestial immortals. At this moment, Ji Ning faced a grave crisis, trapped in a desperate situation by the besieging celestial immortals. While his avatar self-detonation technique could not last indefinitely, hovering above the barren expanse, the celestial figures of Duoshan and Dankai emerged, detecting the presence of a grand formation. With a probing sense, they realized Ji Ning was besieged within the formation by 4 grand celestials. Xuanji the celestial ancestor interfered with the starlight of heaven and earth, while Jinzong the celestial ancestor sacrificed his pure son's supreme divine bell to suppress him. Chixin the celestial ancestor conjured a small world of icy frost, and Kumu the celestial ancestor manipulated countless vines to bind him. Duoshan the celestial ancestor unleashed his ultimate move of moving mountains, summoning 9 towering mountains that bore down with the crushing weight of 81 peaks. Denkai wielded his quintessence sword arts with the small quintessence obliteration technique, sweeping with the sword light of the 5-finger mountain that exuded an aura of annihilation. The formation proved no match and shattered upon impact. The 4 grand celestials of the Shaoyan clan sensed the dire situation and could only flee. Duoshan and Denkai promptly arrived at Ji Ning's side and learned about Mu Zizio being ambushed by the Shaoyan clan. Consumed by guilt, Ji Ning felt responsible for implicating Mu Zizio. Duoshan and Denkai consoled him, informing him that the Shaoyan clan would not let this rest, and advised him to endure for the time being. After returning to Mount Yanshan, Ji Ning released Mu Zizio, who was filled with grief and vengeance. Ji Ning reassured his junior apprentice brother, expressing his determination to seek revenge against the Shaoyan clan, but emphasized the need for patience. Meanwhile, in the imperial palace of the Xia dynasty, Ji Ning's heavenly fox correspondent received the trusted message. The time had come. Ji Ning bid farewell to Mu Zizio and prepared to depart for the Xia capital, to exact revenge on the Shaoyan clan for all their misdeeds. Mu Zizio is very anxious when he learns that his elder brother Ji Ning is going to avenge their master. He advises his brother to take care, but Ji Ning is determined and embarks on the road to revenge. Meanwhile, Ji Ning goes to the capital of Daxia Kingdom to trade 5 elements of treasures with the celestial fox. The latter receives 98 ice and fire swords from Ji Ning, which are worth the same as a pure Yang supreme magic treasure, and thus completes the transaction. On the other side, Zikao, a young woman from the Infernal Gate, is annoyed that the Young Yan clan failed to kill Ji Ning, and decides to send members of the Infernal Gate to do the job. Immortal Wushao agrees to help, so he sends his avatar with the Tai Spirit Locking Ring to the capital of Daxia Kingdom to capture Ji Ning. Immortal Wushao's avatar infiltrates the capital of Daxia Kingdom, while Ji Ning seeks the right opportunity to make his move. Eventually, Immortal Wushao's avatar uses the Tai Spirit Locking Ring to launch a sneak attack on Ji Ning, and successfully captures him, taking him back to the Infernal Gate. In the royal capital of Great Xia, Ji Ning cultivates diligently within the Water Palace. His true self sits on the netherworld jade bed while surrounded by many 5-element treasures. Through over 6 hours of arduous cultivation, he finally raises the realm of his star-sizing hands to the 4th revolution, granting his palms power comparable to pure Yang ultimate treasures. Meanwhile, celestial immortal Wu Shao and a mysterious young woman secretly conspire, planning to deal with Ji Ning once he leaves the Great Xia royal capital. Upon learning of his increased strength, Ji Ning decides to challenge the 9th level of the God of War Sanctuary. On the 9th level, he encounters a monstrous god named Red Snow, a formidable avatar of a deity. Red Snow claims to be the chosen successor of Divine King Sanshou. They're awaiting Ji Ning's arrival to face his trial. So, Ji Ning and Red Snow engage in a fierce battle. Red Snow displays powerful divine abilities, overwhelming Ji Ning with unprecedented pressure. However, Ji Ning, drawing upon the might of his 4th revolution star-sizing hands, holds his own against Red Snow, demonstrating the prowess of a top-tier celestial immortal. Through this battle, Ji Ning rectifies a past humiliation, proving his worthiness to become Divine King Sanshou's successor. Meanwhile, celestial immortal Wu Shao and the mysterious young woman await their chance to strike Ji Ning, setting the stage for an intense struggle. On an ordinary morning, after turning on his computer as usual, a familiar pain struck in his abdomen. He initially thought it was due to eating too much watermelon the day before. However, as time went on, the pain not only did not subside, but it also intensified. The severe pain caused him to curl up on the floor and roll around on the bed, unable to help but cry out in agony. Usually, such pain would subside after a while, but this time, the pain was so severe that he felt dizzy and even fainted briefly. Terrified, he realized the seriousness of the situation and quickly called his family to accompany him to the hospital. The emergency doctor initially diagnosed him with kidney stones and administered painkillers and an IV. However, The doctor warned that the pain medication would only be temporary and that the pain could return at night. After the pain subsided, he sat in the study and could still feel a dull ache. He began to reflect on his health. For 8 years, he had been staying at home almost every day, sitting for long periods of time and not exercising. His health had long been neglected. Although the pain had subsided for now, he still had to see a specialist the next day. Recalling the terror he felt when he fainted, he was filled with lingering fear. His emotions were complex. He realized that he could no longer ignore his health and that this severe pain was a warning from his body. In the 9th level trial in the Divine Palace, Ji Ning engages in an intense duel with the crimson-haired divine demon. The red-haired demon's spear attacks relentlessly as a watery spirit, leaving Ji Ning in dire straits. However, utilizing the star-plucking hand divine ability, Ji Ning ingeniously counters the demon's attacks, draining its divine power. Ultimately, the demon is unable to continue fighting and acknowledges Ji Ning's victory. Nevertheless, Ji Ning is puzzled, as the main body of the crimson-haired demon vastly outpowers him. The demon explains that Ji Ning's star-plucking hand technique not only repels divine power but also drains it. As the avatar has finite reserves, it was exhausted after deflecting a dozen attacks. The demon commends Ji Ning's swordsmanship. Recognizing his exceptional defense, Ji Ning laments his own limitations. Unable to withstand the demon's spear despite the three-headed six-arm technique. The demon counsels Ji Ning that prematurely intervening in three realms affairs without sufficient strength will lead to a disastrous end. The secrets of the ancient Pangu world can only be uncovered by the most powerful cultivators. Upon returning to his water mansion, Ji Ning learns from the yellow-furred giant bear that the crimson-haired demon was an underling of Pangu's master before the shattering of the Pangu world. The bear stresses that Ji Ning's current strength is inadequate to pry into the mysteries of the three realms. Subsequently, Ji Ning proceeds to the treasure palace, intending to select a bowstring for his innate divine treasure, the Luo Hu bow. The black-clad youth presents Ji Ning with scrolls of 3 bowstrings, emphasizing the synergy between a fire attribute bowstring and a water attribute bow to maximize the weapon's potential. Ji Ning resolves to utilize the 1 Qi 9 Yuan pearl and other treasures during the confrontation with Shaoyan clan, and seeks the Heavenly Fox's assistance in acquiring the Fuxi rod formation and pure yang spirit pills. The Heavenly Fox is astonished by the magnitude of Ji Ning's material requests but comprehends his drive to strengthen his forces. By virtue of his luck, Ji Ning chooses the priceless Pyryang magic treasure 9 elements pearl of 1 Qi from the Hall of Treasures. Among them is a Pyryang top-grade pearl, which is also a rare world-class magic treasure. In order to obtain the supreme bowstring possessed by Emperor Sha, Ji Ning does not hesitate to exchange it for the 9 elements pearl of 1 Qi and makes additional requests for 20 Pyryang top-grade spiritual pills. As an ancient royal family, Emperor Sha has a powerful foundation and agrees to provide the bowstring. After obtaining the bowstring and arrows, Ji Ning completes the repair of the Rahu bow and at the same time advances his comet catcher to the 4th turn. In addition, he consumes many spiritual pills to cultivate the mystery of 9 evolutions and 8 changes to the 5th turn, greatly strengthening the power of his divine body. Now, Ji Ning possesses formidable strength in both attack and defense. He finds his cousin Wuqishi Yu and prepares to take revenge on his enemy, the Shaoyanshi clan. In order to avenge Wuqishi Yu, yearning to avenge her father, Wei Kai Shi Yu is willing to confront the Shaoyan clan. Despite being outmatched, Ji Ning believes he has a plan that will make the Shaoyan clan pay. Wei Kai Shi Yu insists on accompanying him and is determined to massacre the mortals of the Shaoyan clan. But Ji Ning refuses her request, fearing the retribution that would follow. Ji Ning returns to Yanshan with Uncle White and Shao Qing, informing Mu Zishuo of his plans. Shao Qing asks to join them, revealing she has attained the Void Return immortal realm with her second soul, making her highly capable of self-preservation. Ji Ning consents to Shao Qing's request but warns her to obey orders. The next day, Ji Ning, Mu Zishuo, Bai Shuizi, and Shao Qing set out for the Shaoyan clan's home base in Dongfujian. They are aware of the Shaoyan clan's strength and the complexity of their stronghold but are determined to confront them, stirring up a storm in the process. Ji Ning and his companions sense a powerful array suppression outside the Chenu mountain range, the base of the Shaoyan clan. They realize that forceful entry would trigger an array backlash. Ji Ning uses the 8th and 9th Revolution Mysteries technique to infiltrate the Chenu mountain range. Through the soul search of Yuan Shen Taoist Shao Yan Lu Shao, he learns about the array formation distribution of the base. Ji Ning continues to soul search other Yuan Shen Taoists, gradually mastering most of the arrays in the Dongfu County base. Ji Ning hands over the soul search results to the array Grandmaster Bai Shu, who devises a plan to break through the array based on this information. However, while Ji Ning is soul-searching another Yuan Shen Taoist, Shao Yan Shuan, the latter detects him and self-detonates his soul. Shao Yan Shuan's death draws the attention of Fu Feng the Fiend, who orders the incident to be investigated. Ji Ning realizes that the Shao Yan clan have heightened their vigilance but continues to collect array intelligence through soul search, increasing the probability of a successful breakthrough. In the Chenu mountain range of Dongfu County, the Shao Yan clan has established numerous cities and strongholds. A large number of mortals and cultivators live there. The mountain range stretches for millions of miles, with complex and varied terrain and numerous array formations. In a hidden immortal abode, Ji Ning, Mu Zi Suo, White Uncle, and Little Qing gathered. They planned to attack the Shao Yan clan's base, Chen Yu mountain range, but faced a great challenge amidst hundreds of scattered immortals and earth immortals. White Uncle meticulously studied the map, indicating that the Shao Yan clan's formations were scattered throughout the Chen Yu mountain range and controlled by different scattered immortals and earth immortals. However, the immortals couldn't maintain control over a formation covering millions of miles, meaning that as long as they found and killed the scattered immortal or earth immortal controlling the formation's restrictions, they could temporarily disrupt the formation's protection in that area. Thus, Ji Ning devised a plan to use the art of transformations to disguise himself as Void Clear Taoist, a disciple of Father Fu Feng, and enter the Chen Yu mountain range. He found Father Fu Feng's residence, the Spring Sun Hall, and launched a surprise attack when his opponent was unprepared, killing him with a single palm strike. To maximize the damage to the formations, Ji Ning summoned the 10,000-mile river chart and turned hundreds of thousands of miles controlled by Father Fu Feng upside down, destroying all mountains, palaces, and formation bases. He knew time was of the essence, as the Shao Yan clan's counterattack was imminent, and he had to expand the scope of the destruction as quickly as possible. At this moment, Ji Ning's destructive actions had alerted the Shao Yan clan, provoking their fury. With the arrival of heavenly immortals, a fierce battle was about to unfold. In the depths of the vast Chenu mountains, three innately powerful beings, a muscular axe-wielding boy, a lithe archery girl, and a girl in black, travel together, hoping to excel in the upcoming trials. However, their dreams are shattered as an irresistible tidal wave engulfs them. Faced with this cataclysmic force, the trio can do nothing but watch as peaks crumble and the earth heaves. In their moment of despair, a stream surges from the wave, enveloping them in a water bubble that saves them from certain doom. To their astonishment, the one wielding the colossal wave is a short, stout man who appears godlike. They both desire his power and feel awe for him. Meanwhile, the ape city of the Shoyan clan faces its own apocalypse. The tidal wave submerges the city. But then, a vortex of water from the Suhe River appears, encasing the city in a sphere and shielding its countless mortals. However, the cultivators of the Shoyan clan are not so fortunate, as they are mercilessly swept away by the Suhe River. Among them, Mu Zizio's killing spree is particularly savage, unleashing the 7 desolations wind and thunder to slaughter all Shoyan clan members. Witnessing this, Ji Ning sighs inwardly but does not intervene. Instead, he manipulates the Suhe River, further decimating the Shoyan clan cultivators. However, this slaughter exacts a price, as his golden aura of merit gradually dissipates and transforms into merit energy. As the carnage continues, Mu Zizio's sins grow heavier, and even mortals become his targets. Seeing this, Ji Ning warns Mu Zizio that if he does not desist, the karmic fire will surely consume him. Meanwhile, distant loose immortals and earth immortals, protected by formation restrictions, watch Ji Ning's rampage but dare not intervene, awaiting the arrival of their celestial immortal ancestors. In the outpost of the Wujian sect of the West Sea, Immortal Wushao and Immortal Zikao watched the scene in the Chen Yu mountain range. Believing that Young Flame could deal with Ji Ning, Young Flame's Immortal Xuanji and other immortals had also sensed Ji Ning's killing intent and prepared to ambush him. Immortal Huobo was ordered to be in charge of the Grand Formation to deal with Ji Ning. Joining forces with Immortal Chixin, Immortal Kumu, Immortal Jinzong, and Immortal Jingyu to cast the Shaoyan Demon Subduing Formation. The second primordial spirit of Old Fiend Fufeng learned that his main body was killed by Ji Ning. He came to the Chenyu mountain range to take the opportunity to get revenge. Ji Ning used the 10,000 Li Bridge River to break the Yunflame Formation. He found a huge crimson copper pillar buried underground and was curious about it. When the 5 immortals of Yunflame appeared, Ji Ning retreated to the Chunyang Palace and discussed activating the 71-layered formation with Uncle Bai. Ji Ning wore the immortal puppet and openly declared war on Yunflame. Luring the immortals to come, he stood on the ruins and mocked them, waiting for Yunflame's next move, preparing to kill them in the formation. The immortals of Yunflame were deeply humiliated and determined to eliminate Ji Ning. High in the sky, the 5 immortal celestials of the Shoyan clan glared down at Ji Ning within the ruins. Their faces twisted with fury. Ji Ning had destroyed their lair and forced their hand. And now they would make him pay. Their killing intent surged as they transformed into 5 multicolored peaks, hurtling towards Ji Ning. However, Ji Ning was ready. He had laid down a great formation, which prevented the 5 immortal celestials from using their spiritual senses or seeing beyond a few hundred yards. Seizing this advantage, Ji Ning attacked, his 6 arms morphing into sword fingers that struck the 5 peaks. In response, the immortal celestials unleashed the Shaoyan Demon Subduing Formation, summoning 5 pitch-black chains. The chains possessed incredible flexibility, aiming to ensnare Ji Ning. But Ji Ning wielded the powerful Chanyu sword, which he used to summon the Wanli River as a giant serpent that coiled around the chains, restricting their movement. As Ji Ning's relentless assault continued, the 5 peaks began to tremble, and the immortal celestials were forced to focus on their defense. To their astonishment, Ji Ning's strength far exceeded their expectations, and even within the confines of their formation, he maintained the upper hand. The 5 immortal celestials were filled with alarm, realizing that Ji Ning posed a far greater threat than they had ever anticipated. 5 great celestial immortals engage in an intense battle with Ji Ning in the lair of the Lesser Yan Fiend. With his advancements in the 8-9 arcane art and the star-plucking finger, Ji Ning dominates the celestial immortals. But their defensive formation is impenetrable, preventing Ji Ning from breaking through. The 5 celestial immortals, including the Immortal of Passion, realize that Ji Ning's strength far surpasses their expectations and resolve to send a message to their master for reinforcements. They conclude that with Ji Ning's intrusion into the Lesser Yan Fiend's lair, both sides have reached a point of no return, with one party destined to surrender. Ji Ning understands that the battle with the celestial immortals will be protracted. Instead of attacking directly, he chooses to wait for an opportunity and observe the enemy's mistakes. He discovers a massive copper rod deeply buried underground, connected to an expanse of fiery rock too large to fathom. Driven by curiosity, Ji Ning transforms into a giant and attempts to pull out the copper rod. While he succeeds in shaking it, he fails to extract it. In a distant realm, a mysterious being adorned with scales, blue flames, and a single horn on its forehead suddenly opens its eyes, filled with fury, and demands to know who dares to disturb its infinite copper furnace. Before a gigantic beast made of insects, a unicorn-like humanoid creature orders it to shrink and swallows it. The unicorn-like creature then proceeds to Chen Yushan with 2 immortals. Meanwhile, Ji Ning is extracting a fiery copper pillar. The moment he does so, the elder Xuanji who watches from a faraway tower gets alarmed and senses that someone is tampering with the endless copper furnace. Within the array set by Shaoyan's Baishui Marsh, 5 immortals also feel the vibrations from the furnace and realize Ji Ning is activating it. They rush to stop him. Ji Ning ignores the spells and treasures from the 5 immortals and remains intent on extracting the pillar. As he does so, the pillar triggers the vibrations of the runes on the fiery rock wall below. The 5 immortals realize the situation is dire, but their power is not enough to suppress Ji Ning. Suddenly, ripples manifest in the space, a sign that Shaoyan's elder is coming to reinforce them. 4 figures appeared above the abyssal chasm of Mount Chenu. The leader was a man in a golden robe with a single horn and somber eyes, known as Patriarch Xuanji. Behind him were 3 immortals: Immortal Black Rain, Immortal Golden Cloud, and Immortal Xuanji. The scattered immortals and earth immortals of the Lesser Yan tribe watched with growing astonishment. 5 immortals had already appeared, and now there were 4 more, leading them to speculate that the Lesser Yan tribe might possess 9 immortals. Patriarch Xuanji and his companions looked down to see 5 immortals desperately trying to block a giant crimson copper pillar while a 1,000-foot-tall giant named Ji Ning frenziedly pulled at it. The man in the golden robe ordered his subordinate immortals to suppress the pillar while he sat on the back of his winged rhinoceros and released 3 monstrous creatures that were 10,000 feet tall. Ji Ning was protected by his 8-9 arcane arts. But even so, he found it difficult to withstand the siege of 8 immortals. However, as he pulled out the copper pillar, a surge of powerful energy from the depths of the crimson rock walls emerged, gradually increasing Ji Ning's strength. At this point, the 3 monstrous beasts entered the fray. Their formidable power, including a massive armored beetle, a winged rhinoceros with thick skin, and a giant venomous snake, left Ji Ning shocked. The winged rhinoceros pressed down so hard that the copper pillar sank deeply. The man in the golden robe became anxious. He had thought the 3 monstrous beasts would easily suppress the pillar. But he hadn't anticipated that Ji Ning, with the support of the energy below, would be able to resist. In the distant palace, immortal Wu Shao laughed aloud, recognizing the man in the golden robe as the progenitor of the Lesser Yan tribe. Yan Chou, a strange and cunning immortal with the bloodline of a Dao ancestor. He praised the many avatars of the poisonous Chou immortal, each of which possessed the power of a top immortal. His ability to rear venomous insects was also unparalleled in the 3 realms. In the Pangu world, the 300-jong giant Ji Ning is crazily pulling up the copper pillar. And the power surging under the copper pillar is increasingly powerful, making Ji Ning pull it up easily. The golden-robed man with a single horn, the ancestor of Shao Yan, was furious, but he abided by the iron law of the tribe and did not gather all the strange beasts on himself. He helplessly transmitted a voice, expressing his willingness to reconcile and promising to withdraw the copper pillar. However, Ji Ning refused to reconcile, demanding the execution of all those who attacked the Yu Kai clan and the 4 heavenly immortals. Ancestor Shao Yan was furious and said that heavenly immortals could not be sacrificed, and proposed to compensate with treasures. But Ji Ning asked for 10 Pyryong top-grade magic treasures, leaving Ancestor Shao Yan speechless. The situation fell into a stalemate, and Ancestor Shao Yan was furious, vowing to kill Ji Ning and his tribe. At this moment, the copper pillar suddenly stopped, and a loud noise came. The rock wall cracked, releasing more than 900 gods and demons, of which more than 60 were returning to the void gods and demons. After these gods and demons rushed out, their bodies grew rapidly, and they were filled with hatred for the 9 heavenly immortals of the Shao Yan clan. Ancestor Shao Yan's face was pale, and he regretted not killing these gods and demons earlier. The 9-headed demon in the lead roared, vowing to exterminate the Shao Yan clan. Ji Ning witnessed this scene with great shock. 900 captive deities and demons escaped and retaliated against Shao Yan clan under the leadership of the chief 9-headed demon god, seeking vengeance for endless torture. They assembled the demon god battle formation, engaging in an intense battle with Shao Yan clan's 9 heavenly immortals. Despite the massive power of the demon god formation and the robust defense of the 8 immortals sea suppression formation, it trembled under the demons' attacks. The 9 heavenly immortals struggled to hold their ground, knowing that the Emperor Sha's God Slayer guards were on their way. However, the deities and demons were determined to avenge themselves, even at the cost of their lives. The God Slayer guards' arrival forced the deities and demons to abandon their vengeance and flee. The 8 heavenly immortals were heavily wounded but relieved. To their surprise, they found Ji Ning still standing in the ruins. In deep meditation, Ji Ning opened his eyes, his gaze sparkling with the joy of enlightenment. He had created the 10th form of the 3-foot sword I Go Now. His sword intent was immense and powerful. Ji Ning looked up at the sky, his determination unwavering. He would face all obstacles head-on. Under the shroud of restrictive formations, the immortals gathered and discussed the recent retreat of the gods and demons. They believed that with only Ji Ning remaining, there was no need to continue the migration of mortals. Meanwhile, Ji Ning single-handedly faced the encirclement of 9 Empyrean immortals. The immortals believed that despite their severe injuries sustained from the gods and demons' attacks, they could still unleash some of their abilities and were enough to deal with Ji Ning. Thus, they deployed the 8 trigrams dragon roaming formation. However, Ji Ning's strength surpassed their expectations. He executed the astonishing evasion divine ability 9 Heavens Obliterating Wind, effortlessly dodging the attacks of 3,000-foot strange beasts and swiftly charging towards the Empyrean Immortals. Against their 8 trigrams dragon roaming formation, Ji Ning wielded his self-created sword technique, and 6,000-foot black divine swords condensed from the power of heaven and earth pierced through the formation. Instantly, 2 Empyrean Immortals were reduced to ashes under Ji Ning's sword, and their pure yang supreme divine bells were seized by Ji Ning. The remaining 6 Empyrean Immortals valiantly resisted and barely managed to block Ji Ning's final sword beam. This scene enraged the ancestor of the minor flame, who was observing the battle from afar, as he realized that Ji Ning's strength far exceeded their expectations. Within the array formation created by Xiaoyanqi, earthly immortals and loose immortals witnessed a shocking battle. Initially watching with ease, they become terrified after 2 celestial immortals were killed. They hastily evacuated mortals and cultivators, fearing that Ji Ning would slaughter them all. Ji Ning fearlessly faced the formation of 8 celestial immortals, effortlessly killing 2 of them. Enraged, the Xiaoyanqi ancestor ordered the one-horned golden robe man to confront Ji Ning personally. The one-horned golden robe man summoned 3 10,000-foot-tall venomous beasts to engage Ji Ning in a fierce battle. Relying on his powerful physical body and 3 heads and 6 arms from the 8-9 arcane art, Ji Ning gained the upper hand in close combat, tearing apart the flying wing rhinoceros. The one-horned golden robe man had no choice but to activate the secret technique Qi, causing his beetles to split and enhance the rhinoceros hooves. However, Ji Ning's profound swordsmanship allowed him to break free from the venomous snake's entanglement. He unleashed his full power against the venomous black snake, tearing it to shreds. Seeing the unfavorable situation, the one-horned golden robe man attempted to retreat. At that moment, old demon Fufeng ambushed Ji Ning with hundreds of starry gravels. Ji Ning's sturdy physical body crushed the starry gravels, causing the billions of mortals and cultivators who had been relocated within them to perish from the spatial shattering. Instantly, immeasurable resentment and karma surged towards Ji Ning, while bloody karmic flames descended upon both Ji Ning and old demon Fufeng. Blazing flames erupted, the crimson karmic fire burning vehemently, inspiring both awe and a sense of sacredness. Originating from the void, it scorched the soul and spirit, testing the resilience of one's Tao heart. Caught in the sky enveloped by karmic fire, Ji Ning clutched his head in agony, plummeting from the heavens. Within the seclusion chamber of his underwater palace, his second primordial spirit endured the fire's torment. Black-robed Ji Ning let out a piercing roar, kneeling in anguish on the netherworld jade bed, struggling to crawl out. Outside, Ji Ning's descent was accompanied by a terrifying cry. The 6 celestial immortals, including Shoyan, watched in a mix of awe and trepidation. The karmic fire inflicted unimaginable pain upon Ji Ning, but to their astonishment, he didn't perish immediately. Fufeng, also suffering in the flames, endured with laughter, his Tao heart unwavering. The punishment intensified gradually. Under the first stage of agony, Ji Ning's Tao heart held firm, guided by the determination instilled in his newly created 10 sword forms. Third stance: where the Tao resides, even against countless foes, I shall advance. Despite his excruciating torment, Fufeng retained a glimmer of consciousness. Witnessing Ji Ning's fall, shock filled his gaze. Bai Shuizi, Zhao Qing, and Mu Zizio watched from afar, their hearts filled with despair and worry. The karmic fire was a life or death trial for Ji Ning, and surviving it required a resolute Tao heart. With Ji Ning having cultivated for less than a century, they couldn't help but fear for his well-being. However, Ji Ning's Tao heart remained unbroken, a flicker of consciousness still burning within him. Just as Shoyan and the others prepared to capture him with the suppression artifact, Ji Ning struck out with his hands, scattering all the treasures. Seeing this, Shoyan devised a ruthless plan. He summoned the innate spiritual treasure, Boundary Suppression Pagoda, enveloping Ji Ning. A massive vortex appeared at the pagoda's base, sucking Ji Ning in and casting him beyond the 3 realms. Amidst the grand formation, Ji Ning's fellow disciples Mu Zizio, Shao Qing, and Bai Shuizi witnessed him engulfed by the tribulation flame. Filled with anxiety, sensing Ji Ning's fading aura, they realized he had been transported to a distant realm, no longer in the Da Sha world. Mu Zizio was consumed by self-blame, attributing Ji Ning's peril to his own impatience for revenge. He regretted not waiting with patience and urging Ji Ning to confront the Shaoyan clan. Shaoqing and Baishuiza shared their grief but being aware of their lacking strength. They lacked the ability to defy the celestial immortals of the Shaoyan clan. They concealed Mu Zizio within a cave abode and fled from the formation using the grand teleportation. Returning to Yanshan, the 7 celestial immortals of the Shaoyan clan arrived at the boundless formation. Finding Ji Ning and his companions had already escaped, they regretted the sacrifice of Senior Fufeng but believed Ji Ning's demise was certain due to the tribulation flame. At the Nether Gate outpost, celestial immortal Wu Shao praised Senior Fufeng's ruthlessness, while Zi Sao condemned his actions as despicable. Wu Shao emphasized the extreme danger of the tribulation flame, capable of challenging even celestial immortals. Meanwhile, Senior Fufeng continued to endure the torment of the tribulation flame, his aura fading. The Shaoyan Patriarch and others watched in concern. But Senior Fufeng eventually overcame the ordeal with his indomitable will, feeling deep remorse for his sins. Senior Fufeng sought punishment in the lesser cycle of reincarnation. The Shaoyan Patriarch accompanied him, arranging his reincarnation. This calamity resulted in the loss of a close comrade for Ji Ning's disciples and also instilled within them a profound understanding of the horrors of the tribulation flame. They vowed to cultivate diligently until their strength surpassed their current limits. In order to avenge Ji Ning, on the island of Mingxin in Anzan County, Baishuiza, Zhao Qing, and Muzi Shuo wait anxiously. They have kept secret the news of Ji Ning's encounter with the fire of karma, hoping he will return safely. However, as time passes, their hope gradually fades. Far away in the Great Xia dynasty, LV Dongbin receives a secret letter from the Xia Emperor. Learning of Ji Ning's plight, he worries whether Ji Ning can withstand the test of the fire of karma and discovers Yu Wei's hidden murderous intent in her past life as a great demon. In order to protect Yu Wei, he decides to keep the truth from her for now, allowing her to focus on preparing for the heavenly tribulation. In the desolate region of the endless void, Ji Ning endures the excruciating pain of the fire of karma. He struggles to resist the mental torment but is unable to escape the allure of the seduction of the tribulation. 6 beautiful women appear one after another, tempting his desires. Ji Ning clings to his firm beliefs and devotion to the Tao to barely maintain his sanity, constantly reminding himself that the visions before him are illusions. Ji Ning suffered the red dust tribulation after the descent of the karmic flames, facing the temptation and desire of 7 enchanting women. At first, he forcefully repressed his desires, but as time passed, they grew more intense. Ji Ning gradually realized that he should separate his willpower from his outward being and not succumb to the enticements of the red dust. During the red dust tribulation, Ji Ning underwent various trials involving desire, food, qi, wealth, love, and resentment. In each wave of temptation, Ji Ning tried to let desire wash over him while keeping his mind detached, separating himself from the desires. This process brought improvements to Ji Ning's willpower. Reaching the icy heart level in the Hu Yi archery, he realized that although the karmic flames were a great calamity, they also brought with them interdependent gains and losses. The red dust tribulation continued, and Ji Ning's consciousness was suddenly transported to an ordinary courtyard, where he incarnated as an infant. As time passed, he grew into a young man. Witnessing the hard work of his mother and second mother, he was determined to give his mothers a good life. However, when the young man was 16, a green-haired immortal suddenly appeared, announcing that the entire city needed to be relocated. Ji Ning sensed something amiss, as it might be a scheme of the Fufeng elder demon. Ultimately, space shattered, and the young man and his mothers disappeared into it. With an earth-shattering boom, the confined space crumbled into pieces, fragments flying uncontrollably. Cultivators roared in despair, striving to escape the shattered dimension. Chaos ensued among the mortals, panic and anxiety painting their faces. The mother and stepmother were devoured by the spatial shards before the young boy's eyes, his world instantly collapsing. Ji Ning possessed the youth's body. Experiencing his heart-wrenching anguish, he was filled with self-reproach, believing that things would have been different if he had not destroyed the celestial pearl. Meanwhile, a burly man publicly humiliated the possessed youth, threatening to feed him to a demon beast. The youth was cast into the deep mountains, awaiting death in agony and despair. However, the youth's younger sister, Afu, bore a striking resemblance to Ji Ning's senior apprentice sister, Yu Wei. Her presence stirred unfamiliar emotions within Ji Ning. As if his senior apprentice sister was experiencing the same suffering. AFU risked her life to save the youth, unlocking his innate shackles. With the help of a father-in-law and elder brother-in-law, the youth eventually made a breakthrough. Overjoyed, he discovered that AFU was pregnant. Tragedy struck again. The city was evacuated, and space once more collapsed. In the shattered dimension, AFU, the youth, and their child died in each other's arms. Ji Ning felt as though he were witnessing Yu Wei's demise. The gut-wrenching pain consuming his rationality. A torrent of emotions surged like a tidal wave, shattering Ji Ning's ice heart realm, plunging him into the abyss of the thousand eras heart tribulation. Endless resentment, unwillingness, and self-reproach flooded his mind, threatening to break him. The tribulation of 1,000 samsaras is the most dreaded ordeal faced by cultivators. It entails being reincarnated 1,000 times, exposing cultivators to emotional turmoil and inner torment. Ji Ning, enduring this tribulation, is overwhelmed by the convergence of 1,000 lifetimes of emotions, causing his heart force realm to collapse and filling him with despair and guilt. Under a life-threatening situation, Ji Ning's indomitable determination awakens, recognizing that his destiny should be under his own control, not at the mercy of the tribulation. This realization enables him to forge his Tao core, transcending his heart force realm and reaching a realm approaching sovereignty. However, despite weathering the tribulation, Ji Ning's soul is still tormented by its fiery torment. Nevertheless, his spirit has been tempered, his heart force realm nearing perfection, placing him a mere step away from sovereignty. Yet, before attaining it, Ji Ning is swept into a peculiar void by a surge of the void wave. A place devoid of celestial qi and heavenly Tao sense. He finds himself lost in an endless, dark, and desolate emptiness, his whereabouts unknown. Ji Ning coincidentally entered a peculiar place called the Realm of Annihilation. Even the way of heaven doesn't exist here, and Ji Ning discovers his swordsmanship is ineffective, leaving him unable to escape. His spirit treasure, the Big Yellow Bear, informs him that this could be the intersection of the ancient ruins and the void. The ancient ruins exist as remnants of the ancient Pangu world and are incredibly dangerous, capable of claiming the lives of even true divinity patriarchs. Since the outer realm of annihilation is filled with raging waves, Ji Ning cannot swim against the current to escape and can only follow it downstream, which will lead him to the perilous ancient ruins. Ji Ning is left with no choice but to drift and cultivate within the realm of annihilation. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan is still resentful and dispatches mysterious Heaven Immortal to investigate Ji Ning's life and death at the Black and White Academy in order to eliminate any potential threat. With Ji Ning's uncertain fate, Xiao Yan and his followers remain fearful and anxious. Xiao Yan's spies were dispatched to Anjay City to determine Ji Ning's status, while the Xia Emperor of the Great Xia Dynasty sent a celestial fox to the Black and White Academy to make inquiries. Ji Ning's spirit beast, Whitewater Swamp, arrived at the Black and White Academy and informed Hall Master Shenren of Ji Ning's encounter with the karmic fire. Whitewater Swamp revealed that after Ji Ning mistakenly killed 100 billion mortals, he was engulfed by the karmic fire and teleported by Xiao Yan outside the Great Xia world. Upon learning of Ji Ning's situation, Hall Master Shenren was both concerned and proud. He also discovered that Xiao Yan possessed the Town Realm Pagoda, which could rip space and facilitate teleportation. The Celestial Fox further explained that Xiao Yan feared Ji Ning and would likely search for his whereabouts and even investigate the Black and White Academy. Hall Master Shenren immediately sealed the Starfire Hall that housed the disciples' life tablets, forbidding anyone from entering to prevent Xiao Yan from gaining access to Ji Ning's information. As time passed, Hall Master Shenren and the others eagerly awaited Ji Ning's return, but he acknowledged that the outcome remained uncertain. Meanwhile, in the vast desolate domain, Ji Ning wandered aimlessly, unable to comprehend the Tao. He could only enhance his strength by constantly practicing archery. He utilized a method of shooting arrows against the void storm to relentlessly train in the Yi archer's arts during his extended travels, instilling his willpower into the arrows, significantly increasing their potency. After half a year of drifting, Ji Ning spotted a distant landmass that piqued his interest. With Candle Dragon's Eye, his visual range increased dramatically, allowing him to clearly observe the remote land. While flying through the desolate territories, Ji Ning suddenly discovers a distant continent. With caution, he stays afar, yet, In the dark void millions of miles away from Ji Ning, there is a mysterious dwelling place. 18 towering warriors with blue-black scales and scarlet horns are watching Ji Ning. They recognize him as being from an unknown world and send forth 10 bloody eye warriors to investigate. The bloody eye warriors have soul-binding and entrapment abilities. But Ji Ning's powerful divine soul and body are unaffected. Wielding his North Sea sword, Ji Ning immediately slays 5 of the 1,000 Zhong bloody eye warriors. However, they are not dead, and they regenerate with green blood and power. Ji Ning evades using the 9 heavens annihilating wind and strikes down another 5,800 Zhong bloody eye warriors. The strength of these warriors is at the Earth grade level. Their speed is at the Heaven grade. And they possess Heaven grade sword techniques. However, Ji Ning's overall strength is superior. And he successfully defeats them. Balo, the horn warrior on the dwelling place, witnesses everything and deems Ji Ning to be an elite scout but not invincible. He decides to recall the bloody eye warriors and begin the incubation of more. At the Void Territory, 17 horned scale warriors witnessed the human alien Ji Ning eradicating 10 blood eye warriors. Resident Chi Hua confirms Ji Ning's possession of heaven-level speed, swordsmanship, and earth-level power, but with no signs of exceptional techniques. Chi Hua reports to the Elder Palace and suggests capturing Ji Ning alive for observation. Inside the Broken Horn Realm Elder Palace, 9 elders express astonishment after hearing the news. They discover Ji Ning originates from the human race, an overlord of the 3 realms with formidable beings, transcending even the elders' sacred ancestor. The elders feel awe, but Emperor reminds them that the 3 realms' heavenly Tao is null in the endless continent, where only the Chaos Tao operates. Emperor commands the full activation of the 3rd Void Circle, mobilizing the Special Action Team and the army garrison to capture Ji Ning. Empress also issues orders to the powerhouses of the Void Territory, asking them to rouse the others. The others show surprise at the discovery of the humans, recalling their formidable prowess in the ancient war and attaching importance to capturing Ji Ning. Across the boundless void, the intents of 3 mighty forces entwine. Empress Intent announces the discovery of humans, awakening the dormant others, despite showing hesitation at first due to their fear of human power. The others eventually decide to venture out, determined to apprehend Ji Ning. In the distant world of Broken Horn, 3 supreme matriarchs closely observe the every move of Ji Ning, the rising star of the human race in the new era. Concerned about the rise of the humans represented by Ji Ning, they dispatch the Frontier Army's First Corps to watch him. Meanwhile, Lu Dongbin is secretly guarding a hidden realm, witnessing his apprentice Yu Wei undergoing a tribulation. Despite Yu Wei's extraordinary strength, the might of the heavenly tribulation is unusual, especially the thunderbolts, far exceeding Lu Dongbin's expectations. On the other hand, Ji Ning encounters the pursuit of Broken Horn in the domain of annihilation, where he realizes that he is trapped within a fearsome ceiling formation spanning tens of millions of miles. In desperation, he attempts to pierce the light barrier with the Luohu bow. But to no avail. Just as he sees no escape, a colossal starship appears, carrying countless formidable warriors of Broken Horn. Ji Ning realizes that an army from the ancient ruined world of Broken Horn has arrived to capture him. Trapped in the void by a grand formation, Ji Ning encounters a formidable force from the Broken Horn world. Faced with over 1,000 warriors in black cloaks, Ji Ning realizes that their appearance and aura are vastly different from the previous Blood Eye warriors, making them even more formidable. Among them is a warrior with a purple cloak who exudes an aura stronger than a celestial immortal. Leading this army, this force employs a unique secret technique, conjuring colossal Blood Eye warriors by spitting out invisible orbs. As these Blood Eye warriors attempt to employ their mind control techniques, Ji Ning resists their assault with the help of his Ice Heart Realm. Besieged by over 10,000 Blood Eye warriors, Ji Ning unleashes his exquisite swordsmanship, slaughtering his foes with his North Star sword. However, the warrior in the purple cloak commands the Blood Eye warriors to ignite their own bodies, augmenting their strength and speed. Despite Ji Ning's robust physique, he can only withstand them with his swordsmanship and 8-9 profound art. Unable to swiftly eliminate them, the purple-cloaked warrior dispatches a warrior in a black cloak to test Ji Ning. And despite Ji Ning's efforts with his 6-armed sword arts, he is defeated. Subsequently, 9 warriors in black cloaks surround Ji Ning, forcing him to enlarge himself with the Dharma aspect technique. But his energy consumption escalates rapidly. Ji Ning comes to understand that the strength of the broken horn world far surpasses his imagination. And the more divine abilities he utilizes, the faster his divine energy dwindles. In desperation, he anxiously contemplates how to escape his predicament. Ji Ning in the horned world was facing a siege of 100 black cloak warriors, barely holding on with the techniques heaven and earth, vastness and 3 heads, 6 arms. However, as the enemy warriors increased in number, Ji Ning's situation became dangerous. Although he could shatter and reform with his tough body cultivated by the 8-9 arcane art, the enemies clearly knew his tricks and were determined to collect all his fragments. In desperation, Ji Ning's willpower broke through another realm, reaching the sovereign level. Although willpower could not directly assist in battle, it gave Ji Ning extraordinary calmness. Facing the desperate situation, he chose to fight to the death, withdrawing his 6 divine swords and transforming his fingers into 300 Zhong sword fingers. Under the surge of the 4th transformation of the star-plucking hands, Ji Ning's power skyrocketed, and every finger could tear apart an enemy warrior. Upon discovering the green orbs, Ji Ning realized that they were their lifelines. Despite the large number of black cloak warriors in close combat, their fetters, such as chains, could not effectively restrain Ji Ning's agile body. Ji Ning killed the black cloak warriors one by one, and a large amount of evil energy entangled him. Seeing the arrival of the purple cloaked warrior for reinforcements, Ji Ning knew that this was a battle to the death. He decided to fight with all his might and drag the purple cloaked warrior down with him. In the realm of annihilation, the purple caped warrior, Bernal, leads nearly 100 black caped warriors against Ji Ning. Bernal's strength far surpasses Ji Ning's, his 4 arms brandishing silver whips that keep Ji Ning firmly suppressed. Ji Ning does his utmost to resist, unleashing the 6-armed star-plucking art. But Bernal's whip techniques are exquisite, his speed and power both superior to Ji Ning's, preventing him from getting close. As Ji Ning's divine power gradually depletes, Bernal becomes more composed. The black-caped warriors watch the battle, confident in Bernal's victory. However, within the aquatic manor world, Big Yellow and the 7 elders are closely monitoring the situation. They worry for Ji Ning's safety, as Bernal's master may be a Dao ancestor true god, and even if they intervene, they may not be able to defeat them. Just as Ji Ning's divine power nears exhaustion, the vermilion bird divine demon prepares to rescue him. But to their surprise, Ji Ning's willpower has made the leap from ice heart to sovereign, igniting a formidable will in the face of extreme peril. Unwilling to accept defeat, Ji Ning uses all his strength to fend off Bernal's whips, biding his time for an opportunity to counterattack. Meanwhile, the Golden Caped warriors of the First Legion, following the orders of the Empress, are leading a formidable fleet to Bernal's aid. As Ji Ning's divine power dwindles, the battle becomes more precarious. Big Yellow and the elders in the aquatic manor prepare themselves, awaiting a direct confrontation with the master of the world of lopsidedness. In the midst of a fierce battle, the alien warrior Ji Ning reaches his limits, channeling his divine power and essence into his palm for a desperate final strike. Unexpectedly, his 6 sword fingers repel the 4 silver whips of the violet-caped commander, overpowering the commander's weapon. The sudden surge shocks everyone present. The warriors of the Broken Horn Realm are confounded. The Golden Bear is bewildered, and the first army of the frontier is puzzled. However, in the unknown darkness, the thoughts of the 3 empresses converge. The second empress is thrilled to discover the presence of mind force in Ji Ning's attack, an ethereal yet formidable power. She realizes that the alien has mastered the method of condensing and using mind force, a top-secret technique in the 3 realms. The 3 empresses recognize this as their chance to obtain the mind force technique from Ji Ning. However, they must tread carefully in the face of Ji Ning's powerful mind force, lest they provoke him into self-destruction. As Ji Ning marvels at the potency of his sword fingers, a formidable surge emanates from afar. Myriad warships carrying millions of horned warriors and violet-caped warriors approach him, with a figure in a golden cloak and an intimidating presence on the golden ship at the forefront. Just as Ji Ning despairs, the thoughts of the 3 empresses descend upon the golden general and the violet-caped warriors, ordering them to hold back. In the sealed void region of the Severed Horn world, Goldenfur hears a powerful Severed Horn army and a mysterious purple-cloaked warrior. Though they do not attack Ji Ning, Goldenfur and the 7 Taoists of Samsara sect deduce that while Ji Ning's divine power is exhausted, His star-sizing hand is more powerful, suggesting a breakthrough. Faced with millions of severed horn warriors, Ji Ning knows he cannot overcome them, but refuses to submit. The severed horn general demands a soul search, but Ji Ning declines. The three empresses decide to have their descendants fight Ji Ning successively to observe his mental fluctuations and deduce the Tao of the mind. Meanwhile, Ji Ning's Tao companion, Yu Wei, faces the 79 heavenly tribulations and heart force tribulations in the three realms. Yu Wei's past life was difficult, making the heart force tribulation especially perilous. Patriarch Lu closely watches his disciple, concerned that her past life's obsessions will affect her tribulations. As time passes, Yu Wei's heart force tribulation lasts exceptionally long, worrying Patriarch Lu and leaving him uncertain of her ultimate fate. After enduring the tribulations of the inner demon, Yu Wei finally ascended to become an immortal, eager to return to the Great Sha Kingdom. She learned that her Tao companion Ji Ning had mistakenly killed 100 billion mortals in the Chenu Mountains and was brutally banished. Immortal Dankai informed Yu Wei that Ji Ning was trapped in a desolate place in the boundless void. His life unknown, Yu Wei became extremely anxious but could do nothing to rescue him. Meanwhile, in the realm of extinction, Ji Ning battled horned warriors, continuously depleting his divine powers. However, following the Empress' orders, the horned warriors, instead of killing him, challenged him repeatedly, using him as a grind object. Sensing the power of the sun and moon stars, Ji Ning restored his divine powers. Informed that Yu Wei had become an immortal, he felt both joy and worry, knowing the uncertain fate and danger he faced in exile. In the realm of extinction, the human youth, Ji Ning, engages in an intense battle against the forces of the ancient horned world. Ji Ning's formidable swordsmanship, coupled with his spiritual power, overwhelms his opponents. However, instead of killing him, the forces of the horned world spare Ji Ning, using him as a training tool to refine their warriors. Wang Mao, a colossal bear, reports to the 7 divine and demonic beings about Ji Ning's abilities, revealing that he has mastered the art of applying spiritual power to his fingertips. This rare skill, found only among those at the level of heavenly deities, grants Ji Ning immense power. The horned world deploys a series of purple-cloaked warriors to engage in repeated battles with Ji Ning, forcing him into continuous combat and cultivation. After each battle, Ji Ning exhausts his divine energy and recuperates, preparing for the next encounter. This grueling cycle persists for 12 years. During this period, Ji Ning's control over spiritual power becomes increasingly refined, and his divine energy reaches its peak at the 16th level of the Vermilion Bird 9 Heavens art. By now, Ji Ning has become an immensely powerful being, approaching the realm of the heavenly deities. Within the Desolate Era realm, Ji Ning has dedicated himself to cultivating the 9 heavens of primal clarity diagram. He has advanced to the 17th level, but this has gone unnoticed by the high-level officers of the border army. With his increasing strength, Ji Ning's proficiency with the power of his mind is constantly improving, and his swordsmanship is becoming more refined. During a battle with a warrior cloaked in purple, Ji Ning discovers an aspect of the essence of swordsmanship, and a glimmering silver brilliance faintly manifests from his fingers. Over the past 18 years, Ji Ning has fought continuously with his enemies, honing his mind and swordsmanship like a whetstone. He has now achieved perfection in his use of the power of his mind, requiring only 1/15 of his effort to execute a sword gesture. Meanwhile, in the three realms, the Sha world faces a sudden shift. The infernal purgatory relentlessly infiltrates and expands, and the Anjay Baishan clan is torn apart due to their allegiance to infernal purgatory. Infuriated, celestial immortal Tong He intervenes, slaughtering over half of the void returning experts in the Anjay Baishan clan. This leads to an ultimatum from infernal purgatory, threatening the safety of Anjay County. At this time, Ji Ning's masters, Patriarch Bodhi and senior sister Yu Wei, are deeply worried about his safety at the Black and White Academy. After 18 years away with no news, his life and death remain unknown, causing anxiety among his fellow disciples. However, Ji Ning, immersed in the Desolate Era realm, remains unaware of the turmoil in the outside world. He continues to hone his mind and swordsmanship through relentless battles with the purple-cloaked warrior, delving deeper into the profound essence of swordsmanship. During a prolonged battle, Ji Ning's swordsmanship improved dramatically, ultimately allowing him to grasp the essence of sword power. This brilliant silver energy enveloped Xining's fingertips, making his sword-like fingers sharper than divine swords. From the explanation given by the yellow-furred giant bear, Xining learned that sword power was a force mastered by sword immortals after pursuing the true nature of the sword's path. Similar to the Taiji power mastered by Taiji practitioners. Although Xining had yet to fully comprehend the sword's path, he had already begun to explore its essence, and thus grasped a rudimentary form of sword power. Simultaneously, Xining realized that after countless battles, his control over his mental energy had reached the peak, and that it no longer leaked out. This meant that the purple-cloaked warrior could no longer perfect his mental energy technique by deducing Xining's. Therefore, the Sanmu Queen of the Severed Horn World decided to capture Xining alive, imprisoning him within her body, and slowly extracting his memories. She conveyed the order to the general and the purple-cloaked warrior, instructing them to capture Xining. However, Xining had already anticipated the actions of the aliens. When the golden-cloaked general attacked, he unhesitatingly manifested 3 heads and 6 arms, employing all his strength to resist. However, the general's 4 long whips were formidable, ensnaring Xining easily and trapping him. At the same time, the 7 great divine devils of the Water Mansion also sensed the critical situation, and decided to counterattack the purple-cloaked warrior, leading to the utter annihilation of the entire First Army. Jining, an alien, fiercely clashed with the general of the Horn World's top army, who captured Jining effortlessly. Just when Jining fell into despair, 7 formidable figures emerged out of nowhere, their auras eclipsing heaven and earth. These 7 deities joined forces, launching a devastating attack on the horned warriors. A towering toddler unleashed golden sun divine rays, instantly melting horned warriors within 100,000 li radius. A snowy-browed woman transformed into a giant scorpion tens of thousands of li tall, entangling and slicing hundreds of purple cape warriors with her white brow hairs. Upon witnessing this, the general was enraged and wielded 100,000 zhong long whip straight at the toddler. However, the toddler, holding a collar, severely injured him with a single blow. At a critical juncture, the crimson-haired deity Hongshui took action, piercing the general's core with a spear, killing him on the spot. Despite Jining reaching the lowest level of a deity, he was still stunned by the strength of Hongshui and the others. He realized that true deities far surpassed immortals, their powers incomparable. Meanwhile, the 9 elders of the Horn World were taken aback by this sudden turn of events. They realized that these gods and demons had been hiding within the space treasure Jining carried with him, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. The 3 empresses emanated boundless killing intent, preparing to personally eradicate these gods and demons. In the eternal night, millions of horned warriors flee in terror at the gaze of a figure holding a collar. The warriors fall one after another. In despair, the warriors hear the voice of Her Majesty's possession in their minds. Millions of horned warriors freeze, and a green light erupts from their foreheads, forming a vast green zone. Then, the green light gathers into 3 giant warriors, exuding a violent aura. The 7 great gods quickly join forces to kill one of the giant warriors. But it turns out to be a clone of the first empress, who sacrificed hundreds of thousands of horned warriors for each clone. The 7 great gods engage in an intense battle with the first empress clone, and eventually Red Snow God leads the 6 great gods to form the 7 Suns God formation. Facing 3 clones of the empress, the 7 Suns God formation is tightly defended but unable to escape. Meanwhile, a gray-white whirlpool appears in the distance, and an emaciated old man emerges from it. The old man is none other than Jining's master, the eternal celestial venerable. In the silent void, an old man clad in a Taoist robe emerged out of thin air, effortlessly tearing through spacetime and arriving at the Broken Horn Realm. His arrival shocked the 7 luminaries divines and the 3 incarnations of the matriarchs. The old man in the Taoist robe was none other than Patriarch Bodhi, Jining's master. In the face of the 3 matriarchs' incarnations, he merely uttered a vile beast, and an invisible sound wave annihilated them, demonstrating his terrifying power. The 7 luminaries divines were astonished to witness Patriarch Bodhi's inspiring abilities. They realized that he was a being at the pinnacle of the 3 realms, far surpassing their own strength. Meanwhile, Jining experienced a rollercoaster of emotions from despair to newfound hope. As Patriarch Bodhi prepared to leave with Jining, the 3 matriarchs' incarnations were filled with terror. They communicated their shared fear and the unknown power they faced. However, just as they prayed for their departure, a colossal hand suddenly emerged from the void. The hand was so vast that it almost covered half of the Broken Horn realm. It descended upon them with an unstoppable force, crushing the space around it and obliterating even space-time. The three matriarchs realized their impending doom and desperately pleaded for mercy as they tried to flee. But it was to no avail. The hand fell relentlessly, and the matriarchs and the entire Broken Horn realm were reduced to dust under its formidable pressure. An aged voice echoed through the void. 3 insignificant creatures dared to provoke war. Amusing. The colossal hand then vanished, leaving only a massive, sunken basin as the tombstone of the Broken Horn realm. From the depths of white clouds, a vortex emerged, and Patriarch Bodhi and Ji Ning stepped out. Overlooking Fangkin Mountain, they descended to the 3-star cave of the Slanted Moon, where Bodhi inquired about the effects of the karmic fire on Ji Ning. Ji Ning expressed that the fire had burned him, but also enlightened him to the 3rd level of the application of his mental strength. Bodhi explained that mental strength is a formidable force, and Ji Ning had already touched the threshold of becoming a celestial immortal through it. Bodhi then revealed the true reason behind the conflict between the alien races of the Broken Horn world and Ji Ning to deduce the laws of mental strength. Although the Broken Horn world had been destroyed, Ji Ning remained perplexed. Bodhi clarified that he had never left Ji Ning's side, and had secretly annihilated the Broken Horn world and killed its master. Ji Ning was astounded by his master's unfathomable power. Bodhi instructed Ji Ning that his Tao companion, Yu Wei, had become a celestial immortal, and that Ji Ning's second soul was about to undergo tribulation. He advised Ji Ning to comprehend the application of mental strength in swordsmanship to increase his chances of surviving the tribulation. As for Ji Ning's tribulation, Bodhi expressed concern and urged him to wait until his swordsmanship had reached perfection before attempting it. At that moment, the yellow-haired Great Bear appeared, summoning 7 celestial immortals. Bodhi unveiled that the 18 golden-cloaked figures of the Broken Horn world were not peak celestial immortals, but flawed alien races. Their progenitor was immensely powerful and had inflicted heavy losses on the side of the 3 realms during the ancient cataclysm. Bodhi cautioned Red Snow Celestial Immortal to cultivate diligently and strive to become a true God Patriarch as soon as possible. Subsequently, the 7 Celestial Immortals bid farewell to Ji Ning and departed for the Grand Sha world. In the air above the Serpent Lake of Purplebird Mountain, Ji Ning, adorned in furs, suddenly appears, eliciting cries of surprise from Shao Qing, a girl clad in azure, and children Mu Zishuo and Bai Shu, a large snow-white dog. Ji Ning learns that during his 18 years of imprisonment by the Lesser Yan Emperor, only Autumn Leaf, Yu Wei, and the Palace Fairy were aware of his situation. Ji Ning expresses his tender feelings toward Autumn Leaf, recalling their friendship when she worked as a maid in the Ji Mansion. Autumn Leaf, deeply moved, eagerly takes Ji Ning to admire the snowy landscape of Heartbright Island. Before their parting, Ji Ning confides in Autumn Leaf his intention to visit Anjay City to see his master and senior sister. In the Grand Hall of the Underwater Palace, Ji Ning meets with the Black Bear and the 7 gods. The Black Bear introduces the 7 gods, including the 9-Tooth God, the Snow Scorpion God, the Dove Snake God, the Blazing Sun God, the Dark Moon God, the Primal Light God, and the Crimson Snow God. The Crimson Snow God expresses admiration for Ji Ning's experience in the realm of extinction. The 7 gods address Ji Ning as their young master and eagerly anticipate his ascension to godhood, leading them in their future battles. In ancient times, under the command of Chaos Primordial Spirit Taoist Sanshou, there was a force called the Star-Picking Office. During the Great War of Divine Demons, Sanshou fell, and the Star-Picking Office was disbanded. Its 7 loyal followers, such as Yuan Guang, Hong Shui, and Snow Scorpion, guarded the world of star-picking created by Lady Nuwa for Sanshou's orphan son, Ji Ning, waiting for his arrival. When Ji Ning coincidentally obtained Sanshou's inheritance, the 7 Celestials appeared and told him about the ancient past. Upon learning that he was Sanshou's descendant, Ji Ning was thrilled and gained a preliminary understanding of the ancient divine and demonic war. Yuan Guang explained that the ancient divine and demonic war involved factional disputes, with Sanshou following Lady Nuwa's side and ultimately meeting an unfortunate demise. The 7 Celestials of the Star-Picking Office originally intended to continue waiting for Sanshou's return, but Big Yellow Bear confirmed his death from Bodhi Patriarch. After learning of his father's tragic fate, Yuan Guang was filled with anger and a desire for revenge. But he knew that his strength was not yet sufficient. The 7 Celestials left Ji Ning with the qualification to enter the world of star picking. A grotto heaven world created by Lady Nuwa. They hoped that Ji Ning would become the new master of the star picking office. But only if he could survive on his own strength before becoming a deity. Learning that the 3 realms were facing a crisis, Ji Ning pleaded with the 7 Celestials to help. Goddess Hong Shui offered a condition: the 7 Celestials would help once at full strength. But Ji Ning must grow as quickly as possible before becoming a deity. Ji Ning readily accepted, knowing that in this catastrophe, he needed all the power he could get. The 7 Celestials then disappeared, while Ji Ning, with their support and expectations, embarked on his own path of cultivation. At that moment, in Anjie City, Yu Wei sensed Ji Ning's aura and ascended to the sky. In the dim high void, Ji Ning and Yu Wei met. Yu Wei's eyes sparkled with surprise and joy, and Ji Ning thought back to Sister Chuyu, realizing Yu Wei's deep feelings for him. Amidst the towering peaks of Black and White Academy, Ji Ning and Yu Wei strolled along the mountain path. Ji Ning's support bestowed peace upon Yu Wei's heart, easing her former anxieties. They conversed about the changes in Enchan County since Yu Wei had become a celestial immortal after transcending the tribulation. Yu Wei revealed that Bei Shan Yin had been slain by celestial immortal Tong He, and that the Bei Shan clan had pledged allegiance to the Infernal Sect. The Infernal Sect had launched a spree of assassinations on celestial immortals, seeking to ignite war. Shocked, Ji Ning also learned that celestial immortal Tuo Shan had been ambushed by the Infernal Sect, prompting Tong He to intervene in a battle to save him. The members of Black and White Academy grew apprehensive that the Infernal Sect would target them, since they supported Tong He. Despite his confidence, Ji Ning acknowledged the Infernal Sect's formidable strength. Celestial immortal Tong He came seeking aid, hoping that Black and White Academy would assist him in controlling the formations of Enchan City to fend off the Infernal Sect. After deliberating with Yu Wei and celestial immortal Dian Kai, Ji Ning decided to accept Tong He's request. Cognizant of Black and White Academy's relative weakness, they resolved to provide assistance solely within the formations. In the event of a breach, they would immediately use Great Shift to escape. Dian Kai further disclosed that the people of Heaven Treasure Mountain had been anxiously awaiting news of Ji Ning. Ji Ning determined to inform Heaven Treasure Mountain of his return. Concurrently, in the imperial palace of the Great Xia Dynasty, Emperor Xia received news of Ji Ning's survival. Expressing astonishment, he surmised that Ji Ning's enigmatic Dao ancestor master had intervened to save his disciple. Upon learning of the developments in Enchan County, Emperor Xia fretted over the actions of the Infernal Sect and conferred with his granduncle, a member of the ancient royal clan, to devise countermeasures. Amidst an era of turmoil in the Great Xia Dynasty, more than 60% of its vassal tribes seek aid from the Xia Emperor. However, the Emperor suspects foul play as some of these tribes have sided with the sinister organization, the Infernal Gate. He opts to observe the situation, hoping to identify the true culprits. The Infernal Gate, seeking to conquer the Great Xia world, has long been on the Emperor's radar. He places particular importance on the prodigious talent, Ji Ning, who has slain 2 heavenly immortals and resisted the fires of karma. The Emperor views Ji Ning as a valuable asset and a potential ally. News of Ji Ning's return to the Great Xia world swiftly reaches both the Infernal Gate and the Yuyan clan. The Gate dispatches an envoy to inform the Yuyan clan that Ji Ning is not only alive but has become a disciple of a true God Taoist ancestor, greatly enhancing his power. This revelation sends shockwaves through the Yuyan clan, who now perceive Ji Ning as a formidable threat. The Infernal Gate pressures the Yuyan clan to align with them against Ji Ning. However, the Yuyan clan hesitates to provoke the true God Taoist ancestor behind Ji Ning. Meanwhile, Ji Ning's sister, Wei Kai Shi Yu, has been anxiously awaiting news of his well-being. Upon learning of his safe return, she rushes to the Black and White Academy in Anji City to embrace her brother. Ji Ning and his wife extend a warm welcome to Prince Yan and Wei Kai Shi Yu, sharing heartfelt moments as siblings reunited. Prince Yan inquires about the search for Ji Ning's reincarnated parents, a matter entrusted to him earlier. Ji Ning eagerly awaits news of his long-lost family. Ji Ning learns from Yanwang that his parents, Ji Yichuan and Waichu Shui, reincarnated into the Wuchang realm's Huashan prefecture as Lu Hashuan and Dong Liushui, respectively. Then, Yanweng takes Ji Ning to the small underworld and uses a time reversal spell, enabling Ji Ning to witness firsthand the scene of his mother Waichushui being sentenced back in the day. In the reverse time flow, Ji Ning sees Waichushui being escorted into the judge's hall by two ghost soldiers. Waichushui is calm and composed and kneels to show her respect to the judge. Ji Ning's emotions run wild, and he can't help but shed tears, wanting to rush over to embrace his mother. But he can only helplessly realize that these are but intangible, untouchable illusions. The time reversal continues, and the judge announces Waichushui's sentence to reincarnate as a human in the Wuchang realm's Huashan prefecture as a member of the Dongliu clan named Dongliu Shui. With a lifespan of 200 years, Ji Ning learns from the bamboo slips that his father Ji Yichuan also reincarnated into the Wuchang realm's Huashan prefecture under the name of Lu Hashuan. Yanweng tells Ji Ning that his parents have already passed after their reincarnation. But Ji Ning cannot believe this cruel fact. He suspects that the records in the underworld are incorrect and so decides to leave Angzhencheng and head to the small underworld to find out the truth. In the Hall of Judgment of the Netherworld, Judge Yan was adjudicating the souls of the departed, and Ji Ning witnessed the life story of his mother, Waichi Shui. From her previous incarnation, Judge Yan declared that Waichi Shui would be reincarnated as a human named Dongliu Shui and born into the Dongliu clan of Huashan County in the Wuchang realm. Ji Ning immediately traveled to the Wuchang realm and used a temporal reversal technique to view the present life of Dongliu Shui. He discovered that Dongliu Shui greatly resembled his mother in appearance. While her personality was cheerful and outgoing, her fate was filled with adversity. Dongliu Shui was intelligent and well-behaved from a young age, and she fell in love with Lu Hashuan. The two traveled and adventured together, their bond deepening with each passing day. However, Dongliu Shui's father, driven by family interests, arranged her marriage to another. Disheartened, Dongliu Shui eloped with Lu Hashuan's assistance. Meanwhile, Ji Ning's father, Ji Yichuan, had also been sentenced to be reincarnated as a human in the Wuchang realm's Huashan County. King Yan used a temporal reversal technique to reveal the scene of Ji Yichuan's sentencing. Ji Ning, upon learning that both his parents had been reincarnated, decided to seek them out in the Wuchang realm. However, the Wuchang realm was caught in a fierce conflict between immortals and demons, with the Wujiman wreaking havoc at every turn. The Dongliu clan city was breached by monsters, forcing Dongliu Shui and Lu Hashuan to flee. When Ji Ning and King Yan located Dongliu Shui and Lu Hashuan, they utilized their divine powers to temporarily incapacitate the monsters and covertly observe the couple. Dongliu Shui's elopement with Lu Hashuan had angered the Dongliu clan, and her father dispatched True Monarch Li Bing to apprehend her. In order to protect his beloved, Lu Hashuan defied his family and absconded with her. In the desolate wilderness, Lu Hashuan bid farewell to his family and embarked on a perilous journey with Dongliu Shui. Following the flow of Destiny River, Ji Ning and Yan Wang witnessed the journey of Lu Hechuan and Dong Lu Shui after their escape from the Nine Ben Sword sect 8 years ago. They find that Lu Hechuan has become a Violet Palace cultivator in the sect. And with his help, Dong Lu Shui has also broken through to the Violet Palace realm. As time passes, 3 years later, the Nine Ben Sword sect is invaded by the Netherworld sect. 27 black-clad men transform into giant serpents, destroying the Sword sect's formation and slaughtering its disciples indiscriminately. Lu Hechuan and Dong Lu Shui fight fiercely, but are eventually killed by the Netherworld sect's evil magic and their souls are absorbed by a black gourd. Heartbroken and furious, Ji Ning learns that the Netherworld sect's massacre of the Nine Ben Sword sect was to collect souls for practicing evil cultivation methods. His resentment towards the Netherworld sect far surpasses his hatred for the Shaoyan clan. He decides to head to the Mount Hua Immortal sect to find the murderer of the Lu couple, the Ice-Rending Immortal. The ancestor of Mount Hua is a celestial immortal, and is very polite to Ji Ning. At Ji Ning's request, the ancestor captures the Ice-Rending Immortal and hands him over to Ji Ning for disposal. The ancestor is deeply ashamed of the Ice-Rending Immortal's brutal actions, believing that he has brought a formidable enemy upon the sect. In the end, Ji Ning chooses to let the Ice-Rending Immortal go, but the killing intent in his heart is stronger than ever before. He vows to become a true god and ancestor, to find his parents' true spirits from the Destiny River and resurrect them. while also avenging the 9 Sword sect against the Netherworld sect. Li Bing Taoist from Mount Hua Immortal sect commits numerous heinous crimes, harming mortals and female cultivators. Ji Ning learns of his evil deeds and confronts him. Taoist Li Bing pleads for mercy, but to no avail. His father, Yu Yang, though righteous, has spoiled his son, leading him down a path of lawlessness. Ji Ning purifies Taoist Li Bing's soul in purgatory and warns Yu Yang that excessive evil will not go unpunished. Yu Yang, torn with remorse, accepts his fate and is executed. The Patriarch of Mount Hua notes that Ji Ning, though not a celestial immortal, can resist the 9 celestial immortals of Great Sha and has killed 2 of them. Most significantly, Ji Ning is a disciple of the Tao ancestor, indicating immense potential and connections. Upon returning to the Black and White Academy, Yu Wei and Wei Kai Shi Yu notice Ji Ning's melancholy and offer comfort. Ji Ning resolves to rectify injustices in the world, becoming a true God Tao ancestor and protector of his loved ones. Yu Wei recalls the words of a powerful entity. Realizing that Ji Ning possesses the power to shape destiny, she believes in his ability to become a true God Tao ancestor and hopes to continue by his side. The Netherworld sect issues an ultimatum, preparing for a large-scale offensive against Great Sha. Ji Ning and the Black and White Academy prepare vigorously. Ji Ning cultivates diligently, hoping to reach a perfect state of mental control over his immortal sword before facing the tribulation. Meanwhile, the Netherworld sect amasses 2,000 warriors, intending to launch a probing attack on Great Sha in 10 days to gather intelligence for the final showdown. The leader of the Blood Cloud Building and the Lord of the 10,000 Demons Cave feel the pressure. Recognizing that Great Sha will pose the most formidable challenge yet for the Netherworld sect. In the oppressive heat, Anzhou City remains on high alert. Ji Ning and Yu Wei ascend a tower, overlooking most of the city. Half a year has passed since the ultimatum of the Arcane Gate, but there has been no sign of movement. Ji Ning fears the enemy is amassing forces, while Yu Wei emphasizes the formidable power of the Arcane Gate. Ji Ning has mastered the heart force application of sword immortal techniques, making rapid progress in his sword Dao. As they converse, they sense a fluctuation of consciousness, and Yu Wei takes her turn to be vigilant. Ji Ning realizes that the Arcane Gate will act swiftly once it strikes. Meanwhile, the Arcane Gate's vast army stealthily deploys, with 2,000 detachments dispersing to various corners of the Grand Sha world. One detachment consists of 2 golden-robed cultivators, former Grand Sha subjects who have joined the Arcane Gate. They receive orders to head to Firescreen County and assist Firecreen Immortal in her ploy to deceive the Sha Emperor. Another elite detachment of 18 formidable immortal kings, led by Violet Grass Immortal, head straight for Anzhou City. They plan to join forces to perform the Divine King formation, aiming to slay United Convergence Immortal and Ji Ning. The 18 immortal kings patiently await in the clouds, ready to strike once the token shatters. Moments later, the token breaks, signaling the commencement of the Arcane Gate's full-scale assault. As the Infernal Gate's token shattered, Immortal Violet Grass led 18 immortals to Anzhou City, preparing to assassinate Immortal Unity. However, they were detected by Immortal Unity's prearranged mental probe. Realizing the danger, the 18 immortals landed 3,000 miles outside Anzhou City. Immortal Violet Grass emerged first, provoking Immortal Unity, Immortal Daikai, Ji Ning, and Yu Wei swiftly arrived to confront them. Believing that the Infernal Gate would attack, Immortal Unity ordered Immortal Daikai and Yu Wei to activate Anzhou City's formations. Restraining their opponents, he was confident in handling the Infernal Gate's challenge alone, requesting that Ji Ning and the others refrain from interfering. Seeing this, Immortal Violet Grass and the 18 other immortals formed the Nether Tortoise formation for defense. Immortal Unity, however, unleashed a never-before-seen sword technique, merging 6 immortal swords into the Absolute Immortal Sword, summoning 5 colored beams of light and a yin-yang cloud formation. Its power AWE inspiring. Faced with Immortal Unity's powerful sword technique, the 18 immortals' expressions changed, realizing this move had been omitted from the Infernal Gate's intelligence. With the battle imminent, the disparity in strength between the two sides made the outcome uncertain. An intense battle is waged between two factions. The 18 immortals of the Infernal Gate activate the Snapping Turtle formation to withstand the onslaught of the Celestial Immortal. Tong He deploys his Immortal Severing Sword domain, unleashing a powerful sword aura that threatens to shatter the snapping turtle formation. However, the Infernal Gate Immortals abruptly unleash the Divine Emperor Xuanhua's secret technique. The Turtle Serpent Formation. The turtle and serpent intertwine, boosting their defense, while the Azure Serpent Spirit manifests its enigmatic attacks, putting Tong He in a precarious position. At that moment, Ji Ning arrives with his 9 Heavens Annihilation Wind divine ability. Aware of the Turtle Serpent Formation's might, he resolves to rescue Tong He. He employs his 4th transformation of the Star Plucking Hand, imbuing his sword finger with spiritual energy that materializes into 6 silver-white giant swords. They pierce through the Turtle Serpent Formation, instantly slaying 6 immortals. Terror grips the remaining immortals as they realize the extent of Ji Ning's power. Immortals like Purple Weed strive to flee, but Ji Ning's roar summons his 3 heads and 6 arms. The 6 giant swords transform into a swirling torrent of sword shadows, annihilating the immortals of the Infernal Gate. In Anjan City, a fierce battle rages. Ji Ning wields the formidable divine ability, Starry Sky Finger, and Sword Force. His 6-path sword finger technique cuts through the air, killing 6 nameless sect celestial immortals in succession. However, the surviving celestial immortal, Zikao, manages to withstand one strike with his Azure Light Barrier. Zikao shatters a talisman to summon reinforcements from 2 nameless sect true immortals. Observing the battle from the immortal realm, the nameless sect master, Azure Fox, is astounded by Ji Ning's strength, which surpasses his expectations. Azure Fox is apprehensive about his disciple, Fuhua, intervening, but is more concerned about Ji Ning's potential to thwart his plans to conquer the Great Xia dynasty. Ji Ning continues his pursuit, with Tong Celestial Immortal joining the fray. With the support of Yu Wei's Divine Bell, Ji Ning subdues 2 celestial immortals who had retreated to their immortal palaces. Zikao, left alone, faces the 6-path sword finger with terror. Suddenly, a deafening roar reverberates from outside the city, and the ceiling formation shatters. 6-path sword finger pierces through the void, reducing Zikao to dust in an instant. A formidable presence descends upon the battlefield, bewildering Ji Ning and the others. In the celestial glory palace of the Great Xia Kingdom, the Emperor and the 3 heavenly deity generals attentively watch the battle between celestial immortals. Suddenly, a young man appears on the screen, displaying his supernatural powers to shatter the tortoise serpent array set up by 18 celestial immortals. Astonishing everyone present, the young man is Ji Ning, who, despite not having transcended the heavenly tribulation, possesses extraordinary strength rivaling that of heavenly deity immortals. The Emperor immediately recognizes him as an unparalleled talent and resolves to provide him with full support. Outside Anan City, the heavenly deity immortal, Fuhua, learns of the death of his beloved disciple Zisao and becomes overwhelmed with grief and rage. Breaking through the array's seal, he seeks revenge. Ji Ning senses the danger and resolutely employs his Hui archery, firing 7 consecutive arrows to delay Fuhua. Despite the 7 shots, Fuhua withstands the pain and breaks through the seal, threatening to eliminate Ji Ning and his companions. In a desperate moment, the immortal Dankai, Yue, and Tom cast the great teleportation technique, but Fuhua blocks the space, preventing their escape. In this dire situation, Ji Ning once more unleashes his Hui archery, but Fuhua, having anticipated the move, intercepts the arrows with his black-white seal. Fuhua's murderous intent remains undiminished, vowing to bury everyone present. In the precarious waters of the Water Mansion, Ji Ning is relentlessly hunted by the immortal Pure Yang, Fuhua, putting him in imminent danger. At the critical moment, the Xia Emperor, dressed in a black royal robe, intervenes to save Ji Ning. Immortal Fuhua is adept in the great Tao of Qingqin, granting him astounding escaping techniques that even the Xia Emperor cannot intercept. After the incident, Ji Ning learns from the Xia Emperor that the Infernal Gate seeks to eliminate him. Immortal Fuhua's close relationship with Zikao fuels his vengeful pursuit of Ji Ning. Ji Ning shares his predicament with the 7 heavenly gods and discovers that his master, Patriarch Bodhi, is caught in the maelstrom of the catastrophe, making it arduous to intervene. Heavenly God Red Snow cautions Ji Ning about the omnipresent perils of the catastrophe, urging him to tread carefully. While acknowledging the dangers, Ji Ning realizes that rallying the support of more powerful beings would enhance his chances of survival amidst the catastrophic storm. Thus, he resolves to draw attention to himself. inviting stronger individuals to take notice and offer assistance. Before leaving, the Sha Emperor bestows upon Ji Ning a token, assuring him that if he encounters danger, the Sha Emperor will come to his rescue, unless the threat surpasses the level of true God Patriarch. This gesture reflects the Sha Emperor's regard for Ji Ning and his desire to forge an alliance. Filled with murderous intent towards Ji Ning due to Zikao's demise, Immortal Fu Hua vows to kill him. The Infernal Gate also places great importance on the matter. Relentlessly pursuing Ji Ning, the Boundless Gate was determined to eliminate Ji Ning due to his astonishing talent and potential threat. In a previous battle during the Boundless Gate's probing attack on the Grand Sha world, Ji Ning had caused the death of 18 of the Boundless Gate's top celestial immortals, sending shockwaves through the sect. The three leaders of the Boundless Gate, Blue Fox, the Crimson-Robed Man, and the Lean, Wizened Elder, deliberated on a plan. Blue Fox believed that Ji Ning had to be eliminated but expressed concern about his Taoist ancestor mentor, Patriarch Subhuti, intervening to save him and requested the matter be brought before the Divine King. Upon learning of Ji Ning's abilities, the Divine King deemed him a significant threat and decided to use this opportunity to gauge Patriarch Subhuti's response. The Divine King ordered the use of their agent within the Boundless Gate, Yu Wei, to teleport Ji Ning to the Fifth World, where he would personally oversee Ji Ning's execution, leaving Patriarch Subhuti helpless. Yu Wei was a celestial immortal from the Jade Cauldron lineage and a significant asset to the Boundless Gate. The Divine King believed that sacrificing Yu Wei in exchange for Ji Ning's life was worthwhile. Intending to probe the extent of Patriarch Subhuti's powers in preparation for a future conflict, within the aromatic confines of her secluded chamber, Qinghu, the celestial in emerald robes, opened her eyes. She sensed that the chess piece Yu Wei had not yet succumbed to slumber but refrained from initiating contact. Discerning that it would fall dormant within the next 3 days, that very night, Xuanji, the celestial of the Young Flame clan, dispatched by a golden-clad emissary of the Chaotic Origin sect, received a waterprint technique. It depicted the spectacle of Jining vanquishing 18 celestials and the Indigo Zoisha celestial. Stunned by Jining's might, Xuanji hastened back and presented the waterprint to Duxu, the progenitor of the Young Flame clan. Duxu, recognizing Jining's formidable threat and the Summer Emperor's likely support, was filled with a sense of impending peril. Duxu instructed the Young Flame clan to relocate all mortals to the World Suppression Pagoda, preparing for an escape when Jining inevitably arrived. Subsequently, he sought out the Summer Emperor, proposing a reconciliation with Jining, an offer that was flatly rejected. The Summer Emperor advised Duxu against aligning with the Chaotic Origin sect. Duxu understood the Summer Emperor's decision. He would not side with the Chaotic Origin sect, allowing the Young Flame clan to fend for themselves amidst the looming cataclysm. Thus, Duxu led the Young Flame clan into the shadows, their whereabouts unknown to the denizens of the Great Sha world. Within the Fifth World, Qinghu, sensing Yu Wei's final descent into sleep, emerged from her chamber, intending to reach out to her through the realm of dreams. In a secluded chamber, Yu Wei is guided into a dream by the woman in the green robe, where she meets a woman from another world. The woman in the green robe assigns Yu Wei a task to go through a major spatial shift to the Fifth World together with her Dao companion, Ji Ning. However, Yu Wei is unwilling to harm Ji Ning and refuses the mission. The woman in the green robe is furious and threatens Yu Wei with the consequences of defying the God King's orders. Yu Wei firmly states that even if it means defying the God King, she will not harm Ji Ning. The woman in the green robe relents and gives Yu Wei one last chance. Night falls, and Ji Ning and Yu Wei sleep in each other's arms. Yu Wei is filled with pain as she realizes that the crisis of exposing her identity is approaching. She decides to cherish the time with Ji Ning and puts on a facade of being extra cheery, even suggesting they have a child. A few months later, Yu Wei confirms that she is pregnant and is overjoyed. Ji Ning is also filled with joy at the prospect of becoming a father. However, the woman in the green robe appears again and warns Yu Wei of the punishment for defying the God King. Yu Wei pleads for leniency, and the God King eventually relents, warning her that if she disobeys again, she will be forever imprisoned in an endless hell. Yu Wei returns to Ji Ning's side and continues to enjoy the warmth of family life. Meanwhile, Ji Ning's second soul reaches the peak of heart force mastery, signaling that he is ready to transcend his tribulation. Ji Ning decides to return to Yan Mountain before the immortal tribulation to calm his mind. He remembers the expectations of his father and is determined to fulfill their dream of becoming a godly Dao ancestor famous in all three realms. At the Winged Serpent Lake, Ji Ning spends time with his family, chatting and laughing, making it seem as if all his troubles have disappeared. However, Ji Ning's peace is quickly broken. Kusao, a mortal fairy, a peerless fairy of three realms, hears that a celestial immortal of the 100 Graves Mountain, Zikao, was killed by Ji Ning, and she plans to avenge her. Kusao, a mortal fairy, is extremely powerful, having once forced the Lord of Three Realms to retreat. She seeks help from Qinghu, the head of the Gate of No Return. But Qinghu hesitates to act due to Ji Ning's strength and the true godly Dao patriarch behind him. At this time, a strange person named Wushao Celestial Immortal appears, furious about Zikao's death, and vows to make Qinghu pay the price. Qinghu suppresses his anger, trying to calm things down. But Wushao Celestial Immortal relentlessly attacks, claiming that Qinghu can't even protect his own maid and is not fit to be a sect master. The conflict between Wushao Celestial Immortal and Qinghu intensifies, and Ji Ning faces threats from Kusao Immortal Fairy, Qinghu, and Wushao Celestial Immortal. However, Ji Ning remains calm and collected, confident in his abilities and the support behind him. He is determined to face the powerful enemies of the three realms and embark on the path of becoming a god. Qinghu, the master of the Nether Gate, receives news that Ji Ning of the Great Sha world is about to undergo the second life avatar tribulation. Ji Ning will be powerless during his tribulation, making it an opportune time for the Nether Gate assassins. Qinghu gathers a formidable team of allies, including the Withered Grass Immortal, the Crow Heaven Immortal, the Ugly Poison Immortal, and leaders from the Nether Gate, 10,000 Devil Cave, and Blood Cloud Stronghold. Their goal is to infiltrate the Great Sha world and kill Ji Ning during his defenseless state. Meanwhile, the Great Sha Emperor intends to protect Ji Ning during the tribulation. But his defenses are questionable. Consequently, the Great Sha Emperor decides to bring Ji Ning to his master. The Red Star Dao Ancestors, practice grounds for the tribulation. With the Dao Ancestor present, Ji Ning's safety will be assured. Ji Ning accepts with gratitude and anticipation. The Nether Gate, however, is not to be underestimated. Their plan is to manipulate space and forcibly enter Ji Ning's tribulation location. They will then use exotic artifacts or the power of true fire and water to kill him. Ji Ning's safety is in serious jeopardy amidst these formidable foes. The Great Sha Emperor shares another sworn brother in the Ying Long Dao Ancestor, who also possesses extraordinary might. Should the Red Star Dao Ancestor's domain not prove suitable, Ji Ning has the option to seek refuge in the Ying Long Dao Ancestors' practice grounds. Nonetheless, Ji Ning's tribulation journey is fraught with peril. As such, he must prepare himself to face the looming crisis. While Ji Ning is visiting Empress Sha, the Nether Gate learns that he is going to Patriarch Kai Ming's dojo for his tribulation. The Azure-robed master leads the likes of True Immortal Fu Hua, True Immortal Kusao, and a variety of celestial immortals and true immortals, along with the heads of the Myriad Fiends Cave and the Blood Cloud Pavilion to strategize. True Immortal Toxic Ugly suggests exploiting Ji Ning's strong sense of loyalty by sending assassins to strike at his beloved ones, including Uncle White, Azure Serpent, Autumn Leaf, and Muse Izio. This should enrage him and cause him to enter into a demonic path, thereby causing his heart force tribulation to go awry. The Azure-robed master agrees with the plan but excludes Ji Ning's Dao companion, Yu Wei, in order to avoid dragging in Lu Dongbin. The next day, a crack team from the Nether Gate is formed and makes its way towards the Serpentwing Lake, preparing to ambush Ji Ning's group. Their goal is to eliminate Ji Ning's loved ones, thereby arousing his fury and ultimately making his heart force tribulation even more dangerous. On a breezy dawn in the early summer, Ji Ning was practicing his swordsmanship on the serene heart island of the Moonwing Serpentine Lake in the Yanshan Mountains. With the rising sun, the gradually warming air was filled with the sound of waves crashing on the shore of the lake. Ji Ning was executing his swordplay with increasing finesse. His sword lights were sharp and strikingly powerful, causing the surrounding immortals to marvel at his technique. By the lake, a gray-haired gardener, an old artisan, was preoccupied with trimming flowers and plants, paying no heed to Ji Ning's swordplay. Suddenly, Ji Ning's wife, Yu Wei, approached him. She had a graceful figure and an elegant disposition. She gently stroked her abdomen while watching Ji Ning's swordplay, her heart brimming with a sense of happiness. Even the old artisan was drawn in by the spectacle of Ji Ning's swordsmanship. Just then, a silent ripple of spatial distortion swept across the serene Heart Island. Ji Ning and Yu Wei's expressions changed abruptly as they sensed danger approaching. They turned around instantly and saw a throng of formidable enemies appearing in the distance, including 5 celestial deities and a large group of powerful assassins. Ji Ning immediately invoked the 7 god fiends and recognized one of his adversaries, the Primordial of the Lesser Blaze. The 5 celestial deities exuded a terrifying killing intent, making Ji Ning feel severely threatened. In that critical moment, the old artisan who had been trimming flowers all along suddenly stood up and let out a thundering roar. "Who dares to disturb my reverie?" He coughed twice and time seemed to lose its meaning around him. The crowd in the air froze, horrified to find themselves immobilized. Ji Ning and Yu Wei looked on in astonishment at the old artisan, wondering who this mysterious individual was who possessed such divine abilities. On Ji Ning's Heart Force Isle, the group of experts led by Wisp Cloud True Immortal from the Fiend God sect unexpectedly launched a surprise attack. However, they were shocked to discover that a Dao ancestor was residing on the isle, and they were immediately panic-stricken. The Dao ancestor revealed himself, calling himself Patriarch Yuan, a true god born from within the chaos. Patriarch Yuan asked Ji Ning for his opinion on how to handle the Fiend God sect members, and Ji Ning cautiously suggested killing them. Patriarch Yuan nodded, casually brandishing the pair of iron shears he used to trim flowers. Wherever the shears passed, the 55 Fiend God sect members fell one after another. All of them, including Wisp Cloud True Immortal and Withered Grass Fairy, were completely unable to resist. All the Fiend God sect members were killed, and their treasures were given as rewards to Ji Ning and Yu Wei by Patriarch Yuan. Among them was actually an innate treasure. Patriarch Yuan informed Ji Ning that he had been residing on Heart Force Isle for several months, and he offered guidance on Ji Ning's sword arts and the use of his Heart Force. He believed that Ji Ning was using his Heart Force incorrectly. He should expand his Heart Force throughout his entire body in order to increase the speed of his evasion arts. Patriarch Yuan then offered to take Ji Ning as his disciple, and Ji Ning was surprised. However, Patriarch Yuan was confident, believing that his own power was sufficient to cause Ji Ning to become his apprentice. In the towering hall, the 3 leaders of the demonic path gathered with the 7 immortals and divine beings, remotely monitoring the Mind-Heart Island of the Great Sha world. Abruptly, an old artisan seemingly deep in slumber rose, charging at the present crowd with giant iron shears. The immortals and divine beings were dumbstruck, discovering their clones and magic treasures immobilized. The old artisan's identity was revealed as Yuanren, one of the 4 ancestors of the Yuan River. Fu Hua Zhenxian and other immortals and divine beings were aghast, realizing that Yuanren intended to shelter Ji Ning. Wu Shao Tianxian, having lost an innate spirit treasure, was filled with resentment. Yuanren slew the clones of all present with his move, also sealing the water mirror probe. Green Fox believed Yuanren was issuing a warning to the Nether Gate, but Wu Shao Tianxian pointed out that Yuanren would face a choice in the future. And since Ji Ning had another master, if Yuanren chose to join the demonic path, he and Ji Ning's master would be enemies. In the Great Sha world, Ji Ning was hesitating when faced with Yuanren's request to become his disciple. He was concerned about Yuanren and his master Puti Daozu being enemies, affecting their master-disciple bond. Sensing Ji Ning's reservations, Yuanren manifested himself and summoned Ji Ning's master Dankai Immortal. Dankai Immortal mistakenly believed Yuanren to be his master. Becoming ecstatic, Yuanren clarified that he had never taken Dankai Immortal as his disciple but was willing to persuade Ji Ning regarding the matter. Ji Ning still insisted on obtaining Puti Daozu's agreement first. Yuanren, surmising that Puti Daozu was a formidable Daozu, decided to personally negotiate with him. At this moment, a figure emerged out of thin air. It was Puti Daozu. In the alternation of time and space, Yu Wei and Dian Kai Immortal suddenly appeared in a corridor, where they encountered Chu Yi. After a hasty exchange, they discovered that Ji Ning Daozu's mentor had not yet appeared. Traversing to the lakeside of Ningxin Isle, Ji Ning was astonished to be greeted by an elderly Taoist robed figure with white hair and beard, none other than Bodhi Ancestor. Source Elder also opportunely arrived, surprised to find that Ji Ning had joined Bodhi's sect. Bodhi offered a condition to Source Elder for Ji Ning to concurrently become Source Elder's disciple. on the premise that Source Elder must side with Bodhi. Source Elder found himself in a difficult position, arguing that he could not abandon his friends and disciples. Bodhi, however, maintained his stance, stressing that if Ji Ning were to join Source Elder's sect, he may face the predicament of becoming an adversary to his own master in the future. A heated dispute ensued for more than an hour. Eventually, Source Elder stormed off in anger, bestowing Ji Ning with a technique for using Mind Force, the core scripture. The core scripture integrated the experiences of numerous mighty figures and, while not systematic, would be highly beneficial to Ji Ning's enlightenment. Ji Ning perceived the profoundness of the core scripture, realizing that it could enhance his abilities in all aspects, compensating for his former deficiencies. At this moment, Bodhi appeared before him, stirring unease in Ji Ning's heart. After becoming a disciple of Ancestor Bodhi, Ji Ning received the heart scripture from Ancestor Yuandao, which drew the attention of Bodhi. After asking Ji Ning about the contents of the heart scripture, Bodhi stated that he would not forbid him from studying it but warned him to be aware of the strife between the factions. Ji Ning realized that Ancestor Yuandao might be on Nuwa's side, and since he had a grudge against the Netherworld sect, he also hoped that Ancestor Yuandao would side with them. Bodhi believed that Ancestor Yuandao's power was not inferior to his own and that in terms of heart force, he was second only to Hui. He advised Ji Ning to thoroughly study the method of operating heart force and divine souls in the heart scripture to enhance the stability of his divine soul and increase his chances of surviving the tribulation. Ji Ning understood that if he mastered this method, the heart demons in the illusion of the second tribulation of the Godslayer would be relatively weak. Although Bodhi believed that it would be easier to survive the tribulation after comprehending the heart force divine soul method, he nevertheless advocated not postponing the tribulation because it was both an opportunity to temper himself and a preparation for Ji Ning's main body to undergo the Godslayer tribulation. Bodhi emphasized that Ji Ning's main body had greater cultivation potential and in the future had the potential to become a top-tier godly monarch. He reminded Ji Ning to prepare himself for the upcoming Godslayer tribulation and said he would protect him while he underwent the tribulation. Ji Ning said that he would prepare himself calmly and visited his old haunts before the tribulation to calm his mind. In the end, he sat in meditation on a lonely peak in the Yanshan Mountains, quietly awaiting the arrival of his second tribulation of the Godslayer. Under the tense and anticipatory gaze of all, Ji Ning's second primordial spirit began to transcend the tribulation. The wind tribulation descended, with countless black blades howling towards him. Ji Ning summoned the innate spiritual treasure, the nine-leaf snow lotus, and layer upon layer of snow lotuses protected the surroundings. The fire tribulation followed closely, and a sea of fire appeared in the sky. However, the nine-leaf snow lotus still easily resisted, causing the temperature between heaven and earth to plummet, and the snow and fire did not mix. Finally, it was the turn of the lightning tribulation. Dark clouds covered Yanshan, forming a huge vortex of lightning clouds. Bolts of heavenly lightning descended like the swords of gods, slashed towards Jining. The giant lotus condensed by the nine-leaf snow lotus shook continuously, unable to withstand the power of the lightning tribulation. Ji Ning offered the Great Thousand Sword Formation, and layers of golden lotuses protected him. The Great Thousand Sword Formation was extremely powerful and easily blocked the heavenly lightning. The power of the heavenly tribulation grew stronger and stronger, finally reaching the level of the 8 or 9 lightning tribulations. Everyone, including Dankai the Immortal, was anxious, worried that Ji Ning would not be able to withstand it. But Ji Ning remained calm, because he not only mastered willpower, but also obtained the inheritance of supreme deities and ancestors, such as Bodhi Patriarch, Sanshou Taoist, and Yuan the Ancient. Even if he were to transcend the tribulation as a Qi refinement cultivator, he was not afraid. During Ji Ning's second soul tribulation, violet lightning danced like raging dragons, bombarding him. With his formidable willpower, Ji Ning controlled hundreds of immortal swords, consecutively resisting the first 72 lightning tribulations. However, the 73rd tribulation was different, imbued with white, like the might of an emperor, forcing Ji Ning to expend 1/5 of his willpower to resist. The might of the 99 lightning tribulations progressively escalated, each strike surpassing the full force of a dedicated heart celestial immortal. Ji Ning confronted them with caution, resisting with all his might. Finally, after the 79th lightning tribulation, the final one descended, a pure white thunder, resplendent and majestic, as if it contained the wrath of the heavens. Ji Ning mustered all his strength, and two golden flying swords met it head-on, yet were shattered. At the critical moment, Ji Ning's fighting spirit activated a latent power within him, and he charged against the current, wielding his massive sword and tearing apart the thunderclouds. As the tribulation dissipated, an immortal aura emanated from Ji Ning, indicating that he had successfully transcended the 99 lightning tribulations, attaining a celestial immortal body. However, Ji Ning had a foreboding feeling because the tribulations might have far exceeded his expectations, suggesting that the imminent heart demon tribulation would be even more formidable. In the heart demon realm, Ji Ning returned to the moment of his birth, where everything was identical to reality. Yet, he gradually realized that this wasn't the real world but a trial. Relying on his formidable willpower and memories, Ji Ning cultivated the divine demon body refining technique and the chi refinement technique in the heart demon realm, eventually reaching the emptiness-prone immortal level and obtaining an immortal pill for his mother. As Ji Ning's status rose within the heart demon realm, a disciple of the Black Academy named Zhu Lian came to visit him. This startled Ji Ning because he had never had any contact with the Black and White Academies in reality. So how did Zhu Lian appear in the heart demon realm? A sense of foreboding filled Ji Ning's heart, indicating that this heart demon tribulation would be far more perilous and enigmatic than the lightning tribulation. In the world of heart demons, Ji Ning encounters Zhu Lian and Yu Wei, who both deeply admire him. However, Ji Ning is aware of the dire consequences of indulging in the world of heart demons and constantly restrains himself. Despite this, Zhu Lian and Yu Wei's affections for him grow stronger, even leading them to defy Ji Ning's tribe. Years later, when the three realms face a catastrophe, Ji Ning fights alongside them against the enemy. Zhu Lian and Yu Wei also successfully overcome tribulations and attain immortality. However, Ji Ning fails his heavenly tribulation, and his original self perishes, leaving only his second primordial spirit alive. After the calamity, Ji Ning remains wary of Zhu Lian and Yu Wei, fearing his own vulnerability. However, their unwavering love and loyalty touch his heart. They spend the next 18,000 years together, experiencing countless life and death situations. Confronted with Zhu Lian and Yu Wei's determination, Ji Ning finally realizes that he cannot escape his own feelings. He opens his heart and accepts their love. Yet, as time passes, Ji Ning's Dao heart begins to weaken, and he indulges in the happiness of the world of heart demons. Just as Ji Ning is about to succumb entirely, he gazes towards the distant Bright Heart Isle, recalling his loved ones. He desires for all this to become reality. With a roar, he declares, "I will make all this true, and let them live again." With that roar, Ji Ning's Dao heart surpasses the limits of a ruler and reaches the realm of perfection. The heavens and earth change color as the picking star manner appears, demanding that Ji Ning surrender his picking star hand divine ability. Ji Ning refuses at all costs, engaging in a life-or-death battle with the picking star manner. After going through over 30 years of ups and downs in the heart demon world, Ji Ning finally realizes that his Dao heart is now stronger than ever. At this moment, the final test of the tribulation of heart demon arrives. A powerful being who impersonates Ji Ning appears, threatening to kill his loved ones if he doesn't submit. As his family members are killed one by one, Ji Ning is in unbearable pain. However, he understands that this is a trap set by the heart demon, and he refuses to fall into it. When Yu Wei, his last remaining family member, dies, Ji Ning closes his eyes and lets himself be consumed by darkness. However, in his despair, Ji Ning realizes the true nature of the heart demon. It is an illusion. His loved ones are merely his obsessions. Since they are illusions, why should he be obsessed with their life and death? With that, Ji Ning breaks free from the heart demon world and returns to reality. In the outside world, Ji Ning undergoes a 3-month tribulation, an unprecedented combination of heavenly tribulation and the tribulation of heart demon. When it ends, Ji Ning's second primordial spirit has reached the celestial immortal level, and a golden core has formed within him. Patriarch Bodhi warns Ji Ning that the tribulation his main body will face will be even more dangerous, and asks him to hide his strength so that the Jiuyang sect will not find out. Ji Ning accepts his master's teachings, and secretly prepares himself for the upcoming war between Daxia and the Jiuyang sect. As time passes, the war between Daxia and the Jiuyang sect breaks out. Ji Ning keeps his master's words in mind, cultivates in secret, and waits for the catastrophe to happen. On Bright Heart Island, Ji Ning gets urgent news from Emperor Sha. The Nethergate League and the Great Sha dynasty will engage in war on the 6th of August. The battles will take place in the Great Sha's capital, Skybrilliant's palace, and the Nethergate League's Whitepole City headquarters. As a member of the Great Sha camp, Ji Ning decides to head for Skybrilliant's palace to take part in the war. The Ji clan, for safety, will move into the Puryong treasure, the Violet Cloud Pearl, which Ji Ning obtained, to avoid the war's destruction. At the same time, the Black-White Academy receives orders that all celestial immortals and itinerant immortals must go to the Imperial Palace in the capital. The Baishan clan also receives similar orders. The Nethergate League has also invited Paragon Tong to join their camp. However, Paragon Tong and the others clearly favor Emperor Sha and think that a major war is about to erupt. According to Paragon Tong, the Whitepole clan has already joined the Nethergate League, and they have become the headquarters for forces gathered from all sides. Thus, it can be seen how powerful the Nethergate League's penetration power is. Ji Ning and the others are worried about the Nethergate League's might, but they have unwavering faith in Emperor Sha and the Nuwa camp's power. After returning to his underwater estate, the true Ji Ning goes to the treasure palace to select a suitable Puryong treasure to strengthen his battle power in preparation for the upcoming war. After returning from the Silent Extinction domain, Ji Ning relied on his formidable strength to break through the 10th level of the War God's palace. However, as his second primordial spirit had not yet weathered the celestial tribulation, he was unable to utilize Puryong magic treasures. Ji Ning had previously exchanged his 9 elemental pearls of unity to obtain treasures for repairing his Rahu bow and cultivating secret techniques. As the 3 realms now faced a major calamity, Ji Ning was in dire need of powerful magic treasures. He arrived at the War God's Palace's treasure hall and selected a set of Arhat's universal sword from 22 sets of Puryong magic treasures. The 9 Puryong extreme grade swords had been personally crafted by Arhat Buddha and were incomparably sharp. Ji Ning used these 9 swords as the core, combined them with hundreds of peak celestial swords, and the might of the Grand Thousand Sword formation surpassed the innate supreme grade spiritual treasure. The 9-leaf snow lotus. Emperor Sha summoned countless deities to resist the infernal depths. Over 200 loose immortals and higher UPS from Anzhou County gathered in the royal capital. Ji Ning and his companions traveled to the main hall of the Heavenly Sword Palace and were met with the sight of tens of thousands of celestial immortals gathered together. It was a spectacular scene. Emperor Sha, leading 5 celestial immortals, entered the hall and accepted the homage of the myriad immortals. His spirits high. When the Great Sha dynasty had unified the 3 realms, countless immortals had come to pay their respects. Presently, the Great Sha was enjoying a prolonged era of peace, and the number of immortal celestials was bountiful. However, a great catastrophe swept across the 3 realms, causing innumerable major worlds to fall. The Sha Emperor summoned tens of thousands of immortal celestials to deliberate countermeasures. The Sha Emperor confided that the Infernal Gate's forces were formidable, but the Great Sha had an abundance of Tao ancestors, Buddhas, and true gods of chaos, so their strength was equally formidable. To safeguard the Great Sha, the Sha Emperor proposed forming 9 legions, with each legion comprising 1,000 immortal celestials and 10,000 lesser immortals, who would jointly cultivate the Xing Tian formation. The Xing Tian formation, inherited from the ancient emperor, true god Xing Tian, required a commander to lead the lesser immortals in mobilizing the power of heaven and earth, with the immortal celestials as the backbone controlling the formation, which could coalesce into a formidable god of war Xing Tian. The Sha Emperor would, in half a month's time, select 9 commanders to master the key methods of the Xing Tian formation and lead the legions to confront the Infernal Gate. 1,000,000 lesser immortals learned the basics of the Xing Tian formation in the palace courtyard, while tens of thousands of immortal celestials were in the main hall comprehending the complete formation. Ji Ning and the others were also among them, diligently cultivating in preparation for the impending catastrophe. Over a period of 9 days, tens of thousands of celestial immortals labored to comprehend the Xingtian formation. Ji Ning ingeniously conjured the missing runes, completing the formation. The Xingtian formation, a formidable weapon of war, was conceived by the ancient war deity Xingtian. Ji Ning discovered that Tong Celestial Immortal had already mastered it, with himself close behind. At that moment, Only Tong's celestial immortal seat remained vacant in the Grand Hall. Upon venturing outside, Ji Ning learned that over 60 celestial immortals had grasped the formation's introductory volume. Among them were several elite celestial immortals, comparable in strength to Tong's celestial immortal. Ji Ning petitioned Emperor Sha to exempt his Dao companion, Yu Wei, from combat due to her pregnancy. Emperor Sha granted his request but stressed that she would still be obligated to fight after the war. Dong Yan, true immortal, asked Ji Ning to look after his clanswoman, Julian, should he perish. Ji Ning agreed, despite his severed emotions for Julian. Emperor Sha cautioned Ji Ning to beware of infiltrators from the infernal sect, who could lurk among the celestial immortals, waiting to seize commander ships. As the 15-day deadline approached, 359 celestial immortals had mastered the Xingtian formation's introductory volume. Emperor Sha decided to conduct an examination, leading the celestial and loose immortals in forming the Xingtian formation to test its prowess. The 9 most formidable would become the 9 commanders. On the vast square, 1.5 million loose immortals cleared 1,000 li of empty space, encircled by tens of thousands of celestial immortals. Baikan Celestial Immortal was the first to enter the open area, activating the Sealing Grand Formation. A trial was set to commence, and the battle for the 9 commander ships was about to ignite. Outside the Sealing Formation, the Sha Emperor led 1 million immortals to observe the scene within the formation. Within the formation, the North Star Immortal led thousands of immortals and 10,000 rogue immortals. They hovered in the air, their bodies surging with blood-colored runes that converged into a shocking aura of war. As the battle intent condensed, the celestial and terrestrial forces raged wildly, surging into the formation, finally forming a dark red Xingtian giant, its height reaching 10,000 feet, its face hideous, resembling the North Star Immortal. The Sha Emperor entered the formation and instructed the North Star Immortal to familiarize himself with the power of the Xingtian giant. The Xingtian giant gradually stabilized, restraining its aura. Then, the Sha Emperor took out 10 pieces of Chaos Golden Stone and asked the North Star Immortal to slash at them with all his might. The more golden stones he split, the greater the power of the Xingtian formation he would command. The North Star Immortal slashed with a palm, shattering 4 golden stones. Other immortals tried in turn, with the Flying Rain Immortal and the Tong Immortal shattering 6 and 7 golden stones respectively, showcasing their prowess. Finally, it was Ji Ning's turn to appear. He soared into the air, condensing blood-colored runes and gathering the power of heaven and earth, forming a Xingtian giant that resembled his own face. Ji Ning felt a powerful force surge into his body, surpassing the limits of his control, but he still tried his best to control the giant's power. In the Sha Mang world, Ji Ning leads a force of 100,000 scattered immortals and 1,000 heavenly immortals against the chaotic golden stones using the Xingtian formation. Initially, Ji Ning faces difficulty in controlling the formation due to his lack of proficiency in channeling the power of his divine soul. With practice, he gradually gains mastery of the formation's might and shatters 8 chaotic golden stones, setting a record unsurpassed by the previous 330 immortals. Emperor Sha assigns Float Dust and others to attempt the task, but none surpass Ji Ning. Float Dust manages to shatter only 7 stones. Based on their accomplishments, Ji Ning is appointed as one of the 9 great generals and put in command of the Beining army. Emperor Sha bestows tokens forged by the true god Xingtian upon the 9 generals, each containing the essential Xingtian formation techniques. They learn that these tokens grant them access to Xingtian and the option to choose methods or treasures from his repository or treasury. Meanwhile, above White Pole County, a levitating, black city mysteriously appears. This stronghold, established by the Boundless Gate in another realm, plays host to numerous scattered immortals and heavenly immortals. The gate's master, Azure Fox, conspires with true immortal White Pole and plans to launch an invasion once 3,000 heavenly immortals aligned with the Boundless Gate master the water mixing true technique, with the intention of conquering the Sha Mang world. In a fiery red world, the Sha Emperor from the world of Dashu suddenly arrives, facing gods and demons who have been imprisoned for countless years. The Sha Emperor claims to be the descendant of the ancient Pangu world's human race, and thus should rule Dashu, while the gods and demons are merely invaders. In the face of the Sha Emperor's pressure and temptations, the gods and demons begin to waver. At the same time, Bai Ji Zhenxian, a member of the Wuji sect, leads various forces, including the Blood Cloud Tower, the Green Fox Sect, and the 10,000 Demon Cave, to assemble an army of 1,000,000 immortals. Baiji Zhenxian uses the slogan of following the way of heaven to raise an army to attack Dashu. And a great war is about to break out. In order to deal with the threat of the Wuji sect, the Sha Emperor offers the terms of 10,000 years of servitude in exchange for freedom. After some deliberation, the gods and demons finally agree to the Sha Emperor's terms. And after Baiji Zhenxian arranges a world-shaking formation, he declares war on the world of Dashu. And a great war is about to unfold. This war not only concerns the survival of Dashu but also involves the grievances between the gods and demons and the human race and the conflict between the ancient Pangu world and the civilization of the beginning of chaos. The confrontation between the two camps will determine the fate of Dashu and even the entire three realms. In the annex of the Summer Emperor's Tianmang Hall, the Summer Emperor, Sky Immortal, and generals such as Ji Ning gathered together to discuss the mysteries of the Xing Tian formation. Upon learning that the most perfect Xing Tian formation required 810,000 loose immortals and 9,000 sky immortals to command, the Summer Emperor expressed that, due to the limited number of immortals in the Great Summer World, they could only opt to deploy a simplified version, with 100,000 loose immortals and 1,000 sky immortals. Just then, a thunderous voice resonated throughout the Great Summer World, proclaiming Beiji True Immortal leading 1,000,000-strong immortal army to rebel against the Great Summer. This news caused an immediate stir, making people in the entire Great Summer World panic. Upon hearing the news, the Summer Emperor responded in a domineering and powerful tone, claiming that the little dog Beiji was nothing more than a stray, and his rebellion will surely result in his soul flying away. The Summer Emperor's lofty and imposing voice steadied the people's hearts, stabilizing the situation in the Great Summer World temporarily. Subsequently, the Summer Emperor gave the order to leave and battle the Boundless Gate, leading more than 10,000 sky immortals and 1,000,000 loose immortals to the 8th Dragon Cloud City. Ji Ning and 9 other generals commanded an immortal legion each, checked into the 8th Dragon Cloud City, and prepared for the battle. The entire 8th Dragon Cloud City became a gigantic immortal military camp. With a chilling and tense atmosphere, the golden city of 8 dragon clouds, suspended high amidst 8 azure dragons, carried 1,000,000 immortals and slipped soundlessly into a spatial rift within the city. Despite the protective barrier, the outside world remained obscured above the clouds. Emperor Sha, clad in a black robe, roared out his orders like thunder, strictly commanding the immortals to return to their encampments and refrain from acting independently. In the camp of the North Sea Army, Ji Ning and his senior apprentice sister, Yu Wei, settled in together, while other immortals sought out meditation chambers to rest. Emperor Sha summoned 9 generals for a meeting, informing them that he would command the battle plan and bestowed upon each of them a pair of pure Yang supreme-grade magic treasures piercing fortress to serve as weapons for the god of war formed by the battle formation. Emperor Sha cautioned the generals about the strengths and weaknesses of the god of war. It possessed formidable close-range combat abilities but was rather sluggish. Ji Ning immediately began practicing, combining his own close-range combat techniques with the god of war to devise a corresponding battle strategy. Simultaneously, the black-robed Emperor Sha dispatched 3 servants in black armor to erect 9 divine pagodas in Baishi County, establishing a prohibited battle formation and sealing off the void. When the powerful beings of Boundless City, such as True Immortal Baishi, received the news, they were astounded, realizing that Emperor Sha was launching a proactive attack, with both armies poised against each other. The alarm sounded within Boundless City, signaling the impending outbreak of a major war. When the horn call resounded from the walls of the Infernal City, the heavenly gods and true immortals rushed upon the city walls and looked into the distance. The morning mist billowed across the wilderness, but their mystical powers and secret techniques pierced through the layers of fog to reveal the colossal and headless divine demon, Xing Tian. His body was bare, and his feet pounded against the ground as swift as the wind, as though he was pursuing stars and the moon. On Xing Tian's chest, the ferocious face of the harmonized true immortal was imprinted. Informed by the master of the Azure Fox sect, the heavenly gods and true immortals came to the realization that the 9 immortal armies of the Great Sha had acquired the critical methods of the Xing Tian formation. They needed to investigate Xing Tian's true strength to devise countermeasures. With this, they decided to send the pale-scaled flood dragon into battle. Meanwhile, within the 8 Dragons Cloud City, generals like Ji Ning gathered in the grand halls. The Shadow King Sha informed them that he had sealed off an area of 1,000,000 miles surrounding the White Extreme City and dispatched a harmonized true immortal to command Xing Tian Divine as the vanguard. On the screen in the void, the Shadow King projected a scene of Xing Tian Divine sprinting across a vast lake. He ordered Xing Tian Divine to halt and foresaw that the infernal sect would soon send attackers. And indeed, a figure of 10,000 zhang tall, covered in black scales, came rushing in. It was the ancient beast, the pale-scaled flood dragon. It possessed a serpentine body that stretched to 30,000 zhang. And with each step, it sent ripples throughout the lake. The monstrous pale-scaled flood dragon charged into the lake and confronted the towering Xing Tian Divine from afar. After a brief standoff, the monstrous pale-scaled flood dragon unleashed a fierce attack. It crouched low and let out a strange cry, slashing its claws at the abdomen of harmonized Xing Tian Divine. Harmonized Xing Tian Divine took a step back, raised his right arm, and brought down his blade-like right hand as swiftly as lightning, mirroring the might of Xing Tian wielding his battle axe. During the fierce battle between the monstrous white-faced serpent and Xing Tian Shen Tong He, the white-faced serpent suddenly revealed a powerful tail and summoned 3 other white-faced serpents to join the fight. Emperor Sha realized the plan of the Know-Between Gate and quickly deployed the 8 Dragon Cloud City, summoning 9 Xing Tian Shen to reinforce. Xing Tian Shen Tong He and others fought fiercely against the 4 white-faced serpents, among which Xing Tian Shen Tun Shui was the first to engage with one of the white-faced serpents. Unexpectedly, the white-faced serpent's claws were shockingly powerful, and with one strike, they ripped apart Xing Tian Shen Tun Shui's chest, causing numerous heavenly immortals and scattered immortals to perish. Upon seeing this, Emperor Sha ordered the other Xing Tian Shen to surround and attack another white-faced serpent, aiming to kill it as quickly as possible. The 4 white-faced serpents attempted to unite and fight back, but they were no match for the combined power of the 9 Xing Tian Shen and were forced into a desperate struggle. The Know-Between Gate realized the gravity of the situation but was unable to provide timely support. The Xing Tian Shen seized the opportunity to launch a fierce attack, eventually succeeding in killing one of the white-faced serpents. This critical battle not only weakened the strength of the Know-Between Gate but also bought precious time and gained an advantage for Great Sha. Confronted by the ferocious ancient beast, the white-faced flood dragon, the Da Sha's corpse-eating army faced an overwhelming defeat. The white-faced flood dragon, far more powerful than its 3 counterparts, proved unbeatable. At this critical moment, 2 deities intervened, temporarily holding back the beast. Meanwhile, Ji Ning, controlling his subjugation heaven's god, ambushed one of the 3 white-faced flood dragons, devising a plan to slay it. A surge of resentment surged towards Ji Ning, but was absorbed and refined by the northern dark sword within his golden core. True immortal Bai Ji of the Infernal Gate, witnessing this scene, rejoiced. Exploiting their knowledge of Da Sha, they had dispatched the toxic pavilion god to command the white-faced flood dragon, unexpectedly inflicting severe damage on the corpse-eating army. However, the danger persisted, as the white-faced flood dragon and the subjugation heaven's god engaged in battle. 9 towering demonic deities suddenly appeared in the sky, attempting to reinforce the flood dragon. Ji Ning swiftly adjusted his strategy, utilizing his leg strength and agile movements to outmaneuver and slay the flood dragon. Another wave of resentment surged towards Ji Ning, once again absorbed and refined by the northern dark sword. With thunderous force, Ji Ning's subjugation heaven's god clapped its hands, releasing an overwhelming force that exterminated numerous immortal and loose immortals, further weakening the white-faced flood dragon's forces. Amidst the chaotic tribulation, Ji Ning ruthlessly slaughtered, understanding that mercy toward his enemies was cruelty to himself and those he protected. His powerful palm strike sent numerous fleeing immortals flying, while 2 white-faced flood dragons and a 9-headed, pitch-black monster charged forward. Ji Ning recognized the black monster as a heavenly god puppet, reuniting with the incarnate forms of the Pangu Genesis. Ji Ning continued the battle. The other 7 incarnate forms were elated, having witnessed Ji Ning slay a white-faced flood dragon. Ji Ning telepathically informed them that this 9-headed heavenly god puppet was weaker than the white-faced flood dragons. Ji Ning attacked immediately, his claws aimed at one of the heavenly god puppets with a heavy and powerful force, sending it retreating. 3 heavenly god puppets surrounded Ji Ning, but he deftly dodged their attacks, amassing the treasures left behind by deceased immortals into his immortal estate. The heavenly god puppets and white-faced flood dragons battling the other incarnate forms were also at a disadvantage, being bound by the restrictive spells of 2 grand heavenly immortals of the Grand Sha. The white-faced flood dragon, led by the grand heavenly immortal Poison Drake, charged forward in fury, met with the resistance of 4 incarnate forms. Ji Ning and the 3 others fiercely attacked the heavenly god puppets and 2 white-faced flood dragons. Ji Ning alone engaging 6 heavenly god puppets. Under the watch of the Infernal Gate, the Grand Heavenly Immortal Bai Ji deemed Ji Ning a variable that warranted a strategic reconsideration. Grand Heavenly Immortal Poison Drake proposed testing Ji Ning's strength before retreating, a move seconded by the red-eyed elder serving Heavenly Immortal Wu Shao. Poison Drake's strongest white-faced flood dragon attacked Ji Ning, who met it head-on, knees bent and hands opposing. The force of their collision split the earth, both Ji Ning and the white-faced flood dragon sinking deep into the ground beneath. In fierce combat, Ji Ning engages in an intense battle with the toxic swamp's pale-faced flood dragon. Despite Ji Ning's valiant efforts, the pale-faced flood dragon's formidable power forces him to retreat. As the flood dragon's second claw strikes, Ji Ning deftly evades the attack with his agile body and swordsmanship. Enraged, the flood dragon launches an onslaught, but it is met by the combined force of several celestial exterminators and Ji Ning. With the arrival of reinforcements, the pale-faced flood dragon wisely retreats, followed by the Infernal Gate army. Ji Ning and his fellow generals watch as Infernal Gate's floating castle, the Infernal City, disappears, their hearts filled with mixed emotions. Upon their return to 8 Dragons Cloud City, the Sha Emperor unveils the grim toll of the battle. Great Sha has suffered heavy losses, with 436 celestial immortals and over 50,000 loose immortals slain. Ji Ning's celestial exterminators have fought valiantly, annihilating over 600 celestial immortals and nearly 70,000 loose immortals of the pale-faced flood dragon. The Sha Emperor stresses the harsh but necessary nature of the war, urging unity among the immortals against Infernal Gate. He then appoints Ji Ning as the commander, leading 9 celestial exterminators into further battles. Understanding the limitations of his celestial puppet, Ji Ning offers it to the Sha Emperor in exchange for cultivation pills. The Sha Emperor foresees a protracted conflict, cautioning Ji Ning and the generals to seize opportunities for eliminating the enemy's elite. They embrace their weighty responsibilities, determined to confront the daunting challenges ahead. Ji Ning returned triumphantly with his 9 generals, greeted by the enthusiastic cheers of the immortal soldiers. They had emerged victorious from their battle with the Infernal Gate, slaying hundreds of celestial immortals and tens of thousands of loose immortals. Upon returning to his abode, Ji Ning found the interior lovingly decorated by Yu Wei, exuding warmth and comfort. Exquisite furniture, paintings, calligraphy, and inkstones created an ambiance of home. Yu Wei had prepared a sumptuous dinner for him, and they shared an intimate conversation amidst the hard-earned tranquility. Ji Ning resolved to protect Yu Wei and their future child with all his might. Meanwhile, at the Palace of the Waterfall Stars, Ji Ning's avatar diligently cultivated the sword art and the mind force cultivation method. The life and death battles had elevated his understanding of the sword Dao, while the mind force and spirit soul method had allowed him to glimpse its threshold. At the 8 Dragons Cloud City Square, Ji Ning's 9 generals engaged in combat with the 4 divine general puppets under the command of Emperor Sha, gaining valuable experience against opponents of their level. Emperor Sha revealed that the divine general puppets were controlled by 150 celestial immortals, granting them formidable strength. Emperor Sha lamented that the Infernal Gate far surpassed the Great Sha world in the art of puppetry, with their core puppet formation being particularly valuable. Obtaining a copy would greatly benefit the entire Nuwa alliance. Ji Ning determined to fight with all his strength in the upcoming battles, contributing to the victory of the Great Sha world. He was convinced that victory would ultimately be theirs. On the city wall of Infernal City, Immortal Zhenshu Bai stood side by side with Immortal Zhenbing Kai, a black-robed figure with scarlet eyes, overlooking the intense battle between the pale-faced flood dragon, the divine puppet of punishment Xing, and the 9-headed divine punishment Ji Ning from thousands of miles away. Immortal Zhenshu Bai asked Immortal Zhenbing Kai when he planned to make a move against Ji Ning. But the latter replied calmly that the time was not ripe yet. He explained that at the beginning of the war, all parties were highly vigilant. But as time passed, the two sides would gradually become familiar with the war situation, and their vigilance would decrease. 3 years later, in a mist-filled wilderness, Ji Ning and his companions fought fiercely against the pale-face flood dragon. The venomous pale-face flood dragon was no match for them and ordered a retreat. Ji Ning also gave the order to retreat, and both sides returned to their respective camps. On the city wall of 8 Dragons Cloud City, the generals of the 7 legions gathered to drink wine. A mortal lunatic was overwhelmed with emotion and mentioned the sacrifices of his past comrades. Immortal Guan Shui and Immortal Qian Zhen. Immortal Qian Zhen was killed by Immortal Qinghu in a fierce battle, which dealt a great blow to Immortal Lunatic. Ji Ning also secretly wondered if he could bear it if something happened to Yu Wei. As the crowd drank and talked, after years of fighting, they had long since shed their former celestial airs and become more vulgar and unrestrained. Upon returning to the barracks, Ji Ning noticed that Yu Wei's belly was already swollen and could not help but marvel at the extraordinary nature of their child. As Yu Wei watched Ji Ning caress her abdomen, her heart swelled with both sweetness and bitterness. A member of the Infernal Fiend's camp, her soul was branded with the mark of the God King, preventing her from betraying him. Yet, she was equally unwilling to harm Ji Ning. As the war raged, Yu Wei and Ji Ning's time together dwindled. She silently wished for their shared moments of happiness to extend, allowing their child to be born in peace. Meanwhile, Kai Bing, the black-robed elder of the Infernal City, led 8 heavenly gods to confront Ji Ning's second soul avatar. Aware of Ji Ning's true body nearby, their mission was to eliminate his second avatar, crippling his power. In the city of 8 dragons, Ji Ning commanded the 7 heavenly punishment gods against the legions of the infernal fiends in a fierce battle. Kai Bing unleashed a formidable binding spell, entwining Ji Ning in black flowers and 9 chains, intending to use a jadeite bottle to capture him. Ji Ning sensed the incredible power within the chains and grew anxious. His 6 comrades rushed to his aid, but Kai Bing's binding technique was formidable. In that critical moment, Ji Ning felt a surge of power as he activated his Heart Force soul refining technique, tripling the strength of his heavenly punishment gods. With this boost, he freed himself from the chains and retaliated, heavily wounding Kai Bing. As the 9 black chains descended, Ji Ning of Penal Godhead Age did his utmost to resist, but to little avail. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Ji Ning stopped holding back and brandished his 2 immortal swords, the universally benevolent Ananta sword. He rallied his boundless inner strength, employing the power of mind and soul, which tripled his might. Wielding his immortal swords, Ji Ning unleashed his self-created sword technique 3-foot sword. 11th stance dragon battles in the wilderness. This strike embodied his 18 years of combat experience in the land of oblivion as well as his unyielding determination from the Great Sha War. The immortal swords morphed into a blood-red celestial dragon, fiercely engaging the black chains. Although the black chains still entwined Ji Ning, they could no longer fully restrain him. At this moment, Immortal Kai Bing of the Infernal Sect produced a red jade pure bottle to try and capture Ji Ning. But with his enhanced strength, Ji Ning effortlessly resisted. Stunned, Immortal Kai Bing transmitted a message to Immortal Bai Ji and Sect Master Azure Fox, urging them to intervene. The Infernal Sect forces surged forth, revealing 6 black celestial golems and 16 blood-red celestial golems, their momentum shaking the heavens. Faced with the Infernal Sect's formidable power, the forces of Great Sha were equally astounded. Emperor Sha personally appeared, ordering the Sky God Han Zheng, the Water God Zhurongshu, and the Sky God Bei Wang to take action. In the vast expanse, countless gods and demons were teleported forth, forming 3 cosmic Pangu battle formations, preparing to confront the Infernal Sect army. The legions of demons and gods appear in the Pangu battle formation, striking with astonishing speed. The No Man Door uses this opportunity to act first, with White Extreme Immortal and the Azure Fox Sect Master casting spells to obstruct the Great Sha forces. Immortal Tian Nong and Immortal Dong Yan perform the One Withering and One Flourishing and Ding Dong spells, respectively, to break the No Man Door's constraints. However, the 16 blood cloud puppets of the No Man Door are astonishingly fast, increasing pressure on the Great Sha's execution gods and divine puppets. The Sha Emperor reminds them to attack together, but the blood cloud puppets' vulnerability also creates an opportunity for them. At this moment, 3 vast and stormy armies of demons and gods appear, led by the imposing figure of deity Han Zheng. They form a Pangu with 3 Pangu battle formations, exhibiting formidable force. The army of demons and gods charges into battle, impressing the No Man Door faction's White Extreme Immortal and others. They recognize the underestimated power of the Great Shah's indigenous demons and gods but remain determined to conquer Great Shah. The Blood Cloud puppets attack the 6 execution gods relentlessly, while Immortal Kai Bing delays Ji Ning. The Pangu from the army of demons and gods destroys the Blood Cloud puppets with a single blow. But its vulnerability is also exposed. In a critical moment, 4 Blood Cloud puppets ambush execution god Zhang Hong, tearing him apart. The Great Shah side finds itself in imminent danger. An intense battle rages in White Pole County. Immortal and scattered immortals flee in disarray, relentlessly pursued and slaughtered by the 4 Blood Cloud puppets. Vermilion Water Heavenly God leads the divine and demonic army into combat. But Shape God Battle Rainbow is swiftly killed by a Blood Cloud puppet. Ji Ning burns with anxiety, but is bound by black chains. Immortal Red Poppy exerts all his might to maintain a spell, continuously draining Ji Ning's heavenly energy. The 3 divine demonic legions of Great Shah deploy the Pangu battle formation, their momentum akin to raging fire and water, inflicting severe damage on the Blood Cloud puppets. White Pole Immortal steps forward, summoning 36 immortal swords that coalesce into a frigid sun, deadlocking with the divine demonic legion led by Han Zheng Heavenly God. Shah Emperor unleashes the ancient imperial secret art of 10,000 races paying homage, bringing forth 9 black dragons that charge at the Blood Cloud puppets. Qinghu Sect Master transforms into a 9-tailed fox, valiantly restraining the black dragons. Simultaneously, the Emperor in White activates the Great Shah Realm formation, using the city citadels of 3,600 counties as a foundation, its power converging upon White Pole County. Amidst the vast wilderness of the Arctic Plains, the battle between the Great Shah dynasty and the No Man sect raged on relentlessly, with both sides evenly matched. The celestial executioner Ji Ning was engaged in a stalemate with true immortal Kai Bing, while the other celestial executioners and divine puppets of Great Shah were besieged by the No Man sect's Blood Cloud puppets and white-faced serpents. Emperor Shah activated the Great Shah World-Sealing Grand Array, a formidable formation that encompassed the entire Great Shah world and possessed the might to slay true immortals of Pyongyang. However, true immortal Baiji of the No Man sect deployed a primordial chaos fruit, which diminished the array's power. Great Shah dispatched the Yinglong Guards, an elite legion composed of the legendary divine beasts known as Yinglong. One of the white-faced serpents engaged the Yinglong Legion in combat, displaying formidable strength and holding its own. Emperor Shah recognized the gravity of the situation, realizing that the No Man sect had further hidden capabilities. True immortal Baiji asserted that Shah Mang's fall was inevitable, and Great Shah would become his Arctic plains. Emperor Shah faced a formidable trial, as the fate of Great Shah hung precariously in the balance. High in the boundless void beyond the 3 realms, the ancestral crimson cultivators abode the towering crimson peak floats. In a moment, an azure-haired elder sits cross-legged, and below him stand countless celestial beings and true immortals, including an incarnation of the black-robed Shah Emperor. At that moment, a halo of light hangs in the air, showing scenes of the battlefield. The ancestral crimson cultivator sighs softly. The divine and fiendish legions are finished. The celestial beings and true immortals below grow anxious. Especially Chongqing Sword Immortal, who speaks bluntly, the infernal gate has a clear advantage, and the Great Shah world is no match for them. The Shah Emperor frowns. The only thing he can think of is to seek help from the ancestral crimson cultivator, Yinglong Daozu, and the ancient royal family. However, the situation in the 3 realms is perilous, and it is uncertain whether the Dao ancestors will lend a helping hand. Chongqing Sword Immortal suddenly mentions the black chains that imprison Ji Ning, and the Shah Emperor shakes his head in resignation, saying they cannot be broken unless a more powerful force is deployed. None of the celestial beings and true immortals present has ever seen a spell like this before, and they all speculate about its origin. The Shah Emperor is in great pain, and seeing that the situation is hopeless, his heart is filled with unwillingness. Chongqing Sword Immortal calmly assesses Ji Ning's potential, but the Shah Emperor retorts that he is underestimating him. At this moment, the Divine King is also silently watching the battle, predicting the victory of the Infernal Gate. Ji Ning, who is on the Great Sha battlefield, looks out into the distance at the ancestral Crimson Cultivator and the others. But they do not notice the great change in his heart. Ji Ning is anxious, but also calm, under the pressure of the black chains. He suddenly has an epiphany and comprehends the essence of the way of the sword. Ji Ning's eyes change, his sword intent is sharp, and the 5 energies in his heart condense. He immediately takes a large number of pure yang immortal pills to strengthen his golden core in preparation for breaking through to true immortal. The war continues, and Ji Ning's breakthrough will completely change the battle landscape. Under the baptism of the primordial energy of heaven and earth, the primordial energy contained in Ji Ning's celestial immortal golden core gushed out like water bursting a dam, continuously being absorbed by the golden core. 5 streams of qi materialized inside Ji Ning, corresponding to the 5 elements of origin, and invoked the arrival of the power of heaven and earth. As the power of the 5 elements of origin poured in, Ji Ning's celestial immortal golden core transformed into a pure yang golden core. Undergoing a tremendous change, his Dharma power transformed into the even more refined pure yang Dharma power, resulting in a significant increase in Ji Ning's cultivation level, reaching the pure yang true immortal realm. By relying on the pure yang Dharma power, Ji Ning's ability to control the Xing Tian God also underwent a qualitative leap, raising its power to almost 80% of its full potential. Through the heart power divine soul method, Ji Ning executed the assassination sword, slaying the celestial immortal crimson cloud true immortal off the enemy. This greatly boosted the morale of the Sha Emperor's side, which had initially been losing ground. While the infernal gate was shocked, the Sha Emperor ordered a retreat. But Bai Ji true immortal pursued relentlessly. At this time, Ji Ning concealed his breakthrough, preparing to seize an opportunity and turn the tide in this protracted war. A stunning turn of events unfolded on the battlefield where the armies clashed. The Great Sha's forces were on the brink of defeat, and Hell's Gate's momentum was unstoppable. However, everything changed with Ji Ning's emergence. Wielding the innate spiritual treasure 9-leaf snow lotus, Ji Ning entrapped Hell's Gate's immortal Kai Bing. In an instant, Ji Ning shattered the binding chains and unleashed his assassination sword technique, slaying Kai Bing with a single strike. Panic surged through the ranks of Hell's Gate. Immortal Bai Ji and the leader of the Azure Fox clan attempted to intercept Ji Ning, but their spells were effortlessly countered. Ji Ning charged recklessly, decimating his opponents, causing Hell's Gate to retreat steadily. Poison Quagmire's white-faced serpent confronted Ji Ning fiercely, but in a single clash, Ji Ning sent him flying, exposing the vast disparity in their power. Immortal Bai Ji and the Azure Fox clan leader struggled to hold off Ji Ning, but could not halt his relentless advance. Ultimately, Hell's Gate recognized their defeat and began to withdraw. The morale of the Great Sha's soldiers soared, and the Sha Emperor ordered a ceasefire. This narrow victory was owed entirely to Ji Ning's prowess. In the outer 3 realms, Taoist Kai Ming and the celestial immortals witnessed the entire spectacle, marveling at Ji Ning's strength. The Sha Emperor was filled with gratitude, while Sword Immortal Chongqing lamented the missed opportunity to recruit him as a disciple. During a divine conference, Tao Ancestor Kai Ming reflects on the Great Sha War, lamenting his missed opportunity to take Ji Ning as his disciple. He emphasizes that the current war is merely a prelude and that the Infernal Gate faces a critical lack of strength. Emperor Sha, inspired, comprehends the ruthlessness of the great calamity and resolves to be merciless towards himself and his subordinates. Fighting to the death, Ji Ning's exceptional performance in 8 Dragons Cloud City reignites Emperor Sha's hope. Ji Ning's defeat of a true immortal of pure yang shifts the advantage to Great Sha. In Infernal City, the atmosphere is starkly different. The fall of Immortal Kai Bing places immense pressure on the Infernal Gate. The sect master of the Azure Fox sect recognizes their dwindling power and reluctantly decides to seek reinforcement from the Divine King. Despite the Infernal Gate's intelligence advantage in the Great Calamity, their lack of power makes seeking support difficult. The Divine King has previously refused assistance, and the Azure Fox harbors shame. Yet, to counter the variable that is Ji Ning, he decides to report to the Divine King. The Great Calamity has only just begun, and the rivalry among the forces in the 3 realms intensifies. The deaths of divine immortals and true immortals become unavoidable. Emperor Sha and the Infernal Gate both realize the necessity of ruthless measures to survive the calamity. In the quiet chamber, Azure Fox sat cross-legged and fell asleep. In her dream, She appeared in the Dark World, where the God King sat majestically on his throne. The God King inquired about the Great Sha War. Azure Fox explained that the Gate of No Intermission had been defeated. Blaming Ji Ning, the commander of the Xing heavenly god, whose strength should not be underestimated. The God King was disappointed by this and believed that Azure Fox and the others had performed poorly. In the Eight Dragons Cloud City, the Sha Emperor summoned the heavenly gods, true immortals, and Ji Ning to discuss the war situation. Inside the Northern Dark Legion's barracks, cheers erupted as they celebrated the victory of Ji Ning, the Northern Dark Immortal, who had led them to turn the tide of the battle and slay true immortal Kai Bing. Yu Wei prepared a meal for Ji Ning and learned that he had made a breakthrough in his Heart Force Spirit Soul technique. Amidst his excitement, Ji Ning did not forget to mourn his fallen sixth brother. Suddenly, Yu Wei sensed a summoning from the God King and arrived in the Dark World. The God King asked about the reason behind Ji Ning's strength improvement. And Yu Wei replied that it was due to his Heart Force technique breakthrough. The God King confirmed from Yu Wei's expression that Ji Ning had indeed comprehended this Dao technique. Fearing that he could become a threat to Nuwa's camp, upon Azure Fox's return, the God King decided to launch a realm war to conquer the Great Sha world while eliminating Ji Ning. Azure Fox was shocked and immediately began making preparations. The God King's hand tapped the armrests, producing a heavy sound that foreshadowed a greater storm to come. With the Great Sha world set to become the battleground. Amidst the chaos in the three realms, the Celestial Realm, the largest fragment of the ancient shattered world, is a battleground for contending forces. Taoism and Buddhism hold important positions in the Celestial Realm, while many formidable beings and true immortals occupy their own territories, disregarding the Celestial Emperor's authority. On Mount Heavenly Connection in the Celestial Realm, 6 great demon gods decline an invitation from the true immortal Ku Yun, not wishing to be bothered. Meanwhile, the 9 immortal maidens of the Cloud Mist Ravine are deep in cultivation. In the vast throne room of the Netherworld, the Gate God King, cloaked in black robes, summons 68 true immortals and announces his plan to launch a realm war in the Crimson Realm. The God King orders the Azure Fox to lead a force to attack the Sha Emperor of the Greater Sha world and send an elite team on a covert mission to ambush the Sha Emperor's forces and overwhelm them. To maintain secrecy, the elite force will use the innate spiritual treasure of the awakened sages to tear open the void and descend upon the Azure Fox's nether city. However, the Sha Emperor, overconfident, leads his army towards Nether City, determined to drive out the Gate of Nothingness. Yet, he remains unaware of the impending ambush, and a fierce battle is on the horizon. Upon returning to the 8 Dragon Cloud City, Ji Ning and Yu Wei find out that the Infernal Gate has not yet answered the call to battle. They learn that the Infernal Gate has 2 choices: to give up on the Great Summer World or to mobilize more forces to conquer it. At the same time, the Infernal Gate has gained the help of 3 powerful deities, the 3 fiend gods of Swallowed Dragon Mountain. In the void outside the 3 realms, sages Jiumang and Ming head many divine deities and true immortals toward the Infernal Gate, planning to ambush the Great Summer World. In the 8 Dragon Cloud City, the Summer Emperor discovers sages Jiumang and Ming and comes to realize that the Infernal Gate has improved their overall strength, making the results of the battle difficult to predict. Inside the Taoist Ancestral Temple of Qiming, divine deities and true immortals are watching the domain war of the Jiuyang domain. The Taoist ancestor of Qiming discovers that sages Jiumang and Ming are aiding the Great Summer World and thus sends his subordinates, immortal fairy Shuiwu and immortal swordsman Chongqing, to help the Sha Mang clan. Suddenly, Patriarch Bodhi appears and warns the Taoist ancestor of Qiming that his disciples will face danger if they go to the Great Summer, as the domain war of the Qiming domain is about to break out. Amidst the chaos of the realm war, ancestral Taoist Kai Ming worries about the plot by the Netherworld Gate to attack the Sha Mang realm. Ancestral Taoist Bodhi reveals to Kai Ming that the Netherworld Gate has dispatched 66 celestial immortals to support their forces, including the 6 fiend gods of Tonglian Mountain, the 9 celestial maidens of Cloud and Mist, and the 3 fiend gods of Swallowed Dragon Mountain. Shocked, Kai Ming realizes the gravity of the realm war. Kai Ming decides to send reinforcements, openly dispatching a few celestial immortals while secretly setting a trap to counterattack the Netherworld Gate. However, ancestral Taoist Bodhi disapproves of this plan due to the Netherworld Gate's strong intelligence network. He discloses that the 3 fiend gods of Swallowed Dragon Mountain have joined to eliminate Ji Ning. the source of their troubles. Kai Ming comprehends that the Netherworld Gate is targeting not only the Sha Mang realm but the entire Kai Ming realm. He gathers his celestial immortals, announces the outbreak of the realm war, and orders them to assemble in Great Sha. On that day, an advance force of 26 celestial immortals sets off for 8 Dragons Cloud City, openly engaging the Netherworld Gate and thwarting their assassination plot. Upon hearing this news in 8 Dragons Cloud City, the Netherworld Gate is dismayed. Commanders such as Immortal Bai Ji regret the failure of their ambush. Emperor Sha and Ji Ning, along with others in 8 Dragons Cloud City, are shocked by the outbreak of the realm war but prepared to face it. Recommended by Ancestral Taoist Bodhi, the strongest celestial immortals from the Kai Ming realm, including Immortal Shen Shu, arrive at 8 Dragons Cloud City and join the battle against the Netherworld Gate. Emperor Sha introduces a group of divine immortals and celestial immortals, among whom is the young Chongqing Sword Immortal. Ji Ning is surprised as he was supposed to be Chongqing's disciple but had instead chosen Mount Fankin. Chongqing appears cold and states that he had never wished to take Ji Ning as a disciple and that it's better for Ji Ning to be under the tutelage of the Patriarch of the Tao. Ji Ning feels somewhat apologetic but also believes it's better to have less contact with Chongqing. Meanwhile, Bai Ji, the immortal of the eternal abyss from the gate of the nether abyss, is punished by the Divine King for the failed sneak attack on Sha. The Divine King announces that Patriarch Demon Bamboo will be personally leading the gate of the nether abyss to wage the interdimensional war but will refrain from interfering directly to prevent the outbreak of the final battle. Emperor Sha explains to Ji Ning that the 6 Divine Kings are amassing a large number of immortals. With over 300,000 celestial immortals already gathered, Patriarch Chiming's celestial immortals have been diminished by the Great Calamity but still number in the millions. Emperor Sha reveals that Patriarch Chiming will personally oversee the war and arrive in Sha with the army. Ji Ning realizes the terrifying scale of the interdimensional war, with patriarchs on both sides, dozens of divine immortals and celestial immortals, and millions of loose immortals involved. Emperor Sha urges Ji Ning to cultivate diligently and become a pure young immortal as soon as possible to lead the army against the gate of the nether abyss. As time passes, the immortals of 8 Dragon Cloud City feel the heavy atmosphere ahead of the imminent battle. Finally, Patriarch Demon Bamboo descends upon Sha, his dark aura oppressing the divine immortals and celestial immortals present. Ji Ning understands that this is a life and death interdimensional war. Within the Azure Dragon Cloud City, the carefree immortals chattered excitedly about the arrival of Tao Ancestor Ink Bamboo. The Tao Ancestor renowned in the 3 realms for being undying and whose original form is a verdant green bamboo, possessing boundless vitality. Meanwhile, Tao Ancestor Crimsonbright, the world lord of the Grand Sha world, also appeared in the Azure Dragon Cloud City. An ancient and reserved being, he evoked awe and respect from Ji Ning. Tao Ancestor Crimsonbright brought along a vast celestial army and demonic army that stretched as far as the eye could see. Like an immense ocean, their strength far surpassed that of the heavenly court soldiers and generals, sufficient to sweep across the entire celestial realm. On the side of the infernal gate, Tao Ancestor Ink Bamboo also led a great host of immortals, celestials, and demons, preparing to defend the dark infernal city. Tao Ancestor Crimsonbright divided the millions of demonic soldiers into 78 Pangu battle formations, with each celestial god leading 3 legions. He also entrusted the 18 Yinglong legions provided by Tao Ancestor Yinglong to 18 heavenly celestial immortals and established 326 Pangu gods formed by immortals. As the commander of the Pangu gods, Ji Ning saw his forces bolstered by celestial immortals and carefree immortals, creating an even more formidable Pangu god. Tao Ancestor Crimsonbright estimated that the Great War would break out within a year, giving the Infernal Gate time to mobilize and deploy their forces. Both sides engaged in rigorous preparations, making their final adjustments for the upcoming battle for destiny. The Sha Emperor dispatches immortal reinforcements to Ji Ning's camp, including 3,000 celestial immortals and 300,000 loose immortals, enhancing Ji Ning's combat strength. However, the Sha Emperor also warns Ji Ning to beware of a siege by the Void Gate and advises him to conceal his strength. Ji Ning takes this to heart and does not reveal his breakthroughs or the progress of his dharma. Several months later, the Inter-Realm War erupts, and the Void Gate responds. Patriarch Crimsonbright leads the Crimsonbright Realm Army, while Ji Ning commands 3,000 celestial immortals, 300,000 loose immortals, and 324 divine prosecutors in battle. Both armies face off, their auras clashing in a formidable display of power. On the side of the Void Gate, Patriarch Mo Zu is confident, claiming that Hu Yi is the most powerful divinity in the history of the Three Realms, and that the Void Gate's patron, the King, will follow the way of heaven in annihilating the Crimson Bright realm. Patriarch Crimson Bright counters Patriarch Mo Zu, pointing out that the influence of the way of heaven will restrict the king's actions. The Nuwa faction believes that claiming destiny is crucial, as the way of heaven will favor those with greater destiny. As a result, countless immortals and divinities fight bloodily to seize destiny. The Crimson Bright Realm army charges forward, engaging the Void Gate army in a fierce battle. During the fierce battle between Red Candle Domain and Nether Gate, Xing Tian Divine General Ji Ning led over 300 Xing Tian divines to charge ahead. Nether Gate deployed formidable opponents, such as the Savage Zuyan and White-Faced Flood Dragon. As soon as Ji Ning engaged, he unleashed astonishing power, wielding a massive shield to brutally collide with a Zuyan. Caught off guard by Ji Ning's immense strength, the Zuyan was knocked flying. Ji Ning swiftly followed up by slaying another Zuyan, capturing the Celestials and Immortals within. Surrounded by other Zuyan and two Pyryong true Immortals, Ji Ning's superior strength and agility allowed him to outmaneuver his foes. Xing Tian divines rallied around Ji Ning, creating a compact and intense battleground. Abruptly, Devouring Mountain Saint, one of the three great demon gods of Devouring Dragon Mountain, emerged and lunged at Ji Ning with lightning speed. Heavenly deities and true immortals aboard the flowing light realm boat, including Emperor Sha, swiftly followed suit, engaging the Golden Fur Divine Eagle. Faced with Devouring Mountain Saint's savage attack, Ji Ning remained composed, using his massive shield to block its sharp claws. The Golden Fur Divine Eagle, enraged, summoned the two other demon gods to its aid. Immediately, Red Candle Domain's Yinglong and Pangu battle formations besieged the three demon gods. Amidst the chaotic melee, Ji Ning maintained his composure, seizing opportunities to create breakthroughs. In the intense battlefield of the interregion war, the nine-headed lion, one of the three great demon gods of Mount Tunlong, charged recklessly, unstoppable with its noble bloodline and profound cultivation. He confronted Ji Ning, the commander of the Heavenly God Legion, in a cataclysmic duel. Despite wielding two shields, Ji Ning was overwhelmed by the nine-headed lion's ferocious assault. The nine-headed lion's attacks reverberated with a peculiar vibration, rendering Ji Ning's strength ineffective and forcing him to retreat. The nine-headed lion's dominance gave the underworld sect a glimmer of victory, and they prepared to join forces to form the Thrive Heavenly God to strike a fatal blow to Ji Ning. However, the nine-headed lion remained analytical, recognizing that the abundance of experts from the Crimson Bright region would hinder their attempt, reducing their chance of killing Ji Ning to less than 30. Though the nine-headed lion had the upper hand, Ji Ning refused to yield, holding his ground with the support of the Heavenly God Legion. The underworld sect, under the command of Taoist Mo Zu, initiated a retreat, and the Crimson Bright region also ceased fire. Both sides suffered heavy losses in the battle, yet the stalemate remained. They awaited a critical moment when the opportunity arose to drastically alter the course of the war. Amidst the undercurrents, a spy who had long lurked in the Crimson Bright region, the Everlasting Sword Immortal, prepared to deliver a decisive blow. Exploiting his identity, he intended to secure a definitive victory for the underworld sect. In the main hall of the Eight Dragons Cloud City, Patriarch Kai Ming and the immortals and demons discuss the war situation in the realms. The Patriarch emphasizes that the No Man's Gate is amassing strength and warns them to be cautious. He points out that Ji Ning, as the god of execution, is the No Man's Gate's prime target and must be closely protected. Patriarch Kai Ming instructs heavenly gods and true immortals such as Sha Mang to protect Ji Ning, but cautions that Ji Ning's battlefield is the most dangerous, and they must be prepared to respond to changes. The generals take their orders. However, Elder Sword Immortal Longqing casts a shadow of doubt, reminding them that Ji Ning's death would worsen the war situation. Ji Ning is displeased, and Emperor Sha calms the crowd. Longqing talks to Immortal Fairy Shuiwu, revealing their subtle connection. Soon after, the army assembles and sets out. On the way to the battlefield, Ji Ning's wife, Yu Wei, urges him to be careful. On the battlefield, Ji Ning engages with the three great demon gods of Swallowing Dragon Mountain, and 6 gods of execution find themselves in peril. Longqing and Shuiwu come to their aid, easing the crisis. However, Emperor Sha notices Longqing and Shuiwu's unusual behavior. Instead of reinforcing nearby gods of execution, they suddenly attack 5 of them, killing them. Emperor Sha is furious, shouting Longqing and revealing his betrayal. Immortal Chongqing, who betrayed the Crimson Luminary Realm, demonstrated astonishing power by killing Immortal Snowdance and attacking the 5 divine punishment deities. His treachery resulted in severe losses for the Crimson Luminary Realm, who lost 2 pure Yang immortals and the power of the 5 divine punishment deities. With Immortal Chongqing's assistance, the Infernal Gate launched an all-out assault. The 9 fairies of the Misty Ravine and the 3 great demon gods formed the three-eyed demon god. The pale-faced Zhao, Zhu Yan, and Bai Fang transformed into heavenly puppets, putting immense pressure on the Crimson Luminary Realm. Meanwhile, the Crimson Luminary Realm received critical intelligence a beggarly archer named Dong Jie would arrive to aid them. Dong Jie, with his chaotic Dao fruit, could slay the 3-headed pale-faced Zhao with a single arrow, comparable to the might of a Dao ancestor, terrifying the Infernal Gate. However, Dong Jie's impact was offset by the vast number of heavenly puppets possessed by the Infernal Gate. In the most intense battlefield, where 3/10 of the forces from both sides clashed, the Crimson Luminary Realm suffered heavy losses due to Immortal Chongqing's treachery and the emergence of the 3 demons of Mount Swallow Dragon, putting them at a severe disadvantage. On the city walls of 8 Dragons Cloud City, Patriarch Vermilionbride observed the battle situation and found that the area where Ji Ning and Emperor Sha were located was in dire straits. For the sake of the greater good, Patriarch Vermilionbride reluctantly abandoned his support for Ji Ning and ordered the divine archer Dongjia to suppress other areas. However, although Dong's frenzied archery temporarily gained an advantage, its consumption was enormous and could not be sustained for long. Patriarch Vermilionbride placed his hopes on Ji Ning and his comrades' own strength. On the battlefield, Ji Ning was furious. He charged towards the direction of Evergreen Sword Immortal. With his formidable power, he slaughtered a squad of divine Bai Fang and killed a primordial true immortal. The 3 great demon gods of Dragon-Swallowing Mountain were furious upon seeing this. They transformed into a 3-eyed demon god and launched a fierce attack. Despite Ji Ning unleashing his full power, the 3-eyed demon god had already reached the threshold of the Dao Ancestor realm, and its might far surpassed Ji Ning's. The Netherworld Palace also mobilized a large number of divine beings and magic treasures to assist the 3-eyed demon god. Evergreen Sword Immortal took advantage of the chaos to lead the Netherworld Palace army to kill several forces from the Vermilionbride realm. He also deceived them into defecting to the Netherworld Palace. Emperor Sha and the other divine beings and true immortals were filled with righteous indignation and vowed to kill Evergreen. At a critical moment, Ji Ning clashed head-on with the 3-eyed demon god and was knocked down. From afar, Patriarch Ink Bamboo of the Netherworld City ordered an all-out attack to kill Ji Ning. Ji Ning's true body pleaded for help from the 7 seniors of the Star-Plucking Palace in the Underwater Palace. In the fierce battle between Crimson Blaze and the Gate of Oblivion, the situation was unfavorable for Crimson Blaze. In the nick of time, 7 celestial deities emerged from the Water Palace, clad in rainbow armor and wielding spears thousands of feet long, exuding an AWE-inspiring aura. Their leader was none other than Red Snow Celestial Being, the first war god of the ancient star-picking palace. The 7 Radiance Celestial Formation was deployed, and Red Snow Celestial Being led his comrades into the enemy ranks. Spears danced and snowflakes fluttered, distorting time. The white-faced Flood Dragon, Imperator, and Celestial Puppet were slaughtered one after another. The clones of the Celestial Sovereign were also destroyed one by one, and the Gate of Oblivion's divine beasts and demons suffered heavy losses. 9-headed Lion, one of the 3 divine demons of the Gate of Oblivion, recognized the 7 radiant celestial beings and was horrified. Although they had reached the peak of celestial divinity, they still could not believe that they could defeat the 7 radiant celestial beings led by Red Snow Celestial Sovereign. However, the 3-eyed demon being was fearless, wielding 2 massive hammers to confront them. The 7 radiant celestial being met his force with equal force, the snowflakes converging into a spear shadow that swatted the 3-eyed demon being away. Morale soared on the Crimson Blaze side, while the Gate of Oblivion grew apprehensive. Ancestor Mo Zhu and Ancestor Crimson Blaze also kept a close eye on the battle. Knowing that the outcome between the 7 radiant celestial being and the 3-eyed demon being would determine the course of the entire war. A fierce clash was about to erupt, and the emergence of the 7 radiant celestial beings brought new hope to Crimson Blaze. Amidst the fierce battlefield of the realm war, the 7 luminaries divine general, Hongshui, confronted the 9-headed lion, one of the 3 demons of Swallowing Dragon Mountain, who had transformed into the 3-eyed demon god. The spear in Hongshui's hand possessed formidable power to warp spacetime, effortlessly repelling the 3-eyed demon god. Despite his arrogance, the 9-headed lion, unwilling to be suppressed, employed peculiar hammer techniques, yet was still outmaneuvered by Hongshui's spearfighting. Hongshui, fusing the Tao of Snow and the Tao of Time, executed spearfighting that nullified his attacks, rendering them futile. As the tide of war shifted, the infernal sect dispatched 18 pure young true immortals to join forces with the 3-eyed demon god of Swallowing Dragon Mountain in besieging Hongshui. However, with his extraordinary abilities, Hongshui pierced the 9 treasures pagoda formation with a single thrust, repelling 2 3-eyed demon gods. The 18 pure young true immortals combined their efforts to trap Hongshui, but to no avail. His spear was unstoppable, seamlessly blending the power of spacetime, leaving his enemies with no escape. The infernal sect's once boisterous counterattack crumbled under Hongshui's overwhelming might. This astonishing battle not only ignited jubilation among the forces of the Chiming Realm but also demoralized the infernal sect. From their vantage point on Mount Thankan, Bodhi Patriarch and Ji Dian Taoist witnessed the spectacle. Bodhi Patriarch was overjoyed, praising Hongshui's innate talent and profound understanding of spacetime. In the spatio-temporal battlefield of the 3 realms, emerges Red Snow God, a celestial deity who commands the powers of time and space. His combat techniques are impeccable, leaving even the 3-eyed demon god and the 3 Dragon Mountain demon gods of the Nether Void Gate unable to withstand his force. Patriarch Bodhi, a Grand Master at the Ancestral Taoist level, foreseeing the impending crisis, bestows his ultimate teachings on spatio-temporal techniques upon Red Snow God, equipping him with a pivotal weapon against the approaching calamity. Patriarch Bodhi believes that although the Nether Void Gate's sovereign has merged with the heavenly Tao, evading detection by other ancestral Taoists, their presence is still perceptible within the tilted moon great world, posing a constant threat. During the great battle between the Verdant Dawn Realm and the Nether Void Gate, Red Snow God leads the 7 radiant deities into the fray. Wielding a long spear, he unleashes a flurry of snowflakes that manipulates spacetime, rendering him unstoppable. The Nether Void Gate's forces crumble and flee in disarray. Red Snow God and the 6 other celestial deities had initially agreed with Ji Ning to participate only once. But at the request of the Verdant Dawn Taoist, they extend their assistance to prevent the Nether Void Gate from regrouping. Out of loyalty to Grandmaster 3 Lives and concern for the Verdant Dawn realm, they acquiesce to continue aiding the Verdant Dawn Taoist. However, beyond the 3 realms in the Myriad Demon Realm, resides Lord Crow, a master of the Myriad Demon Realm's puppetry arts. Despite his lackluster combat prowess, his unparalleled puppetry skills set him apart in the 3 realms. Upon learning that Red Snow God has disrupted his plans, Lord Crow commands the creation of an ancestral Taoist puppet within a month. Prepared to confront the impending catastrophe, Wu Shao, an immortal of Wuji Gate, was ordered to forge a puppet of the Patriarch and swore to avenge Zikao. Wu Shao revealed his plan to Shenwang, chief of Wuji Gate, and Patriarch Mazu, saying that he would dispatch 1.8 million immortals to the Myriad Demons realm once the puppet was completed. Although Shenwang and Patriarch Mazu expressed concerns about the enormous cost, they agreed to Wu Shao's request given the puppet's formidable combat prowess. Wu Shao agreed with Shenwang and Patriarch Mazu that the puppet would be finished in a month, and they would receive it at the Myriad Demons realm. The gods and immortals of the Chiming Realm were confused upon discovering that Wuji Gate had not withdrawn. Meanwhile, Ji Ning and his family waited for the birth of their child in the Purple Jade Pearl. Ji Ning was anxious and worried that he might not be capable enough to care for and protect the child. With a crisp cry, Ji Ning's child was born, bringing joy to Ji Ning and Chuyu. In a warm and humble cottage, a young girl with the symbol of the flame god suddenly bursts out through the door. Amidst the sound of the house collapsing, her clear voice echoes through the air. Who among you is my father? The eyes of Ji Ning and his companions are drawn to this clever and adorable girl, shocked to see that her body has become that of a 3-year-old child. The girl is surrounded by flames, kicking through the flying door with her foot, and her expression conveys an innate intelligence. Ji Ning and Yu Wei step out of the house, and the girl's gaze falls on Ji Ning as she asks, "Are you my father?" Ji Ning nods with a smile, and the girl excitedly kowtows in greeting. Yu Wei names the girl Ming Yu, a name that evokes the feelings between Ji Ning and Yu Wei when they fell in love within the bright moon landscape painting. From the moment of her birth, Ming Yu possesses a divine demon body comparable to the Purple Mansion realm, and she has the ability to manipulate flames. Despite Ji Ning's exceptional talent, his child with Yu Wei only has the cultivation of the Purple Mansion realm in terms of qi refining. However, her innate talent for fire is extraordinary, far surpassing that of the other 5 elements. Ming Yu is lively and cheerful, and Ji Ning dotes on his adorable and intelligent daughter, though he also worries about her being too mischievous. Yu Wei, on the other hand, keeps Ming Yu in check with strict teachings, ensuring that she doesn't misbehave in front of Ji Ning. As the celestial war erupts, Patriarch Mo Zhu refines a Dao ancestor puppet, intending to gain an advantage in the realm war. Upon learning of this, Patriarch Kai Ming denounces the mad actions of the Abbey Yu clan. But he is helpless in the face of the Nuwa faction's superior intelligence and can only seek countermeasures. In the realm of Hades, Patriarch Mazu leads 61 gods and immortals who suffered heavy losses in the interdimensional war but are determined not to concede defeat. To counter the 7 radiant deities of the Vermilion realm, Patriarch Mazu unveils a powerful artifact captured from the Vermilion realm Firmness Breaker, which he transforms into Patriarch Puppet. He selects a wielder from among the gods and immortals. After a series of trials, the skilled swordsman Evergreen Sword Immortal emerges victorious and is granted control of the artifact. Patriarch Mazu entrusts the Patriarch Puppet to Evergreen Sword Immortal and instructs him to use it wisely. With great fanfare, the army of Hades demands a battle with the Patriarch of the Vermilion realm. However, the Patriarch of the Vermilion realm, concerned by the Patriarch Puppet crafted by Hades, believes sending his troops would be a suicide mission. Upon learning of the Patriarch Puppet's power, the 7 radiant deities of the Vermilion realm also acknowledge the gravity of the situation. Just when all hope seems lost, a young man in a robe with a red mole on his forehead enters the hall and claims to have come from Emperor Shenong to offer assistance. With confidence, he declares that he will lead the Vermilion realm to victory in the war. When Ji Ning learned that Emperor Shenong had intervened in the Zither domain battle, he was filled with shock. As one of the 3 sovereigns of the human race, Shenong's strength rivaled that of the leaders of Taoism and Buddhism. His presence signified that the tide of the war was about to turn. Patriarch Crimson Bride rejoiced at Shenong's involvement, confident in his ability to combat the Dao ancestor puppets of the Immortal Vanquisher sect. However, the young man in Taoist robes sent by Shenong revealed the need for meticulous planning. Patriarch Crimson Bride acceded to the youth's request, having the assembled immortals and demons withdraw. Amidst the murmuring of the immortals and demons, Deity Red Snow analyzed to Ji Ning that despite Shenong's formidable power, the Immortal Vanquisher sect was not to be underestimated. The outcome of their confrontation was uncertain. Deity Red Snow recalled the ancient Desolation battle, where the Immortal Vanquisher sect's monarch escaped annihilation by merging with the Tao of Heaven. Demonstrating their resilience, Ji Ning realized the grim reality of the war. In order to protect his kin, he had to grow stronger. Meanwhile, on the other side, the God King of the Immortal Vanquisher sect was also anxious about Shenong's involvement. He suspected their chance lay with Yu Wei. Summoning Yu Wei, the God King prepared to use her as a countermeasure to Shenong's challenge. The domain war intensified, intertwining personal vendettas like Ji Ning's and the involvement of factions such as Origin Taoist and Heavenly Immortal Wushao. With the engagement of Shenong and the Immortal Vanquisher sect, the outcome of the war became increasingly unpredictable. The supreme god of the divine realm, the God King, controls the numerous undercover agents of the infernal purgatory's gate planted among humans. Yu Wei, an undercover agent at the heavenly immortal realm, was once restored to sanity by the God King's favor and has been utterly loyal to him. The God King orders Yu Wei to sacrifice herself to turn the tide of the war. Meanwhile, Ji Ning, Yu Wei, and their daughter, Ming Yu, live a blissful life in the 8 Dragons Cloud City. However, Ming Yu's reckless use of flames to torment a mortal servant leads to her severe punishment by Ji Ning. Worried about Ming Yu, Yu Wei secretly decides to join the war without Ji Ning's knowledge. When Yu Wei returns to her abode in the Eight Dragons Cloud City, Ji Ning is summoned by the Primordial Taoist. The Taoist entrusts Ji Ning with 2 bottles of treasure. The black jade sight bottle contains the divine farmer's medicine, which can render immortals within a 10,000-mile radius powerless, while the white jade sight bottle contains the antidote to its effects. The Taoist plans for Ji Ning to use the divine farmer's medicine at the outset of the war to cripple the infernal purgatory's gate immortals and gain an advantage. Knowing that the infernal purgatory's gate would not hesitate to send an army to besiege him, Ji Ning resolves to use the divine farmer's medicine. Should the infernal purgatory's gate choose not to besiege him, he will pick them off one by one, crushing their forces. Confident in his strength, Ji Ning believes that he can turn the tide of the war and achieve victory. Upon receiving a gift from Tao ancestor Kai Ming, Ji Ning happily returns to the camp and eagerly drinks a flask of immortal brew. Yu Wei curiously inquires about the reason for Ji Ning's good mood. Ji Ning excitedly reveals that the human emperor Shen Nong has developed the divine Nong medicine, which, when released, will render all immortals within a radius of 10,000 miles powerless. To prepare for an attack from the infernal devil sect, Ji Ning decides to take the divine medicine with him to deploy it in the event of an ambush, which will devastate the enemy. If the infernal devil sect does not attack, the Northern Sea Army will be able to defeat them one by one. Yu Wei marvels at the power of the divine medicine but wonders if the infernal devil sect will be unprepared. Ji Ning believes that even if the infernal devil sect is aware of it, it is an unavoidable trap that will put them in a difficult position regardless of their actions. Yu Wei curiously asks to see the divine medicine. After some hesitation, Ji Ning agrees. As Yu Wei touches the black jade bottle containing the divine medicine, her incarnation in the purple cloud bead world bids a final farewell to her daughter, Mingyue. Amidst feelings of reluctance and guilt, Yu Wei's incarnation resolutely crushes the black jade bottle. The divine Nong medicine instantly spreads, and the celestial power of the dispersed immortals and heavenly immortals in the Northern Sea Camp is immediately frozen, making it impossible to mobilize. Tao ancestor Kai Ming reacts quickly, preventing the divine Nong medicine from spreading further. But many heavenly immortals and dispersed immortals have already perished. Ji Ning can't believe what he has witnessed, and fear consumes him. He looks into Yu Wei's eyes and sees boundless love and guilt. Yu Wei gazes deeply at Ji Ning before her body dissipates like smoke, ending her life in this world. Ji Ning reaches out in a daze, desperately trying to hold on to something, but he grasps at nothing. Numbly, he beholds the place where his senior sister vanished, as if the entire world has disappeared. Tao ancestor Kai Ming appears in a rage, but Ji Ning remains motionless, his soul already departed, unable to experience joy or sorrow ever again. In the ferocious battles of the Realm War, Taoist Chiming unfortunately received the tragic news that the companion of his disciple Jining, Yu Wei, was secretly a spy planted by the No Man Gate, causing the precious Shen Nong's medicine from the human emperor Shen Nong to be wasted. Yu Wei chose to sacrifice her soul to protect Jining. Devastated, Taoist Chiming realized that the demigod puppet of the No Man Gate was after Shen Nong's medicine but was helpless to prevent it. Emperor Sha inquired whether Shen Nong's medicine could be divided, but Taoist Chiming said it was not possible. When the news spread, the immortals of the Eight Dragons Cloud City were shocked and enraged. Some condemned Jining's carelessness, and more sympathized with his misfortune. Emperor Sha ordered everyone to leave Jining alone, but true immortal Dong Yan and others still visited him. Concurrently, Lu Dongbin sighed at the distant Eight Dragons Cloud City, sympathizing with Jining's grief, and believed that Yu Wei loved Jining deeply. Her actions were both a repayment and a way to free Jining from his attachment. Beyond the Three Realms, Patriarch Bodhi met with Shen Nong, who prophesied that Chiming would ultimately lose, and asked how Patriarch Bodhi could help Jining. Patriarch Bodhi believed that Jining had an extraordinary talent for the sword Dao and could potentially become another Hu Yi. But he needed to overcome his inner pain himself. Within the Eight Dragons Cloud City, Jining suppressed his grief and began to gather his belongings. Where true immortal Tong, true immortal Wanbeast, and Mad Immortal visited him. Mad Immortal tried to comfort Jining with his own past experiences, but Jining retorted by questioning whether he could ever forget his deceased, revealing the wounds that still haunted him. In his grief, Ji Ning went to his meditation chamber. Lost in thought, he was suddenly drawn into a mysterious dark realm by the dream power of God King. The supreme leader of the infernal palace. God King revealed a shocking truth: Yu Wei, whom Ji Ning missed dearly, had not entered the river of destiny after her death on the battlefield, but had instead been taken by God King and reincarnated through a minor cycle of rebirth. Now, Yu Wei's young soul was kidnapped by God King and presented before Ji Ning's eyes. God King threatened Yu Wei's safety, demanding Ji Ning's allegiance to the infernal palace. If he joined, Yu Wei would be spared from suffering and their family could reunite in happiness otherwise. She would be cast into the abyss to endure endless torment. Looking at Yu Wei, Ji Ning's heart ached. God King further showed him the horrors of the abyss, emphasizing the danger Yu Wei faced. Ji Ning was torn between his love for Yu Wei and his resistance to the infernal palace. God King outlined the benefits of joining, stressing that it was preferable to being hunted by the infernal palace. Ji Ning remained silent, gazing at Yu Wei's young soul, his mind in turmoil, unsure of the choice he should make. Ji Ning has been deeply in love with his senior apprentice sister, Yu Wei, who has given him solace and warmth that he lacked. However, under the threat of the Fiend God from the outside territory, Ji Ning faces a difficult choice. The Fiend God proposes that if Ji Ning surrenders to the infernal gate, Yu Wei will be protected. But if Ji Ning refuses, Yu Wei will suffer endless torment in hell. Ji Ning's heart aches as he wrestles between Yu Wei and his own beliefs. He is unwilling to let Yu Wei suffer, but he is even more unwilling to betray the Tao ancestor. In the end, he holds back his tears and pleads with the Fiend God to spare Yu Wei. The Fiend God is enraged and sends Yu Wei to purgatory. Ji Ning is torn apart inside as he realizes that he has sent his beloved to her doom. Pain and remorse fill Ji Ning as he turns away and leaves the dream world. He reaches his daughter and, with tears streaming down his face, confesses Yu Wei's fate. Ji Ning vows to protect his daughter and to avenge Yu Wei against the infernal gate. Meanwhile, Emperor Sha waits outside Ji Ning's door to comfort him. Emperor Sha understands Ji Ning's pain and also realizes that the fate of the Grand Sha world is coming to an end. The bitterness of defeat lingers in Emperor Sha and Ji Ning's hearts as they mourn the impending tragedy. At the end of the realm war, the Kai Ming realm faces desperation as their Shenong medicine is destroyed by a spy sent by the No Space sect. The Sha Emperor reveals that the No Space sect possesses the powerful weapon the Tao Ancestor puppet, and the Kai Ming realm is helpless to turn the tide. Overwhelmed with guilt and feeling responsible for failing the people of his realm, Ji Ning is comforted by the Sha Emperor, who assures him it is not his fault and provides him with antidote to restore his cultivation. Returning to the Eight Dragons Cloud City, Ji Ning is met with condemnation and blame from countless immortals. He learns that his Tao companion, Yu Wei, has betrayed the Kai Ming realm, leaving him heartbroken. In order to protect Ji Ning from the No Space sect, Yu Wei sacrificed herself, obliterating Ji Ning's soul. Sitting alone on the city walls, Ji Ning feels despair and powerlessness. He realizes his insignificance and fragility, left at the mercy of the whims of the gods. However, amidst the unending torment and confusion, Ji Ning's state of mind transforms. He comes to perceive the vastness of the world and the boundlessness of his own mind. Gradually emerging from his despair, Ji Ning's heart becomes one with the entire Grand Sha world, and he feels a surge of strength and a burning desire to transcend his own limitations. Witnessing the fall of the human emperor, Ji Ning was deeply affected and began a period of contemplation. He had an epiphany of rejoicing in the Tao, comprehending the essence of the fourth level of willpower. Mortal world. The fourth level of willpower was akin to an insignificant weed. Insignificant in appearance but possessed of an indomitable spirit. Unyielding to external forces, Ji Ning likened himself to this weed, vowing to strive for greater heights, surpassing the strongest beings in the three realms. This realization allowed Ji Ning to break through to the fourth level, becoming a supreme existence in the three realms. Even mighty god kings paled in comparison. His Pangu genesis, bolstered by his willpower, surged in power, surpassing all exalted gods and true immortals. Haunted by remorse, Ji Ning sought out Patriarch Crimsonbright but discovered the Patriarch's despair and impending retreat. However, Ji Ning revealed his breakthrough to the Pyryong True Immortal Realm and requested the command of 9,000 True Immortals and 8 million Loose Immortals to form the mightiest Pangu Genesis. Patriarch Crimsonbright was overjoyed and, recognizing Ji Ning's resolve, decided to gather all exalted gods and true immortals, as well as generals and marshals, to engage in a final battle against the infernal realm. Ji Ning concealed his fourth-level breakthrough, preparing to unleash its power at a crucial moment to turn the tide of the conflict. At the call of Dao ancestor Kai Ming, both immortals and demons assembled. He announced his plan to engage in a decisive battle with the camp of Infernal Gate. But the crowd grew concerned due to the addition of a Dao ancestor puppet to Infernal Gate's ranks. Just then, the Dao ancestor summoned Ji Ning to appear. To everyone's surprise, Ji Ning, who had endured the betrayal of his Dao companion, had broken through to become a pure Yang true immortal, earning him the right to lead the most powerful form of the heavenly Punisher. Dao ancestor Kai Ming placed 9,000 celestial immortals and 810,000 loose immortals under Ji Ning's command, with him and Hamshui working together to counter the Dao ancestor puppet. The army of immortals and demons set out, heading towards Infernal City. The camp of Infernal Gate was prepared. Dao ancestor Mo Zhu assembled everyone, highlighting the threat posed by Ji Ning and Hamshui, and entrusting Longqing Sword Immortal with wielding the Dao ancestor puppet, in hopes of turning the tide of the battle. As the two armies faced each other, the might of the Dao ancestor puppet instilled fear in the hearts of the Kai Ming realm's side. Whether Ji Ning and Hamshui's combined efforts would be enough to neutralize the Dao ancestor puppet became the crucial factor in the decisive battle. In the end, Infernal Gate's army launched a fierce attack, and the Kai Ming realm's side fought back with equal vigor, the two armies clashing violently in an evenly matched stalemate. As Evergreen Sword Immortal merges with the Dao ancestor puppet, he feels the puppet's unparalleled power, yet remains undaunted by the strongest godfiend constructed by 9,000 celestial immortals and 810,000 loose immortals. He deems the godfiend's formidable power difficult to harness, while he has complete control over the Dao ancestor puppet. Meanwhile, the strongest godfiend and the seven luminaries godfiend also showcase astonishing speeds. Charging towards the eternal sacred lands camp, Evergreen Sword Immortal commands the Dao ancestor puppet to unleash two beams of hazy light as ranged attacks against the eternal sacred land, destroying one of the godfiends. Upon seeing this, Crimson Snow Godfiend takes the initiative to confront the Dao ancestor puppet. As the two clash, the Dao ancestor puppet repels the seven luminaries godfiend. Ji Ning seizes an opportunity, revealing his concealed pure Yang true immortal identity and dueling the Dao ancestor puppet with the open heaven. Split Earth Sword Technique. Despite the Dao ancestor puppet's superior strength, Ji Ning's profound understanding of the Sword Dao allows him to execute the open heaven Split Earth Technique flawlessly. With one strike, he forces the Dao ancestor puppet onto its limbs, and with another, the puppet collapses. This unexpected turn shocks the entire battlefield. Both armies, once evenly matched, are stunned. The Infernal Purgatory's side watches in disbelief as the Dao ancestor puppet is defeated, while the Eternal Sacred Land side's morale soars, cheering for Ji Ning's prowess. Amidst the chaos of the Interrealm War, the formidable Dao ancestor's avatar, once invincible, was unexpectedly subdued by Ji Ning of the Celestial Immortal Epic. With the Anata Universal Sword in hand, Ji Ning delivered a devastating blow, sending the avatar crashing to the ground. Longqing Sword Sage, the controller of the Dao ancestor's avatar, was filled with anxiety and rage. He could not fathom being outmatched by a mere Ji Ning. Observing the situation, the Ink Bamboo Dao ancestor advised him to exploit his speed and agility to compensate for his lack of strength. The avatar swiftly shifted tactics, relying on its nimble form to engage Ji Ning in a battle of attrition. However, Ji Ning's Anata Universal Sword proved impenetrable, deflecting every attack the avatar threw at him. The seven luminaries' Divine Lord also joined the fray, surrounding the avatar. Trapped between Ji Ning and the seven luminaries, the avatar found itself unable to break free. Sensing the turn of events, the Divine King ordered the avatar to disengage and attack the Grand Sha forces. Ji Ning, however, pursued relentlessly, his incredible speed allowing him to keep pace with the avatar. In the end, Ji Ning's relentless pursuit left the avatar stranded, unable to threaten the Grand Sha army. Meanwhile, at the hands of the seven luminaries, the Infernal Gate's forces crumbled, their morale shattered and countless demons slain. With the tide of the battle against him, the Divine King threatened to kill Ji Ning's companion, Yu Wei. However, Ji Ning remained composed, declaring that Yu Wei's death would be a form of liberation. The Divine King's threats proved futile, and the Avatar was ultimately defeated by the combined efforts of Ji Ning and the Seven Luminaries, marking a decisive victory for the Grand Sha realm. In the raging War of the Realm, the Infernal Gate suffered a devastating defeat. The God King ordered a retreat, but Patriarch Mozu was concerned that it would result in catastrophic casualties. However, in the face of the Crimson Bright Realm's formidable assault and Yu Ning's punishment god, retreat was inevitable. The Infernal Gate's army fled in disarray, while the three demonic gods of Mount Dragon Devouring swiftly retreated to the Infernal City. Witnessing the massacre of their forces, Yu Ning's punishment god and Patriarch Mozu's puppet, Evergreen Sword Immortal, were evenly matched, while the Seven Luminaries god proved invincible, leading to the Infernal Gate's relentless retreat. The celestial true immortals found themselves surrounded, fighting back in despair. The Buddha and Amitabha observed the battle from beyond the greater Sha world, praising Yu Ning's cultivation of willpower and leadership. The Dao Palace sages also acknowledged Yu Ning's prowess, recognizing that he had attained the fourth level of willpower. Shenamshi and Ancestor Bodhi were gratified by Yu Ning's accomplishments, believing that he would become a formidable asset to Nuwa's force. However, the Infernal Gate was enraged, particularly Heavenly Immortal Wu Shao, who vented his fury on Evergreen Sword Immortal for wielding the Patriarch's puppet. In the end, the Infernal City became the Infernal Gate's last refuge, and the Patriarch's puppet successfully escaped within it. The Punishment God and Seven Luminaries God watched on as the War of the Realm concluded. During the stalemate of the Domain War, Ji Ning suppressed the Dao Ancestor puppet with his own strength, shocking the three realms. In order to completely disintegrate the Infernal Gate, Ji Ning decided to endure the divine tribulation and improve his own strength. The Infernal Gate suffered a miserable defeat. Dao Ancestor Mozu admitted defeat and scolded the Everlasting Sword Immortal for failing to kill Ji Ning. The Everlasting Sword Immortal was stripped of his authority to control the Dao Ancestor puppet, and his heart was filled with resentment. Ji Ning returned to Eight Dragons Cloud City and declined Emperor Sha's invitation to celebrate. Instead, he prepared to go to Fangken Mountain to endure the tribulation. Dao Ancestor Kai Ming realized that Ji Ning was about to endure the divine tribulation and promised to provide him with all the Grand Luo Immortal pills he needed to cultivate the 8-9 profound art. Ji Ning bid farewell to his relatives and friends, and went to Fangken Mountain with his master, Bodhi. Dao Ancestor Kai Ming ran around to obtain the Grand Luo Immortal pills. Preparing for Ji Ning's tribulation, the Infernal Gate was severely damaged. The troops led by the Azure Fox were forced to retreat to the Fifth World. The smoke of the Domain War dissipated, and the perspective of the three realms changed again. Ji Ning was preparing to endure the tribulation, and the morale of the Kai Ming domain was high. Meanwhile, the Infernal Gate secretly gathered strength, waiting for an opportunity to fight back. Amidst the spatial vortex connecting Fangken Mountain with the outer universe, Bodhi leads Ji Ning and Homshui with him. Upon entering Fangken Mountain, Bodhi bestows upon Homshui the profound mystery of time, enabling her to attain the realm of the Gate of Time and Space, and takes her as his disciple. Additionally, Bodhi introduces his 4 disciples, who have attained the realm of true God Dao Zu. Eldest disciple the woodcutter felling trees on the mountain, possessing the greatest strength. Second disciple Jigong, guarding the three realms palace, skilled in both Buddhism and Taoism, and profoundly knowledgeable. Sixth disciple Sun Wukong, master of the flower fruit mountain world, guided once by Nuwa, who is invincible in battle. 12th disciple Black Tiger King, indolent and carefree, yet having reached the true God Dao Zu realm. Bodhi further reveals the impending catastrophe facing the three realms, emphasizing that even the vast moon world cannot escape its reach. He accepts Ji Ning and Homshui as disciples, imparting upon them the secrets of the three realms. Among these, the tale of the ancient catastrophic war unveils the origins and intentions of the Infernal Gate. Comprehending that the three realms house a total of 20 true God DaoZus, 4 of whom are Bodhi's disciples, Ji Ning and Homshui recognize the approaching catastrophe. They resolve to join forces with their fellow disciples to confront this formidable challenge. In the beginning of chaos, ancestor gods, true gods, and heavenly gods were born. The ancestor gods mastered the heavenly Tao. The true gods mastered the great Tao, and the heavenly gods mastered the lesser Tao. Pangu, the leader of the ancestor gods of chaos, opened up the heavens and the earth with his Pangu axe, creating the world before his own demise. The ancient world gave birth to numerous life forms, with the strong becoming heavenly Taoists and the weak remaining in the innate realm. As the world evolved, mighty beings created the Qi refinement cultivation method, giving birth to the Tao ancestors. The goddess Nuwa comprehended the yin-yang heavenly Tao and created the human race. The three pure ones, the primordial of the Tao, committed suicide and reincarnated, awakening their past memories, greatly increasing their power, and comprehending the one Qi transforms into three pure ones method. Seeking breakthroughs, mighty beings reincarnated and concealed their past memories to comprehend opposite heavenly Taos. However, this method was akin to gambling, as once the soul scattered, the true spirit would be extinguished. 6 Tao ancestors disappeared without a trace after reincarnation. Their fates unknown. The Buddha Tathagata reincarnated as Shakyamuni, comprehended the 5 elements heavenly Tao, awakened his past memories, and became the leader of Buddhism. In ancient times, battles raged relentlessly, and the water ancestor Gongong shattered Mount Buzhou, causing the heavens and the earth to tremble. At this critical moment, the goddess Nuwa understood the 5 elements heavenly Tao and mended the heavens with 5 colored stones, restoring stability to the world. The goddess Nuwa became the strongest being of the ancient era. The ancestor god Fuxi committed suicide and reincarnated, and his past memories remain dormant to this day. In the vast chaos, 2 immense chaotic worlds were born: the Pangu chaotic world and the Wu Jian chaotic world. The Pangu chaotic world weakened due to internal conflicts, while the Wu Jian chaotic world grew exceptionally powerful under the reign of old ancestor Heart Demon. The 2 worlds gradually approached, making a cataclysmic war inevitable. At a critical moment, the Lord of all things led a massive army of puppets and matriarch troops into the battlefield, causing heavy casualties on both sides. Then, Lady Nuwa from the Pangu chaotic world broke through to the Pangu realm and displayed her might, killing the Lord of all things. Old ancestor Wind Demon from the Wu Jian chaotic world seized the opportunity to escape with many powerful cultivators, earning the title of Ancestor of all Demons. The remnants of the 2 worlds became the ancient ruins, heavenly realm, netherworld, and countless small worlds. Lady Nuwa subsequently vanished into the endless chaos, while old ancestor Wind Demon returned to the 3 realms and reached an understanding with the Pangu chaotic world. However, as time passed, fate hinted at another impending catastrophe between the 2 worlds. Bodhi Taoist revealed the secret history of the 3 realms to Ji Ning and Red Snow Godlord, including the Wu Jian chaotic world, the Lord of all things, Lady Nuwa's disappearance, and the imminent crisis. For survival, the powerhouses of the 3 realms had to unite against the threat of the Wu Jian sect. But powerful cultivators like Old Mother Yuan hesitated, unwilling to antagonize the Wu Jian sect. Bodhi Taoist warned that war between the Wu Jian sect and the Pangu chaotic world was inevitable. As destiny's guidance was infallible, Ji Ning and Red Snow Godlord realized that greater dangers lurked in the chaos and dedicated themselves to cultivation, preparing for future challenges. In the shadowy darkness of the night, Ji Ning held his daughter Mingyue, gently comforting her. Despite her fear of the dangers of the heavenly tribulation, Ji Ning was confident and assured her that he would not leave her. As dawn broke, Ji Ning, his daughter Mingyue, Bai Shui's, and Shaoqing departed Mount Fankan, arriving at a desolate area in the great world of Mingyue. Numerous friends and disciples gathered there, offering Ji Ning their blessings and advice for his tribulation. Ji Ning had broken through the 18th layer of the Crimson Bright 9 Heavens chart and perfected the tempering Qi reversion to emptiness technique, summoning the boundless heavenly Tao. A fierce vortex formed as gale force winds suddenly howled, thanks to his divine body forged in the 6th transformation of the 8-9 arcane art. Ji Ning calmly stood at the center of the vortex. With the entrance of the final heavenly wind into his body, the wind tribulation ended. Next, a blazing vortex cloud descended, heralding the fiery tribulation. Ji Ning allowed the true flames to burn him, transforming into a ball of flames within. As the cloud dissipated, Ji Ning emerged as a man of fire, but quickly returned to normal, having withstood the fiery ordeal. The sky rumbled and thundered as those watching from afar held their breath. Ji Ning's 9-9 thunder tribulation was imminent, and the power of the first thunder tribulation was crucial. All eyes were fixed on the changing sky. As it darkened and endless black clouds gathered, Ji Ning's divine sword gradually appeared in his hand, ready to face the thunder tribulation. His daughter, Mingyue, clenched her fists and stared intently at her father. A mix of worry and anticipation filling her eyes. Amidst the boundless expanse, dark clouds gathered, engulfing the sky. Purple lightning danced within the tribulation clouds, forming a colossal vortex of primal chaos. Ji Ning stood in the void, facing the lightning tribulation. Thunderbolts descended with an earth-shattering roar, evolving from an opulent white into a formidable blend of gold. Ji Ning's divine body held strong, withstanding the lightning's might while absorbing its essence. At the height of his comprehension, a beam of pure yang golden lightning emerged from the vortex of chaos. Its sharpness and intensity unrivaled. Ji Ning brandished his 6 Anon universal swords, parrying the pure yang golden lightning. As the tribulation subsided, an ethereal electric current coursed through Ji Ning's body. His divine body was tempered and transformed, reaching a level of perfection. The heart demon tribulation descended, but Ji Ning's unwavering resolve shattered its illusions, enabling him to transcend its grasp. Auspicious clouds billowed forth, and golden lotuses sprouted from the ground. The sun star and the moon star manifested, infusing their energy into Ji Ning's being. A golden core was formed, radiating the imposing aura of a celestial deity. Overwhelmed with joy, the 8 heavenly deities, including Red Snow Celestial Deity, knelt on one knee and proclaimed, "Greetings, Manor Master." The Picking Star Manor, the pinnacle of the 3 realms, would once again rise to prominence. Ji Ning held his daughter, turned to the Red Snow Celestial and the others, and said, "No need for any formality." Red Snow and the other 7 Celestials and the Yellowfur were so excited that they stood up one after another. Ji Ning emphasized that he was merely a successor disciple of Taoist 3 lives, and that his strength was comparable to that of the Celestials. Everyone was astonished. It turned out that Ji Ning was a disciple of Taoist 3 lives. Taoist 3 lives created the Pluck Star Hand, and his strength was extraordinary. The news spread like wildfire, causing a sensation. The Red Snow Celestial and others were willing to follow the Pluck Star sect. Ji Ning also invited the Silvermoon senior brother to join them. Space twisted, and everyone arrived at the Pluck Star Great World. Ji Ning's perception instantly covered the entire world. He found tens of thousands of celestial immortals and millions of scattered immortals inside. But none had broken through to the pure yang true immortal realm. Red Snow explained that this was because the Pluck Star Great World was isolated from the outside world, thus lacking in tempering and pressure. Ji Ning learned that Taoist 3 lives had left behind precious treasures, which only the new lord of the Pluck Star Mansion could retrieve. The Yellowfur led Ji Ning there. Red Snow revealed that among them was a primordial wonder even more powerful than the Pluck Star Hand. Ji Ning's curiosity was piqued. He could not wait to retrieve it with the Yellowfur. Ji Ning, having just broken through to the celestial immortal realm, sets off to the Water Mansion in search of the legacy of the deceased Taoist Samsara. Within the Water Mansion, Ji Ning encounters the bear Da Shang, who informs him that only the current master of the mansion can access the space containing the treasure. Ji Ning follows Da Shang into a void passage that ends in a restrictive barrier. Ji Ning attempts to break through the barrier but discovers that his Starpicker God mark is not yet proficient enough. Ji Ning learns that forcefully breaking the barrier could trigger mechanisms that would relocate the legacy. So he decides to cultivate the 5th transformation of the Starpicker's hand technique to increase his strength before attempting to break the barrier again. Ji Ning proceeds to the treasure hall and examines Taoist Samsara's legacy, finding 28 sets of pure yang treasures, including the powerful 8 Fires Cosmos Realm and Celestial Blood Shadow Array. Ji Ning exits the Water Mansion and seeks his master, Patriarch Bodhi, for materials necessary to cultivate the 5th transformation of the Starpicker's hand. The Patriarch provides Ji Ning with the materials and the great clear immortal peach gifted by Patriarch Red Radiance, which is sufficient to assist Ji Ning in cultivating the 9th transformation of the 8-9 mysteries to completion. Ji Ning embarks on a journey through the 3 realms, honing his Tao heart, comprehending sword techniques, and requesting assistance from his master in finding an opportunity to directly raid the Netherworld Gate's lair and rescue his captive senior, Yu Wei, from the endless hell. Patriarch Bodhi, concerned for Ji Ning's safety, understands his resolve and decides to assist him in seeking a favorable opportunity to launch an assault. Ji Ning is determined to strike fear into the Netherworld Gate, forcing them to release Yu Wei. To force the Infernal Gate into submission, Ji Ning was willing to put himself in danger. With the help of his master, Puti, He was able to find the Infernal Gate's lair and devoted himself to cultivating the star-plucking hand and 89 arcane arts, developing powerful divine abilities. Ji Ning entered the sanctuary created by his master and saw the image of the Three Lives Taoist. The Three Lives Taoist left him 3 peerless innate treasures, including the Void Voyager and Escape Treasure, the 9 Lives Tower a clone-based escape treasure, and a Slaughter Dao treasure. The Void Voyager was extremely fast. The 9 Lives Tower could create 9 avatars comparable to Ji Ning's own strength. And the Slaughter Dao treasure was immensely powerful but required a strong controller. The Three Lives Taoist instructed Ji Ning to treat the loyalists of the Star-Plucking Palace well and expected him to carry forward the Star-Plucking Hand divine ability. Ji Ning solemnly promised and refined the bestowed treasures. He planned to confront the Infernal Gate with these treasures and force them to seek reconciliation. Ji Ning fortuitously obtains a ring containing 660 star gold beads that embody the 9-layered primordial prohibition. Born from chaos, the 3 pure ones integrated the primordial prohibition into these beads, making them an infinitely transformable supreme innate numinous treasure that becomes one after resonating. Ji Ning discovers that the primordial prohibition is unfathomably profound, such that even the 3 pure ones, supreme beings that they are, could only refine it to the 7th layer. However, Ji Ning resolves to attempt it, confident in his abilities. During the refinement process, Ji Ning is deeply stunned by the abstruseness of the primordial prohibition. It resembles an infinite expanse of starry rivers, with its ever-changing divine patterns inspiring awe. Through his formidable willpower, Ji Ning gradually comprehends the first layer of the primordial prohibition. As Ji Ning refines, he realizes that this treasure not only greatly aids his comprehension of the primordial prohibition but also enhances his insights into the water drop Dao and swordsmanship. He is even able to condense the 660 star gold beads into 36, a level known as 36 heavens, achievable only by Dao ancestors. All present are astonished, particularly the elegant young child, who proclaims itself the supreme treasure of the Dao of slaughter and had initially scorned Ji Ning's use of it. However, seeing the prowess that Ji Ning demonstrates, it cannot help but view him with a new respect. Ji Ning successfully refines the 9-layered Chaos Inhibition Star Gold Pearl and forges it into 36 Milky Way Star Gold Pearls. Each of these gold pearls possesses immense power, with a size comparable to the Great Summer World, and can freely transform their form, making them an exceptional innate numinous treasure. After obtaining the Milky Way Star Gold Pearls, Ji Ning discovers that this treasure seems to have yet to reach its full potential. After consulting with Lady Nuwa and the 3 pure ones, they speculate that the Milky Way Star Gold Pearls should be able to be smelted into one and evolve into stars like the lunar star or the solar star. Ji Ning's disciples are full of praise for the Milky Way Star Gold Pearls. And he also distributes the pure yang magical treasures left by his master Sanshou to those who need them. The god Chushi acquires the yin-yang bipolar disc, and the 9 Fangs god obtains the Milky Way Blood Shadow Grand Array. Before departing, Ji Ning bids farewell to Bodhi Ancestor and requests that he notify him when there is an opportunity to confront the Wuji sect. Bodhi Ancestor agrees to his request. Ji Ning leaves behind his Yuan spirit to accompany his daughter Mingyue and takes his disciples with him as he prepares to leave the Diaoyu macrocosm. At the peak of Fangkan Mountain, they gaze at the distant, twisted void vortex and embark on their journey, moving from their secluded paradise into the turbulent 3 realms. Ji Ning and the 7 great deities arrive in the Great Sha capital, where Ji Ning explains his tempering plans to them and assigns the 9 Fangs great deity to accompany him. Next, Ji Ning visits his master, Palace Gem Immortal, and his cousin, Wei Kai Shi Yu, gifting them with a pure Yang Dharma treasure. Despite Palace Gem Immortal's persuasion, Ji Ning insists on cultivating alone. He and the 9 Fangs great deity travel to the minor world of the Dongluan realm, one of the 27 realms left behind by Patriarch Fulgurus. Patriarch Fulgurus was famously skilled in the sword arts, and one of Ji Ning's goals is to gain enlightenment into his sword arts. Within the Dongluan realm, Ji Ning discovers that numerous immortals and fiends are attempting to comprehend the remnants of Patriarch Fulgurus' sword arts. Although the 3 realms face calamity, causing most true immortals and great deities to join the army, a wide variety of loose immortals and earth immortals still gather here. Ji Ning and the 9 Fangs great deity settle on a steep mountain to begin comprehending the sword art remnants. Ji Ning warns 9 Fangs against forcefully moving others, as such actions could cause them to fall into a state of inner demons. Soon enough, a little monster that had fallen into a state of inner demons is transported away by Ji Ning's willpower. Ji Ning takes the place of this little monster and continues to comprehend Patriarch Fulgur's sword arts. Ji Ning realized the power of sword intent while comprehending Patriarch Fugu's sword techniques in Mount Wufeng. He found that Patriarch Fugu's sword techniques were different from those of other patriarchs. They transcended the Tao of the heavens and were similar to the 9 levels of chaotic restriction. Inspired by this, Ji Ning conducted a comparative study of chaotic restrictions and sword techniques and made breakthroughs. Meanwhile, the third prince of the Eastern Palace brought his followers to Mount Wufeng, where he planned to comprehend sword techniques. The prince watched the cultivators on the mountain and decided to target Ji Ning. Assuming that he was weak, the prince sent someone to chase Ji Ning, but Ji Ning's guardian, Ninetooth, noticed the Tao rhythm and notified him. Ji Ning was delighted after comprehending the Tao of Waterdrop. He believed that the sword techniques in Mount Wufeng were limited for him. So he decided to head to the Sword Immortal Realm. The prince went after Ji Ning, who had just finished his comprehension and was about to leave. When the prince saw Ji Ning standing up, he assumed that Ji Ning felt threatened and ordered his guardians to intercept him. Ji Ning, contemplating swordsmanship in Chongyun Mountain, was rudely interrupted by a waiter and told to give up his seat. After Ji Ning refused, the waiter called for 3 nascent soul Taoists, threatening to throw him out. However, Ji Ning's aura instantly knocked the 3 away, damaging the purple mansion of one of them. Prince Dongji, witnessing this, was furious and ordered 5 rogue immortals from the sword gate to apprehend Ji Ning. But when Ji Ning glanced at them, the rogue immortals were sent flying with no chance to fight back. Dongji, realizing Ji Ning's strength, identified himself as a disciple of the sword gate, claiming that his master was the celestial immortal 3 scorpions who guarded the Dongbluan realm. Ji Ning dismissed this, ordering the Nine-Toothed Divine General to capture 3 scorpions. With one move, the Nine-Toothed Divine General pierced through the roof of the Dongbluan Dynasty Palace, tens of thousands of miles away, and abducted 3 scorpions. The cultivators and monsters present were awestruck by the Nine-Toothed Divine General's abilities and speculated about Ji Ning's identity. Ji Ning and his follower, Ninefang Godfiend, encountered an immortal of the 3 scorpions, who had been offended by Prince Dongji. At Rushing Cloud Mountain, Ji Ning spared the immortal of the 3 scorpions' life, and the immortal's master, True Immortal Mo Dao, arrived and explained Dongji's unintentional offense. Ji Ning brushed it aside, saying that he had not acted, but had merely crippled Dongji's follower. However, True Immortal Mo Dao was furious at Dongji's offense and intended to punish him severely. Ji Ning, however, interceded on Dongji's behalf, suggesting a path to temper his arrogance and rashness to become a servant in the mortal world for 300 years. Enduring beatings and insults without retaliation, the immortal of the 3 scorpions agreed to Ji Ning's suggestion, and Dongji, after his initial shock, also swore to accept the punishment. Ji Ning continued his journey, visiting the other 26 worlds, comprehending the fragmentary sword techniques, and gaining insights by comparing them to the 9-fold chaos prohibitions. Finally, Ji Ning arrived at the Sword Immortal World, where he found the 5 towering Wubao peaks emanating an oppressive aura that made even Ninefang Godfiend uncomfortable. Ji Ning recognized this as a test of one's Dao heart and encouraged Ninefang to temper his. Together, they flew towards Wubao Peak, ready to experience the legendary number 1 sword arts of the 3 realms. 3 streaks of light approached from a distance, revealing True Immortal Wudao, Divine Lord Fuliu, and True Immortal Jimin. Already aware of Ji Ning's arrival, they welcomed him with enthusiasm. Once teeming with countless divine lords and true immortals, the Sword Immortal Realm was diminished in their numbers in the wake of the Great Catastrophe. Now, including Ji Ning and Chuyin, there were a total of 39 divine lords and true immortals who sought enlightenment in sword arts in the realm. The 5 treasures sword art, True Immortal Wudao explained, is unlike any other sword art. In its practice, one will gradually forget insights from other Daos until there are none left. However, once one completes the 4th volume of the 5 treasures sword art, it will form a unity within the cultivator's memory. Only then can one return to cultivating other Daos without hindrance. True Immortal Jimin elaborated that cultivating the 5 treasures sword art demanded an extremely high level of sword force. and each volume had stringent requirements. While it offered the cultivating sword immortal formidable sword techniques upon completion, its difficulty was extreme. Throughout history, only 2 qi refinement cultivators had successfully mastered the art. After a moment of contemplation, Ji Ning decided to pursue the 5 treasures sword art, treading the path of the sword immortal. He had already sacrificed insights into other Daos in order to cultivate his willpower. As such, the 5 treasures sword art held immense allure for him. Noting Ji Ning's resolve, True Immortal Jimin and the others excused themselves, leaving Ji Ning to begin studying the first volume of the 5 treasures sword art alone on the first mountain peak. The majestic Mount Wubao stands tall, bearing the 3 realms' foremost sword technique, the Wubao swordplay, its aura radiating an AWE-inspiring presence. A celestial being, Ji Ning, descends upon the desolate wilderness and his heart surges with excitement as he faces the boundless sword formation. In an instant, streams of sword techniques flood his mind, leaving him in awe. Ji Ning follows the mountain wall as he flies, meticulously going through the first chapter of the Wubao swordplay. The intricate swordplay, consisting of 729 moves, astounds him, and his comprehension proves exceptional. To delve deeper into the practice, Ji Ning constructs a thatched hut at the foot of the mountain, facing the Wubao peak, and meditates with his eyes closed. While Ji Ning is naturally gifted, he is keenly aware of the urgency of time. In order to reach the pinnacle of the 3 realms, he concurrently embarks on 2 arduous paths: the cultivation of the heart and the cultivation of swordsmanship. Mastering the Wubao swordplay becomes the optimal route for him to attain the 5th tier of swordsmanship. As Ji Ning delves deeper into his practice, he realizes the unparalleled refinement of the Wubao swordplay, far surpassing any sword technique he had previously learned. He constantly cross-references the 9 revolutions Dao prohibition and cross-analyzes the 2, blending their essence. At the same time, Ji Ning comprehends that the process of practicing the Wubao swordplay will result in the gradual loss of comprehension in other Daos. However, for the sake of the sword, he willingly abandons those Daos and sets his sights relentlessly on the zenith of swordsmanship. Eventually, Ji Ning successfully cultivates the first chapter of the Wubao swordplay, and his sword becomes swifter and sharper, reaching the 2nd tier of swordsmanship, the Blaze Sun stance. This advancement fills Ji Ning with renewed confidence and also attracts the attention of Patriarch Bodhi. In order to facilitate Ji Ning's continued growth, Bodhi decides to guide him into a confrontation with the infinite boundless gate, allowing his sword to be tempered in the fires of combat, compelling the infinite boundless gate to yield. Before the towering Mount Wu Bao, Ji Ning was contemplating the sword techniques on its rock wall. Suddenly, the surrounding space and time warped, manifesting an elder in a Taoist robe. Master, Ji Ning addressed him respectfully. The elder was Bodhi, who taught Ji Ning the wonders of the Mount Wu sword techniques and suggested that he confront the enemies of the Seamless Gate. Ji Ning chose the Dongzhong Grand World under the command of Emperor Zhurongshu, where the Seamless Gate had planted 9 divine immortals. Bodhi handed Ji Ning a map of the Seamless Gate's forces in the Xuan Shui realm, which included the locations of Xiao Yanqi's 16 clones. Ji Ning destroyed the scroll and set off for the Dongzhong Grand World. Tightly guarded with well-organized troops, the Dongzhong Grand World was enveloped by Ji Ning's consciousness as he prepared to hunt down Xiao Yanqi's clones. Cunning and cautious, Xiao Yanqiu appeared to be lurking in the Kaiming realm while dispersing his clones throughout the Zhuangshu realm. One of them posed as Blood Demon Immortal and operated discreetly in the Dongzhong Grand World, with 16 others hidden there. Using the 8-9 arcane art to alter his aura, Ji Ning arrived at the hideout of Xiao Yanqi's clone. Just as Xiao Yanqiu was relishing his success, Ji Ning emerged and launched a surprise attack. Ning, an immortal whose strength rivals that of a young pure immortal, embarks on a path of revenge after his beloved is persecuted by the Anata Gate. He arrives at a minor Anata Gate stronghold guarded by the immortal Xiao Yanqiu. Ning effortlessly breaks through the stronghold's restrictions and faces a group assault. Wielding an array of the innate spiritual treasure, Star Gold Pearl, he pierces several black-robed loose immortals and confronts Xiao Yanqiu directly. Although Xiao Yanqiu fights fiercely, he is no match for Ning's power and is fatally impaled by the array. Ning imprisons the Anata Gate's accomplices within the array, including 14 clones of Xiao Yanqiu. With the grinding wheel of Star Gold Pearl from the heavens, he obliterates all the clones. News of the attack reaches the Iron Soldier's palace, one of the 3 Inata Gate hideouts. Iron Soldier's Immortal, Golden Spear God, and Red Flower Immortal visit the site and learn of Ning's formidable strength that approaches a young pure immortal in his possession of a staff that may be an innate spiritual treasure. Iron Soldier's Immortal resolves to remain vigilant and orders Golden Spear God to eliminate Ning should he attack another stronghold. Meanwhile, Ning relentlessly pursues Xiaoyanqi's remaining clone. Xiaoyanqiu is filled with terror and is eventually slain by Ning, marking a significant milestone in his revenge for his beloved. Xiaoyanqiu, horrified upon realizing Ji Ning's true identity, pleads for mercy, but is mercilessly slain, along with all 16 of his avatars. Leading the army of the Starplucking Manor, Ji Ning leaves the Starplucking world with great fanfare, preparing to launch an attack on the Gate of Mystery. At the Iron Fortress, Ji Ning effortlessly breaches the formation restriction with the formidable execution godly body, instantly slaying the true immortal Iron Fiend, the Golden Spear godly body, and the Crimson Flower Immortal, annihilating the first layer of the Gate of Mystery. Following that, Ji Ning again leads the execution godly body to the third layer of the Gate of Mystery, once more breaching the formation restriction and slaughtering 3 true immortal godly bodies along with an escaped avatar. The 7 luminaries godly body also eradicated the second layer. Ji Ning meets up with the 7 luminaries godly body and boards the Voidcraft, journeying to another major world in the Xuanyu realm to continue their hunt. Upon discovering the destruction of 3 layers and the demise of 9 true immortal godly bodies, Dong Xuanjun of the Gate of Mystery is irate beyond measure. The Dao ancestor of the Gate of Mystery's main base in the third world, a wizened elder with emerald green hair, senses the deaths of the true immortal godly bodies and is filled with rage. He extends his divine consciousness across the Xuanyu realm, preparing to retaliate against Ji Ning. At the third world, the central base of the Infernal Gate, the Divine King was exceptionally furious. He learned that Ji Ning had carried out a surprise attack and murdered 9 celestial true immortals of the Infernal Gate. He immediately dispatched troops, including the True Fiend Patriarchs and Patriarch Azure Desolate. The Divine King, using his special means, secretly connected with forces of the Infernal Gate throughout the 3 realms, mustering their strength for support. At the same time, Ji Ning had launched a series of surprise attacks in the Zhurongshu territory. He traversed through different major worlds with astonishing speed, heading straight for the Infernal Gate's lair in the Tianfeng Great World. With the strength of the Pangu axe and the help of the 7-star True Immortals, he had successively killed 4 celestial True Immortals. However, how could the Infernal Gate sit idly by? The Divine King personally took action, forming a boundless infernal formation composed of 289 celestial true immortals, intending to encircle and annihilate Ji Ning. After receiving an urgent warning from Bodhi, Ji Ning immediately escaped, engaging in a thrilling chase with the Infernal Gate's army. As the Infernal Gate's army was about to catch up, Ji Ning repeatedly utilized the Void Skiff's ability to traverse the void. Outmaneuvering his pursuers, the 2 sides repeatedly traversed between different territories, causing chaos within the Infernal Gate's camp. In the end, with Bodhi's assistance, Ji Ning successfully escaped from the Infernal Gate's pursuit. However, the Infernal Gate was also actively mobilizing their forces, and a great battle was on the horizon. In the boundless flame world that surpasses even the heavens and the underworld, lies the sacred land of the human race, the world of sacred fire. Created by Suiren, as the most ancient and powerful being of the human race, Suiren, with his extraordinary perception and perseverance, led the weak human race to survive the tumultuous ancient era amidst celestial beings and demons. His unfathomable strength strikes fear into the Heartless Gate, as he once slew a powerful chaotic otherworld being. The world of sacred fire is the mightiest among the many great worlds of the human race, boasting numerous Taoist ancestors and celestial immortal deities. Even the Heartless Gate dares not infiltrate it. When Jining, a genius of the human race, was pursued by hundreds of celestial immortal deities from the Heartless Gate, Suiren dispatched his adopted daughter, Yizi, to lead an army of 365 celestial immortal deities to his aid. Aided by the Void Ark, Jining managed to escape, while the Heartless Gate relentlessly chased after him in the Witchcraft Heaven shuttle. As the conflict reached a stalemate, Suiren's subordinates, including Yizi and many celestial immortal deities, emerged from Fire Mountain Peak. They formed the Celestial Stellar God Formation, standing against the Heartless Gate. Unable to defeat them, the Heartless Gate was forced to withdraw. Jining narrowly escaped and subsequently traveled to the world of sacred fire to express his gratitude to Suiren. In the battle for the Three Realms Luck, Jining, out of concern for his senior sister Yu Wei, attacked the Netherworld sect base. Enraging the God Kings, the Netherworld sect was unable to tolerate Jining's reckless actions, and the God Kings sent a dream negotiator to demand that he stop. Otherwise, they would pursue him relentlessly. However, Jining was unafraid of the threats. Using Yu Wei's safety as an excuse, he blackmailed the Netherworld sect to return his senior sister. The God Kings refused, calling Jining arrogant. They believed that the Netherworld sect would never submit to a mere celestial immortal. Jining was determined to continue his killing spree until the Netherworld sect succumbed to the pressure. Although he knew the path was fraught with danger, he remained steadfast. He began refining the spoils of war to improve his and his companions' strength. During the refining process, Jining discovered a mysterious black stone tablet emitting an aura that surpassed even that of Ancestor Bodhi. Realizing this might be a treasure left behind by Shoyan Cho, he sent a soul projection to his underwater dwelling to investigate. By chance, Jining obtains a colossal black monument, 99 zhong tall and emanating a majestic aura. The front face features two strange characters that Jining has never seen before. Mental energy and spiritual power are unable to penetrate the monument, implying its extraordinary nature. The other side of the monument is densely inscribed with numerous peculiar characters. Jining attempts to infiltrate with his celestial powers but encounters significant resistance. However, when he uses pure yang mana, he progresses smoothly. Jining is astonished to discover that the monument contains 7 formidable techniques. The first, Dao Wu 18 Divine Demons, allows the soul to be perfectly divided into 18 subentities, greatly enhancing its power. The second, Insect Beast 9 Forms, enables the cultivation of powerful insect beasts. Jining observes that the resistance increases as he progresses through the techniques on the monument. Nevertheless, he remains undeterred, determined to master all 7 techniques. He speculates that upon acquiring all 7 techniques, he may unravel the monument's secrets and uncover its origins. In a chaos space exuding mighty coercion, Jining penetrates a peculiar stone tablet with great effort to obtain 7 profound Dharma doors. These formulas are earth-shattering, surpassing the level that the 3 realms can create. The first door, Dao Wu 18 Demon Gods, is a body-refining technique for demon gods with enormous potential. The second door, Insect and Beast 9 Interpretations, focuses on cultivating essence chi. The third door, Sinister Divine Weapon, can absorb the resentment of an enemy at the time of death to condense into a powerful weapon. The fourth door, Lang Talisman, is a complex Dao talisman technique that is difficult to comprehend for the time being. The fifth door, Reversal of the Universe. One-hearted formation can be combined with Dao Wu Divine 18 Demon Gods to defend the world or trap the enemy. The sixth door, Ghost God Scroll, can cultivate ghosts so that they can reach the realm of true God and even ancestral God. The seventh door, Indestructible Body, is a powerful body protection divine ability. Cultivating to the extreme can elevate the divine body to the level of an innate treasure. Jining realizes that these formulas were not created by the great powers of the 3 realms but come from an alien race in the chaos. Out of curiosity, he tries to penetrate the divine patterns on the stone tablet. Shockingly, a majestic power beyond the heavenly Dao gushes out from the stone tablet, enveloping Jining and taking him into a hazy chaos space. In that space, Jining encounters 2 humanoid figures with dark skin. They salute Jining respectfully and call him a guardian, hinting at the special connection Jining has inadvertently established with the alien race in the chaos. Jining accidentally enters a stele and encounters 2 jailers named Dongku and Shifu, who mistake him for the prison warden. Upon learning that he is a warden, Jining becomes cautious and cautiously inquires about the stele and his identity. The jailers reveal that the stele is a prison created by the Lord of the Ninefold Chaos Nation to hold prisoners. Jining masters 7 Dharma gates within the stele and learns that the jailers extract chaos spirit liquid every 3 chaos kalpas, a treasure that can help one cultivate the second level of Dao Wu 18 demons and gods. Jining discovers that there are 36 prison stelae hidden within the stele, forming a ninefold lock heaven formation. But he suspects that the formation has long been broken. The jailers provide a wealth of information about the stele and the prisoners, helping Jining understand his situation and the secrets of the stele. Ji Ning realizes that obtaining the steel is an opportunity. So he must proceed with caution and avoid revealing his identity. In the vast prison of the 17 worlds, Ji Ning is appointed as a warden. He discovers a mysterious chaotic space containing 18 bottles of chaotic liquid, said to enable celestial beings to cultivate the powerful 18 fiend god techniques of Dao Wu. Learning that the chaotic liquid is extremely valuable, Ji Ning decides to first cultivate the first level of the 18 fiend god techniques. By consuming pure yang pills, he splits his true spirit and divine soul into 18 parts, forming 18 independent avatars. Ji Ning then uses the chaotic liquid to cultivate the second level of the 18 fiend god techniques. He finds that the chaotic liquid contains incomprehensible power, enhancing his divine soul, godhood, and all other aspects. With the aid of the chaotic liquid, the 18 avatars rapidly increase in strength. After a period of cultivation, Ji Ning's 18 avatars successfully cultivate the second level of the 18 fiend god techniques. His strength rises significantly, finally equipping him with the means to confront the Infinite Boundaries sect. Bringing him hope for rescuing his senior martial sister, Ji Ning realizes the need to continuously improve his power. Thus, he decides to explore the prison of the 17 worlds in search of further cultivation resources, seeking to bolster his capabilities against the formidable threat posed by the Infinite Boundaries sect. Ji Ning cultivated the second layer of the Dao Wu 18 fiend gods with a vial of chaotic liquid, significantly boosting his strength. However, he realized that his abilities were still lacking and thus ventured into the world prison. The world prison was a unique space where prisoners were incarcerated, guarded by two puppet beasts. Ji Ning released his mind force to explore his surroundings, discovering an old man and a wild dog possessing formidable strength and surpassing him in mind force techniques. Ji Ning opted to approach a heavenly immortal prisoner. Evading the old man and the wild dog, he discovered that this heavenly immortal prisoner was named Liang Chu, who had spent 3 chaotic eras in the prison for committing serious crimes. Liang Chu mistook Ji Ning for his liberator, but Ji Ning explained his inability to remove the chains. Liang Chu was astounded, realizing that Ji Ning was not a warden from 9 provinces. He questioned Ji Ning about the current state of 9 provinces, but Ji Ning was unaware of the details. Liang Chu recognized Ji Ning's suspicious nature but refrained from revealing it for the time being. Ji Ning departed from Liang Chu's confinement, acknowledging that while he possessed the key and the puppet beasts, he lacked the power to unlock the heaven lock or confront the old man and the wild dog. Fear did not consume him, though, as he could traverse the world prison at will through the stone tablet, ensuring his safety. In the vast 3 realms, a group of criminals are imprisoned. Among them is an immortal named Liang Chu, who has been imprisoned for 3 chaotic ages. Upon Ning's arrival at his cell, Liang Chu is filled with anticipation but collapses when he learns that his 9-square chaos country has been destroyed. Liang Chu attacks Ning with overwhelming force beyond that of an immortal. Ning is astounded, unable to understand how an immortal could be so powerful. In the battle, Liang Chu commits suicide, leaving behind a trove of possessions. Upon examining Liang Chu's treasure, Ning discovers 2 sets of 360 pure yang supreme flying swords. He wonders how an immortal like Liang Chu could possess so many precious swords and have such unbelievable control over them. To solve this enigma, Ning travels to the Ancestor God's prison. There, he bribes the wild dog Ancestor God with delicacies to obtain information about the 9-square chaos country. However, Liang Chu refuses to disclose any information, calling Ning a weak true immortal. Ning is bewildered, wondering why Liang Chu, being an immortal, considers him to be so insignificant. Liang Chu ultimately commits suicide, leaving Ning with even more unanswered questions. Ning departs the prison, bringing the 2 sets of swords with him as he journeys to the void boat. Determined to find the wild dog Ancestor God and unravel the secret of Liang Chu's true nature. Far away in the distance, Ji Ning encounters an emaciated and bloodied stray dog. Sensing it is extraordinary, Ji Ning hurriedly and respectfully requests its guidance. The stray dog opens its heavy eyelids, uttering an ancient voice, revealing its imprisonment within a lock. Ji Ning inquires about a way to leave, and the stray dog shares 2 methods. The first is by a god king or god lord possessing the order token of the 9 regions nation, and activating it. The second is by a formidable being at the world level forcibly breaking the lock. Ji Ning is astonished to learn about the existence of the world level and questions its differences with the divine demon and chi refining paths. The stray dog explains that the divine demon path consists of mortals, deities, gods, god kings, and world gods, while the chi refining path includes mortals, immortals, true immortals, god lords, and chaos immortals. The world level is the world god within the divine demon path and the chaos immortal within the chi refining path, possessing the power to create a realm of chaos. The stray dog further clarifies that the chi refining path, upon breaking through mortals into immortals, divides into 3 types. Ji Ning's chi refining method falls into the weakest category, resulting in an insufficient gold core power. The stray dog speculates that Ji Ning's associated chaotic world was created by a world god. Ji Ning recalls goddess Nuwa and confirms the existence of a world level in their realm. Upon learning this, the stray dog's demeanor softens, expressing hope that Ji Ning may aid its escape from the prison. In the 9 Chaos realm, Ji Ning, after becoming a true immortal, discovers his golden core is too weak. He seeks help from the wild dog ancestor god and learns that enhancing a golden core requires a primal chaos object. But this method is extremely difficult and known only to a few. Ji Ning refuses to give up and inquires with an imprisoned, filthy old man, learning about another method to upgrade the golden core and obtaining the necessary primal chaos object. However, both ancestor gods demand Ji Ning bring an existence from the world realm to receive their assistance. Ji Ning becomes troubled, as even though he has the support of Lady Nuwa, he cannot ask her for direct help. He realizes that the imprisoned ancestor gods and ancestral immortals are powerful and have comprehended the way of primal chaos, but are unable to advance to the world realm. Ultimately, Ji Ning decides to divulge the secret of the world prison to powerful beings like Ancestor Bodhi. Seeking their aid, he understands that this is a great treasure but chooses to advance steadily rather than being hasty. Seated cross-legged, the pale-faced woman had a slender frame similar to a beggar. When Ji Ning appeared, however, she stood up unhurriedly and her figure suddenly turned plump and beautiful, as enchanting as a peerless demoness. Upon learning Ji Ning's true identity, the pale-faced woman proactively pleaded to submit. But Ji Ning refused, insisting on performing a soul search. The pale-faced woman reluctantly agreed, exposing all her memories. Through the soul search, Ji Ning comprehended the boundless power of the 9 chaos countries and the pale-faced woman's special status. Her grandfather was the monarch of the 9 countries, and she was the product of her father's illicit relationship with a local sacred woman. She had borne a grudge against her father and cast him into the sea of endless agony, causing him to go insane. As a result, she was imprisoned here by the monarch of the 9 countries. Unexpectedly, Ji Ning learned from the pale-faced woman's memories that there was a sword technique called the Art of the 5 Treasures that transcended the limits of Heaven's Tao. This was one of the 3 supreme techniques that surpassed the limits in the 9 chaos countries. And it hadn't been created by Patriarch Fuxi, but rather was something he had obtained from the chaos. Ji Ning suddenly realized that it was impossible for him to obtain a technique that transcended the limits of Heaven's Tao within the 3 realms. And since Patriarch Fuxi was in possession of the Art of the 5 Treasures, it was likely that had found it in the chaos but, in order to conceal its origins, had falsely claimed to have created it himself. Within the prison-like realm, the weak warden Ji Ning gains access to imprisoned celestial Qianru's memories, which reveal a path to upgrading his golden core, obtaining the chaotic treasure from true gods and true immortals. Ji Ning embarks on a journey, scavenging information from captured celestial deities. He learns of the downfall of the 9 territories void, and that true gods and true immortals, beings far superior to earthly and heavenly immortals, are more likely to possess the treasure he seeks. Ji Ning locates a true immortal prisoner, Dong Chun true immortal, and presents him with the choice of submission or confrontation. Dong Chun true immortal refuses to yield, easily resisting Ji Ning's myriad sword formation with his overwhelming power. However, Dong Chun true immortal's mana depletes rapidly, forcing him to retreat into a protective treasure. Ji Ning recalls the 8 fires heaven and earth formation, a formation that relentlessly burns enemies with minimal mana consumption. Ji Ning deploys the 8 fires heaven and earth formation, continuously burning Dong Chun true immortal. Over time, Dong Chun true immortal's mana dwindles, eventually leading to his submission to Ji Ning. In the world prison, Ji Ning engaged in a protracted battle with the captive true immortal Dong Chun. To exhaust Dong Quan's mana, Ji Ning cast the 8 Fire Universe, an artifact containing the 8 Grand Fires, continuously burning his opponent with flames. Faced with Ji Ning's relentless assault, Dong Chun could only endure with the support of his bowl-shaped treasure. Ji Ning's mana consumption was minimal, as he only needed to sustain the artifact, while Dong Chun had to continuously deplete his mana to resist the flames. Realizing his mana was being depleted, Dong Chun grew increasingly anxious. Meanwhile, Ji Ning deployed 15 avatars, each displaying the 8-9 profound art, posing as celestials and infiltrating the world prison. Ji Ning instructed one of his avatars to carry the 8 Fire Universe into the world prison and join the siege on Dong Chun. To conceal their presence, Ji Ning utilized his 8-9 profound art avatars to venture into the boundless void and even the chaos space, hiding a mysterious stone tablet deep within a remote star. The stone tablet was another one of Ji Ning's trump cards, containing 2 of his most powerful avatars. If he faced annihilation, these avatars would serve as his last resort. After leaving the chaos, Ji Ning returned to the Grand Sha world and contacted his master, Bodhi Patriarch, using a vortex to travel to the Tilted Moon Great World, intending to report his discoveries and plans in the world prison to Bodhi Patriarch. Entering Fangkan Mountain, Ji Ning greeted familiar disciples and proceeded to the Bodhi Patriarch's temple. At its entrance, the acolytes Qing Shui and Bai He did not obstruct him, indicating the Patriarch's orders. Stepping inside, Ji Ning found Master Bodhi sitting cross-legged in meditation and paid his respects. He recounted his successful raid on the No Man's Gate, but expressed concern that they had not yet freed his senior sister. Unexpectedly, Ji Ning had found a wondrous object containing 7 cultivation methods among the belongings of a deceased heavenly immortal. Xiaoyan Chou, Bodhi Patriarch examined the bamboo slips and was astounded by their profundity. He inferred that the 7 methods originated from a chaotic alien race, particularly valuing Lang Fu for its talisman creation capabilities. Bodhi Patriarch lamented the richness of alien cultivation methods, but noted that some required exotic materials found only in other realms, making them elusive in the 3 realms. They had previously acquired similar methods like 12 Divine Generals and Demons and 1,000 Bodies scripture, but the latter's requirement for the heart of the world made it highly inaccessible. Bodhi Patriarch advised that the sinful divine weapon method would be beneficial to Ji Ning and his companions, while Lang Fu would be most suited to the human sovereign Fuxi, known for his exceptional ray and talisman techniques. To prevent Xiaoyan Chou from leaking their secret, Bodhi Patriarch disposed of his remaining clones. He decided to take Ji Ning to meet the human sovereign Fuxi and bestow upon him the valuable Lang Fu method. Together, they traveled through a spatial vortex to Fuxi's palace.